At last it's over. Shen Hen lay amidst the ruins, his will to survive, and his remaining strength completely exhausted. All around him stretched a wasteland veiled in smoke and gunpowder, where the crumbling skeletons of buildings from the old 21st century human era loomed in the haze. After 20 years of apocalyptic baptism, everything had already collapsed. Only the wall behind Shen Hen still barely stood. Bestial roars echoed through the wasteland. The earth trembled as countless footsteps pounded the ground, the resulting vibrations rivaling a catastrophic earthquake. Turning his head, peering through the swirling dust and sand, Shen Hen saw hordes of blood-stained, rotting zombies with clawing limbs surging toward him like a boundless ocean swallowing a lone island. There were so many zombies that his vision was filled with an unbroken black mass. Perhaps there were tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, perhaps even millions. Perhaps every zombie left in the world had gathered here. Shen Hen did not find it strange. After struggling through 20 years of the apocalypse, he had witnessed scenes far grander than this. Back then, though, there had still been people at his side. Now perhaps he was the last human left in this world. Shen Hen slowly lifted his head. Beneath the blood and dust that obscured his mature, resolute features, his expression had become impossible to read. Perhaps he no longer wished to speak. Perhaps his heart had grown numb. As the breath of death closed in, Shen Hen simply raised his gaze to the sky. Though the zombies had surrounded him, none dared draw too near. Around him on the broken ground, a ring of pitch-black blood had been spilled. Having walked through the apocalypse for 20 years, Shen Hen understood the nature of zombies all too well. This ring of terrifying black blood belonged to evolved zombies, and the horde was afraid. They feared a presence stronger than themselves, a bloodline more advanced than their own, just as every lion in a pride bows before its king. Yet desire gnawed at them. The human lying on the ground exuded a faint, fading breath, and the blood flowing from his body relentlessly provoked their hunger. It was as if his body were whispering to them, "Come and devour me, come and devour me." They had gone far too long without tasting human flesh. Perhaps a single bite would allow one of them to evolve. Thus that craving surged from the last remnants of their instincts. Shen Hen drew a crumpled cigarette from his torn sleeve, and using a small flame still flickering on the scorched earth beside him, lit it. He exhaled a thick, murky plume of white smoke that was instantly scattered by the raging, sand-laden wind. Gazing up at the sky, a trace of bitterness surfaced on his weathered, dust-covered face. 20 years ago, this sky had been azure and brimming with vitality. Now it was suffocated by death, a canvas of ashen gray and blood red. Back then, the wind carried no stench of blood, the air bore no trace of death. Everything had been so beautiful and harmonious. Until the day humanity discovered a tower, a subterranean ancient Egyptian pyramid hidden in the underworld of the earth. When humans believed they had found their future and a higher civilization, that tower in a single night obliterated the civilization they had built over thousands of years. A mysterious virus spread from the first level of the pyramid to every corner of the world. Anyone infected by that virus rapidly became a zombie, a soulless shell of flesh driven only by the urge to hunt and devour. Zombies possessed no intellect, no emotion, only an insatiable thirst for human flesh that drove them to massacre mankind without end. The zombie virus was viciously contagious. A single scratch or bite was enough to infect a human and turn them into one of the undead. Within the very first day of the outbreak, strongholds across the globe fell. About 95% of Earth's population was infected and transformed overnight, and thus the end of the world arrived. Shen Hen finished the last cigarette he carried on him, perhaps the last cigarette in this world. He did not feel fear, even with death about to descend. After 20 years in the apocalypse, Shen Hen could no longer remember what fear felt like. Before the colossal monsters and alien species that regarded humans as mere ants, people could not even muster resistance or fear. They simply died, reduced to heaps of mangled flesh. Everyone dies, everyone must die. Some perish before they are even born, some live 100 years before dying of old age. As long as we live, we move toward death. Therefore, we have no need to fear death. These were the words of an ordinary old man in the last days, yet perhaps it was that very sentence that gave everyone the courage to go on living. Yes, everyone will die. It is only a matter of sooner or later. And yet, looking at the frenzied swarm of ordinary zombies around him, Shen Hen could not help feeling a trace of regret. After dodging evolved zombies and alien species, in the end, I'm going to die at the hands of common zombies, he murmured with a bitter smile. It was truly hard to accept. From blood loss alone, he no longer had the strength to stand, nor did he have any more evolved zombie blood to draw another circle of safety and cling to life a little longer. Staring at the scene before him, Shen Hen knew he was doomed. No one would come to save him, and no human safe haven remained to shelter him. Everything humanity had built seemed utterly annihilated. He might very well be the last human being. At some point, a small black stone had appeared in his blood-stained, wounded hand. The stone was about the size of a human thumb, oval in shape, its surface as dark as night. Faint fine patterns could just be discerned upon it, emanating an ancient, enigmatic aura. Shen Hen had carried this little black stone with him for years. It had been given to him by a former friend who had asked him to keep it by his side forever. As promised, Shen Hen had kept the stone on him for what must have been 10 years. Gazing at the black stone in his hand, memories surged up within him in an instant. He saw, as if before his very eyes, his dearest companions who had once fought beside him falling one after another. Dust and sand swept across the ground, gradually burying most of the evolved zombies' blood that had been scattered in a ring around him. From all directions, waves of zombies charged toward him. Shen Hen paid no attention to the ones rushing in. He stared at the black stone in his hand, now stained scarlet, as memories churned through his mind one after another until at last they faded away. Gazing at the stone, Shen Hen whispered, "To think that in the end the one staying by my side is just a stone. I promised that person I would keep you with me forever. Since that's the case, then walk the last part of the road with me." Shen Hen placed the bloodstained black stone into his mouth and swallowed it in one hard gulp. It was not as difficult to swallow as he had imagined. The moment the stone entered his mouth, he felt a gentle warmth flow down his throat like water and settle into his stomach. Then something extraordinary happened. A surge of black light suddenly radiated from Shen Hen's body. Had someone been standing before him, they would have seen that the strange black radiance emanated from his abdomen, from the faintly visible little black stone inside him. But Shen Hen did not witness this, for the flesh-eating zombies had already reached his side. Fierce roars split the air. Several of the fastest zombies hurled themselves at him, first tearing viciously into his body with their claws and teeth. Agony exploded through him, the sensation of his body being ripped apart, flooding every nerve. "Let's all die together," Shen Hen said with a cold smile, pulling the last grenade from his pocket and yanking the pin. With a thunderous blast, the world erupted. A deafening roar filled his ears, darkness flooded his vision, and Shen Hen's consciousness slipped away. Shen Hen opened his eyes, and a piercing ray of sunlight made him feel unbearably uncomfortable. "Am I dead?" he wondered, noting that the air no longer carried that familiar coppery scent of blood. The oppressive aura and the stench of death had vanished from his surroundings. The gentle warmth of the sunlight felt foreign to Shen Hen, a man long accustomed to darkness. Yet instead of a chill, a warmth prevailed. Everything appeared so beautiful. Could this place be heaven? Or perhaps it was hell. Shen Hen had never imagined that in death one would enter heaven. For an ordinary man like him to have survived 20 years in the apocalypse resorting to ruthless means was almost unimaginable. Shen Hen had taken many lives, yet nearly all were those who had intended to harm him. In the apocalypse, there were no true heroes. Everyone fought for survival, and in that struggle, everyone became a demon. Demons are meant for hell, not to bathe in the beauty of heaven. Shen Hen closed his eyes and laid back to bask in the comforting warmth of the sunlight. He could no longer recall how long it had been since he last felt the gentle caress of the sun, for on the post-apocalyptic Earth, sunlight no longer burned with intensity. Humanity, ravaged by zombies and other aberrant creatures, was forced to hide in dark structures and subterranean depths where daylight was but a memory. No longer did one need to remain ever vigilant nor fear an unexpected death. Sometimes one might even slip away without ever knowing how. There was no longer any fear of becoming a soulless walking corpse. In truth, death now felt strangely light and even pleasant. Having adjusted to the unfamiliar warmth of the sun, Shen Hen opened his eyes, icy and penetrating. Yet at that very moment, a trace of daze clouded his gaze. Surrounding him were pristine white walls, no longer the steel barriers erected to block zombies. Beneath him lay a warm, soft bed instead of a cold, hard floor. A pungent smell permeated the room, a scent Shen Hen recognized as that of spicy snack sticks from before the apocalypse, tinged with the aroma of instant noodles. Where was this place? Am I still alive? Shen Hen rose from the soft bed, and as he sat up, the full layout of the room revealed itself. A cluttered desk bore scattered snack bags emitting an odd odor, while an old shoe rack displayed several pairs of worn men's shoes. Most were cheap street market leather shoes, and a few pairs of evidently time-worn sneakers. Items so run down that in the apocalypse they scarcely merited even being discarded as rubbish. Yet at that moment, these shoes evoked countless memories in Shen Hen. Surely these were the very shoes he had worn during his working days. How could they be here? Wait, this place. Shen Hen's eyes flickered with realization. If his memory was true, this was undoubtedly the rented room from his workdays 20 years ago. How had he come to be here? Wasn't he dead? Could it be that he had been reborn? During the 20 years of the apocalypse, Shen Hen had heard tales of individuals with mysterious powers, those who could harness time to traverse both the past and the future. Yet such matters were far too enigmatic for him to believe would happen to his own life, Still, the surroundings were unmistakably identical to his rented room from 2 decades past. What on earth is happening? Shen Hen could hardly believe he had been reborn 20 years in the past. At that moment, as shock overwhelmed him, the television in front of him began broadcasting an international news report. International news report: according to the Egyptian government, a new type of pyramid has been discovered 1,000 meters beneath the ancient Great Pyramid, Khufu's Pyramid, in Egypt. According to the United Nations investigation team, this pyramid spans an area greater than the combined footprints of all other pyramids, possibly covering as much as 1/5 of Egypt's territory. This newly discovered underground pyramid takes the form of an inverted triangle situated 1,000 meters below ground. Heaven help us. It is unfathomable how such a colossal structure could lie inverted and sealed beneath the earth. Scientists studying the site claim that humanity might even uncover a higher civilization within this pyramid. Some experts predict that it may have been constructed by extraterrestrial beings. The United Nations has dispatched 5 major expedition teams to further investigate, with continuous updates expected from nations around the world. Boom. Shen Hen felt as if struck by lightning. That news was all too familiar to him. Or rather, every soul in the apocalypse had etched it into their memory. For it was on the very night following that broadcast that the world was irrevocably transformed. And then the zombie crisis erupted. Have I truly returned to 20 years ago? Shen Hen exclaimed in astonishment, barely able to believe his rebirth into a pre-apocalyptic world. Yet the stark reality around him was undeniable. This was not a dream, but the real world. He pinched his arm forcefully, the sharp pain confirming his very existence. A hiss escaped him as Shen Hen winced in pain and drew a deep breath. Once fully alert, he sprang into rapid action. Time. Shen Hen immediately glanced at the smartphone charging by his bedside. It read exactly 1:00 noon on September 25, 2025. Indeed, it was unmistakably that very time. Shen Hen recalled that it had been 6 hours since the international news broadcast on television. That very evening at 6 o'clock sharp, the global zombie crisis erupted in full force. With the dense population of Z country, the infection spread with alarming speed. The city of Hong, where he now found himself, had been overrun by the zombie virus within just 6 hours. No, I must do something, he thought urgently. In his mind, Shen Hen realized that with only 6 hours until the outbreak, there was scarcely anything he could achieve in that limited time. Yet most importantly, in that alternate moment, the deepest regret of the whole apocalypse was his parents. For 20 post-apocalyptic years, Shen Hen had not been able to contact his parents. Not from unwillingness, but because it was simply impossible. When he arrived in Dongling City, once home to his parents, they had long vanished without a trace. He had spared no effort in his desperate search for them. Yet in the end, there was not even a hint of news about them. Shen Hen knew that perhaps his parents had already met a tragic fate, though he refused to acknowledge it. But this time he had a chance to prepare his parents in advance for surviving this cruel apocalypse, and then seek them out once more. This time, by any means necessary, he would never lose contact with his parents again. As he steeled himself, a rare glimmer of emotion softened his previously hardened eyes. He unlocked his phone, an object long untouched, and fumbled through its interface until he finally found a number that was all too familiar. DDD. The familiar tone of the dial tone filled the room as Shen Hen, heart pounding, awaited an answer. While on the call, he changed into a set of long-sleeved, autumn-appropriate athletic wear. He retrieved his best pair of sneakers from the dilapidated shoe rack, and at last the number he had been calling answered. Hello, Xiaohan. From the other end came the voice of a woman, a voice so familiar that when Shen Hen heard it, long-buried emotions surged painfully in his heart. Mom. Shen Hen's voice was hoarse, perhaps having not spoken to anyone for so long his words sounded awkward and strained. Oh dear child, isn't it work time? How do you have time to call your mother? Are you short on money again? He'll call you back. So her words flowed from the other end. Shen Hen felt his throat tighten as he recalled the days when, after failing academically, he had dropped out and found work nearby. At that time, freshly out of school and entirely penniless, he had depended on his parents for everything, from meals to rent. Though it was embarrassing, they always provided him with money to work hard. Shen Hen felt a pang of guilt towards his parents, for he believed he had wasted his time in college, unable to continue and ridiculed for his poor grades by peers. Indeed, it was his poor interpersonal relationships and constant bullying that had forced him to drop out and seek work. In hindsight, quitting seemed the right choice. Had he not endured months of brutal hardship in society, Shen Hen might never have survived 20 post-apocalyptic years. No, Mom. Recently, I heard from a colleague that a virus from M country has reached our area. Everything here has become chaotic, and the government has ordered everyone to remain indoors today. The virus is expected to spread to your area very soon, so you and your father must head to the nearby supermarket before 6 this evening to stock up on supplies. Preferably secure non-perishable snacks and water. Prepare enough for months, if not half a year. and then stay indoors, locking all doors and windows, avoiding contact with anyone. Suppressing his emotions, Shen Hen recited everything he intended in one breath. On the other end, upon hearing of the severe virus, his mother's first concern was not for herself, but for him, as she exclaimed, "What? Is there really a severe virus outbreak? Son, are you all right over there? Take good care of yourself." Shen Hen reassured, "I'm fine, Mom. I'm safe at home. Is Dad at home? You must, as I said, go and prepare with him." Shen Hen urged, to which his mother replied, "Your father is indeed home. Today we are all resting. Son, don't worry about us. I'll prepare with your father as you said." Husband, what's the matter? Is this Xiao Hen calling?" A mature male voice emerged from the other end, and Shen Hen recognized it as his father's. With a beep, he hung up, feeling as though a heavy stone had finally been lifted from his heart. Shen Hen recalled that the outbreak in Dongling City was believed to occur later than in Xiaohong, thus before 6 in the evening there should be few zombies. He had just instructed his parents to stock up on essentials from the nearby supermarket, and judging by the gravity and solemnity in his tone, he was confident they would be properly prepared. After hanging up the phone, Shen Hen took a deep breath. He glanced at the time on his smartphone. He had less than 6 hours left. It was impossible to go to Dongling City to find his parents. There were no direct flights or trains to Dongling. Even if there were, he would not dare to board a flight so close to the apocalypse. So during this time, he needed to prepare thoroughly for himself. Even though Shen Hen knew he wouldn't be infected by zombies in the early days of the apocalypse, he didn't want to live a life of hiding. This time, since he was reborn with 20 years of experience from the apocalypse, he had to live better, become stronger, and stay ahead of the world. Shen Hen thought carefully. In the early days of the apocalypse, what humanity needed most was undoubtedly enough food, water, and a safe shelter. The rental apartment he lived in was on the 5th floor, and there were few people nearby, making it a decent refuge. As for food and water, he would need money to buy them. On the first day of the apocalypse, the water supply should not yet be contaminated by the zombie virus. However, once a single zombie jumped into the water supply would be contaminated by the zombie virus. He had to stockpile enough water and food to safely get through the early days of the apocalypse. But now buying the necessary food and water required quite a bit of money. Besides food and water, he also needed to buy a weapon and rent a vehicle powerful enough to crash through zombies. He knew a place for cold weapons to deal with zombies. As for the vehicle, he would also need money to rent it. "I need some money," Shen Hen thought. He didn't have much savings. After all, he had only been working for a few months, and he relied on his parents to pay the rent. But he knew a place that could provide him with enough money. Shen Hen hurried downstairs, casually hailed a taxi, and instructed the driver to take him to a specific location. During the ride, he urged the driver to go as fast as possible, and the driver readily agreed. After about 10 minutes, Shen Hen arrived at a building housing a game hall. This should be the place. He remembered a friend telling him that the owner here was a moneylender. "Stop. What do you want?" A man in black blocked his path. Shen Hen replied in a deep voice, "I'm looking for your boss." Looking for our boss." The man in black looked surprised, and then said, "Follow me." Led by the man in black, Shen Hen entered a room on the top floor. Sure enough, he saw a bald man reclining with a smile on his face looking at him. The bald man said, "Little brother, are you the one looking for me?" "No nonsense, I need to borrow money, 50,000. You set the interest, and he'll pay you back in a month." The bald man was taken aback by Shen Hen's decisiveness, then clapped and laughed. "Oh, borrowing 50,000 right off the bat. Little brother, you might not be able to handle that. However, I love dealing with straightforward people like you." "Huh, give him 50,000. The bald man was not worried about Shen Hen running away. He thought this young man looked like a typical college student he could easily handle. Shen Hen received a promissory note and signed his name. As for the 50,000, he chose to transfer 30,000 to his phone and kept 20,000 in cash. Shen Hen walked out of the game hall expressionless, but he secretly smiled coldly. This person still wanted to cheat him. Did he really think he was just a lamb to be slaughtered with that 50% interest? He wouldn't need a month. Just getting through tonight would suffice. Even if that bald guy wanted to ask him for money, he probably wouldn't have the life to do so. Shen Hen called another taxi and told the driver a destination. While in the car, Shen Hen opened his phone and found the supermarket section on the food delivery app he often used. He needed enough food. However, going shopping by himself was obviously not realistic. Firstly, he had no car, and secondly, he didn't have that much time or energy. Yet there was a kind of person in this world called delivery drivers. No matter the weather, there was no place they couldn't deliver to. Shen Hen placed an order at the largest supermarket in Xiaohong City, perhaps one of the most expensive orders ever. He spent a full 10,000 yuan ordering everything he wanted before stopping. 100 packs of compressed biscuits, dozens of packs of storable bread, and 100 bags of large chicken legs. He also bought a variety of snacks such as chicken feet, hot dogs, biscuits, chocolates, and more. Not to mention beverages, several cases of cola, Red Bull, and so on. He didn't stop until he hit the 10,000 mark. One, he didn't have that much money left. Two, he was afraid the largest supermarket wouldn't deliver to him. With such a large order, Shen Hen estimated that the supermarket would need a small truck to deliver it. In the order notes, he specified that he wanted the delivery to be brought to the 5th floor and placed in the living room. His home door was not locked, and Shen Hen even made a special phone call to remind them. The taxi finally arrived at the destination, and Shen Hen got out to find it was an antique shop. He rushed inside. An old man wearing retro glasses smiled and asked customer, "What would you like to buy? Do you have any knives, sharp-edged ones?" Shen Hen asked, glancing at the antiques displayed on the shelves. The old man was startled and thought Shen Hen was an undercover cop. He hurriedly shook his head. "No, I only sell antiques, nothing regulated. If you're not buying anything, please leave." Shen Hen remained silent for a moment, then threw a neat stack of cash onto the old man's table. "I know you have a mountain knife here, one with a sharp edge, good material. Wrap it up for me," Shen Hen said expressionlessly. The old man was surprised, looked at Shen Hen, quickly put the 10,000 yuan off the table away, and inspected the knife carefully before smiling at Shen Hen. "Hey, young man, you must be a regular here, right? Your eyes are quite sharp." "Old man, I have a bad memory. I almost forgot that I indeed have a mountain knife here. Wait, I'll get it for you right now." Shen Hen nodded seriously on the surface, but smirked coldly inside. He had discovered that knife by chance in his previous life. The material was excellent, and could even cut through the skin of evolved zombies. Moreover, that knife had accompanied him for several years. How could he possibly forget it? The old man soon brought the knife, but it was already packed in a rectangular black box. Shen Hen opened the box to inspect it. The gleaming blade was sharp, clearly polished with care. The blade was 2 feet long and weighed 2 jin, making it longer and heavier than the average mountain knife. What truly amazed Shen Hen was that he had once used this knife to kill an evolved zombie. Most evolved zombies had skin and flesh evolved to the point where ordinary firearms couldn't easily penetrate, only large-caliber guns could. Yet this knife could easily pierce through the flesh of evolved zombies, demonstrating its sharpness. After inspecting the knife, Shen Hen repackaged it in the small black box and left. He called for another taxi heading towards the car rental market. During the ride, he also searched for the phone number of a water delivery company and called them to request 100 barrels of water to be delivered to his home. What does 100 barrels of water mean? If one barrel is 5 gallons, that's 18. 9 liters weighing 37. 8 jin, 100 barrels would amount to 1890 liters. Not counting the food, this water alone would be enough to sustain him for a year based on the human daily requirement of 2 liters. Of course, if he wanted to be extravagant, he could even use some of this water to bathe. Upon arriving at the car rental market, Shen Hen inquired for quite a while before finding the only black SUV in the entire market. According to the rental agent, this SUV was equipped with the most powerful configuration in terms of power, performance, and hardware. Forget about Land Rovers and Hummers. This vehicle could even stand up to a tank. Shen Hen's eyes lit up, and he immediately told the rental agent that he wanted to rent this vehicle. This was a divine weapon for the apocalypse. With this SUV, after some modifications, he would truly be unbeatable. No matter how small or evolved the zombies were, he could crash through them all. However, the owner said that renting this vehicle required at least a week's time and would cost 20,000. Shen Hen cursed the owner for being a crook in his heart. 20,000 for a week. In the second-hand car market, he could buy a used car for that amount, plus a bit more. However, for the sake of this zombie-crashing divine weapon, Shen Hen agreed without hesitation. With 10,000 cash on hand, and another 17,000 left after buying food and water, Shen Hen realized he only had 27,000 left from the 50,000 he had just borrowed. He spent 10,000 on the knife, 10,000 on food, 3,000 on water, and now renting the vehicle would cost another 20,000. However, in the apocalypse, money was only good for wiping one's backside. After tonight, it would be useless. Shen Hen didn't care at all. He handed 20,000 cash to the rental owner and transferred another 20,000 to him. After receiving the keys, Shen Hen happily drove off in his black SUV. Shen Hen didn't drive home right away. Instead, he went to a nearby large hospital. He casually found a doctor and asked for some packaged syringes, needles, injectors, and fluid containers, as well as disinfectant alcohol. He also requested some antibiotics, fever medications, cold remedies, and painkillers. The doctor looked at him in surprise and immediately refused. The medicine could be sold, but syringes and needles were off limits. Shen Hen smiled, quoted a price, and transferred the last 7,000 yuan from his phone to the doctor. Only then did the doctor seem to understand preparing what Shen Hen needed. Shen Hen took the items and left without saying anything more. Medicines are essential in the apocalypse. He had seen too many people die from minor illnesses due to the lack of medication. A simple fever could be more terrifying than those zombies. So preparing some medications in advance was definitely a wise choice. As for syringes, they were the most important items for Shen Hen since his rebirth. Driving back to the residential area in an off-road vehicle, Shen Hen checked the time and was surprised to find it was already past 3 o'clock. He parked the car in the underground garage, grabbing a small black box containing a knife and a black bag filled with medicine bottles and syringes. As Shen Hen prepared to head upstairs, he noticed a water delivery truck parked nearby. 3 men in blue work uniforms were busily carrying water upstairs. Shen Hen greeted them briefly before running upstairs himself, placing the knife and medicine bottles in his bedroom. However, upon opening the living room door, he was taken aback. The apartment Shen Hen rented was quite spacious, featuring a living room, a bedroom, with a balcony, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Due to the lack of renovation, it was not expensive. Yet at this moment, the once relatively empty living room was now filled with items. He had closed the bedroom door in advance. There was only enough space in the living room for storage. Most of the food was neatly arranged in one corner. Despite having purchased 1,000 yuan worth of food, it didn't take up much space. Most of the living room was piled high with water buckets. Shen Hen counted the food: 100 bags of compressed biscuits, chicken legs, and so forth. The supermarket hadn't missed anything. As for the water, half of it had been brought upstairs. The 3 men transporting water looked at Shen Hen with curiosity, clearly not understanding why this young man had bought so much water at once. Shen Hen didn't say much and began to help carry the water. Each bucket weighed a hefty 37.8 pounds, and moving them from the first floor to the 5th floor was no light task. After helping carry a few buckets, Shen Hen was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. It was tiring, but also a great opportunity for exercise. Taking a short break, Shen Hen handed each of the 3 men a bottle of cola and resumed his water-carrying training. Standing at 182 meters tall, he was not short. However, he was not particularly muscular, rather he was somewhat lean. After helping the 3 workers carry over 10 buckets, he finally managed to bring all 100 buckets into the living room. Exhausted, Shen Hen collapsed onto the bed, gasping for air. A wave of fatigue washed over him. He felt utterly drained after accomplishing so much in just a few hours. Once he had rested a bit, he closed the living room door and locked it. He then went to the bathroom to take a shower, washing away the sweat from earlier. After finishing his shower, Shen Hen changed into a loose-fitting black casual outfit. Glancing at his phone, he saw that it was already past 5 o'clock. The zombie crisis must have already begun to erupt. Shen Hen intended to call his parents to check on their safety, but the phone line was completely dead. He realized that with the apocalypse having started, it was highly unlikely for the phone lines to function. Laying back on the bed, he stared at the ceiling in a daze. The apocalypse was about to descend once more. This was the second time he was experiencing the end of the world. In his previous life, he had survived for a full 20 years during the apocalypse. He could say he had lived to the very end. He might be the last human on Earth. However, Shen Hen clearly understood that his prolonged survival during the apocalypse was not due to strength, but rather sheer luck. After all, no one would expect that a person injected with a strength-enhancing serum only comparable to a 3rd-tier enhancer could survive until the very end. To note, even those high-tier enhancers and superpowered individuals did not outlast Shen Hen. After experiencing that cruel and brutal apocalypse, he had made a firm resolution. This time he would definitely grow stronger than anyone else. He would stand at the forefront of this world, at the forefront of the enhancers. Even if he was equally not favored by the heavens in this life, and did not gain any superpowers, he would still become an enhancer unafraid of the zombie virus infection. In his previous life, he injected a 3rd-tier enhancer serum without even knowing his body's compatibility with the virus, which was an absolutely unwise choice. It wasn't until he learned that his body's compatibility with the evolution liquid was as high as 70% that he found himself at a loss for words. A 70% compatibility rate. That was the level that could allow one to become a 7th-tier enhancer. 7th-tier enhancers were essentially the strongest beings in the early stages of the apocalypse. Of course, this was excluding some special superpowered individuals. This time Shen Hen made up his mind. Even if presented with a 5th-tier enhancer serum, he would not inject it. After all, among the core powers of humanity, which included enhancers, superpowered individuals, and evolved humans, only evolved humans could be immune to the zombie virus. Unbeknownst to him, fatigue swept over Shen Hen. After checking that all windows and doors were closed, he lay down on the bed, covered himself with a blanket, and fell asleep. He was utterly exhausted today and needed rest. A sharp scream pierced through the night sky. Shen Hen was jolted awake by the scream, instantly on high alert. Quickly scanning his surroundings, Shen Hen swiftly drew out his sharp machete. It wasn't until he confirmed there was no immediate danger that he relaxed. Checking the time on his phone, he realized it was already 8 in the evening. The apocalypse had fully erupted. On the first day of the apocalypse, the night was not dark at all. The entire city seemed to be illuminated by the flames caused by the explosions. The ground was drenched in human blood, a sea of red. The stench of blood filled the air, mingled with the scent of decay. The familiar aura of the apocalypse had finally arrived. Finally, it's here. Shen Hen murmured, seemingly recalling many memories. Through the endless flames, Shen Hen could clearly see the scenes on the street below. Countless humans turned into zombies were clawing and chasing after those who were still desperately fleeing. Humans being chased by the zombie horde were all inevitably brought down to the ground by the zombies. No matter how they struggled, a gruesome fate awaited them, being disemboweled. "Ah, help save me." A woman who had been knocked down cried out. A zombie was gnawing on her arm, and she no longer had the strength to run. She was engulfed in fear. Not far in front of her, a terrified man was running in panic. Even though the woman behind him was his girlfriend. Even though he might have had the ability to save her just moments ago. But now he would never look back. Fear had already consumed his body. "I'm sorry, I can't." The man shouted in terror as he ran. However, he did not know that zombies were attracted to noise. He hadn't run far before he was surrounded by a horde of zombies. His arm was being torn by two zombies, followed by a scream filled with extreme terror. Puff! The man's arms were brutally torn off by the zombies. Blood spurted into the air, and he, overwhelmed by fear and pain, fainted. Awaiting him were the rotting claws of a horde of zombies. A large truck sped over with its headlights on, crushing a bunch of zombies along with the man's body into a meat paste. In the driver's seat of the truck, a middle-aged man was frantically controlling the steering wheel. Fear and dread had vanished from his face. Only endless madness remained. "Ha, die! You bunch of man-eating monsters, go die!" Bang, bang, bang. Countless zombies were crushed to death, turned into meat paste. Yet as he wildly crashed into the zombies, he failed to notice a bus full of zombies coming around the corner. Boom! The two massive vehicles collided, and the truck driver's mad laughter abruptly ceased. The violent crash didn't take his life, but it left him severely injured and unable to move. Several zombies crawled out of the bus, making their way into the truck through the shattered windshield. The man's face was filled with horror as he screamed, "No, don't eat me." However, what awaited him was a horrific face rotten beyond recognition, with even the eyeballs popping out of their sockets. A desperate scream echoed once more. Clattering. Shen Hen pulled up the curtains, not wanting to waste any more time. He had seen too many tragic scenes during the apocalypse. He was already accustomed to them. Shen Hen checked the living room door again, ensuring it was securely locked. He took a few bottles of sports drinks and returned to his bedroom. The space in the bedroom was large enough. Shen Hen did some warm-up exercises before beginning his training. Shen Hen knew very well that to survive and become stronger in the apocalypse, he needed to undergo constant training to enhance his physical capabilities. Because even with enhancer serums or evolution liquids, the prerequisite for injection was a host with strong physical qualities. Simply put, if one didn't have a good physique, even if enough evolution liquid was placed before him, Shen Hen wouldn't dare to inject it. Indeed, injecting evolution liquid would turn one into an evolved being. However, evolution liquid is derived from the brains of zombies. The evolution liquid, also known as virus source liquid, is what allows humans to kill zombies and extract a black liquid from their brains. Scientifically, this black liquid is called virus source liquid, but in the apocalypse, humans referred to it as evolution liquid. The virus source liquid is the energy source that sustains the actions of zombies. If humans extract enough virus source liquid and inject it into their bodies, they may become powerful evolved beings. Of course, not everyone's body can adapt to this virus source liquid. Fundamentally, the virus source liquid is also a zombie virus, just a more advanced form. The most important factor in becoming an evolved being is the compatibility rate between human genetic cells and the virus source liquid. A compatibility rate of 10% offers a chance to become a first-tier evolved being. Exceeding 20% means one becomes a second-tier. This continues up to the 9th tier. There are no 10th-tier evolved beings, as no human genes can perfectly integrate with the zombie virus. During his 20 years in the apocalypse, Shen Hen heard that the highest compatibility rate was 95, and there hasn't been anything higher since. His own 70% compatibility rate could be considered a 7-star physique capable of becoming a 7th-tier evolved being. Of course, this is provided he does not inject the enhancer serum. Those whose genetic integration rate falls below 10% are ineligible for the evolution serum. Forcing administration would overwhelm their bodies, triggering catastrophic genetic mutations. Such individuals risk transforming into immensely powerful mutated zombies. Coincidentally, Shen Hen's prior knowledge revealed that among the new humans surviving the first 5 years after the apocalypse, over 90% possessed integration rates below 10%, meaning only 1 in 10 survivors could become evolved beings. Within that elite 10%, most exhibited integration rates under 50%, thus evolved beings of grade 5 or higher remained exceedingly rare in the post-apocalyptic world. Those incapable of integrating the viral source serum or achieving only minimal integration largely opted for the safer, more efficient enhancer agent instead. In his previous life, Shen Hen made precisely that choice. Yet upon learning his own integration rate reached 70%, marking him as a 7-star physique. He deeply regretted it. This time granted a second chance, he was resolute he would become an evolved being. Of course, possessing the 7-star physique alone was insufficient. He also required a body robust enough to withstand the injection of the viral source serum. His current physical condition, however, fell far short. Thus, he committed himself to intense training. After several sets of push-ups, his arms burned with searing fatigue. He uncapped a sports drink and drained it in one long, thirsty gulp. Glug glug. Half the bottle vanished, and instantly renewed energy surged through his veins. Every cell in his body seemed to ignite with fierce, radiant heat. Shen Hen resumed training. Leg muscle conditioning, abdominal strengthening, endurance drills, arm resistance work, plunging himself into a near-demonic state of relentless rigor. Having survived 2 decades in the apocalypse, Shen Hen possessed a will forged beyond any mortal standard in this world. Exhaustion and pain held no dominion over his consciousness. Yet he knew better than to overstrain his body. Doing so would invite injury. Thus, on day 1 of the apocalypse, nearly all his training remained deliberately restrained. Even push-ups and sit-ups were performed in modest sets. On the second day of the apocalypse, Shen Hen began feeling deep, pervasive soreness radiating from his muscles. Clearly, the brutal regimen of the night before had taken its toll. Yet he did not yield, for alongside the ache came something far more vital: strength. Yes, even the subtlest shift was unmistakable. His raw power had increased. After a breakfast rich in protein, hydration, caloric energy, and essential vitamins, he launched once more into grueling physical training. By the end of the first week, the apocalypse's inaugural week saw cities across the globe overrun by the undead. Through early news reports and his own harrowing brush with death, humanity grasped the horrifying truth: the world had ended. Anyone scratched or bitten by a zombie would inevitably succumb to the infection and rise again as one. The sole reliable method to kill a zombie: a precise shot to the head. Zombies possessed extraordinary physical might, roughly 1.5 times that of an average adult male. If a healthy man's combined arm strength totaled 50 kilograms, a zombie's exceeded 75. Naturally, this varied depending on the host's premutation physiology. By the 7th day, most survivors had fully internalized a fundamental truth: survival demanded unity and shelter. Hiding within reinforced structures was non-negotiable. Countless survivor squads formed larger groups, even coalesced into fortified human enclaves, true bastions of civilization reborn. Nations across the globe had fallen utterly to the undead. Human institutions, the law governance infrastructure, lay in ruins. In essence, the world now belonged to the dead. With sovereign states erased, geopolitical strife ceased to exist. Only scattered survivors persisted, struggling, enduring, clinging fiercely to life. And while humanity fought merely to survive, Shen Hen sought something singular: his own path of evolution. Day 7 of the apocalypse. In his bedroom, Shen Hen completed yet another round of brutal, high-intensity training. Thick beads of sweat streamed ceaselessly from his brow and temples. His face, set in grim, unyielding resolve, twisted into something fierce, almost feral. He had endured. Only when he had fulfilled every planned exercise of the day did he finally collapse onto his soft bed, breath ragged and labored from exertion. His limbs had long since numbed into dull, heavy oblivion. The sharp sting of pain had faded entirely. Yet Shen Hen felt it unmistakably: his body had grown stronger. His arm strength now vastly surpassed what it had been 7 days prior. If his biceps once lifted roughly 100 gene, they now bore 150 gene with ease. His leg power and overall stamina had surged even more dramatically. Excellent. These arduous days of discipline had borne fruit. Moreover, his steady intake of meat and protein had transformed his formerly frail frame into something solid and dense. His abdominal and pectoral muscles now emerged with clear definition. Shen Hen stripped off his sweat-soaked shirt and filled a wash basin with purified water drawn from pre-stocked mineral water drums. Dampening a towel, he wiped the salt and exhaustion from his skin. By day 2 of the apocalypse, the city's water and electricity had already failed. Though frugal with water, the 3rd-tier enhancement potion, along with the evolution liquid that could make him a 1st-tier evolver, completely moved him. Shen Hen was willing to take the risk for it, because that was an essential item for him to be at the forefront of humanity in the apocalypse. As he opened the door, a pungent stench wafted in. Shen Hen tightened his grip on the mountain-cutting knife and slowly walked into the corridor. Each floor of this rental building had 2 rental rooms. Opposite Shen Hen, if he remembered correctly, lived an elderly couple. However, the door across was tightly shut and did not open. Yet a pile of minced flesh mixed with blood was flowing out from the gap under the door into the corridor. Shen Hen took a deep breath, instinctively adjusted his breathing, and told himself not to be nervous. As he carefully descended the stairs, taking his first step on the staircase, Shen Hen lowered his footsteps. He was very clear that the zombies were most sensitive to sound. If his footsteps were a bit louder, he would definitely be discovered by the zombies. Upon reaching the fourth floor, Shen Hen couldn't help but stop. There were zombies. On the fourth floor, the doors of both households were wide open. In the corridor, a blood-soaked zombie was wandering continuously, emitting low growls. The moment Shen Hen saw the zombie, it seemed that the zombie noticed him as well. Roar! The zombie abruptly turned its head and charged towards him. Kill! Without any hesitation, the moment the zombie approached him, Shen Hen gripped the mountain-cutting knife tightly and cleaved the zombie's head in half, as if chopping vegetables. Puff! The zombie's head burst open with brain matter mixed with droplets of blood splattering everywhere. Shen Hen discovered a drop of black, viscous liquid in the pile of zombie brain matter on the ground. It was not much, just a small drop, but it looked extremely disgusting. Evolution liquid. Shen Hen, quick and skillful, took out the syringe he had in his pocket and extracted the drop of evolution liquid into it. Then he injected the evolution liquid into the glass bottle he had prepared for storing it. Only after sealing the bottle with its cap did he put away his belongings. Walking in the corridor on the fourth floor, both sides of the room doors were open. Shen Hen glanced left and right, noticing that there was another zombie in the room on the left. The zombie charged at him with outstretched claws upon seeing him. Shen Hen tightened his grip on the sharp mountain-cutting knife and began to slash at the zombie's head. Puff! Shen Hen did not exert much effort. The mountain-cutting knife had already penetrated the zombie's head. There was a reason why killing these two zombies was so easy for Shen Hen. Firstly, due to training, Shen Hen's combined arm strength now reached 150 pounds. He was significantly stronger than an average adult male. Secondly, the mountain-cutting knife in his hand was already very sharp. Thirdly, the skin and bones of zombies were actually much softer than those of humans. Thus, it was quite easy to chop them. Taking out the syringe again to extract the evolution liquid, Shen Hen slowly descended the stairs. He walked slowly, not in a hurry. Moreover, when he killed the zombies earlier, he did not make much noise. After all, he had grown accustomed to living quietly in the apocalypse. The 3 floors below did not have any zombies emerging. After Shen Hen went downstairs, he rushed towards the nearby parking garage. His large off-road vehicle was still in the garage. Roar! 2 zombies closest to him noticed him and lunged towards him with their gaping mouths. Seeing this, Shen Hen took a few steps back. He created distance between the nearest zombie and another one. At his current strength, tackling 2 zombies simultaneously posed some risks. Therefore, he chose to deal with them one by one. Zombies lacked intelligence, and after Shen Hen pulled back, one zombie charged right in front of him. Without hesitation, Shen Hen swung his knife, and the zombie's head flew off. Then the second zombie met the same fate. Old rules. Extracting the evolution liquid, Shen Hen hurriedly found his off-road vehicle in the garage. Using the car keys he had prepared, he opened the door and immediately got in. He first threw the backpack he carried onto the passenger seat, and then started the large off-road vehicle. Scrape. The off-road vehicle sped out of the garage. The powerful off-road vehicle left tire tracks on the ground. As Shen Hen drove onto the main road, he noticed that not many zombies were chasing him. Only a few scattered zombies were pursuing his large off-road vehicle. Clearly, the earlier explosion had perfectly attracted most of the zombies' attention. Otherwise, Shen Hen estimated that he would never have been able to reach the garage and get into his large off-road vehicle so easily. Bang! The large off-road vehicle crashed into a zombie charging towards him, yet it seemed to face no resistance as it continued to speed forward. Shen Hen barreled through the bloody path created by his off-road vehicle. In the 2 residential areas beside the main road, survivors hiding in the buildings watched this scene, all with wide eyes. Look, someone is going out. Damn, is the driver of that off-road vehicle crazy? How dare he go out with so many zombies around? Isn't that driver a fool? Haha, just wait to be eaten by the zombies. Shen Hen did not hear the group of survivors hiding in the buildings discussing him. He simply accelerated the speed of the off-road vehicle. The over-high large off-road vehicle used its massive wheels to crush a bloody path through a small group of zombies. Roar, roar, roar. Zombies continuously charged towards the off-road vehicle. However, without exception, they were all knocked away, or they were directly turned into mush by the large off-road vehicle. As Shen Hen drove through the bloody path with the off-road vehicle, the survivors still hiding in the buildings were left dumbfounded, all expressing their shock. What's going on? Why are there fewer zombies on the street? Damn, it seems he really drove out. Hey, don't run, brother. Wait for me. Take me with you. However, Shen Hen had already dashed out and could not hear their shouts. Damn it. Not helping when someone is about to die. What kind of person is this? Don't let me run into you again. The survivors hiding in the buildings cursed as they saw Shen Hen driving away. They did not take to heart what they had just cursed Shen Hen with. It seemed that such things were only natural in the apocalypse. Shen Hen drove the large off-road vehicle towards the eastern edge of the city. As he got closer to the eastern edge, increasingly larger groups of zombies emerged. Shen Hen dared not let his off-road vehicle sustain any damage. Moreover, with the increasing number of zombies, he could no longer drive close to the crash site of that helicopter. Screech. Shen Hen suddenly slammed on the brakes. The black off-road vehicle made a sharp stop, swerving sideways and knocking a few zombies away before coming to a steady halt. Shen Hen no longer dared to drive closer. Before him was a visible tide of corpses. The tide of corpses surged together, rushing towards the flames formed by the explosion. Roar, roar, roar. Amidst the tide of corpses, sharp screams of zombies echoed. Shen Hen no longer dared to approach, quickly hitting the brakes and making a turn. After knocking a few scattered zombies away, Shen Hen drove the vehicle into the yard of a residential building with an open gate. Shen Hen slung the backpack on his back, pulled out the car keys, and put them in his pocket. He lifted the backpack with one hand and gripped the mountain cutting knife tightly with the other. Taking a deep breath, Shen Hen's gaze turned cold as he suddenly exited the vehicle. Huh. A few zombies lunged at him from behind. Shen Hen swung the mountain cutting knife at the head of a zombie. Roar. The second zombie brushed past him, almost biting his arm. Shen Hen was startled and quickly slashed the zombie. He knew that he was not yet an evolver. A single bite could directly infect him with the virus and turn him into a zombie. Clang. The iron gate of the yard was shut by Shen Hen locked. Roar, roar. A few zombies that had just pounced in front of Shen Hen banged their bloody mouths against the iron gate. Food was merely a barrier away, but the zombies could not reach it. Looking at the rotting, bloodied faces of the zombies, Shen Hen dared not linger any longer. He turned and rushed into the residential building behind him. Shen Hen cautiously entered the house. A low, deep growl echoed, and Shen Hen already guessed that there were zombies here. The iron gate in the yard was open, so it could not be humans inside the house. Crack. The sharp mountain-cutting knife sliced through the flesh and bones of the zombie. Shen Hen extracted the evolution liquid from this zombie's brain, as usual, and then rushed up to the third floor. Through the window of the third-floor room, Shen Hen's view suddenly expanded. He could clearly see how many zombies surrounded the explosion area of the crashed helicopter. The entire road was almost piled high with zombies. If someone dared to make noise at this moment to attract these zombies, that person would definitely be eaten to the bone. Shen Hen frowned, thinking, so many zombies, it seems that the nearby zombies have been attracted by the sound of the helicopter explosion. I need to think of a way to lure this group of zombies away. Sound is a crucial factor in attracting zombies. Humans surviving in the apocalypse must get used to silence, because this is one of the survival rules. However, similarly, sound can also be used to deal with zombies. Shen Hen had seen people driving large Hummers continuously honking to attract zombie hordes, gathering the zombies together and then wiping them out. Although he could use the same method, it was too risky. With Shen Hen's current physical condition, he would never do such a thing. So how could he lure these zombies away? Shen Hen pondered, deeply feeling lost. Just as he was troubled, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out. Bang! It sounded like the explosion of a grenade. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of flames, Shen Hen looked in that direction. The army. It was a small military unit charging in from another road. Several armored vehicles crashed through, knocking over the zombies in their path. On the armored vehicles, soldiers in camouflage uniforms crouched behind heavy machine guns. They continuously fired at the zombie horde. Bang! 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 The bullets from the heavy machine guns rained down on the bodies of those zombies. Some zombies had their heads blown off, while others were turned into mush entirely. Following behind the 5 armored vehicles were over 10 vehicles composed of off-road vehicles, Hummers, and more. This was a small military unit of around 50 to 60 people. Foolish. Shen Hen cursed inwardly. From his perspective, the zombies on that road were piled up like a dragon, filling the entire street. However, the 5 military vehicles coming across from the other road completely failed to see this scene. On the 5 armored vehicles, 2 were equipped with heavy machine guns, more than enough to deal with ordinary zombies. The other 3 had light machine guns and some even mounted rocket launchers. The soldiers in the vehicles fired a shell at the areas with many zombies. Boom! A massive explosion rang out again. In the tide of zombies, most of the zombies were instantly attracted by this explosion and turned towards the military unit. Roar, roar, roar. Aunt. The zombies rushed out like a dense swarm of ants. On the entire street, the densely packed horde of zombies erupted in a frenzy upon hearing the sound of exploding shells, as if they had discovered their prey. Their target was no longer the downed helicopter, but rather the army behind them that dared to provoke and slaughter their comrades. Roar, roar, roar. The chilling roars of the zombies sent shivers down Shen Hen's spine even as he remained in the residential building. This army's target must also be that downed helicopter. Shen Hen thought to himself. If he had previously been puzzled about why the military helicopter had crashed here, now he understood. The helicopter was likely there to support this army, which must have been trapped in Shohong City. Did they have a mission? A question flickered in Shen Hen's eyes. Without dwelling on it further, he shifted his gaze to the street. This convoy that was currently moving was about to clash head-on with the massive tide of corpses. Shen Hen had no idea how many zombies were packed in that dense horde filling the entire street. Thousands of zombies. Or tens of thousands. Or perhaps hundreds of thousands. Finally, when the zombie tide came into view of the army, the 5 leading armored vehicles came to a halt. Stop! Quickly stop! What's going on? Call the captain, we've spotted a large number of zombies approaching us. Damn it, where did so many zombies come from? Quick! Everyone evacuate. Retreat. Retreat. As the first 5 military vehicles stopped, the rest of the convoy also halted. They had discovered the torrent of zombies surging in like a tidal wave, filling the entire road. The convoy began to turn around, starting their escape. The 5 military vehicles at the rear provided cover, but faced with the wave of zombies rushing in like a giant wave, the heavy machine guns proved ineffective. Bang, bang, bang. Several grenades were thrown, blowing up a pile of zombies. However, the explosions only drew the attention of all the zombies on the street. Shen Hen watched the scene before him, his pupils constricting. He had to admit it was absolutely spectacular. The countless zombies were crowded on the wide road. Even though the road was wide enough, there were just too many zombies. They filled the entire road, some even getting squeezed into the nearby buildings. Some zombies were stepping over their fallen comrades, continuously charging towards the fleeing army. Shen Hen took a deep breath. All he could do now was wait. Quietly waiting for the tide of zombies gathered around the downed helicopter to be completely drawn away by the suddenly emerging army. Then he could reap the rewards, collecting the evolution liquid and enhancement potions from the wreckage of the helicopter. The horde moved quickly. As the army drew the zombies' attention, the horde around the nearby street vanished in an instant. Opportunity. A perfect opportunity. Shen Hen grabbed his machete and rushed down the stairs, opening the iron gate in the yard, and drove out directly in an off-road vehicle. Vroom vroom. The engine of the off-road vehicle roared to life, and Shen Hen pushed the speed to its max. He had to say this off-road vehicle he rented was undoubtedly a king among off-roaders. With the speed ramped up, it was hardly inferior to those sports cars. Shen Hen drove fast, and on the whole road, he didn't encounter a single zombie. Clearly, that group of zombies had gone to chase the army. After driving past this road, Shen Hen finally saw the site of the helicopter crash. Screech. Shen Hen slammed on the brakes, abruptly opening the door of the off-road vehicle and charging out. He had arrived. Before him was a park. The electric sliding gate at the entrance of the park was still tightly shut, as if the park had never opened since the outbreak of the apocalypse. Since the vehicle couldn't get in, Shen Hen had no choice but to walk. Fortunately, from his vantage point, he saw not a single zombie in the park. With a backpack full of food, Shen Hen nimbly climbed over the iron gate. The moment he stepped into the park, he felt a breath of fresh air fill his lungs. Compared to the stench of decay, it was evident Shen Hen hadn't breathed such good air for a long time. The air was mixed with a fragrance of osmanthus. In early October, the osmanthus blossoms were in full bloom. The osmanthus trees on either side of the park's green area had already flowered, their orange-yellow petals dancing in the wind, scattering on the ground. Shen Hen cautiously observed his surroundings. To his left was a surveillance security room, presumably where the park's security monitored the cameras. Shen Hen opened the door to the monitoring room, placed his food-laden backpack inside, and then headed into the park. After walking for a while, the sound of zombie roars finally echoed. A zombie emerged from the park's restroom, clawing and rushing towards Shen Hen. Shen Hen gripped his machete tightly, his well-trained arms' muscles bulged. In an instant, his strength surged into the blade. Thud! The sharp machete cleaved through the zombie's skull. Habitually, Shen Hen extracted the evolution liquid from the pile of zombie heads on the ground. After traversing most of the park, he finally spotted the wreckage of the helicopter, still emitting black smoke. The wreckage of the helicopter had crashed onto a patch of grass in the park, scorching the entire area black. Dozens of zombies were gathered around the helicopter wreckage. Clearly, they were the people who had been in the park before the apocalypse. After turning into zombies, they were attracted by the explosion of the helicopter crash. Shen Hen counted, estimating there were over 30 zombies. All the zombies in the park must be here. Over 30 zombies. With my current strength, I cannot possibly deal with these zombies. Unless I lure them away using sound. Shen Hen murmured to himself. The place he was hiding in was the bumper car control room. Next to it were the Ferris wheel and roller coaster. Looking at the more than 30 zombies surrounding the helicopter wreckage, Shen Hen felt a wave of frustration. There were just too many zombies. With his ordinary human physical condition, dealing with 2 zombies at once was already the maximum limit, let alone over 30. If over 30 zombies charged at him together, he wouldn't even have a chance to run. But how to use sound to attract this group of zombies when the park had lost power? Without power, how could he create any sound? But without power, the devices and props in the park also want work. Shen Hen murmured. What to do? Just as Shen Hen was troubled, suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of a solution. Got it. Shen Hen's face brightened. He carefully emerged from the bumper car area, fortunately not being discovered by the horde of zombies. Shen Hen made his way back to the restroom beside the park. On the ground was a dead zombie, the very one he had just killed. It was a female zombie dressed in a black suit and stockings. However, at this point, its entire head had been cleaved apart by Shen Hen, leaving only the body. Though it was somewhat disgusting, Shen Hen nonetheless used his machete to cut open the zombie's clothing and then its body, until the zombie's entrails spilled out with a slosh dropping to the ground. Since I can't lure those zombies away, then I'll blend in with them. Shen Hen smiled quietly, recalling the tricks people often used in the apocalypse. Zombies are beings that have been reborn by the virus after humans have died from infection. The virus granted them the ability to move, but it also destroyed their intellect and souls. In short, zombies are merely mindless beasts. They can hunt humans by relying on their keen senses. For instance, hearing and smell are the best weapons for zombies when chasing humans. But they also have weaknesses. Zombies lack intelligence. Even if they have black and white vision, they do not possess intellect. They can see the world, but cannot comprehend it. Therefore, if a human smears zombie blood on themselves, masking their human scent, then the zombies will be unable to distinguish whether it's a human or another zombie. Shen Hen looked at the disemboweled corpse of the zombie on the ground, feeling helpless. He was reluctant to use such tricks primarily because the blood of zombies carries the zombie virus. If he accidentally touched a wound on human skin, the person would become infected. So this method is dangerous. But now, with no other options, he had to resort to this. Shen Hen reached into the zombie's body, staining his hand with blood and flesh. He smeared the blood all over himself back and forth several times until he had covered every inch of his body with zombie blood. Fortunately, Shen Hen was wearing long-sleeved sportswear and pants suitable for autumn, and most of the zombie blood was smeared onto his clothing. The only places he directly touched with zombie blood were his hands, neck, and face. He could assure that these 3 places on his body had no wounds. Shen Hen even pulled out the zombie's intestines and draped them over his shoulder. He also cut off several fingers from the zombie and tucked them into his hair, until he completed his disguise. At this moment, he looked absolutely like a zombie. A zombie like no other. If he were to encounter a living person, they would likely be frightened by him. Shen Hen felt that if he came across survivors, there was a high possibility of being mistakenly shot by armed survivors. Thus, Shen Hen was not accustomed to using this method to blend into the horde of zombies. The risks were too great. After smearing the zombie blood, Shen Hen tightly gripped the machete, stained with zombie blood. He walked slowly towards the wreckage of the helicopter, taking one step at a time. The low growls of zombies were close at hand. Shen Hen had already passed the bumper car area where he had just been, moving towards the helicopter wreckage. He walked slowly, even limping. At this moment, Shen Hen not only looked like a zombie from the outside, he also appeared more like one in demeanor. He had become utterly lifeless. His eyes were devoid of spirit, extremely lost. When he reached the first zombie, Shen Hen still felt a hint of worry. He didn't deliberately linger to look at the zombie, feigning calmness as he walked towards the helicopter wreckage. The zombie that brushed past him slowly turned its head, staring at Shen Hen. It seemed to sense something was amiss, but lacking intelligence, it could not identify Shen Hen as a human based solely on its sense of smell and hearing. Bang, bang, bang. Walking among the horde of zombies, Shen Hen's heartbeat quickened. Even after 20 years of surviving the apocalypse, he felt fear and terror in the presence of this small group of zombies. He knew that as soon as this group of zombies realized he was human, they could pounce on him in an instant, tearing his body apart and leaving nothing but bones. Or even a mere scratch could lead to his infection and death. Shen Hen walked slowly, step by step. It was as if he was being forced closer to death, walking towards hell. Before him lay an opportunity, a source of immense power. But equally, it was also a descent into the abyss of hell. Crack. A careless moment, and as Shen Hen brushed past a zombie, their shoulders collided. Shen Hen halted in his tracks, his entire being frozen in terror. The rotting body of the zombie felt as if it were a softened, calcium-deficient human body. With that collision, the zombie fell to the ground, its shoulder bones seemingly shattered. Damn it! Shen Hen cursed inwardly. He dared not move, watching the fallen zombie, barely daring to breathe. Shen Hen feared that the surrounding zombies would notice him. He was even more afraid that the zombie he had knocked down would slowly rise and discover he was human. Just one zombie discovering he was human would alert all the others. Zombies communicate with one another, sharing information akin to brainwaves. If that happened, even if he obtained the evolution liquid, he would have no chance to use it. He would be devoured by this horde of zombies. Kill it. Shen Hen gripped the knife tightly, his gaze turning from confusion to cold indifference as he looked at the zombie. Silently kill this zombie without a sound. The surrounding zombies shouldn't notice, right? The zombie that Shen Hen had knocked down stood up, initially looking at him with confusion. Then with a bewildered expression it began to wander around the wreckage of the helicopter, seemingly searching for its prey. Didn't it notice me? Only when Shen Hen saw the zombie leave did he let out a sigh of relief, the tension in his heart finally easing. Thankfully he had restrained himself from acting. Otherwise, if discovered by the other zombies, he would undoubtedly be doomed. With this harrowing lesson, Shen Hen proceeded with even more caution. He deliberately avoided the zombies until he reached the wreckage of the helicopter. Finally, glancing at the military helicopter that had been reduced to ruins due to the explosion, Shen Hen frowned. He first noticed two corpses, two bodies that had lost all flesh. Now only charred skeletons remained. Next to the bodies, Shen Hen also discovered a Type 95 automatic rifle. However, due to the explosion, the gun was severely damaged and unusable alongside a handgun that was also there. Clearly, due to the helicopter crash and explosion, both soldiers' weapons had been rendered useless. Moreover, Shen Hen felt that any grenades the soldiers carried might have exploded along with the helicopter. Otherwise, that explosion sound could not have resonated throughout the entire city. Shen Hen searched through the wreckage of the helicopter and the surrounding area for what he needed. Finally, as he carefully lifted a piece of raised metal, he finally discovered the item he was looking for. Found it. Shen Hen's eyes brightened, his face filled with excitement, and his breathing quickened. It was a small black box, the only intact item left in the wreckage of this helicopter. Shen Hen couldn't help but pick up the small black box, overjoyed. Finally in hand, he exclaimed, staring at the little box with exhilaration. The small black box was light, but it was definitely made of metal material. As for what kind of metal, he did not know. However, its intact condition after such a terrifying explosion indicated just how strong this metal was. And what was protected by such sturdy material was undoubtedly incredibly precious. Shen Hen stared intently at the small black box in his hand, eagerly wanting to open it. However, just as he was about to open the small black box, a breath of death suddenly wafted from behind. Instinctively, Shen Hen flipped the small black box to the side, narrowly avoiding disaster. This was a reflex action of his bodhi's nerves driven by instinct. His brain had not yet registered what was happening. When he finally reacted, he found that a zombie was lunging at him. A zombie whose gaze clearly held a desire for prey and flesh. Damn it! Had he been discovered? Had this zombie been behind him the whole time? The thought sent chills down his spine. Run! Shen Hen dared not linger any longer. Gripping the small black box in one hand and wielding the machete in the other, he sprinted towards the direction with the least zombies. At this moment, the surrounding zombies evidently noticed the human mingling among them. They all roared their gaping mouths, chasing after Shen Hen in a frenzy. Roar! The sound of the zombies' growl seemed to be right beside him. Shen Hen dared not look back. He knew that even a moment's hesitation could mean certain death. He exerted all his strength, running at his fastest speed. Bang, bang, bang. The thundering footsteps of over 30 zombies were deafening. Tension, fear, pressure. All of Shen Hen's strength was unleashed at this moment. His pace quickened, the muscles in his legs kept in a state of extreme tension. He gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body exploding with high intensity. Run. The only word in Shen Hen's mind. As long as he escaped this calamity, he would no longer fear these ordinary zombies and the zombie virus. Shen Hen sprinted while the zombies behind him crazily chased after him, as if they had unlimited stamina. One particularly fast zombie was merely a step away from him. At this moment, if Shen Hen slowed down even a second, he would be knocked to the ground by that zombie. And then he would be met with the bites of over 30 zombies. Shen Hen ran frantically, and suddenly the scene changed around him. He had emerged into the amusement park in the park. Ahead lay a fragrant path lined with osmanthus trees, their orange-red blossoms in full view. Shen Hen knew that his chance of survival had arrived. His gaze fixed firmly on the security room. The iron door of the security room had not been closed when he left, and he had checked that there were no zombies inside. As long as he dashed into the security room and closed that heavy iron door, he could survive. Roar, roar, roar. The pursuing zombies behind him relentlessly pressed on Shen Hen's nerves. Shen Hen thought of his parents, recalling the scenes from his past life, where he had endured 20 years in the apocalypse. Throughout those 20 years, countless companions had left him one by one. All he could do was run, to hide in the dark underground world, never to see the light of day again. Such a life was too oppressive, too despairing. In this second life, Shen Hen did not want to live so oppressed. He certainly did not want to see his friends die one by one, while he lacked the strength to protect them. More importantly, his parents were still waiting for him. A roar of unwillingness erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. No, I refuse to be a weakling any longer. I refuse to live so helplessly. I want power. I want the power to change everything. At this moment, Shen Hen's small universe erupted. Every cell in his body was burning. Shen Hen's speed suddenly increased. Roar. The relentless zombies, hearing this roar, paused for a moment. Then they crazily intensified their chase after Shen Hen. That was the call of food. That was a call that excited them even more. When the fastest zombie was just a step away from its prey, it even stretched out its hand, its fingertips nearly touching the clothing of that prey. Bang! The merciless iron door was slammed shut by Shen Hen with all his might. The zombie that had just reached out its hand had its arm crushed by the door that closed in that instant. Its entire body slammed against the iron door, making a loud bang. Its head was dented in by a significant portion. The nose, eyes, mouth, and other features on its face were smashed open. Its bloodied face had no features left, revealing stark, white bones terrifying to behold. Bang, bang, bang. As Shen Hen shut and locked the iron door, countless banging sounds erupted from outside. Huff! Shen Hen gasped for breath, collapsing against the iron door. Leaning against the door, he remained shaken, unable to regain his composure amidst the fear. "I'm still alive," Shen Hen reassured himself firmly. If he remembered correctly, this should be the first sentence he spoke after his rebirth. He was unafraid of death, but living was more important than anything. The zombies outside continued to pound on the iron door. The food that was almost within reach had slipped away, clearly enraging that group of zombies. Shen Hen was not afraid of the more than 30 zombies outside breaking in, because the iron door of this monitoring room was undoubtedly thick and sturdy. The monitoring room was basically sealed by thick walls, with the only window facing out to the park. However, the park's electric gate remained tightly closed. Shen Hen looked at the small black box tightly gripped in his hand. Fortunately, this small black box was not heavy. He could hold it with one hand. Otherwise, he didn't know if it would have been dropped during his frantic escape. "For you, I almost lost my life. Please don't let me down." Shen Hen glanced at the small black box in his hand and finally opened it. Sure enough, upon seeing the 2 vials of potion inside the small black box, he felt a surge of excitement. Inside the box, 2 vials of differently colored liquids were neatly arranged. One vial contained a thick pitch-black liquid that looked frightening. The other vial held a golden liquid appearing exceedingly noble. 2 vials, one contains evolution liquid, and the other is a strengthening potion, and it's a 3rd-tier strengthening potion. Shen Hen murmured as he looked at the 2 vials. In his previous life, he had directly discarded the pitch-black evolution liquid, choosing to inject the golden strengthening potion. That was a wrong choice that left him with merely the strength of a 3rd-tier enhancer. This time his choice was firm. It was that bottle of pitch black as night evolution liquid. In the apocalypse, the new humanity can be broadly categorized into 3 systems. The first comprises enhanced individuals who utilize human technology and enhancement serums to strengthen their bodies. The second type consists of evolvers who merge their genes with the evolutionary liquid found in the brains of zombies. The third type includes abilities users who, upon activation of the second layer of the pyramid, are exposed to the ability beams during the global black light radiation. Among these 3 types, the enhancement serum is the simplest and safest. Shen Hen looked at the golden enhancement serum in his hand. As long as he injected this 3rd-tier enhancement serum into his bloodstream, he would not have to endure the pain of gene fragmentation and recombination. He could directly become a 3rd-tier enhanced individual. A 3rd-tier enhanced individual comparable to a 3rd-tier evolver. He estimated that relying solely on the evolutionary liquid and evolutionary source crystals obtained from hunting zombies would take him at least half a year to reach this level. However, this time he would absolutely not choose such a shortcut method. The enhancement serum could indeed grant him immediate body strengthening and physique comparable to a 3rd-tier evolver. But it also has its drawbacks. If he injected the enhancement serum, then the ultimate limit of his strength would only be 5th tier. 5th tier, not too high nor too low. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it was an almost invincible existence. 10 years into the apocalypse, it would be nothing more than scum. Moreover, once he injected the enhancement serum, his body would no longer be able to merge with the evolutionary liquid in the zombies' brains. In simple terms, becoming an enhanced individual means he could no longer transform into an evolver. While the upper limit for enhanced individuals is 5th tier, only Shen Hen knows how rare the 5th tier enhancement serum is. He had wandered through the apocalypse for over 10 years before finally finding a single 5th tier enhancement serum. As for anything above 5th tier, that is an impossible existence. So while injecting the enhancement serum is safe and fast, it does have limits. Moreover, becoming an enhanced individual does not grant immunity to the zombie virus. This is because enhanced individuals have not merged their genes with the viral source liquid in the zombies' brains. Thus, enhanced individuals fear the zombie virus. Shen Hen returned the 3rd-tier enhancement serum to the black box and placed the black box into his backpack filled with food. If his gene fusion rate with the evolutionary liquid is below 50%, he would definitely inject this 3rd-tier enhancement serum without a second thought. After all, gaining 3rd-tier power in an instant was an almost invincible existence at the beginning of the apocalypse. However, unfortunately for him, Shen Hen had previously tested his gene fusion rate. He was very clear that his body had a fusion rate of 70% with the evolutionary liquid. A 70% fusion rate. That meant he could become a 7th-tier evolver. In other words, his ultimate limit is to become a 7th-tier powerhouse. Not 5th tier. I will not walk the path of ruin again. Even if I injected the evolutionary liquid, my genes might mutate due to the virus invasion. But no matter how treacherous this path is, I will walk it. Shen Hen made up his mind, resolutely staring at the evolutionary liquid in his hand. That was a sufficient dose to allow him to transform from an ordinary person into a 1st-tier evolver. Although injecting so much evolutionary liquid at once could likely overwhelm his body, even causing it to collapse. But Shen Hen had no choice. The faces of his parents flashed in his mind as if they were waiting for him. Shen Hen knew he needed to grow stronger. He needed to possess sufficient power. He still had to find his parents, and he needed to build a survivor's base. He also needed to recruit those powerful evolvers and abilities users to join his team. He wanted humanity to survive in this cruel apocalypse. He aimed to create a world in the apocalypse where he would no longer be alone. Pop. The cold syringe pierced his vein, and Shen Hen slowly exhaled. If only he had a cigarette right now. Damn it, this old smoker forgot to buy cigarettes while preparing food. Indeed, he was still only thinking about survival. Shen Hen smiled bitterly, muttering to himself, I really hope it won't be so painful this time. The jet black liquid in the syringe was completely injected into his bloodstream, and Shen Hen discarded the syringe. The evolution has begun. At the moment the viral source liquid entered his body, the viral source liquid rampaged like a zombie virus. It sought to occupy Shen Hen's body. A wave of indescribable pain spread throughout Shen Hen's body. It was the agony of his body gradually rotting. It was the suffering of his cells and blood being infected by the virus. The piercing cries of pain seemed to come from hell. Pain. Scorching. Shen Hen felt as if his body was on fire. His blood was boiling. His cells were burning. Crack. Shen Hen tore off his clothes. When his skin was exposed to the air, Shen Hen realized his body was already decaying with pitch-black blood flowing out. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. At this moment, Shen Hen wanted to scream in pain, but his throat felt as if it had rotted, and he couldn't make a sound. In this moment, Shen Hen was gradually losing his sanity. His consciousness was gradually controlled by that rotting aura, and his will was slowly eroding. Every cell in his body felt as if it were being torn apart. Bang, bang, bang. Outside the heavy iron door, dozens of zombies continued to pound on the iron door. As long as they broke through this iron door, they could feast on the food inside. How delicious the blood and flesh are. They haven't tasted human blood and flesh in a long time. Inside the iron door, Shen Hen's body was being invaded by the black liquid. His body had rotted and was gradually being scorched by the black liquid. It was like bathing in highly concentrated sulfuric acid. The jet black liquid instantly invaded his entire body. The flesh on his arm had already been corroded by the black liquid. First the skin, then the blood and flesh. His arm was corroded layer by layer, leaving only the pitch-black bones. Next, under the invasion of the virus, his body lost its skin. The exposed flesh and blood were visible to the air, with blood vessels clearly discernible. The rotting flesh gradually turned black, as if all the vitality and life within were being absorbed by this black liquid. Shen Hen frantically banged his head against the iron door behind him. His consciousness was gradually becoming blurred, and he could no longer see the scenery in front of him. Shen Hen's consciousness was fading. He desperately wanted to sleep. But he knew he must not let his consciousness dissipate, for that would mean death. No, I cannot die. I want to live. I want to survive. Shen Hen desperately tried to stand up, but his legs had been eroded by the viral source liquid, leaving only bones. The bones in his feet and legs had no strength to support him. In the end, Shen Hen's twisted and distorted face was also overtaken by the black liquid. Before him lay only darkness. His consciousness had dissipated. There was no more pain, no more strength to carry on. Everything seemed to return to the origin of the universe. The city lord said, you don't need to participate in tomorrow's battle. Pack your things and prepare to escape. Why? You are too weak. Your power cannot change anything. Why me again? Ningu, I don't want to escape anymore. Let me fight like a man. Even if I fight until the last moment, I want to earn the respect of everyone in this city. I will no longer be a coward. Don't be foolish. A dying is the mark of a coward. Do you think any of us want to live? Remember that stone must always be with you. When you meet the right person, that stone might just have its use. No, I don't want to escape anymore. Ningu, let me stay. Let's leave it at that. The city lord's decision must have its considerations. Shen Hen, you are the perfect person. Do not let us down. Carry everyone's hopes and live well. His blurred consciousness gradually awakened, and suddenly a flash of black light flickered on Shen Hen's rotting body. That black light burst forth from within his body, illuminating every corner of him. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Hen's heart began to beat again, and his vitality instantly revived. His rotting body gradually gained new life. The arms that were left with only bones visibly sprouted new flesh and skin at an astonishing rate. Every part of his body that had been corroded by the virus was visibly regenerating. This scream was a release. It was an explosion. It was power. It was life. All the cells in his body infected by the virus seemed to triumph over the virus, becoming even healthier than before. His genetic sequence was broken. The genetic lock in his body finally broke through at this moment. A sudden surge of power spread throughout his body. Shen Hen suddenly stood up from the ground. His body was filled with power in an instant. The skin that had decayed from the virus regrew, as if reborn from wildfires, and it became more tender and resilient. Evolution. At this moment, Shen Hen's body finally completed its evolution. Every cell in his body became stronger. His genetic cells finally merged with the evolutionary liquid. The genetic lock in his body was shattered. The genetic sequences within his body were continuously being broken and reorganized. His power was constantly growing. 100 kg, 200 kg, 500 kg. His strength had reached the human limit. But the evolution of his body had not yet stopped. 800 kg, 900 kg, 1000 kg. He had reached the strength of a first-tier evolver. When Shen Hen's strength reached 1 ton, his botus evolution finally began to slow down. 1000 kg. It finally stopped. At this moment, Shen Hen had thoroughly broken through the limits of humanity. He shattered the genetic locks within the human body, surpassing human limits. The standard for a first-tier evolver is that a full-powered punch can reach 1000 kg, which is 1 ton. And Shen Hen's punch now had the strength of 1000 kg. In other words, he was already a first-tier evolver. A first-tier evolver. Shen Hen looked at his newly reborn hands. The skin on his tender hands was as smooth as that of a newborn baby. But Shen Hen knew just how terrifying these hands had become. Is this the rebirth after destruction? Did that mysterious black light emanate from within his body? At last the evolution was successful. I have become a first-tier evolver. Shen Hen's heart surged like a tidal wave. Shen Hen clenched his fists, the bones in his fingers crackling. He gazed at the thick wall beside him and threw a powerful punch. Shen Hen's fist actually struck deep into the solid wall. His entire fist was embedded within it. Is this the power of a first-tier evolver? A look of astonishment flashed across Shen Hen's face. He withdrew his fist and examined it, which remained unscathed despite having punched into a solid wall. Whoa! The zombies outside, hearing the sound of the impact, howled even more frantically. Having survived for 20 years in the apocalypse, Shen Hen understood what a first-tier evolver represented. A first-tier evolver is the beginning of ordinary humans breaking the genetic locks of their bodies and completing their evolution. Before the apocalypse, humanity's bodies were constrained by a force that Shen Hen referred to as the genetic lock. Under the genetic lock, humanity could not evolve to become stronger. Humans could touch that lock, but they could not break it. In moments of extreme anger or fear, the human mind could be overtaken by emptiness. That was when humans touched that lock. During that period, human strength would multiply. Shen Hen called it a small cosmic explosion. However, the prerequisite to becoming a first-tier evolver was to break through this small universe. Shen Hen had done it. His power surpassed the limits of humanity. His speed exceeded the limits of humanity. His reaction speed, flexibility, muscle strength, vision, hearing, and sense of smell, every aspect of his physical fitness had surpassed the pre-apocalyptic limits of humanity. If the boxing champion Tyson could deliver a punch with 800 kilograms of force enough to kill a cow, Shen Hen's current strength far exceeded Tyson's. Now with all his might, Shen Hen could deliver a punch exceeding 1000 kg. If Usain Bolt's 100-meter sprint time is 9:58 seconds running over 10 meters per second, then Shen Hen's speed was definitely faster than Bolt's. He could sprint 100 meters in 9 seconds or even 8 seconds. And it wasn't just a momentary burst, it was a sustained speed. Because his stamina and vitality also surpassed the limits of humanity. This meant he could run at a superhuman speed, even for long distances. His bone density and muscle mass had also exceeded human limits. Now if Shen Hen stretched out his arm, even a zombie with poor teeth might not be able to bite through his skin. This is what it means to be an evolver. Even as a first-tier evolver, he was many times stronger than ordinary humans and those common zombies. Moreover, the most important thing was that the newly evolved Shen Hen was now immune to the zombie virus. Even if he was bitten all over by zombies. Even if zombie blood was injected into his veins, he would not be infected by the zombie virus. He no longer had to fear being infected by zombies. He had already stepped to the forefront of the world. Reflecting on the recent experience, Shen Hen felt a wave of confusion. What exactly had happened? He should have failed the evolution just now. How could he have evolved successfully instead? Shen Hen recalled the scene as if it was imprinted in front of his eyes. The rotting bodies. Bodies corroded by the evolution liquid down to mere bones. Those were the gruesome consequences of failed evolution. Indeed, he had injected too much evolution liquid. That one vial of evolution liquid was enough for an ordinary person to evolve into a first-tier evolver. Most humans could only inject 1/10 of the amount he had just injected during their first attempt. Because the first injection of evolution liquid is the most difficult. The human genetic makeup must integrate with the evolution liquid. Human cells must adapt to it. Therefore, during the first time, one must never inject such a large amount. However, Shen Hen had been too impatient, or perhaps he had forgotten this fact. Having never experienced evolution, he had seen other evolvers injecting bottle after bottle of evolution liquid in his previous life. He thought that the amount in that vial of evolution liquid was already quite small. Little did he know his body simply couldn't handle such a large quantity of evolution liquid. If it weren't for that mysterious black light that emanated from my body, just now I might have already died, right? Shen Hen chuckled self-deprecatingly. He had been too reckless. But what exactly was that black light? It not only helped him complete his evolution, but also managed to reshape his body when it was fully corroded by the virus. That black light had emanated from his body. Could it be that small stone? If that were the case, he was indeed very curious about what that person had said to him. What exactly was that stone? A bold thought suddenly emerged in Shen Hen's mind. Could his rebirth also be due to that stone? After pondering for a long time, Shen Hen couldn't figure it out. He shook his head and chose not to think further. No matter what, I have successfully evolved now, Shen Hen said firmly. He didn't know if he was the first evolver, because the evolution liquid and enhancement agents in the helicopter had already made that abundantly clear. Among humans, some had already discovered that the evolution liquid found in the brains of zombies could cause human evolution, and had provided that evolution liquid to the military. But even if he wasn't the first person to become an evolver, he must be among the first batch of evolvers, because it was only the 7th day of the apocalypse. He hadn't even encountered an evolved zombie or a mutated zombie, let alone an evolver, before the second layer of the apocalyptic pyramid had opened. The number of evolvers could be said to be extremely few, and supernatural beings were even less likely to appear. So even as a first-tier evolver, Shen Hen was already among the most powerful of humanity. A woo! Roar! The zombies outside continued to howl, and a cold smile appeared on Shen Hen's face. Just a moment ago, he had been like a stray dog being chased by that group of zombies outside. He felt like a weak antelope being pursued by a pack of hungry wolves. But now Shen Hen was no longer the weak prey. On the contrary, he had become a hunter. As for those zombies outside, they were the prey he intended to hunt. Because he wanted to evolve. To evolve from an ordinary person to a first-tier evolver required 100 drops of evolution liquid. That meant he needed to kill 100 zombies to extract it. Shen Hen had only collected about 10 drops of evolution liquid so far. If it weren't for encountering this crashed helicopter, he probably wouldn't have been able to collect 100 drops of evolution liquid so quickly. However, 100 drops of evolution liquid was merely the amount needed for an ordinary person to become a first-tier evolver. And now he was already a first-tier evolver. To evolve into a second-tier evolver, he needed 10 times that amount. That is 1,000 drops of evolution liquid. Now Shen Hen needed to kill 1,000 zombies and collect the evolution liquid from their brains to complete his evolution. 1,000 zombies. That was a significant number. For the previous Shen Hen, that was an unimaginable number. But for the current Shen Hen, it was definitely not a problem. Having become a first-tier evolver and not fearing the zombie virus, he was about to start hunting zombies. Shen Hen tightly gripped his machete and suddenly noticed that the machete which he had been habitually holding in his palm since just now seemed to have undergone a strange change. This knife. Shen Hen looked at the machete in surprise. It had originally been gleaming and shiny. But now the entire blade and handle had turned black. Not a dull black, but one that radiated a black sheen. It was the exact same color as the black light that had helped him survive the deadly tribulation just now. When he was in extreme pain and desperately needed an outlet, he had tightly held this knife. Could it be that this knife had also evolved because of his evolution? Or perhaps, could this knife also have been enhanced by that black light? Shen Hen stared at the black glowing machete in a daze. Until now, he had never named this knife. But now Shen Hen felt he should give this old friend who had accompanied him for many years a name. Shen Hen smiled slightly and said to the black machete in his hand, "Then from now on, I shall call you Black Blade." The name Black Blade indeed suited the machete's current appearance and color. Shen Hen looked up, his gaze suddenly turning cold as he stared at the iron door. He suddenly grinned wickedly and said, "Black Blade, let the hunt begin." Boom. The heavy, tightly locked iron door was kicked open by Shen Hen. The entire heavy iron door of the monitoring room was sent flying by Shen Hen's kick. He didn't know how strong his leg strength was now, but it definitely exceeded 1 ton. And that wasn't even his maximum strength. His maximum leg strength could reach 2 tons. Boom. The kicked iron door smashed violently into the pile of zombies outside, directly crushing several of the nearest zombies. Roar, roar. The zombies were enraged. They had originally been the hunters hunting to devour Shen Hen, this delicious food. But at this moment, this food not only didn't continue to hide, but dared to rush out and kill their companions. It was simply infuriating. More than 30 zombies bared their fangs and lunged at Shen Hen with their bloody mouths wide open. Food, they craved food. As long as they could devour this living food, they would become stronger. Did you enjoy chasing me just now, eh? Shen Hen shouted coldly and suddenly charged out. His speed was astonishing, like a shadow in the darkness. Die! Shen Hen roared. In an instant, the muscles all over his body bulged and the power in his arms erupted at that moment. He gripped the black blade tightly and delivered a powerful strike. His extraordinary muscle power was unleashed to the fullest at that moment. Shen Hen's knife was like a black flash. Quick. So quick that the zombies couldn't even react before their heads were crushed by Shen Hen. Fierce. Each strike from the black blade, which carried over a ton of force, was imbued with dark energy. When Shen Hen's black blade struck the zombies, it shattered most of their bodies. When it struck their heads, the zombies' heads exploded in an instant. Shen Hen's blade was like the reaper of the night. Against the backdrop of orange-eared maple leaves dancing in the wind, he seemed to be moving swiftly through a pile of zombies. Pop, pop, pop. The heads of the zombies kept exploding. Their bodies were continuously chopped to pieces. The corpses of the zombies were scattered all over the ground by Shen Hen's strikes. Not only was the black blade a weapon, but every part of Shen Hen's body could also be considered a weapon. His body was like an iron wall. With his speed and impact, his body could smash the zombies into bits. Roar. The last zombie let out an angry roar. Seeing its companions fall one by one, it rushed angrily at Shen Hen. In its eyes, its born mission was to devour Shen Hen as food. It had no intelligence and no sense of pain, so it was naturally unafraid of death. Bang! Shen Hen smashed the last zombie's head, coldly looking at the pile of zombie corpses on the ground. For him, now killing more than 30 zombies was incredibly easy, like chopping vegetables. These zombies are too weak for me now, not enough for me to unleash all my strength. Shen Hen sighed. 30 zombies were simply not enough for him to kill. Perhaps 300 zombies could push him to use all his power. After finishing off the zombies, Shen Hen gazed at the scattered zombie heads on the ground. Inside those heads there was a fair amount of evolution liquid. It couldn't be wasted. Just as Shen Hen wanted to take out the syringe for collecting evolution liquid and the glass bottle for storing it, he realized he wasn't wearing any clothes. The autumn breeze blew, carrying a few osmanthus petals that landed on Shen Hen's naked body. Looking down, he found that his naked body was already stained with zombie blood. Upon entering the monitoring room, Shen Hen didn't immediately look at the torn sportswear lying on the ground. There was also the glass bottle for storing evolution liquid and the large syringe for collecting it. Instead, he opened the backpack he carried with him filled with food. From the backpack, Shen Hen first took out a black box still containing the human enhancement potion. Then he dumped all the food from the backpack. 3 bottles of cola, 3 packs of compressed biscuits, 2 large chicken legs, a few chicken feet chocolates, and more. Shen Hen tore open the packaging of a chicken leg and began to devour it. Hungry. This was Shen Hen's first experience of hunger. The intense hunger felt as if it had killed the worms in his stomach. Instead, a burning pain in his abdomen urged him on, as if saying, "Hurry up and feed me, or I will drain your body dry." Indeed, Shen Hen felt that if he did not eat at this moment, he would surely become very weak. Because the previous evolution had completely drained all the energy from his body, Shen Hen ate quickly. Or rather, he was completely unafraid of his body not being able to digest it. An evolver is not just someone whose surface body is enhanced. Even the internal organs of his body had been enhanced. His digestive system had become very powerful. Shen Hen estimated that even if he ate guanine soil now, he could digest it. Therefore, he had no worries about not being able to digest food. When he felt choked, he would gulp down cola. In the blink of an eye, all the food in his backpack had been consumed. "It seems that with evolution my appetite has significantly increased," Shen Hen said with a wry smile, looking at the pile of food wrappers on the ground. So much food, and even with compressed biscuits that were meant to stave off hunger, had only left him half full. One can imagine how large his appetite was now. After finishing the food, Shen Hen then looked at the torn sportswear. This set of sportswear had already been smeared all over with zombie blood. Moreover, after being torn to shreds by him, it was of course no longer wearable. However, Shen Hen didn't care at all. Now was the apocalypse, and he could wear whatever he wanted from those branded clothing stores. There would be no obstacles at all, and he wasn't worried about that. Shen Hen took out the syringe and glass bottle for collecting evolution liquid from the pocket of the sportswear, and then found a set of clothes from the corpses of those zombies that was still relatively clean. A white shirt and a pair of loose dark green casual pants. He didn't put them on immediately because he was covered in zombie blood. Shen Hen's first priority was to collect the evolution liquid from the pile of zombie remains on the ground. After collecting the evolution liquid from the ground, Shen Hen looked at the evolution liquid in the glass bottle. It wasn't much, probably about 50 drops. Clearly, this was all the evolution liquid he had collected during the first week of the apocalypse. There's still quite a distance to the goal of 1,000 drops of evolution liquid. Shen Hen sighed slightly at the small amount of evolution liquid in the bottle. Shen Hen didn't plan to inject it right now, or rather he wouldn't consider injecting it for the next 2 days. Because the amount of evolution liquid injected this time was far too much, already exceeding the dosage his body could handle. If it weren't for that mysterious black light shining down, he would probably have turned into a pile of black bones by now, right? Shen Hen packed the small black box containing the third-level human enhancement potion, the syringe, and glass bottle for collecting and storing evolution liquid, and the clothes he had taken from the zombies into his backpack, and zipped it up. He held the backpack in one hand and the black blade in the other, running wildly towards the park at a speed that surpassed 10 meters per second. He needed to take a shower and wash off the zombie blood. With Shen Hen's speed, he reached the park restroom he had passed just moments ago in just a few seconds. In the apocalypse, the restrooms had definitely run out of water, so he didn't expect to be able to take a shower there. Moreover, showering in the restroom was quite unpleasant. How could it compare to soaking in a bathtub? Shen Hen looked at the pool of water in front of him, where the water was still quite clear. Splash! Shen Hen jumped straight in. So refreshing. Shen Hen smiled broadly. Soaking in the pool, the cool water made him feel a refreshing sensation. Shen Hen hadn't bathed in a long time. If he counted from the first day of the apocalypse until now, he hadn't bathed for about a week. Even during the intense training days when he was drenched in sweat, he had only used a towel to wipe himself with some mineral water. In fact, he hadn't even used a single barrel of the 100 barrels of mineral water in his house. He could have luxuriously bathed with that mineral water. But he hadn't, as he had already adapted to the frugal ways of living in the apocalypse. However, now, as a first-level evolver, Shen Hen could be said to be a dragon that has emerged from the depths, soaring through the skies. Like a fish entering the sea, no more restraints. The power of a first-level evolver allowed Shen Hen to roam this world during the early days of the apocalypse. Water, food, those were things the weak lacked, whereas Shen Hen was now a strong man unafraid of zombies. To him, food and drinks were everywhere on the streets. As long as he wanted, he could take them anytime. He was no longer an ordinary person hiding in dark buildings fearing zombies. He was now an evolver capable of hunting zombies. He stood at the top of the food chain in this world. After finishing his bath and washing off the zombie blood and some scabs, Shen Hen realized how much his body had changed. His skin had become whiter and more tender, like that of a newborn baby. It was far better than his previous skin. And most importantly, his skin was now tougher and firmer, just like the tough hide of a beast. Shen Hen felt that his skin had become like a layer of bulletproof armor. Though it wasn't that exaggerated, it wouldn't be so easy for a zombie to bite through his skin. After bathing, Shen Hen put on the white shirt and dark green casual pants that he had casually stripped from the zombies. He also wore the pair of sneakers that he had soaked in water for a long time, washing off the zombie blood before looking in a certain direction. There was a supermarket. A supermarket in the park. The food in Shen Hen's backpack had already been eaten. Having survived for 20 years in the apocalypse, he was accustomed to carrying a backpack filled with food. This small detail could save his life at any moment. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, Shen Hen dashed into the supermarket. The supermarket in the park did not have food like compressed biscuits. However, it did have tasty snacks and some chicken feet. Shen Hen first swept the food off the shelves, filling his stomach. Then he stuffed some food into his backpack. Among them, there were the most chocolates and chicken legs. He stuffed a few bottles of drinks until his backpack was full and bulging. Then he slung it over his back and walked out with the black blade. The black blade, enhanced by the black light, was undoubtedly much sharper than before. Shen Hen had already noticed during the zombie killings that the sharpness of the black blade was comparable to that of a top-quality cold weapon. Furthermore, under the sunlight, the black blade reflected a black sheen, dazzling and cool. Shen Hen felt that obtaining this knife at a great effort was absolutely worth it. With the sharpness of this knife, he could even cleave through the tough muscles of second and third-level zombies. Of course, the premise was that he had to possess strength of the same level, and those evolved zombies had to give him that opportunity. Shen Hen shouldered his backpack and ran towards the park exit. He jumped over the electric iron gate and landed steadily. Yes, Shen Hen no longer needed to climb over. He could simply jump over in one step. He could now leap over 2 meters in height, and that was without a running start. Shen Hen even felt that he might be able to move like the martial arts masters in novels before the apocalypse, flying over rooftops and walls. Opening the door to the off-road vehicle, Shen Hen sat down. In the off-road vehicle, he pondered some matters. Perhaps he now had the strength to search for his parents. He was no longer afraid of those ordinary zombies. He could directly drive the off-road vehicle along mountain paths or in sparsely populated suburban areas to Dongling City to search for his parents. However, this route was too perilous. Not to mention the evolved creatures and mutated species, just encountering a second-level zombie could easily kill him. Therefore, he had to be cautious. Moreover, before that, he was even more curious about the secrets of that army. How could there be such an army in Xiaohong City? What secret mission was this army carrying out? And that crashed helicopter, clearly the army's target was that helicopter. It seemed that someone already knew about the evolution liquid and enhancement potions inside. And were they being used to support that army? I wonder how that army is doing now. Shen Hen pondered. If it weren't for that army inadvertently drawing away the gathered horde of zombies, he would never have so easily obtained the evolution fluid and enhancement serum. Such a commotion likely attracted all the zombies in the city. However, regardless of their task and purpose here, since I have now become a first-level evolved being, I must help them. Shen Hen said with a determined gaze. He did not consider himself a great person, but after experiencing 20 years of the apocalypse, he was well aware of how insignificant humanity was in such dire times. And yet such insignificant humans do not unite for survival. Instead, they scheme against each other and slaughter one another. Shen Hen did not wish for humanity's future to become so. He no longer wanted to be a lost soul wandering from one human base to another, homeless and alone. In this life, he did not want to live selfishly only for himself. He wanted to save others. Even if he could only save one person, he would do it. No matter what, he had to contribute to humanity's future, even if this contribution only helped the weak. At the same time, he was eager to test his own strength as a first-level evolved being. Vroom vroom vroom. The engine of the off-road vehicle roared to life as Shen Hen pressed the accelerator, pushing the vehicle to its maximum speed. The black off-road vehicle sped through the desolate and decaying city streets like a dark streak, heading towards the road where the army was retreating. Their chaos reigned, with tens of thousands of zombies forming a tide awaiting him. Similarly, there were people struggling on the brink of death, constantly seeking survival and waiting for rescue. And he was determined to be that person. Shen Hen drove the off-road vehicle at full speed. Thanks to the zombies being attracted by the army, he faced little obstruction along the way, until he saw the horde of zombies. On the devastated street, the splendor of the world before the apocalypse had already vanished. All that was visible were corpses and decaying flesh. And that scent of death. Following the tide of corpses, the zombies seemed to be drawn by the massive noise created by the army, oblivious to his presence. Shen Hen noticed that on this lifeless road a convoy was racing at the forefront of the horde. The fleeing army. This convoy was moving quickly, consisting of about a dozen vehicles. Each vehicle was pushed to its maximum speed. Inside the vehicles of the convoy, most of the windows had hands holding guns protruding out, shooting at the zombies rushing in from both sides. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire was incessant. Behind this convoy, 5 camouflage military vehicles were also speeding along. Some soldiers leaned out of the sunroofs. They aimed a heavy machine gun mounted on the vehicles at the tide of zombies, which surged towards them like waves in the ocean. Da-doo-da-doo. The heavy machine gun blazed with fire, striking the foremost zombies and turning them into mere chunks of flesh. Shen Hen followed closely behind the army and the horde in his off-road vehicle. A glance revealed that the zombies trailing behind the 5 military vehicles were innumerable. They surged forward like tidal waves on the ocean. They had no souls and feared no death. They ran madly for the sake of the fleeing food before them. Tens of thousands of zombies surged like migrating ants. The entire road could no longer accommodate so many corpses. More zombies climbed over the bodies of others, continuously rushing forward. They were like a towering wall charging towards the fleeing army. The zombies caught in the tide didn't even need the army to fire. They were already crushed into mush by the overwhelming mass of corpses. Roar, roar, roar. The cries of the zombies in the horde were deafening. Meanwhile, the 5 military vehicles at the rear of the convoy were doing their utmost. They used all the weapons at their disposal. Heavy machine guns fired continuously. Rocket launchers were fired without pause. Explosive packs and grenades were thrown at the horde. With each explosion, the hope that the horde would stop in their minds was dashed. Whether grenades or rocket launchers, to this massive horde they were merely ineffective toys. The horde showed no signs of stopping. Faced with this colossal wave of corpses, their ammunition would eventually run out. Their supplies would inevitably be exhausted. Yet this group of zombies seemed inexhaustible. The more they shot, the more zombies appeared. If the convoy dared to stop now, they would surely be consumed by the terrifying horde. Behind them was an endless tide of corpses like a bottomless abyss. And what lay ahead? They were the Dragon-Tooth Special Forces, the strongest elite in the army. But even so, they were still flesh and blood, and there would come a day when their supplies were depleted. Just like now, faced with the endless horde of zombies, their only option was to keep running. Boom. The sound of an explosion resounded, flames spreading across the sky, staining it red. In the horde of zombies, the leading zombies were blown apart by the violent explosion, limbs and blood mist filling the air. The violent explosion indeed caused the horde to pause for a brief moment, but it only lasted about a second. Shen Hen followed closely behind the tide of corpses and the large convoy ahead. He noticed that the convoy had split into two groups. The military vehicles fell behind as the convoy moved ahead, heading towards the fork in the road. Are those military vehicles trying to block the horde with their lives? Shen Hen's eyes flickered. However, in that brief moment, the accelerating convoy reached the fork and turned onto the safe road. No matter, I will follow them for now. Shen Hen's pupils contracted as he accelerated the off-road vehicle. One of the three military vehicles at the rear had already been swallowed by the horde. The soldiers inside pulled the pins from their grenades, causing the entire vehicle to explode. They were willing to sacrifice their lives for their comrades' chance at survival. Shen Hen followed the horde and arrived at a residential area. The military vehicles charged in, and the horde followed closely. The vehicles made sharp turns, using the winding roads and complex buildings to scatter waves of zombies. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of more grenades exploding echoed as Shen Hen followed the dwindling horde to a narrow path. Their three soldiers were still fighting for survival against the overwhelming odds. Among the three warriors was a young female soldier with stunning beauty, along with two middle-aged male soldiers. The female soldier was named Lin Wei-Shui, a core member of the Dragon Tooth team. The two male soldiers were codenamed Bullet and Blade. Watching the relentless tide of zombies approaching, Lin Wei-Shui's icy, beautiful face couldn't help but turn pale. Was she really going to die here? Perhaps in this apocalypse, she shouldn't have struggled to survive. Only she felt sorry for them. Lin Wei-Shui glanced at the two soldiers beside her. Even a strong-willed warrior like her felt her eyes redden at that moment. Although she knew that the Dragon Tooth soldiers were not afraid of death. But these were the soldiers she had sent to cover their retreat. Their deaths were her responsibility. Damn it, these zombies just won't stop coming. Bullet cursed furiously. The other soldier, Blade, said quietly, at this rate, we'll soon be eaten by this horde of zombies. Leave a few bullets for ourselves. The female warrior Lin Wei-Shui discovered the determination of death in the two individuals. Originally filled with despair, she did not know where a surge of strength arose from, and let out a heart-wrenching roar. What are you saying? Stay alive, all of you. You bunch of bastards, stay alive. Her eyes turned bloodshot, yet the gun in her hand continued to fire at the seemingly endless horde of zombies. The bullets ran out. She drew out her military saber and swung it fiercely at a charging zombie. Thud! The military saber pierced into the zombie's skull, and it immediately fell to the ground. However, just as Lin Wei-Shui retracted her saber and prepared to stab another zombie, a sudden pain shot through her arm. A zombie had bitten down on her arm. The pain of flesh being torn did not make her give up resisting. Instead, it drove her into a frenzy. She killed the zombie that bit her and no longer feared death. For she knew that once bitten, it represented death. Beside her, the two warriors Blade and Bullet were also fighting desperately. As they put it, killing one was not a loss, but killing two was a bloody profit. Damn it, come on. Blade and Bullet were crazily resisting. Before them lay an endless sea of zombies. Behind them, there was no support left. They fought not just for their own survival, but to live for their teammates who willingly sacrificed themselves to buy them time. They were warriors, and they would fight until the very last moment of their lives. Lin Wei-Shui's strength gradually waned as she looked at yet another wave of zombies charging toward her, and she felt she no longer had the strength to resist. Was it really time to die? Lin Wei-Shui's heart filled with a bitter smile. She just wanted to live to survive. Was that wrong? Why? Why did this apocalypse treat her this way? Oh, a sharp scream mixed with unwillingness and anger. This was Lin Wei-Shui's first time letting out such a tragic scream. She felt despair. However, just as she was in despair, a buzzing sound erupted. A black off-road vehicle suddenly charged out from nowhere like a god, descending, crashing into the horde of zombies that were rushing toward her and blocking everything for her. Lin Wei-Shui would never forget this scene, nor the man who jumped down from the black off-road vehicle. Oh, she would remember it for a lifetime. The black off-road vehicle moved through the horde of zombies like a dragon, forcibly carving a bloody path. And the driver of this vehicle was none other than Shen Hen. Shen Hen had been quietly following this small horde of zombies and finally arrived here. Having already become a first-level evolved being, he kicked open the vehicle's door and brandished his black blade, starting to slaughter the oncoming zombies. Thud, thud, thud. His blade was like the scythe of death, pitch black as night, powered by Shen Hen's muscles. With each sweep of the blade, several zombie heads flew off. He transformed into a machine of slaughter. His movements were like shadows in the darkness, weaving through the sea of zombies. His speed was so fast it became an illusion mixed with splattering zombie blood like a crimson phantom. Even more terrifying was that wherever he went, zombies fell one after another. Every punch could crush a zombie's head and body. Every kick could consecutively smash several zombie heads. He appeared here as if a god had descended. Lin Weishui was dumbfounded. The pallor of her face shifted to one of shock. Blade and Bullet's eyes widened in disbelief as they watched this scene. Was this suddenly appearing off-road vehicle here to save them? And what about the man who stepped down from the vehicle dressed in a white shirt? What kind of monster was he? Lin Weishui, Bullet, and Blade were all stunned. What the hell? Who is he? This is too strong, right? Bullet stared in shock at Shen Hen, who was slaughtering zombies. The shock this man brought them was unimaginable. Even the sturdy men like him were left dumbfounded. Blade's face displayed disbelief as he said, "How is this possible? Is he even human? This is too abnormal." In his eyes, Shen Hen, weaving through the zombies, could no longer be measured by human standards. That speed, that strength, that exquisite combat experience. It was simply inhuman. Lin Weishui was also astounded as she couldn't help but murmur in daze, "Is he here to save us?" Shen Hen was killing with great pleasure. From the moment he stepped out of the off-road vehicle, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the slaughter. One was to test just how strong his current physical condition was. The second was naturally to kill these zombies to collect evolution fluid. But most importantly, it was to save the 3 people from the military behind him. After killing a circle of zombies, he turned to look. The 3 soldiers in military uniforms were still standing there foolishly staring at him in disbelief, and Shen Hen almost cursed out loud. "What are you doing standing there? Hurry and hide." Shen Hen shouted at the 3 of them. No matter how strong he was, he could not kill all the zombies here. Moreover, he was very clear about how many zombies were gathered in this neighborhood. At least tens of thousands. Even if those zombies stood still, they would exhaust him before he could kill them all. Lin Weishui was startled awake by Shen Hen's reproachful shout. She quickly urged the 2 warriors, Blade and Bullet, beside her. "Quick, get to the building in front." Shen Hen had almost carved a bloody path for them to reach that building. The 3 of them no longer dared to hesitate and ran in with all their might. Shen Hen held the rear for them, and when the 3 were safely inside the building, he also dashed in and conveniently shut the door. The 4 of them dared not stop and ran up to the 10th floor, the top floor of this office building. They hid in the innermost office and closed the door. The 4 of them sat on the floor, as if exhausted, gasping for air. "Finally, we are alive," Blade said, relieved from the shock. "I really didn't expect we could survive this." Bullet's face was still pale, recalling the endless tide of zombies today and the horde that seemed impossible to kill. He thought he was doomed. Yet now he was still alive, feeling as if he was in a dream. He turned his gaze to Shen Hen and expressed his gratitude. "Brother, thank you. If it weren't for you saving us, my life would have been lost here." Blade also looked at Shen Hen, his eyes filled with gratitude, yet with a hint of shock and wonder. "Yeah, brother, I can't repay you for saving my life. Also, you're too strong. How did you do that just now? Damn, killing those zombies was as easy as chopping vegetables. You're amazing. Little brother, are you a super soldier secretly cultivated by our country?" Blade and Bullet, 2 honest and strong men, looked at Shen Hen with astonished eyes. This bloodstained young man looked to be only about 20 years old, very ordinary. How could he be so powerful when it came to killing zombies? Lin Weishui held her forehead, looking at these 2 fools. Their gazes made it seem like they viewed the young man who saved them as a god. However, she was also astonished by Shen Hen's astonishing performance. During her time in the Dragon-Tooth Special Forces, she had never seen such a strong human before. A hint of surprise flickered in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Shen Hen. Her originally cold face suddenly broke into a smile. "Thank you for saving us. My name is Lin Weishui. The 2 of them are codenamed Bullet and Blade, and we are from Dragon-Tooth." Shen Hen nodded, and when looking at the 3, he did not put on any airs and said to them, "My name is Shen Hen, a survivor in this apocalypse." He simply introduced himself with the word survivor and did not refer to himself as an evolved being. Clearly, he did not yet trust the 3 people before him. Survivor. Lin Weishui's eyes flickered with doubt. A survivor in this apocalypse could be so strong. Stronger than the soldiers in their special forces by countless times. That was too terrifying. Bullets and Blades kept conversing with Shen Hen, even trying to persuade him to join their Dragon-Tooth Special Forces team. Shen Hen smiled, faintly, not responding to their words. He had never considered joining the military to serve the country. It wasn't that he didn't want to serve, it was just that in the apocalypse. What home, what country could there be? In the apocalypse, the governments of all nations had long since perished. Now there were no real countries left in the world. As for the remaining military forces, including some high-ranking officials, they were like ancient feudal lords dividing the land among themselves. Some had established survivor bases in the 3 northeastern provinces, while others created survivor gathering places in the south. In other words, these military forces could no longer be said to serve the country in any fundamental sense. They were merely serving the civilization of humanity, serving the leaders of those gathering places. Dragon-Tooth is China's elite special forces. Above them there exists the most powerful and mysterious special operations group cultivated by the Chinese government known as the Dragon Group. Shen Hen was familiar with what the Dragon Group represented. The members of the Dragon Group were almost all the most elite individuals among humanity. This was true before the apocalypse, and even more so after. So what was Dragon Tooth's mission in this city? To rescue survivors. That was impossible. Clearly they had some important task in this city. Shen Hen also wanted to find out what this small unit's mission was, but he simply couldn't spare the time. He had important matters to attend to. Today marked the 7th day of the apocalypse, and the global dark day on the 10th day was fast approaching. While Shen Hen was conversing with the two soldiers from Dragon Tooth, the only female soldier Lin Wei-Shui had quietly squatted in a corner. She did not have the sense of rebirth that bullets and blades had. On her face there was only dimness and desolation. A wave of indescribable pain radiated from her heart throughout her body. It was a feeling of decay, a sensation of death. She had been bitten. Lin Wei-Shui had already been bitten earlier, but she had only pretended to be fine to avoid worrying the other two soldiers. She was thankful to the man named Shen Hen for saving her. At the very least, she had not died in the jaws of those zombies, becoming their meal. Bullets and blades sensed something was wrong and rushed to Lin Wei-Shui's side. Both of them wore expressions of worry and fear as they asked Wei-Shui what's wrong. Lin Wei-Shui's face was pale, and she bitterly shook her head. She bravely extended her bitten arm. Blood oozed from her small left arm, staining her camouflage uniform. In that moment the air grew heavy, silent, as if a needle could be heard falling. You've been bitten. Shen Hen looked at Lin Wei-Shui with a grave expression. He leaned closer to the woman and pulled up the sleeve of her left arm. A fresh red bite mark was still bleeding profusely. Yes. Lin Wei-Shui nodded, her beautiful face devoid of fear. With gratitude in her beautiful eyes, she looked at Shen Hen and said, but still thank you. At least, you've allowed me to end my life before I become a zombie. Lin Wei-Shui had been bitten. The faces of bullets and blades froze. They were well aware of what being bitten by a zombie meant. Yet they still couldn't believe that the only female soldier of Dragon Tooth, a strong warrior, even more resilient than them, had been bitten by a zombie. No, it can't be. This is impossible. The face of Bullets gradually twisted in anguish. This burly, honest man suddenly burst into tears. Bullets felt a deep sorrow, even when surrounded by zombies with no hope. He had never felt this way. But now to see this honest man crying showed just how heartbroken he was. Blades was also in tears, kneeling on the ground, staring blankly as he muttered, no. Wei-Shui, how could you be bitten? You are our strongest warrior in Dragon Tooth. You were supposed to join the Dragon Group in the future. Damn it, it's all my fault. It's all my fault for getting you involved. Lin Wei-Shui was not large. In her early 20s, she was the youngest soldier in Dragon Tooth. However, most of the soldiers there held her in high regard. This was not only because Lin Wei-Shui's abilities were not inferior to theirs, but even surpassed many of them. It was also because they recognized her strength. Having grown up in an orphanage without parents, she was almost treated like family by these burly men in Dragon Tooth. Thus, Lin Wei-Shui was one of the most respected individuals in Dragon Tooth, second only to Captain Wang Yubin. Her words were never disregarded. They had always regarded this young girl as their big sister. As two burly men cried like children, Shen Hen couldn't help but be moved. Lin Wei-Shui looked at the two distressed men, crying as if they had lost their toys, which made her eyes turn slightly red. What are you crying for? You are Dragon Tooth soldiers. Oh, wipe your tears. Lin Wei-Shui's pale face gradually turned pained. Yet even so, she still scolded the two male soldiers in front of her. She was a soldier. From childhood, even though she was just a girl, she possessed a heart stronger than any man. That strong heart made her powerful, earning her respect. But likewise, within that strong heart lay vulnerability. After all, she was a girl, one who had been abandoned by her parents and raised in an orphanage. Often she felt fear, but she knew she could not show it, so she hid it in her heart. Many times, she also harbored expectations, longing to see her parents. Even if it was just once, at least she would be able to see their faces. Moreover, she would not blame them for abandoning her. She wouldn't ask them why, she simply wanted to see them. But now her hopes seemed shattered. Having been bitten by a zombie, she had already been infected with the virus. Soon she would become a mindless zombie like those roaming the streets. A soulless body driven only by the desire to feed. She did not want to become like that. It was too grotesque and would endanger other survivors. So before that happened, she would take her own life. Yet she felt a deep reluctance to leave those comrades who had fought alongside her. Fortunately, it's not too late. If you continue to hide this, I might not be able to save you. The man's voice was low yet incredibly powerful. In the silent office, apart from the haunting sounds of zombies outside, it was as if a needle could be heard falling in the office. Shen Hen's voice was soft. He wasn't used to speaking loudly. But when his voice reached the ears of the two towering soldiers in blood-stained camouflage, Bullets and Blades looked at Shen Hen in shock. Bullets was the first to react, almost frantically gripping Shen Hen's shoulders, his face filled with excitement and surprise as he shouted, "Brother Shen, what did you just say? You said you could save Wei Shui, right? Do you really have a way to save her?" Blades even knelt down before Shen Hen, pleading, "Brother Shen, do you really have a way to save Wei Shui? I beg you, save her." Blades not only knelt before Shen Hen, but also repeatedly bowed to him. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of his head striking the ground echoed repeatedly. Not only Blades, but even Bullets was bowing to Shen Hen. There is an old saying, a good man kneels to heaven, earth, and parents. How could he kneel to others, or even bow his head? Moreover, those in their ranks were elite soldiers of China, proud individuals. They were not afraid to die in battle. Now they were kneeling before him. "Save her. Please save her. As long as you can save Wei Shui from now on, my life as Blades is yours." Blades with reddened eyes pleaded with Shen Hen. Bullets echoed, "Brother Shen, as long as you can save Wei Shui and prevent her from becoming a zombie, I will obey you from now on." The two burly men, both over 6 feet tall and weighing over 150 pounds, were crying like children. The most shocked was Wei Shui. She knew all too well that once bitten by a zombie, one would undoubtedly be infected and turn into a zombie. That meant death. However, if there was a vaccine for the zombie virus, perhaps there might still be hope for her. But now even the person most likely to invent such a vaccine had not developed one. Thus, being infected by the zombie virus meant a 100 mortality rate. Could he really save her? A glimmer of hope flickered on Wei Shui's lifeless face. Looking at Shen Hen, she said, "Do you really have a way to save me?" The man named Shen Hen appeared before her like a savior. He could wield his mountain-splitting blade, effortlessly slaying those zombies that humans feared. Now there was a method to help those infected by the zombie virus. Who exactly was he? The two warriors, Sharp Blade and Bullet, cast anxious glances toward Shen Hen. They knew that once a human was infected by the zombie virus, death was inevitable. Did this seemingly 20-something young man truly have a way to resolve the zombie virus? This was simply astonishing. Shen Hen noticed the incredulous gazes of the three and nodded, looking at Wei Shui calmly, and said, "Yes, but whether you can endure it depends on yourself." Wei Shui was left in a daze. A spark of hope for survival ignited in her heart. "Then what are we waiting for?" Bullet quickly exclaimed, "Brother Shen, please save Wei Shui." His eyes, filled with surprise and excitement, could not be concealed. Sharp Blade felt the same, but just as he was about to speak, Shen Hen suddenly interrupted. Shen Hen looked at the two and said, "You should leave first. This method is not guaranteed to succeed. It mainly depends on one's physique and willpower. There is a risk." Upon hearing this, Bullet and Sharp Blade's previously joyful expressions turned heavy. When they heard Shen Hen telling them to leave, they shook their heads, repeatedly saying, "No way. We won't leave. We want to protect Wei Shui here." They were not afraid of the zombies outside. To be precise, the office building they were in was quite large, and they were on the 10th floor. Moreover, the main entrance on the first floor had been closed by Shen Hen, so the zombies could not find them at all. Even if there were a few scattered zombies, they could handle them with their skills. However, they were not at ease leaving Wei Shui alone here. Shen Hen's expression turned cold as he said to the two, "If you don't want to see your teammate turn into a zombie, you better leave now. I can't guarantee that this method will be 100% effective. You staying here will only disturb me." Bullet and Sharp Blade were taken aback at first. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll go. Brother Shen, you must save Wei Shui." The two opened the office door and cautiously stepped outside, closing the door behind them. Shen Hen was not worried about these two encountering zombies. Because they were on the 10th floor, zombies would not be able to reach here. Moreover, this office building was large, so even if zombies could come up, they might not easily find them. Additionally, as members of the Dragon Tooth, Shen Hen felt quite at ease. As for the woman before him, he admitted that Wei Shui was very beautiful. Though her face was somewhat cold, her tall and proud figure made her look like an ice-cold beauty. However, unfortunately, this great beauty might have to endure some pain soon. Wei Shui's gaze remained fixed on Shen Hen, her clear voice tinged with a hint of hope as she asked, "What do you have in mind to save me? Am I to cut off my arm? I fear that I have already missed the best timing, and there are no materials here to stop the bleeding." In Wei Shui's mind, this was perhaps the most feasible method Shen Hen could use. But she had been bitten for over 10 minutes, and with the intense physical exertion, the zombie virus had already spread throughout her body. Shen Hen did not respond to her words. Instead, he pulled out a small bottle of evolution liquid and a syringe from the bulging backpack he had been carrying. The small amount of thick black liquid in the glass bottle instantly captured Wei Shui's attention. "What is this?" When she looked at Shen Hen in astonishment, she realized he had already drawn about 1/5 of the black liquid into the syringe. 10 drops of evolution liquid. Shen Hen had drawn a full 10 drops into the syringe. For an ordinary person, injecting 100 drops of evolution liquid at once like Shen Hen would clearly be a suicidal act. But 10 drops. Shen Hen narrowed his eyes as he looked at Wei Shui. She should be able to withstand it, right? Lin Weishui finally asked hesitantly, "What is this?" Looking at the black liquid in the syringe, she could not believe it would be a vaccine for the zombie virus. Indeed, it was not a vaccine for the zombie virus. However, Shen Hen did not need a vaccine for the zombie virus. He just needed Lin Weishui to become an evolver, even if it was a level 0 evolver. As long as her body could integrate with the evolution liquid, she would be immune to the zombie virus and would not turn into a zombie. However, this would undoubtedly be a painful process. Shen Hen had experienced that kind of agony, even though the amount of evolution liquid Lin Weishui would inject was only 1/10 of what he had. But could she really endure it? Moreover, the most important factor was the compatibility rate between human genes and the evolution liquid. His compatibility rate was 70%, which was why he dared to inject 100 drops of evolution liquid into his body all at once. How much was Lin Weishui's compatibility rate? Shen Hen did not know, but he knew that if Lin Weishui's compatibility rate was below 10%, no matter how strong her will was, she would undoubtedly die. "This is something used to save your life," Shen Hen said calmly. His answer left Lin Weishui pale with fear. Lin Weishui looked at the cold syringe in Shen Hen's hand and the terrifying black liquid. She couldn't help but ask in fear, "Are you going to inject this into my body?" Shen Hen nodded, ignoring the look of astonishment on Lin Weishui's face. He grabbed her wrist, which had been bitten by a zombie, and tapped it a few times. When the veins in her small arm became prominent, he stopped. Looking at the syringe in his hand and the evolution liquid within, he gazed at Lin Weishui with a slightly gentle expression and said, "It might hurt a bit, bear with it." Lin Weishui wanted to shout, "Come on, what's a bit of pain?" As a dragon-tooth warrior, how could she be afraid of a needle? But upon seeing the black liquid in the syringe, she involuntarily shivered. That black liquid seemed to possess a kind of magic that instilled fear in humans. The cold syringe pierced into her vein, and Lin Weishui bit her alluring red lips, looking at the man before her with a pained expression. Recalling how this man had charged towards her in his off-road vehicle during her most desperate moment, blocking all the zombies for her. Now it was also this man who gave her hope for survival. Unknowingly, Lin Weishui's once closed heart was suddenly opened by this man before her. Perhaps she would turn into a zombie next. Perhaps she would die soon. However, she felt no fear. Staying by this man's side, she felt a warmth and sense of security. "Am I going to die, eh?" Lin Weishui spoke up. As the terrifying black liquid was injected into her veins, she could clearly feel the havoc it wreaked on her body. The blood cells within her body were undergoing a tremendous transformation. Shen Hen fell silent, his voice carrying a hint of reassurance as he said, "Perhaps you will, perhaps you won't. If your body can adapt to this black liquid, then you will survive." Lin Weishui's eyes dimmed as she looked at Shen Hen and resolutely said, "If I can't hold on, you must kill me. I don't want to become one of those man-eating zombies." "I will," Shen Hen said calmly. He held no excessive emotions for this dragon-tooth female warrior. If he could save her, he would try his best. If he couldn't, he would give her a quick death and feel no sadness about it. In the quiet room, the atmosphere gradually turned cold and even somewhat cruel. Shen Hen and Lin Weishui, a man and a woman, sat on the ground leaning against the wall. Their clothes were stained with zombie blood, and a putrid smell permeated the air. Shen Hen was not a talkative person, nor was he someone who offered comfort. He was this way before the apocalypse, and he remained so after. Lin Weishui was similarly that kind of person. However, no matter how indifferent one might be in the final moments before life might cease, there were still many things she wished to express. "Talk to me for a while." Lin Weishui's voice was clear, her tone mixed with a hint of hope. "You speak." Shen Hen looked at her and nodded seriously. He was not a cold-blooded person. His experiences in the 20 years of the apocalypse had allowed him to shed that cold-blooded side. Now he was not just fighting for himself and those around him. More importantly, the survival of humanity. Ordinary humans from the old era struggled to survive in the apocalypse. And he aimed to establish a stronghold composed of new humans. To use the power of the new humans to protect the ordinary humans of the old era. To drive the new humans with the civilization of the old era. This was his ultimate goal. Lin Weishui's icy and pale face suddenly took on a dim expression. It seemed she recalled something and suddenly asked, "Do you have parents?" Shen Hen did not expect Lin Weishui to ask him this. In a moment of life and death, she had not asked about the evolution liquid injected into her body. Yes. Are they still alive? They are definitely alive. This was probably the most confident and decisive statement he had made since the apocalypse began. Before today, he had not had the ability to search for his parents. However, after today, he had become an evolver and possessed the ability to search for his parents. But the road ahead was perilous, and he would not recklessly walk down it to meet his own demise. "That's nice." A glimmer of comfort flashed in Lin Weishui's eyes. Shen Hen looked at this woman with curiosity, not understanding why she asked this. Was it because her parents had turned into zombies after the outbreak? "Why do you ask? Could it be you have no parents?" Shen Hen asked calmly. From this woman beside him, he could sense a unique feeling. It was a sense of loneliness. Even if she concealed it, her eyes betrayed her. He had felt this sensation before in another person. Lin Weishua shook her head, her previously dim gaze gradually turning sorrowful. Perhaps there is, but they abandoned me when I was born. I grew up in an orphanage and was then brought to Longya by an instructor. Shen Hen fell silent upon hearing her words. He didn't know how to comfort this woman. So do you want to see them? Shen Hen asked softly. Perhaps she didn't want to. After all, her situation was different from his. If he had encountered such a background, he might have ruthlessly forgotten his so-called parents, even chastising them. I do want to, but I have to survive first. Lin Weishua smiled, a cold expression replaced by a faint smile. However, there was a hint of helplessness in her smile. After all, it was uncertain whether she could survive. You will survive, Shen Hen said with a smile. It should be successful. Shen Hen murmured to himself. If the gene fusion rate was insufficient, she would likely mutate into a zombie within 30 seconds after the injection of the evolution liquid. However, a minute had already passed, so there should be no problem. Next, it depended on whether she could hold on. When Shen Hen looked at Lin Weishua, he felt some worry, but more importantly, he believed in her. Her experiences had forged her strong character. Moreover, with her years of training, she could definitely endure just 10 drops of evolution liquid. Thank you. Lin Weishua looked at Shen Hen with gratitude in her eyes. However, she did not believe that Shen Hen's method was truly effective. Having seen so many humans infected by the zombie virus and turned into zombies, she truly doubted that her body could merely be immune to the virus due to that dark liquid. Gradually, she fell silent. In her heart, she counted down to death. Her body began to undergo changes. Lin Weishua let out a painful scream. Her body felt as if it was on fire. Every drop of blood within her seemed to boil. She could feel her cells seemingly dividing. Her cells appeared to be infected by the virus. Her body was already showing signs of decay. An indescribable pain radiated from the spot on her arm where she was bitten. She carefully looked at her bitten arm. The wound had already rotted. Had the mutation begun? Lin Weishua thought to herself. She threw a military dagger at Shen Hen, the blade covered in zombie blood. Shen Hen, I am about to mutate. Kill me quickly. Her delicate face twisted in pain. She almost screamed at the man beside her. It was a release of pain, but also a plea. No, she didn't want to become a zombie. Shen Hen took the military dagger and wiped it on his pants. He did not fulfill Lin Weishua's wish by stabbing her in the head. Instead, he tossed the clean dagger behind him. Trust me, you will survive. The man's words remained calm and confident. No, Shen Hen, kill me. Kill me quickly. Please, I don't want to become a zombie. Lin Weishua frantically pounded the wall behind her. Her face twisted and became terrifying. Why? Why wouldn't this man named Shen Hen kill her? Didn't he just say he would definitely kill her? The strong female warrior under the torment of pain couldn't help but shed tears. The pain was more unbearable than anything she had suffered in her life. That pain emanated from every cell and drop of blood in her body. It was the suffering brought by the zombie virus. Then her cries of despair were met with an embrace. Shen Hen held Lin Weishua close and whispered in her ear, live on. Boom. The weak 3 words brought Lin Weishua a profound sense of emotion. This man was so foolish. Why didn't he kill her? Was he not afraid of being bitten by her after she became a zombie? The heart of the only female warrior in Longya began to awaken. In that moment, Lin Weishua remembered all the bullying and hardships she had endured since childhood. As a child, she was naive and solitary, often bullied by peers. As she grew up, she had to undergo the same devilish training as every male warrior in Longya. Many times she reached her breaking point, but ultimately she persevered. She became stronger. Her body, her will, and her strength seemed to explode at once. Why? Why be so foolish? Isn't it better to kill me? Lin Weishua cried, her tears falling like a torrential rain. She held tightly onto the man in front of her, using all her strength. At that moment, she would not let go. Not for a moment. This man's body seemed to have a magical power, gradually absorbing the pain from her body. Shen Hen wanted to tell the woman holding him tightly that it was she who was the foolish one. But he didn't, as this woman held him too tightly, as if she wanted to merge into his body. Lin Weishua's cells seemed to be on fire. At that moment, all her pain was suppressed by this burning sensation. Her body felt as if it was on fire. Her consciousness gradually became hazy. Lin Weishua, like a lost fawn, was searching for the man who could give her a sense of security. No, don't leave me. Lin Weishua held onto the man in front of her tightly, her consciousness fading away. Shen Hen also held Lin Weishua, but did not do anything. He was not a saint, but he would not take advantage of her weakness. Besides, his desires had long been defeated by his will. He could not be overwhelmed by the so-called human emotions. As for the female warrior of Longya in front of him, Shen Hen had to congratulate her. Because she had successfully evolved. She had neither broken the genetic chains within her body nor become a first-tier evolved being. However, her body had already merged with the evolution liquid. This meant she could be considered an evolved being. If classified by rank, she could be regarded as a zero-tier evolved being, a beginner evolved being. Her physical quality was likely just a bit stronger than before. Shen Hen did not expect that this Longya female warrior named Lin Weishua had a gene fusion rate exceeding 10% with the evolution liquid. He also did not expect that he would save a person in such a manner. The two warriors Li Run and Zidan hid in the adjacent office, exchanging glances upon hearing Lin Weishua's painful scream. Li Run, do you think that kid really has a way to save Weishua? Zidan asked. Li Run shot him a glance and coldly replied, he can't, can you? Do you think he looks like a normal person? His physical quality when killing zombies is not something a human can achieve. Moreover, his combat skills are too proficient. Even among the people in the dragon group, it is likely that none can compare to him. Now we can only place our hope in him. Zidan hesitantly nodded, then exclaimed, what kind of person is that Shen Hen? Before the apocalypse, I had never heard of such a person. He was too fierce when killing zombies. How can a human body possess such immense strength and speed? How did he achieve it? Did he inject some kind of enhancement serum? Li Run rolled his eyes at him and snorted, how would I know? When he comes, you can ask him yourself. Regarding the mysterious young man Shen Hen, both Longya warriors were filled with questions. Before the apocalypse, they had never encountered such a powerful human. Even among the people in the dragon group, there was absolutely no one who could match Shen Hen. Who exactly was he? Lin Weishua woke up. When she looked at the man holding her with a strange and shocked gaze, she also felt the changes in her body. It seemed like she had become stronger. Lin Weishua could clearly feel the changes in her body. Although they were faint, her strength was definitely a bit stronger than before. To know that a warrior trained to her level finds it difficult to excavate more potential from their body, unless they injected some enhancement serum, trading their lifespan for strength. But now she could feel her body becoming stronger. Moreover, this strengthening was natural, without harming her body. What on earth was happening? Wasn't she supposed to be infected by the zombie virus and turn into a zombie? Lin Weishua looked at Shen Hen, her surprise impossible to hide. What was this dark liquid that this man injected into her body? Was it really a virus antibody? Lin Weishua suddenly felt the sturdy body of the man in front of her and realized she was still holding onto Shen Hen. Her cold face flushed slightly, and she quickly released her grip on Shen Hen, taking 2 steps back. How could this happen? I really didn't turn into a zombie. Lin Weishua couldn't believe she could survive after being infected by the zombie virus. Looking at Shen Hen again, she asked in shock, wait, what exactly was that liquid you injected into me? She simply couldn't understand why she, who had clearly been infected by the zombie virus, was still alive and well. Moreover, her physical quality seemed to have improved. All of this was undoubtedly thanks to the black liquid Shen Hen had injected into her. This mysterious man had saved her life once again. Lin Weishua felt that this man in front of her was far too mysterious. She could not see through him at all. Who exactly was he? And why could that black liquid in his glass bottle make the human body immune to the zombie virus? Doesn't that mean he could prevent this disaster for all of humanity? Shen Hen shook his head. He did not want to answer Lin Weishua's questions. He did not want to reveal the matter of evolved beings so soon. He silently looked at Lin Weishua and said solemnly, I know you have many questions now, but listen to me, don't ask so much. When the time comes for you to know, you will naturally find out. Lin Weishua nodded helplessly upon hearing this. She knew that this mysterious man did not want to tell her his secrets, and she had no right to know those secrets. After all, he was her benefactor who had saved her twice. Lin Weishua looked at Shen Hen with gratitude and said, thank you. You saved me twice, and I don't know how to repay you for all the warriors of Longya. Shen Hen said little as he opened the door to the office. In the silent corridor, there was no sign of zombies. Lin Weishua followed closely behind him, searching for the traces of bullet and blade. Shen Hen opened the door to the adjacent office where the 2 Dragon Fang warriors Bullet and Blade were hiding inside. Upon seeing Shen Hen, doubt flickered in their eyes. However, when they caught sight of Lin Weishua behind Shen Hen, their expressions shifted to one of surprise. Weishua, you're okay? The eyes of the 2 Dragon Fang warriors were filled with joy and excitement. When their gaze turned back to Shen Hen, they couldn't help but admire the seemingly ordinary, yet incredibly mysterious young man. Could he really have a way to suppress the infection of the zombie virus in humans? How could that be possible? Lin Weishua nodded. Bullet jumped up in excitement, laughing. Haha, that's great. I knew you wouldn't die so easily, Weishua. You are our strongest female warrior in Dragon Fang. Blade broke into a smile as well. But then he turned to Shen Hen, and with a face full of shock asked, Brother Shen, how did you do it? He could hardly believe that someone would have a method to be immune to the zombie virus. Did this mean that this global disaster could come to an end? And the man before them was a savior. Why should they save that young doctor anymore? Bullet, equally astonished, looked at Shen Hen and asked, Brother Shen, are you the savior? Are you the one sent by the state to save us from this disaster? You are amazing. Savior. Shen Hen wished to be one, but if the apocalypse could end so easily, it wouldn't be called an apocalypse. I'm not a savior, I just know a bit about zombies, Shen Hen shrugged and replied. Lin Weishui looked at him hesitatingly, saying, You really don't plan to come with us? Do you know the mission of Dragon Fong in this city? Bullet and Blade suddenly held their breaths, looking at Lin Weishui with tense expressions. Though this was not a significant secret, they still had to keep their mouths shut. Shen Hen suddenly looked at her and bluntly said, I don't know, nor am I interested in knowing. But I won't be going with you for the next couple of days. In a few days I plan to head to Dongling City. If it's on your way, you can give me a ride. Lin Weishui fell silent, truly unable to understand Shen Hen. Seeing that the 3 Dragon Fong warriors were not speaking, Shen Hen looked out the window. The zombie tide had blocked every road in the community. He said, However, I'm afraid you won't be able to return in the next couple of days. There are too many zombies outside, you can't get out. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them hurried to the window. Through the office window, they could clearly see that the roads below the community were filled with zombies. Roar. The sound of zombies was chilling. Indeed, with so many zombies around, they would not be able to return to the department store where the Dragon Fong Special Forces were defending. At the very least, they would have to wait until this horde of zombies dispersed. Bullet remembered their convoy and punched the wall angrily. Damn it, when will this horde of zombies scatter? Sigh, I wonder how the captain and the others are doing. Blade suddenly took out a walkie-talkie and said, Let me try to contact the captain. How did it go? Lin Weishui asked worriedly. A crackling noise came from the walkie-talkie. The 3 Dragon Fong warriors lowered their heads, their faces downcast. Shen Hen poured out the food from his backpack and said to the 3, Here's some food. You can eat first. The 3 of them, who had already been on the run and escaping, were famished. They hadn't expected Shen Hen to be so good to them and share his food. Bullet cried tears of gratitude, saying, Woo, Brother Shen, you are too good to us. If we can't go back, we'll stick with you. Blade opened a bag of chicken legs, gobbling it down while nodding in agreement. Yes, yes, Brother Shen, you're the best person I've ever seen. Oh, no doubt about it, sticking with you has a future. While the 2 iron-blooded Dragon Fong warriors have been bought off by Shen Hen with food. With 2 special forces little brothers added, Shen Hen was naturally in high spirits. However, what shocked Shen Hen the most was Lin Weishui. This seemingly petite woman had already devoured more than half of the food in an instant. Shen Hen helplessly thought to himself, almost forgetting that she had just become an evolver. The 10th day of the apocalypse in an office building. Puff, puff, puff. The black blade in Shen Hen's hand chopped through the heads of 3 zombies, as if they were vegetables. Behind him, the 3 Dragon Fong warriors had already become accustomed to it. To this young man who killed zombies as easily as cutting vegetables, they regarded him as the leader of their team. They had been trapped in this building for the past 2 days, and Shen Hen had led them from the 10th floor all the way down to the 2nd. All the zombies in the entire building had been killed by Shen Hen. All they had to do was cheer for Shen Hen from the back, shouting for him. In fact, as early as yesterday, Shen Hen had already killed all the zombies in the building. Now he was opening the door to the 1st floor, attracting some zombies from the street to come up for him to kill. This action was even more shocking to them. While they were avoiding zombies, Shen Hen was hunting them. 3 zombies fell to the ground, and seeing that no more zombies were climbing up from the stairs to the 1st floor, Shen Hen took out a large syringe, as usual, extracting evolution liquid from the brains of the fallen zombies. Bullet had already seen a lot, but every time he wanted to ask about this, Lin Weishui would give him a look from the side, telling him to keep quiet. Now he could no longer suppress his curiosity and looked at Shen Hen, asking, Brother Shen, what do you use this black liquid for? Seeing him ask, Lin Weishui and Blade also looked at Shen Hen with curious eyes. Lin Weishui was the most curious because she knew very well. Shen Hen had used this black liquid to save her, preventing her from turning into a zombie. Could it be that this black liquid is the antibody to the virus? Shen Hen looked at the 3 of them, remaining silent for a moment. After spending these 2 days together, he had come to trust these 3 Dragon Fong warriors. Among them, Bullet and Blade regarded him as their leader, so he could naturally reveal the matter of the evolution liquid. Moreover, even if he didn't say it, the secret would soon be discovered and spread among the survivors. Shen Hen looked at the bottle of black liquid in his hand and said seriously to the 3, I didn't want to tell you this secret so soon, but now I will share it with you. Go ahead. The 3 focused their eyes entirely on Shen Hen. What secret would this mysterious man reveal? Shen Hen looked at the 3 and said solemnly, Do you know why I am so strong? Bullet and Blade immediately shook their heads, having not connected Shen Hen's strength with the black liquid in his hand. Bullet joked, Brother Shen, you were born strong and abnormal, not a normal person. Who dares to hunt zombies? Even we special forces have to dodge those zombies every day. Blade laughed along. Indeed, to them, Shen Hen's strength was simply too abnormal. Hunting zombies is something they wouldn't even dare to think about, let alone do it. Yet Shen Hen not only brought them to kill all the zombies in the building, but he even dared to occasionally hunt zombies in areas with fewer zombies, extracting that black liquid without being discovered by the zombies. He is truly abnormally strong. Lin Weishui held her breath, her gaze fixed on the bottle of black liquid in Shen Hen's hand. She spoke. Is it because of the black liquid you're collecting? She could sense that Shen Hen was not killing zombies for pleasure. No one would be so abnormal as to hunt those decaying zombies for fun. Shen Hen's true motivation was that black liquid in his bottle. That liquid could not only make one immune to the zombie virus and generate antibodies. Perhaps it could also make humanity stronger. Lin Weishui, having injected that liquid, could feel the changes in her body over these 2 days. Her physical fitness indeed improved a bit, though not particularly noticeable. However, her strength, speed, and even reflexes had all undergone changes. And all of this was undoubtedly due to the black liquid that Shen Hen had injected into her. As soon as her words fell, Bullet and Blade stared in shock at the bottle of black liquid in Shen Hen's hand. They couldn't believe that this liquid extracted from the brains of disgusting zombies could actually enhance humanity. No wonder Shen Hen wanted to hunt zombies and extract the black liquid from their brains. It turned out he was doing it to become stronger. Bullet asked in disbelief, "Brother Shen, is this true? This black liquid extracted from zombies can really make humans stronger?" Blade also held his breath, incredulously looking at Shen Hen. Shen Hen nodded and said directly, "Yes, this black liquid can indeed make people stronger. I call it evolution liquid." Evolution liquid. When Lin Weishui and the others heard this term, they were all taken aback. From Shen Hen's words, they had confirmed that this viscous black liquid extracted from the brains of zombies could indeed empower humanity. Evolution liquid, that was its name. Could it allow humans to evolve? Lin Weishui's shock turned into curiosity. She looked at Shen Hen and suddenly asked coldly, "How do you know all this? Who exactly are you?" The matter of evolution liquid was something no one in their Dragon Fang special forces knew. This information was likely unknown even to the military and to survivors across the world. How did this man who had saved her twice know about it? The three of them stared at Shen Hen, their gazes becoming increasingly peculiar. This mysterious man seemed to grow even more enigmatic. It was as if he were born for this apocalyptic world. Shen Hen did not speak at first. He couldn't possibly reveal to these 3 Longya warriors that he was a time traveler, could he? Such a thing was hard to believe even 20 years after the apocalypse. Shen Hen casually remarked, "If I said I discovered it, by chance would you believe me?" The three looked at Shen Hen with fluctuating expressions, clearly aware that he was lying. The duo Bullet and Blade looked at him with confusion. This person clearly knew about the existence of the evolution liquid, but did not inform them. Was it a matter of distrust? Although Shen Hen had no obligation to share this information with them, now that they were aware, there was a certain discrepancy in their hearts. Shen Hen sensed the thoughts of the 2 Longya warriors. Men are inherently competitive, especially in this brutal apocalypse where everyone wishes to grow stronger. "Do you think I am selfish? I have a way to become stronger, but won't tell you," Shen Hen said expressionlessly to the 3 from Longya. Bullet and Blade hurriedly shook their heads, saying, No, this is your secret, Brother Shen. Oh, we have no right to know." The 2 were quite understanding, as they were warriors from Longya and not petty-minded individuals. Of course, they couldn't blame Shen Hen, because in the face of Shen Hen's overwhelming power, even if there were 3 of them, they could be killed in an instant by this mysterious young man wielding a dark blade. Shen Hen suddenly pointed at Lin Weishui and said, "She has already injected the evolution liquid. This liquid not only allows a person to become powerful, but also grants immunity to the zombie virus. However, the reason I haven't mentioned the evolution liquid to you is not because I don't want you to grow stronger. In this apocalypse, you have the right to become stronger. It's just that I cannot confirm if your bodies can integrate with the evolution liquid. If your genetic integration rate is insufficient and you secretly inject this liquid, you will turn into a zombie." Shen Hen said a lot, but it was direct. He was not so selfish as to think that he was the only evolutionist in this world. In fact, he hoped there would be more evolutionists among humanity. However, he had seen too many who wished to become stronger, but mutated into zombies due to insufficient genetic integration rates. Injecting the evolution liquid without knowing one's integration rate was a gamble with life and power. Lin Weishui was compelled to inject the evolution liquid for herself. Upon hearing Shen Hen's words, the 3 widened their eyes. Bullet exclaimed in shock, "Wow, this thing can also grant immunity to the zombie virus. Is that why Weishui didn't turn into a zombie after injecting this?" Shen Hen's words were absolutely earth-shattering to the 3. They had never imagined that the vaccine to defeat the zombie virus was actually in the brains of the zombies. Moreover, this substance could also make humans stronger. But after hearing Shen Hen's words, they also understood. Injecting this liquid carried the risk of turning into a zombie if the genetic integration rate was insufficient, which was why Shen Hen had not allowed them to inject it. So how can we know our genetic integration rate? Blade suddenly asked. He and Bullet surely didn't know how Shen Hen was aware. Did it require a DNA test? Shen Hen smiled and replied, you will find out in due time. The technology for testing the genetic integration rate between humans and the evolution liquid was developed by a young biologist a year after the apocalypse. Of course, it was not as simple as mixing human blood with the evolution liquid and examining it under a microscope. Bullet and Blade fell silent, clearly hesitant to try injecting the evolution liquid in light of the fatal risk of turning into zombies. Shen Hen said no more and walked into a closed office. He shut the office door, looking at the vial of evolution liquid in his hand. 100 milliliters, a full 100 milliliters. He had already injected 100 milliliters yesterday, and today he would inject it again. Shen Hen did not think of himself as radical. He had dared to inject 100 milliliters at once before becoming an evolutionist, let alone now that he was a first-tier evolutionist. Although he had nearly lost his life during the first injection, he possessed a 70% integration rate and would not be easily defeated by the evolution liquid. For the sake of power, he had no choice but to inject. With a plop, 100 drops of evolution liquid were injected into Shen Hen's veins, unleashing a wild surge throughout his body. This time he was already accustomed to it. Injecting the evolution liquid was no longer as painful, no longer felt like his body was burning. He could feel his strength gradually increasing, growing stronger. Soon that wild surge began to subside. Evolution was complete. The completion rate of the evolution was 20%. Since becoming a first-tier evolutionist, Shen Hen had injected 200 drops of evolution liquid over the course of 2 days. He still needed 80% to reach the completion of the second-tier evolution. It seems I need to speed up the collection of evolution liquid. Shen Hen murmured softly. Having survived in the apocalypse for 20 years, he understood that first-tier evolution was the foundation of human evolution. Basically, a year after the apocalypse, first-tier evolutionists were already common on the streets. First-tier evolutionists accounted for 90% of all evolutionists. Only by becoming a second-tier evolutionist could he truly be considered a formidable power in the early apocalypse. He would be able to confront those first-form evolved zombies. Shen Hen opened the office door and slowly walked out. Outside, the 3 warriors from Longya were silent. Compared to Shen Hen's purposeful hunt for zombies, they merely wished to return to their ranks in an orderly fashion. Shen Hen, the zombies outside have decreased. Lin-animation said, pointing to the road in the community, looking at the strong man before her. The roads in the community were no longer blocked by zombies as they had been 3 days ago. The zombies that had been drawn to them seemed to have scattered, unable to find any traces of prey. Lin-animation immediately reported this situation to Shen Hen. Clearly in her mind, relying solely on the strength of the 3 Longya warriors would not be enough to safely reach the gathering point. They might even be devoured by those zombies midway. Only he, perhaps only this man who had become a so-called evolutionist, could help them return to the city center gathering point. Bullet and Blade looked at Shen Hen with similar hopeful gazes. Not only was Shen Hen powerful, but he also had great knowledge about zombies. Only he could take them back. If they couldn't go back, they would have no choice but to follow this man. Shen Hen naturally understood the thoughts and the hearts of the 3. But now he was more concerned about another matter. What time is it now? Shen Hen suddenly asked Lin-animation beside him. Time. He wanted to know the exact time now. Lin-animation was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Shen Hen to ask her for the time. She instinctively glanced at her military watch and said it's 11 o'clock. It was noon. Shen Hen looked up at the sky and murmured, darkness is about to descend. The 3 from Longya looked at him in confusion, not understanding what Shen Hen was saying. Only Shen Hen knew what would happen at noon on the 10th day of the apocalypse. Global darkness will descend. If the first outbreak of the apocalypse came quietly, most people around humanity had already been infected by the zombie virus. Then the second outbreak of the apocalypse, which would open the second layer of the apocalypse pyramid, could be described as a change that would shock the heavens and make the ghosts weep. First, a radioactive black light would envelop the globe. Shen Hen recalled the terrifying experience he had during the global darkness in his previous life. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the second layer of the apocalypse pyramid will open. Global darkness will descend. A mysterious black light will envelop the earth, radiating animals and zombies on the planet. This black light carried a mysterious energy. In the global darkness, some zombies would complete their evolution due to the exposure to this black light, turning into evolved zombies. At the same time, some zombies would mutate due to this black light, becoming mutated zombies. The animals on Earth would also undergo significant changes due to this black light radiation. Of course, none of this concerned Shen Hen. What Shen Hen truly cared about was superpowers. With the onset of global darkness, not only would black light envelop the land, Various beams of superpower light would also shine upon the earth. Humans who were exposed to or walked into these superpower beams would gain superpowers. Before the apocalypse, people referred to them as superhumans. After the apocalypse, humanity called them ability users. These ability beams were generally divided into 4 levels. White basic abilities, representing body, enhancement, transformation, etc. It is the lowest tier of abilities. Green low-level control abilities. Those who gain this ability can control some elemental powers to a certain extent, such as controlling water or fire. However, green is only the lowest level of elemental control. Higher levels of elemental control belong to more advanced abilities. Blue mental abilities. Humans illuminated by blue ability beams will gain mental powers such as precognition of danger and mental communication, which are auxiliary abilities. Red, the highest tier of abilities. Shen Hen remembered that 10 years after the apocalypse, most of the remaining humans had acquired red abilities. The powers they possessed could no longer be explained by science. They could move mountains and seas, ascend to the heavens, or even cut through space, alter time in an area, or slip into the void. From a certain perspective, red abilities had reached the realm of metaphysics or even mythology. Shen Hen was not an ability user. In his previous life, fate did not favor him. He did not possess powerful red abilities, nor did he even acquire the most basic white abilities. But this time, Shen Hen knew that he must obtain a superpower at all costs. Even if it were the lowest level white ability, it would still be better than having no powers at all, because superpowers could be sought after. What did you say? Bullet and Blade looked at Shen Hen with puzzled expressions. Has darkness descended? Why does this sound so strange? Moreover, it's daytime. It's only 11 o'clock. Where could the darkness have come from? Lin Weixu's cold expression was filled with questions. She looked at Shen Hen and curiously said, "It's only noon and it's not dark yet. Where is this darkness coming from?" Shen Hen ignored the 3 of them. He simply closed his eyes deep in thought. His 20 years of apocalyptic experience left him pondering deeply. Who are the evolved beings in Xiaohong City? Especially, who is the highest-ranking red ability user? Shen Hen couldn't recall anyone after thinking for a long time. However, he knew that there must be a red ability present in this city, because he had once seen that red glow from the balcony on the 5th floor. Therefore, he must find that red ability before the other survivors discover and absorb that beam of ability. He must absorb that red ability. That is true power. Compared to the difference between him becoming an evolved being and the enhanced humans from his past life, the ability beam is evidently the most important to him. After all, the power difference between evolved beings of the same tier and enhanced humans isn't too great. But a red ability is completely different. If one could develop a red ability to its later stages, it would no longer be something an evolved being could contend with. Shen Hen knew that even a 9th-tier evolved being would face considerable pressure when confronting a level 5 red ability user. Because ability users are incredibly diverse and unfathomable, an ability user cannot be understood merely through strength. Some ability users can quietly kill enemies with mental attacks, while others can transform into giants to crush hordes of evolved zombies. Some can even control waves of water fearless in the face of tens of thousands of zombie-level tides. The capabilities of ability users cannot be judged by common sense. Some ability users are weak enough to be defeated by an ordinary zombie, while others are strong enough to change the fate of a human base. Shen Hen even suspected that he was sent to the apocalypse by those terrifying ability users. Perhaps it really was the legendary time and space ability users joining forces to cast abilities that sent him back to the apocalypse. No matter what, this time, I must find an ability that belongs to me. Shen Hen made a silent vow. While Lin Weixue and the others were still in confusion, Shen Hen was already prepared. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, exactly at noon. Noon has arrived. A global anomaly occurred. At this moment, the zombies scattered across the earth all lifted their heads. They no longer wandered aimlessly on the desolate asphalt roads for food, nor did they eat the little food they had left. At this moment, they all raised their heads to the sky in unison. No longer craving food, no longer displaying those confused, lifeless faces. They looked up at the sky, and at this moment, billions of zombies on Earth stopped in their tracks. The sky underwent a tremendous change. The originally bright sky suddenly darkened in an instant. Darkness has descended. The sun appeared to vanish at that moment. Darkness swept across the sky like a tidal wave, and in the darkened sky there was no sun, nor was there a moon. Darkness enveloped the earth. It was pitch black, as if humanity had closed their eyes in a dark room, leaving no place illuminated. In the silent office building, Shen Hen turned on the flashlight he carried with him. The light from the flashlight shone harshly into the eyes of the 3 soldiers from Longya. Faced with the sudden change, the 3 soldiers from Longya couldn't believe their eyes. It's dark. The cycle of day and night is the natural order. But what was unusual was that it was only 12 o'clock noon. How could it suddenly be dark? Even if it were dark, there should at least be moonlight shining on the earth. How is it that now it's so dark that not even a hint of moonlight can be seen? How is this possible? Ryn-animation recalled Shen Hen's words, and when she looked at the man who seemed to be prepared for this, her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment as she asked, "What's going on? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark?" The bullet beside her questioned, "Could it be a solar eclipse?" The blade nodded slightly, evidently thinking it was the only possibility. Shen Hen did not elaborate further. He couldn't possibly say it was because a wave of black light blocked the sun, causing global darkness, could he? "You have half an hour to drive back to your Longya gathering place from here. Don't worry, the zombies outside won't attack you during this half hour," Shen Hen said. Without waiting for the three to respond, he had already grabbed his backpack and dashed outside. "Hey, where are you going?" Ryn-animation watched Shen Hen rush downstairs, completely confused by what he had just said. Is he just leaving like this? Bullet and Blade exchanged glances. Is he just leaving us behind? What should we do? Looking down from the terrace railing, the outside was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything at all. Blade took out the military flashlight he carried. When the dim light shone on the community's road, they realized that the zombies that had been wandering in the community had all stopped moving. The zombies stood still, looking up at the sky as if waiting for something. Suddenly, the beam from Blade's flashlight illuminated Shen Hen, who was rushing downstairs. The three of them were dumbfounded. Shen Hen wasn't running fast, but as he walked through the pile of zombies, it was as if those zombies had not noticed him at all, merely gazing up at the sky. "I think what he said is true. Those zombies outside really seem to be immobile." Ryn-animation murmured softly. "Half an hour, huh?" After Shen Hen went downstairs, he didn't rush around. He purposefully waited next to his black off-road vehicle that was crushed among the zombies. As he waited, suddenly, an anomaly occurred in the dark sky once again. Countless beams of colorful light suddenly shone down from the sky. Some of the strange beams illuminated Asia, some shone on Europe, and some on America. There were even some that lit up the oceans and deserts. At this moment, Shen Hen finally moved. He looked at the nearest red beam of light and drove the off-road vehicle straight toward it. Boom! The off-road vehicle roared to life, crashing through several zombies that stood still in its path before speeding down the small road towards the community exit. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew everywhere. Shen Hen's off-road vehicle was like a meat grinder harvesting those zombies blocking the road. If it weren't for his urgent need to find the ability, he would have stopped to collect the evolution liquid long ago. But the mere evolution liquid was not worth wasting his time. His target is that red ability. It's the red tier ability that is closest to him and shining within this city. The black light is the key to zombie evolution. Thus, when the black light enveloped the earth, zombies all over the world looked up at the sky in a daze. The seemingly dazed zombies were actually absorbing the radiation of the black light, making themselves stronger and even evolving. Shen Hen knew that after this global darkness there would exist evolved zombies and mutated zombies among the zombie ranks. Even if the evolved and mutated zombies were only 1,000th of the zombie horde, that 1,000th was already an astonishing number. Based on the more than 7 billion humans globally, if there are 7 billion zombies, then 1,000th means there are 7 million evolved and mutated zombies. In the darkness, the road ahead was unclear. Everything seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Only the headlights of the off-road vehicle slightly illuminated Shen Hen's path. However, in the darkness, Shen Hen still struggled to see his surroundings. Bang! The off-road vehicle crashed into a streetlight, causing Shen Hen to angrily kick the car door open. He slung his backpack over his shoulder, holding the black blade in one hand and the flashlight in the other, sprinting down the pitch-black road. That dazzling red light seemed to possess infinite allure, drawing Shen Hen's steps. Closer, closer. The red tier ability beam seemed to be just within reach. That brilliant red pillar appeared to dye the entire dark sky crimson. A beam of fiery red light descended to the ground as if waiting for its host. At this moment, Shen Hen increased his speed even more. He was the night walker in the darkness. Oh, no one understood this sudden darkness better than he did. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. The red pillar seemed to be right in front of him, within reach. At that moment, Shen Hen's heart raced with excitement. Finally was he about to obtain this red ability. However, just as he was filled with excitement, only a step away from the red pillar, a rumbling sound echoed in his brain, abruptly halting his frantic pace. One step, just one step away. But at this moment, a light darker than the darkness itself, like a black hole in the universe, mysteriously shone upon Shen Hen. Bang! Illuminated by this cosmic black light, Shen Hen suddenly lost all strength and collapsed limply onto the ground. The mysterious black light spread throughout his body once more. Shen Hen became like a star in the darkness, emanating an even darker glow. It perfectly merged with the descending black ability beam. Damn it! Shen Hen's consciousness gradually faded. Before he lost consciousness, he looked at the red ability that was only a step away from him and couldn't help but curse. After Shen Hen fainted, the black pillar also vanished without a trace, as if it had never graced this world. Suddenly a face appeared in the red ability beam before Shen Hen. It was a young man with red hair sporting an explosive hairstyle and a cheeky face dressed in trendy clothes already stained with zombie blood. The red-haired youth stepped into the strange red beam. Although he didn't know what this light was, at least it allowed him to see more clearly in the darkness. This damned apocalypse really won't let people have a moment's peace. The red-haired boy complained he had been forced out to investigate, not because he wanted to come out. When he saw Shen Hen and the flashlight still emitting light in his hand, he was taken aback, realizing that there was indeed someone lying on the ground in front of him. If it weren't for this red light, he would have almost stepped on him. What the hell? Why is there a person lying on the ground? The red-haired youth was startled. He shook Shen Hen a couple of times and checked for his breath. Only when he found he was still breathing did he call out, "Hey, you're not dead, are you? Wake up, wake up." Shen Hen didn't make a sound, clearly having fainted. He should still be alive, the red-haired youth murmured. The red-haired youth looked around and noticed that there was obviously some food in Shen Hen's backpack, saying, "Forget it, let's take him back first." When darkness fell, the entire world underwent a tremendous transformation. Global darkness. All the zombies ceased their movements and looked up at the sky. In the United States, Alaska, a young Caucasian man was being relentlessly pursued by zombies behind him. Suddenly darkness descended and a beam of white supernatural light shone upon him. Poof! A pair of white wings sprouted from the young man's back, and he soared into the sky. The Pacific Ocean. Darkness enveloped the earth, casting its shadow over the surface of the sea, transforming the largest ocean on this planet from azure to pitch black. On the surface of the sea, a red beam of light descended from the heavens, illuminating a blue whale that had surfaced. Suddenly, the blue whale, illuminated by the red beam, began to grow larger and larger. Its expanding body caused the surrounding sea to surge violently. With a flip, it seemed to cover the entire surface of the sea. The tail that crashed down on the water stirred up monstrous waves. The Atlantic Ocean. On a small island, a turtle basking in the sun was suddenly struck by another beam of red light. Its body also began to enlarge until it resembled a small island. When it lay back down on the small island, it actually crushed the whole island beneath it. In Egypt, in a desolate, lonely desert, dust and sand swirled in the sky, obscuring the vision of anyone passing by. This was a barren and silent desert devoid of humans and zombies alike. Only a figure in a black trench coat with a gray cloth covering his face advanced through the chaos. Dust settled upon him, yet it flowed off his body and onto the sandy ground. He moved back and forth repetitively, as if searching for something in this desert. He was searching for something in this desolate wasteland. He seemed neither tired nor thirsty. He was devoid of fear and equally devoid of hope. He had lost all human emotions, even the very essence of a soul. Only for that glimmer of hope in his heart, he wandered through this desert. Beneath the cover of his black coat, his face remained hidden from view. Only his pair of dark eyes, steady and ancient, revealed an aura of age-old mystery. The sky darkened. The traveler seemed to exhibit a flicker of emotion. When he looked up at the dark sky, he finally spoke to the pitch-black world. "Darkness has descended. Dark Devourer, have you returned?" His voice was not loud, and amidst the fierce winds in this desert, it came across as quite ethereal. "Regardless, I will continue to search in this desert until I find that oasis that belongs to me." The man stepped forward again into the desert. Though darkness lay ahead, it seemed to touch not his heart. In a dim room, the air was cold and solemn. Only the flickering light revealed an atmosphere of terror. It was a vast chamber containing a massive biogenic glass tube. Within the tube, a naked man slept in a black liquid. The pitch-black liquid seemed to envelop every corner of the man's body. Surrounding this sleeping man was a group of individuals living in darkness. They were devoid of emotions. They feared not death. The leader said that after his death, night kill will be managed by Zhao, said a long-haired man dressed in black. Beside him, a woman wearing a hat stared intently at the cold biogenic tube. The man within the dark liquid was what they referred to as number one. The woman's face, concealed by her hat, revealed only half of her exquisite beauty under the dim light. She was number two, and she did not fear number one as much as the other assassins here. The woman spoke, her voice sharp like a blade in the night, instilling fear. "The leader is already dead. The words of the dead hold no meaning here. Night kill has always been about the individual." Her words seemed profound, causing the surrounding assassins in the darkness to fall silent. All eyes were focused on the man in the black liquid. His existence would bring destruction to this world. For this apocalypse was the most suitable for him, a natural beast cage. Crack, crack, crack. Bang. The experimental tube sealing the man suddenly cracked until it shattered completely. Darkness surged forth and the beasts in the dark awakened. As the naked man stepped on the glass shards walking toward the crowd, an invisible pressure filled the hearts of all present. Thud, thud, thud. Around 100 people kneeled before the man. We bow to the chief. The man smiled faintly, his steps light. But with each step he took, the hearts of everyone here sank deeper. This man was their nightmare. Even those who feared not death dared not rebel against him. He stood at the pinnacle of the food chain in this world. He was the legend of night kill. When Zhao's steps halted, his gaze turned to the woman in the hat, revealing only half her face. He smiled slightly, a radiant smile seemingly harmless. You are right, night kill has always been about the individual. Therefore, the beast cage has been opened. Go unleash your wildness. As he looked at all the demons kneeling before him with that cheerful expression, he was filled with joy, laughing as he spoke to them. Struggle, kill me. Huh. In the darkness, a dazzling black light seemed to guide Shen Hen's direction. Shen Hen's consciousness gradually awakened. Before he even opened his eyes, he heard a flurry of conversation. What a ghostly sight. Why is the sky alternately dark and bright? It's really damn scary. What is wrong with those zombies outside? They aren't moving now. Are they sleeping? Hey, red hair, why did you bring someone back with you? This little brat hasn't been bitten, has he? No, brother Long, you can rest assured, he definitely hasn't been bitten. I just went outside and checked him thoroughly. Do you have that kind of hobby? Shen Hen gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself completely bound. His hands and feet were bound by cold, sturdy ropes. In the air, a nauseating stench wafted the most primal scent of humanity. Shen Hen instinctively glanced around, only to realize he was in a KTV room before the apocalypse. In the large room, there were 5 scantily dressed women, clearly workers from before the apocalypse. The 5 scantily clad women surrounded 3 men, serving them as ancient palace maids would serve an emperor. Next to them was a young man with an explosive red hairstyle, wearing a cheeky expression, clearly a punk from before the apocalypse. From the earlier conversation, Shen Hen gathered that this young punk was the one who had brought him here. Besides these people, there was a woman obviously older than the others, holding a girl around 7 or 8 years old in the corner, resembling a mother and child. 11 people. They must be the only survivors in this KTV. The ropes binding his hands and feet were extremely tight. Shen Hen tried to force them off, but it was futile. One must admit those who bound him likely feared he might become infected and turn into a zombie, hence the tight bindings. Shen Hen's movements caught the attention of the red-haired young man who was watching him occasionally. The red-haired youth approached Shen Hen, stroking his chin as he regarded him seriously. You finally woke up. Shen Hen was not quite accustomed to being scrutinized like this, but he had his own thoughts about this red-haired youth. He had missed the opportunity to acquire the red tier's supernatural ability, being just one step away. Shen Hen felt this was the greatest pity of his 2 lifetimes. If only he had been a bit quicker, perhaps he could have stepped into that beam of red supernatural light. However, since it was this red-haired punk who brought him here, he must know something about that red supernatural ability. Who exactly obtained that red supernatural ability? Shen Hen prepared to play the fool and blend in with these seemingly pre-apocalyptic punks. Am I still alive? Wow, that scared me. Outside are those flesh-eating zombies. Oh, I was so hungry that I rushed out looking for food. After dark at noon, those zombies suddenly stopped moving. Ew, I was so weak from hunger that I fainted while running. Thankfully, this red-haired big brother saved me, otherwise I would definitely have become food for those zombies. Shen Hen's face bore an extreme look of fear and grievance, coupled with his trembling and fearful voice, causing the surrounding people to be taken aback. Everyone regarded Shen Hen as an ordinary survivor in the apocalypse. He was lucky to have survived, but clearly terrified. The woman hiding in the corner had a dim look in her eyes and shook her head when she looked at Shen Hen. The bald man, sitting among several women with a fierce expression, also cast his gaze upon him, loudly declaring, "Kid, stop babbling." At his shout, Shen Hen trembled in fear and hurriedly closed his mouth. The bald man then turned his attention to the red-haired youth, impatiently stating, "Red hair, this kid is your responsibility. Explain the rules here to him, and don't disturb my enjoyment." The bald man indulged in the services of 3 women, embracing them, clearly engaged in something wicked. His 2 lackeys each held a woman and were kissing them. The woman hiding in the corner was of mediocre appearance, certainly inferior to the 5 women there. She trembled as she covered the little girl's eyes, not wanting her to see the wicked scene before them. All right. The red-haired youth approached Shen Hen, looking at the fiery-haired youth with a lion-like explosive hairstyle, causing Shen Hen to smirk inwardly. How could someone maintain a self-assured expression with such a peculiar hairstyle? Hey kid, did you hear me? My big brother said to explain the rules here to you. You need to be quiet and listen. Don't shout or make noise, the red-haired youth threatened. Upon hearing this, Shen Hen quickly nodded, fearfully whispering, Red hair, can you help me untie the ropes first? I wasn't bitten by any zombies, I promise. You know those bitten by zombies turn into zombies within half an hour. The red-haired youth glanced at him impatiently, saying, Look at you, I'm afraid of you turning into a zombie. I'm worried about you not understanding the rules once you wake up. But it seems you're quite compliant, huh? I like being called red hair. Oh, do you understand the meaning of face? Huh. The red-haired youth lightly patted Shen Hen's face, and Shen Hen hurriedly smiled, saying, "Indeed, I'm grateful for the life-saving grace of red hair." Seeing Shen Hen so obedient, the red-haired youth nodded in satisfaction, taking small steps to Shen Hen's back to untie the ropes binding his hands and feet. As Shen Hen was freed from his bindings, his face immediately brightened with joy. He looked at the red-haired youth with gratitude, asking Red Hair, "Have you seen my backpack and a black knife?" Shen Hen had long noticed that his backpack and the black blade were not in this private room. Clearly they had been put away by the red-haired man who brought him here while he was unconscious. The red-haired man glanced at him and casually said, "I put your things outside." Upon hearing his words, Shen Hen finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least they were brought back. The backpack contained some trivial food. The evolution fluid had also been fully injected and not collected. What Shen Hen cared about the most was that third-tier enhancement potion. Third tier, that was indeed a third-tier enhancement potion. As long as he injected that enhancement potion into someone, that person would instantly possess the power of a third-tier evolved being. In the early days of the apocalypse, that was undoubtedly a formidable power. Just as Shen Hen was about to continue questioning the red-haired youth in front of him about the red energy beam, a shy moan suddenly echoed. Shen Hen and the red-haired youth turned their heads simultaneously. It turned out that on the black leather sofa, 3 men and 5 women were engaged in a group activity. The bald man glanced at the two, and the atmosphere became awkward. Suddenly, he pointed at the door of the private room and said, "Suja, take this kid out and let him get familiar with our environment." The bald man did not say it too bluntly, but Shen Hen and the red-haired youth named Suja were not fools. They quickly nodded and slipped out. After exiting the private room, Shen Hen looked around to observe the situation in the KTV. There was no putrid smell, no bloody scenes. Everything in the KTV resembled the pre-apocalypse. If there was any difference, it might be due to the power outage, as only the battery-powered floor neon lights emitted a faint glow, dimly illuminating the KTV scenes. Shen Hen followed the red-haired youth named Suja for a few steps, and Suja seemed to notice that Shen Hen was looking around. Suja thought Shen Hen was afraid that zombies might jump out from the surrounding private rooms, and he kindly said, "Don't look around. This KTV happened to be closed on the day of the apocalypse, so there won't be any zombies here." Indeed, just as he thought. Shen Hen put on a smile and said to Suja, as if trying to curry favor with an elder brother, "Red-haired brother, who were those big brothers just now? How should I address them?" Shen Hen guessed that the 5 women were likely the KTV's escort girls. As for the 3 strong-looking men, were they the security guards here? Suja glanced at Shen Hen and then said, "Those 3 men are my boss. They were in charge of this KTV before the apocalypse. The bald one is the boss. You can call him Long Gu, and the 2 beside him are his trusted subordinates, Biaozi and Liuzi. The women are the waitresses at this KTV. On the day of the apocalypse, they happened to be here, and that mother and daughter escaped from the guest room upstairs. As for me, I was a server here before the apocalypse." Suja said a lot, basically telling Shen Hen about the situation in this KTV. This KTV does not lack food and drinks, and there is a dedicated large supermarket inside stocked with food, water, and fruits enough for them to eat and drink well all day. Suja also deliberately said, "You better behave here. Long Gu is a well-known figure. Following him means you are lucky." Indeed. Shen Hen chuckled and nodded. However, to him, he did not take the so-called Long Gu seriously at all. Shen Hen's gaze remained fixed on the red-haired youth named Suja. He vaguely felt that the red energy ability had probably been absorbed by this person who had stumbled upon it. Shen Hen followed Suja to the front desk, and Suja suddenly took Shen Hen's backpack and knife out from the glass cabinet. Suja first handed Shen Hen his backpack and said, "Hey, race your stuff. The food inside has been confiscated. Consider it your protection fee." "Kid, you don't mind, do you?" Suja suddenly looked at Shen Hen with a mischievous smile, and Shen Hen hurriedly shook his head, saying, "No objections, no objections. It's all the little brother's goodwill. Please accept it, red-haired brother." Suja was satisfied with him. Before Shen Hen arrived, he had always been the lackey here. All the patrolling and checking of the private rooms were done by him. Now that Shen Hen was here, his status seemed to have instantly risen a level. It was as if he also had a little brother, and this little brother was particularly obedient. This made Suja feel quite comfortable. "You're quite sensible. What's your name?" Suja asked proudly. Shen Hen quickly replied, "My name is Shen Hen. You can call me Hensi." As he conversed with Suja, he also looked at the items in his backpack. The small black box was still there, and the enhancement potion was also intact. As for the syringes and glass bottles used for collecting evolution fluid, they were all still there. Only the food he carried with him seemed to have been taken by Suja. Thankfully, as long as the enhancement potion wasn't lost, that was something that could instantly make someone stronger with just 1 injection. If that were lost, Shen Hen felt it would be just like losing 100,000 drops of evolution fluid. Shen Hen put on the backpack and instinctively looked at the black blade in Suja's hands. Suja had been holding his knife since earlier, seemingly wanting to claim his black blade as his own. It was evident that he had his eyes on the knife. Suja brandished the knife, wandering around the KTV like a mountain king. He asked Shen Hen, "Were you a doctor before the apocalypse?" Suja clearly noticed the syringes and potions in Shen Hen's backpack, resembling a first aid kit carried by a doctor. Shen Hen was taken aback. He didn't expect this red-haired man to think of him as a doctor. He quickly replied, "Yes, I'm a university student studying medicine and already interning. Red-haired brother, about my knife." Shen Hen deliberately brought up the matter of the black blade, and upon hearing it, Suja turned to look at him. Suja smirked darkly and said, "Oh, you mean this black knife? I think your knife is pretty good just playing with it. What's wrong? Can't I borrow it for a couple of days? It's just a knife, why be stingy? I saved your life after all." "Well, fine." Shen Hen nodded helplessly. Clearly, Suja did not intend to return the knife. Shen Hen did not want to be forceful. He still had questions to ask this red-haired man. As for later, he could seek out the Dragon Tooth Special Forces in this city. Moreover, it seemed that just as this red-haired man said, he really did save his life. Shen Hen followed Suja as they roamed around the KTV, and after nearly finishing the inspection, Suja led Shen Hen back the same way. As the two arrived at the front desk near the closed elevator, Shen Hen stopped in his tracks. As a first-tier evolved being, his senses had surpassed human limits. His instincts warned him that a terrifying aura was approaching them. "What's wrong? Why are you standing still?" Suja looked at the suddenly motionless Shen Hen in confusion. "Don't move," Shen Hen shouted loudly, grabbing Suja, instantly turning serious. He seemed as if he had transformed into a different person. Creak, creak, creak. A chilling sound quietly echoed like a beast lurking in the dark, sharpening its claws, ready to ambush its prey and strike with lethal force. Shen Hen's perception was extremely sensitive. He could smell the alien scent in the air. Likewise, he could hear the terrifying presence lurking in the darkness. Suja impatiently shook off Shen Hen's hand, unable to comprehend how the timid subordinate had suddenly turned fierce in the blink of an eye. As Suja shook off Shen Hen's hand, the beast hidden in the darkness could no longer contain its murderous intent. Slash! The sound of a sharp weapon slicing through the air rang out. Shen Hen abruptly turned around just 10 meters behind him in a private room. A small hunched figure, entirely blood-red and resembling a hairless, skinless monkey, suddenly charged at him, and Suja, the stalker. Shen Hen's nerves tightened. Upon seeing this creature, goosebumps erupted all over his body. An evolved zombie. Z1, stalker. Shen Hen never expected that on the 10th day of the apocalypse he would encounter an evolved zombie. It should be noted that the black light that caused global darkness had baptized these zombies. Among the zombies that underwent this baptism, some evolved into evolved zombies. The zombie he faced now was the first form of the zaped zombie, the stalker. The stalker is merely a first-tier zombie. They lack the iron-like skin for protection and also don't possess the strength to hurl a large bus. However, they are assassins of the dark. Their speed surpasses the limits of humanity. Their claw-like bones, sharp as swords, grant them the ability to slice through anything. Swish! In the darkness, the stalker zoomed towards Shen Hen and Suja like a straight bullet flying through the air. In the blink of an eye, the stalker, which had been over 20 meters away from Shen Hen, was now right before his eyes. Dodge! Shen Hen's heightened reflexes immediately gave him this command. Shen Hen sidestepped and kicked Suja behind him, sending him flying. Crack, crack, crack. The cold claws, sharp like the blades used by ancient assassins, sliced through Shen Hen's white shirt across his chest. Screech! The stalker's claws embedded in the wall, leaving chilling claw marks. As its body touched the floor, the stalker sprang away like a wraith, producing a chilling sound. Then it vanished into the darkness like a vengeful spirit. It chose not to attack again. The failure of its first strike made it aware of its exposed position. It thus hid in the depths of the darkness in a place unknown to anyone. Terrifying. Shen Hen gasped, his breathing quickening and his heart raced. Even though the stalker was the weakest among the evolved zombies, such a zombie was a nightmare for ordinary humans. It possessed a speed imperceptible to the human eye, along with claws like swords and the instincts of a hunter. Their existence is the nightmare of survivors. Shen Hen was well aware that had he not kicked that red-haired guy away, the stalker would have already torn him to pieces. Holy crap! Suja had just crawled up from behind the glass counter, his face pale with terror as he stared at the direction the stalker had vanished. Just moments ago, he had felt a breath of death. If it weren't for Shen Hen's kick, he would have undoubtedly been dissected by that terrifying monster. The ghastly bloodied face, the crimson skin, and the cold claws resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe. Everything about it made that fleeting figure. Yes, in his eyes it appeared as a fleeting red shadow. That red specter like a vengeful ghost. Hensy, what was that thing that just flew by? Suja, trembling in fear, ran to Shen Hen's side, asking in terror. He was so frightened that he had forgotten how Shen Hen had kicked him so far away. In response to his terrified question, Shen Hen simply replied with 2 words, zombie. Shen Hen picked up the black blade that had fallen on the ground. The appearance of the stalker made him cautious about messing around with the red-haired guy. After all, even though he was a first-tier evolved being, the stalker was also a first-tier evolved zombie. The first form of the zaped zombie, although weaker in strength and defense compared to other evolved zombies. However, in terms of speed, lethality, and intelligence, it was the strongest among first-tier zombies. The killer among zombies. This was Shen Hen's evaluation of Z1 Stalker. In an unknown situation, if the stalker gave him a chance to strike, he was confident he could eliminate this zombie. However, unfortunately, the complex private rooms and dim environment of the KTV perfectly created a slaughterhouse for the stalker. This place was the most suitable environment for the stalker. Shen Hen couldn't afford to be careless, as zombies that could hide and ambush were far more terrifying than brute force zombies. If the stalker ambushed him from the shadows, even he would be torn to shreds by its bone claws. Suja then noticed Shen Hen, who had picked up the black blade. He could distinctly feel how Shen Hen had transformed in that brief moment when they faced the monster. Shen Hen seemed like a different person, exuding a powerful aura that made Suja tremble. He didn't understand how Shen Hen's aura had become so strong, but he knew that Shen Hen's kick had indeed saved his life. Moreover, was that creature that had just darted by really a zombie? How could a zombie be so terrifying? Zombie. Hen. Hensi, you mean that thing that just flew by was a zombie? Suja asked Shen Hen, staring in shock. He cautiously followed Shen Hen, not daring to leave his side. He had no idea whether the monster lurking in the darkness would attack them again. If it were to strike again, he couldn't be certain he would be so lucky this time. Suja remained in disbelief, trembling as he said, "How could that be? Zombies aren't like that. They look like ghosts. Wait, which direction did it jump off to?" Shen Hen and Suja simultaneously turned their gazes toward the dark corridor leading back to where they had come. This meant that the evolved zombie, after jumping away, was likely to find that group of survivors, including Long Go. Your bosses and colleagues won't survive. Shen Hen steadied himself and walked toward the dark corridor. Suja dared not leave his side, closely following Shen Hen's steps. No, that can't be. Was that zombie really that powerful? Don't underestimate Long Go and the others. A Long Go has a gun that made us submit to him. That zombie can't possibly be stronger than a gun, right? Suja completely disbelieved Shen Hen's earlier words. A gun? Shen Hen scoffed. Forget about a gun. Even if they had submachine guns, rifles, or shotguns, so what? The stalker wouldn't even give them the chance to fire. Moreover, even if they did fire, it would be difficult to hit the stalker with its high-speed movements. Unless one shot it in the head, it would be a certain death. However, he had clearly observed what that group had been doing. Could a group of people engaging in primitive movements really react to the stalker's hunt? Ghost. There's a ghost. Holy crap, what kind of monster is that? Shoot. Quick shoot. Bang. Following the sound of a gunshot, everything seemed to return to calm. Shen Hen quickened his pace. Initially worried that the stalker might ambush him, he now knew that the stalker was already hunting that group of survivors. Puff, puff, puff. Shen Hen's hearing was exceptionally sharp. He could hear a sound nearby reminiscent of flesh being sliced. He knew that it was the sound of the stalker's claws cutting through human flesh. Two bloodied women, clearly among the 5 earlier, were now running madly past Shen Hen's path. Behind them, Shen Hen vaguely saw a red shadow like a spider crawling on the ceiling, closely following its prey. They had arrived. Shen Hen looked at the private room before him, which had turned into a hell on earth. The floor was soaked in blood mixed with human body parts. Fingers, neatly severed bodies, bloodied bones, intestines scattered everywhere, and a still relatively intact head with wide-open eyes filled with fear. Behind Shen Hen, Suja came rushing and panting heavily. Terrified, he didn't dare to stop, but he couldn't keep up with Shen Hen's speed and had to run desperately to catch up. When he saw the scene inside the private room, he froze, and an ominous feeling washed over him. Suja looked at the remains of humanity scattered everywhere, especially that wide-eyed head, feeling utterly lost. That was Long Guess head, which had been so formidable moments ago, now completely severed. Ugh! Suja vomited his entire body, breaking into a cold sweat. The air was thick with the stench of human blood, and the foul odor of entrails making him gag. With a terrified expression, he exclaimed, "How could this happen? Too horrifying, you in the blink of an eye 6 people had been dismembered by that monster." Suja couldn't comprehend how that monster had accomplished this. However, the scene before him was far too terrifying. If this had happened before the apocalypse, anyone would have fainted from shock. Shen Hen calmly walked through the bloody remains, crouching down to retrieve a Desert Eagle pistol from a severed hand. Looking at the round head, it was clear that this gun belonged to the survivor leader Long Go. Shen Hen was overjoyed. The Desert Eagle was no ordinary pistol, renowned as a hand cannon. Even against the first form of an evolved zombie, it would deliver devastating damage. Shen Hen wiped the blood off the Desert Eagle and opened the magazine, finding only 5 bullets left. Help us. In the corner of the private room, that mother and daughter were still hiding safely in the innermost corner. The woman, seemingly in her 30s, covered her daughter's mouth with her hand, burying the little girl's head in her embrace. They were still alive. Shen Hen was not surprised by this. Even a stealthy predator would first eliminate prey that exuded a strong killing intent and made noise. Unfortunately, the scent left by Long Gu and his group during their earlier debauchery was precisely what attracted the predator. The woman had clearly witnessed the scene earlier, her face pale, with fear trembling all over. Shen Hen approached her, comforting her. "Don't worry, you are safe now." The woman looked at him in terror, her eyes filled with dread. She had witnessed the horror of that monster and could hardly believe that she and her daughter, along with the two young men before her, could survive. "Hen, what should we do?" Suja stood behind Shen Hen, his legs trembling. He glanced at the glass door of the private room, which had already been slashed open by the monster, the massive claw marks on the door sending chills down his spine. The corpses on the ground were horrifying, almost completely dismembered. Thinking about facing that monster next, he was so frightened he could barely stand. What to do? Shen Hen smiled. If he were in an open area and given a vehicle, he would certainly choose to flee. But this was a KTV, and below was likely a hotel, undoubtedly overrun by zombies. Even if he could escape, the red-haired man beside him and that mother-daughter pair would certainly meet their demise. There was no other choice. "We have to kill that zombie." Shen Hen's voice was low but decisive. Suja's eyes widened in shock, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. Huh? Suja looked at the man before him in disbelief. He simply could not fathom how this man could propose killing that monster. Looking at the pile of dismembered corpses on the ground and the blood smeared everywhere, let alone killing that monster, if he encountered it, he feared he wouldn't even have the courage to resist. Shen Hen paid him no mind. Even though this red-haired Suja might potentially gain a red-tier ability, until that ability awakened, he was just an ordinary person. It was clearly impossible to expect him to help. However, Shen Hen was confident he could kill that stealthy predator. He had a profound understanding of its habits. Even though this KTV was a paradise for stealthy predators, as long as he was given one opportunity with a knife, just one chance, he could slay that predator. Moreover, Shen Hen did not believe that his black blade was any less sharp than the predator's bone claws. "What did you say? Are you crazy? Look at the corpses on the ground. Is there even one complete? You actually want to kill that zombie? Damn it, you've gone mad. You must be insane." Suja fearfully clutched his head, bouncing around. Initially dismissive of Shen Hen's words, he only realized the horror of the monster after seeing the heaps of corpses. Shen Hen shot him a glare, directly kicking the red-haired man, and said in a deep voice, "If we don't kill it, we will be the ones waiting for death." The true danger of that zombie lies in its ability to tear us apart from behind when we are most exhausted and least vigilant. In the apocalyptic world, the threat of stealthy predators is far greater to hidden humans than that of other evolved zombies. Thus, stealthy predators are essentially the rats of the apocalypse, hated by everyone. No one would willingly allow a killer that can hide in the dark and strike at any moment to be nearby. Shen Hen had already made up his mind. He had to kill that stealthy predator. Moreover, he needed the evolutionary source crystal in that evolved zombie's brain. Under the astonished gazes of the red-haired man and the woman, Shen Hen stepped out. In the dim, narrow corridor, the flickering lights cast an eerie glow. Shen Hen walked cautiously when suddenly a rush of footsteps echoed behind him. "It's over, Hen. Are you really scared, silly? You don't really want to go kill that monster, do you?" Suja hurriedly followed behind Shen Hen. Shen Hen didn't turn around, casually saying, "What are you following me for?" "I am scared," Suja replied timidly. He was indeed frightened. Even though he dared not confront the zombie monster, he feared more leaving Shen Hen behind. It was known that from the previous encounter, Suja, a seasoned socialite, had already noticed something off about Shen Hen. Shen Hen kicked him away, allowing him to dodge the monster's attack. Faced with the field of corpses without changing color, even appearing quite calm, Shen Hen was certainly not as simple as he seemed. Disguise. Suja had realized that Shen Hen was pretending to be a weakling. He was definitely a formidable presence. A special forces soldier. Or perhaps an ancient martial artist. The fact that he dared to confront that monster, even wanting to kill it, assured Suja that Shen Hen must have confidence. He surely wouldn't take his own life lightly, would he? "Did you see that red light?" Shen Hen suddenly asked. In the silent, dim corridor, his voice startled Suja, making him shiver. Suja trembled as he replied, "Red light. What red light?" "Red light." Suja completely did not understand Shen Hen's words. "It's the place where I fainted. Did you see a red light?" Shen Hen asked again. He was reminding the red-haired man behind him, and it was also a question in his heart. If the red-haired man absorbed the red ability, it meant he was a powerful red ability user. Red ability users are the kings of the apocalypse. Most of them dominate their territories, serve as leaders of gathering places, and form the backbone of humanity. If this red-haired man truly was a red ability user, Shen Hen would certainly take him seriously. After all, a red ability user could change the outcome. Suja pondered for a moment before saying, to be honest, now that you mention it, I do remember. There was indeed a red light where you fainted, and I even stepped into it thinking it was a street lamp at the time. It was because of that red light that he discovered Shen Hen collapsed on the ground. Otherwise, in the dark, he might have accidentally stepped on Shen Hen. Shen Hen continued walking seemingly unconcerned, but his heart was in turmoil. This red-haired man had indeed absorbed that red ability. If that were the case, did it mean he was an ability user with the highest tier of powers? Goodness, he had been searching for abilities for a long time, even totaling his beloved off-road vehicle. He never expected that in the end he would inadvertently help someone else, which made Shen Hen quite unhappy. But upon careful thought, what did the black light that shone on him represent? Was it also a type of ability beam? Gulp. A chilling voice suddenly echoed. Shen Hen and Suja stopped in their tracks, and in the dim light, they could faintly see the surrounding scene. A restroom. This was likely the bathroom of this KTV. And that chilling voice was likely coming from inside. Hiss. Damn, was that sound just now from that monster? The monster was in there. Suja felt a pang of fear. Knowing the monster was nearby, he wished he could jump back. Shen Hen fixed his gaze on the restroom. In the dim light, even with his enhanced vision, everything was not particularly clear. As he suspected, this was the lair of the stealthy predator. Can you use a gun? Shen Hen asked Suja, handing him the Desert Eagle. Suja was momentarily stunned, taking the pistol and saying, does the gun in video games count? Shen Hen shot him a glare. If this red-haired man was quite the joker. The bullet is loaded, you'd better not misfire. Shen Hen whispered. His voice was very soft because he knew that in the presence of the keen stealthy predator, sound would definitely attract it. Step by step, Shen Hen walked lightly into the restroom before him. In the darkness, he could faintly hear the sound of human breathing. It was coming from inside the restroom. There were people hiding in this bathroom. Remembering the two KTV girls who had fled earlier, they must be hiding in here. Shen Hen's steps were light, akin to a thief practiced in ancient lightness techniques. In the dark restroom, he dared not make a single sound. In the air, a pungent smell of blood entered his nostrils. He could clearly discern that it was the scent of human blood, and fresh human blood at that. Thud. The sound of something hitting the ground, like raindrops, echoed beneath Shen Hen's feet. He felt a liquid flowing beneath him. It was not water but blood. Oh! A sharp scream rang out seemingly right beside him. Shen Hen turned around and instantly turned on his handheld flashlight. Following the light, Shen Hen saw a woman with exposed skin suddenly burst out from a nearby toilet stall. Help me! Save me! She cried out, seemingly seeing Shen Hen's arrival as a glimmer of hope for survival. She was truly terrified and on the brink of collapse. The woman who had been with her had already been turned into minced meat by the monster, while she had fortunately hidden in the stall. But she could sense that the monster was still outside, climbing the walls of the restroom, waiting for her to emerge. When she heard human footsteps, she couldn't contain her terror and dashed out. The military flashlight in Shen Hen's hand coincidentally illuminated her, but her loud cries and the dazzling light on her attracted the stealthy predator that was clinging to the restroom wall. Whoosh! The stealthy predator lunged at her in an instant. As the woman took another step, her body was already cut into countless pieces scattered on the ground. With no time to retreat, Shen Hen's arm exploded with power. He gathered all his strength into the arm holding the black blade, and as the predator lunged at him, he swung the black blade violently. Clang, clang, clang. Like the sharpest blade clashing when the predator's claws, which were nearly a meter long, reached for Shen Hen, he simultaneously met it with his black blade. Following a series of cracking sounds, the predator's claws were unexpectedly severed significantly by Shen Hen's black blade. Shen Hen never doubted the sharpness of his mountain-splitting knife. After all, it was a divine weapon capable of cutting through even T2 skin. Moreover, when his body completed its evolution, the mountain-splitting knife seemed to have improved as well, evolving into an entirely black blade. After all, the Z1 was merely the first form of a zombie with strength only at the first level. Even if its claws were exceptionally sharp, they could never match the black blade in his hand. Crack, crack, crack. The claws of the stalker were severed significantly by the black blade in Shen Hen's hand, with most of them falling to the ground. However, Shen Hen retreated instead of advancing. In the moment he severed the stalker's claws, he suddenly took a step back. Thud! The cold claws tore through his resilient skin and even his muscles. Although a significant portion of the stalker's claws had been severed, the remaining parts still swung like a soft sword against Shen Hen. 5 shocking wounds accompanied by 5 strips of flesh were inflicted by the stalker's claws. Shen Hen was injured. The tearing pain from his body made Shen Hen's eyes turn red in an instant. Blood vessels spread across his eyes like a spider web. In that moment, all the power of a first-level evolver erupted from Shen Hen. Die for me! Shen Hen roared, swinging the black blade fiercely toward the stalker's body. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of sharp weapons clashing rang out again. At the moment Shen Hen swung his knife, the stalker simultaneously raised its remaining claws in defense. Cack, cack, cack. The stalker's cold cry seemed to carry a hint of fear. In this moment it felt afraid. It could deeply sense the power emanating from the human standing before it. That power was far beyond what it could withstand. Thud! The pitch-black blade cut through the stalker's claws and sliced through its fragile body. From top to bottom, it directly sliced the stalker in half. Crash! The stalker's body exploded, its innards such as intestines spilling all over the ground. Shen Hen looked at the stalker's corpse on the ground, not immediately tending to his own horrifying wounds. Instead, he searched through the pile of disheveled corpses on the ground for something. Finally, he found a small crimson crystal that was even more vivid than the blood surrounding it, like a sparkling ruby. Evolution Source Crystal. Shen Hen held this red crystal, which was smaller than his pinky, as if it were a treasure, and then cautiously examined his wounds. Hiss! Shen Hen inhaled sharply, a wave of pain coursing through his body. He saw 5 horrifying claw marks on his chest and abdomen, continuously bleeding with drops falling to the ground. Each of the 5 claw marks had a large chunk of flesh torn away. One was so deep that even the white ribs inside were faintly visible. Shen Hen gritted his teeth and smiled self-deprecatingly. With such severe injuries, an ordinary person would have likely gone into shock, quietly waiting for death. Yet as a first-level evolver, he was still standing. Even the wounds on his body sent a dull, itchy pain like being bitten by a swarm of ants. Healing. Shen Hen could feel that as an evolver his wounds were slowly healing. Although there were no visible effects to the naked eye, he could indeed feel the wounds mending. This was one of the abilities that set evolvers apart from ordinary people. Shen Hen had even heard that a 9th-level evolver, when struck in battle until only their head remained, would complete their healing within less than a second. Such an absurd thing was hard for Shen Hen to believe. Yet at this moment, the feeling of the wound stitching itself like a string of bean sprouts made him begin to believe in this legend. Shen Hen looked at the small red crystal in his hand and muttered to himself, although it is just a first-level zombie's evolution source crystal, the evolution effect it brings is definitely no less than several hundred drops of evolution liquid. The evolution source crystal surpasses the evolution liquid and is capable of completing the evolution for high-level evolvers. In the apocalypse, evolution source crystals can only be born in the brains of evolved zombies. It is the source of life and energy for evolved zombies. Shen Hen knew that even the lowest level first-level evolved zombies' evolution source crystal would be more effective than hundreds of drops of evolution liquid. Thus, during the mid-apocalypse, evolvers were not keen on hunting ordinary zombies. Instead, they continuously sought evolved zombies to hunt, acquiring the evolution source crystals from their brains. Gulp. Looking at the evolution source crystal in his hand, Shen Hen swallowed hard. It was a craving, a desire for this evolution source crystal embedded in his genetic cells. Without a second thought, Shen Hen swallowed the evolution source crystal in one gulp. A raging, violent sensation surged through his body once more. After swallowing the evolution source crystal, a miraculous event occurred. The 5 horrifying claw marks on Shen Hen's chest began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. At his wounds, new flesh and even skin began to grow. In no time, his wounds were completely healed with no scars visible at all. The newly formed skin seemed to replace the original skin, even tougher. The evolution was complete. Shen Hen estimated that the absorbed evolution source crystal was roughly equivalent to 300 drops of evolution liquid. In other words, his current evolution completion had already exceeded 50%. Gurgle. A disgruntled sound echoed from his stomach. A sudden wave of hunger swept through him. Shen Hen smiled wryly. Each time he evolved, he experienced this extreme hunger. When he absorbed less evolution liquid, this feeling was not particularly pronounced. However, when he absorbed more evolution liquid, this feeling became particularly evident. Perhaps this was the conservation of energy. Shen Hen walked out of the bathroom, pausing for a second at the door. A cold gun barrel was aimed at his forehead, and Shen Hen reflexively almost slashed the red-haired figure in front of him. Put the gun down. His voice turned exceptionally indifferent. Faced with someone who could only play with guns, Shen Hen wasn't sure if this red-haired person would accidentally discharge the weapon. After all, when he handed the Desert Eagle pistol to the red-haired person, he had specifically loaded it in fear that they wouldn't know how to use it. If this red-haired person made one small mistake, that large-caliber Desert Eagle could blow their head off. Holy crap, it's you. You scare me to death. Suja hurriedly retracted the gun, quickly pointing it to the ground. It was impossible for him to not be nervous. He had been standing guard outside the bathroom, terrified that the monster would suddenly burst out and tear him apart like long ago. His hands trembled as he held the gun aimed at the bathroom entrance. He simply couldn't understand why Shen Hen had given him the gun and then gone in alone, nor could he grasp what had happened afterward. He had only heard a woman scream outside. He was quite familiar with belonging to one of the survivors. After that came the monster's scream. He hadn't even heard Shen Hen's voice. Thinking that both Shen Hen and that girl had been killed by the monster made him extremely anxious, almost ready to flee. However, the suddenly illuminated flashlight made it clear that there were still living people inside. Sure enough, when Shen Hen emerged holding the flashlight, Suja was still a bit in disbelief. Suja trembled and asked suddenly, his eyes widened. "Wait, are you okay?" Suja sized up Shen Hen only to find that aside from his tattered white shirt, Shen Hen seemed completely fine. "What do you think?" Shen Hen shot him a glance. Then, "What about that monster?" Suja asked, panic-stricken. He simply couldn't understand why Shen Hen walked out as if nothing had happened. He couldn't fathom how the monster that had been in the bathroom suddenly went silent. Could it really be dead? Suja looked at Shen Hen, curiously shaking his head quickly to dismiss that idea. Such a terrifying monster had torn apart Long Guo and the others without a trace of resistance. No matter how powerful Shen Hen was, it was impossible for him to single-handedly kill that monster, right? However, Shen Hen's next response completely shocked him. "It's dead," Shen Hen said calmly, uttering just 2 words. Suja's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Shen Hen. He stared at him as if he were a monster, his mouth unconsciously dropping open. Dead. Did you really kill that monster?" Suja snapped back to reality, astonished. Shen Hen pointed to the bathroom behind him and said, "Go see for yourself." After speaking, Shen Hen handed the flashlight to Suja, swiftly snatching the Desert Eagle from his hands and disengaging the safety. Suja swallowed hard, cautiously stepping into the bathroom, clearly full of trepidation. When he saw the dismembered bodies of the 2 girls and the stalker that had been sliced in half on the bathroom floor, he was completely dumbfounded. The severed claws lay on the ground like broken swords. The corpse of the monkey-like monster was cleaved in 2, its innards spilled across the floor. What the damn? Suja was so shocked he nearly bit his tongue. He could hardly believe that such a terrifying monster zombie had been resolved by Shen Hen so quickly. Wait, he hadn't even used the gun. How could this be so abnormal? A monster. A humanoid monster. Suja compared those 4 words with Shen Hen's seemingly harmless figure. As Suja dreamily walked out of the bathroom and found Shen Hen had already walked quite a distance away, he hurriedly followed, filled with mixed emotions. "Hensi Hen. Brother Hen. Big brother. Don't run, big brother, wait for me." Suja sprinted at full speed to catch up with Shen Hen. He didn't dare stay alone next to that eerie and terrifying bathroom. Now only this man named Shen Hen could provide him with a sense of security. He had already unconsciously regarded Shen Hen as his big brother, the best big brother in the society. Shen Hen walked quickly, heading straight for the supermarket and the KTV. Upon entering the supermarket, seeing the popcorn, dried fruit platters, shrimp chips, french fries, potato chips, pistachios, cashews, squid shreds, plums, and preserved plums, Shen Hen immediately began devouring everything in sight. He ate without even chewing. In his extreme hunger needing to absorb energy, he was shoveling anything edible into his mouth. The moment the food entered his stomach, it felt like a warm current transforming into energy that coursed through every corner of Shen Hen's body. As an evolver, not only had Shen Hen's appetite increased, but his digestive capabilities had also surpassed those of ordinary humans. Even more terrifying was that Shen Hen's body was able to digest and absorb most of the food remnants. Suja watched in astonishment as Shen Hen devoured his meal. Indeed, this fierce individual was definitely not an ordinary person. His appetite was nothing short of astonishing. Shen Hen had consumed the majority of the food on the shelf. Only when he felt his body brimming with energy did Shen Hen stop eating. The ordinary food he had consumed was already barely enough to sustain his first-tier evolver body. Thus, with each evolution, his body required a substantial intake of food. For a beginner evolver, it was manageable as they could rely on quantity. However, for intermediate and advanced evolvers, consuming the food from an entire building might not even be sufficient for their bodies to absorb. It should be noted that several years after the apocalypse erupted, most evolvers relied on the flesh and blood of evolved creatures to replenish their energy, such as evolved pigs, chickens, snakes, bears, and so on. Shen Hen recalled when he was at a survivor gathering site where powerful evolvers had killed an evolved bear. After merely drinking a sip of the bear's blood, he had replenished enough energy to stay awake for 3 days. At that time, he felt as if the energy within him was about to burst forth. He couldn't help but run around the camp a few times to feel comfortable. Hence, the flesh and blood of evolved creatures were a tremendous boost for both ordinary people and evolvers. Surely it has also emerged. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, after the black light radiation, most of the animals worldwide underwent changes. Some completed their evolution, while others underwent mutations. Shen Hen turned around, his keen sixth sense detecting a gaze focused on him from behind. Noticing the red-haired person looking at him with a mix of surprise and curiosity, Shen Hen felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Don't worry, we won't stay here for long. Tomorrow, I will take you all away." You all referred not only to the red-haired individual, but also to the mother and daughter duo whose names he did not even know. Shen Hen was not a cold-blooded person, although he understood the cruelty of the apocalypse. Only cruelty and selfishness could allow survivors to live better, but he was different. Having walked at the forefront of the world, he could be considered at the peak of human strength. Although he could abandon the mother and daughter as well as the red-haired individual to pursue his own goals by constantly hunting zombies and growing stronger, he would not do so. Once he heard a saying, "With great power comes great responsibility." Now possessing strength, he would certainly not abandon these weaker humans. Suja looked at him excitedly, seemingly indifferent to Shen Hen's previous words. He recalled the gruesome sight of the monster's death, already treating Shen Hen as a godlike figure. Leave? Where to? But no matter where you go, Brother Hen, I'm definitely following you. Haha, Brother Hen, you are amazing. You split that monster in half with a single strike. Wow, that was so fierce, so fierce. From now on, I will stick with you, Brother Hen. Wherever you go, I will go. You are my boss, Suja. Suja looked at Shen Hen with admiration, his voice filled with excitement. Shen Hen was speechless as he looked at him. This red-haired individual was truly born to be a subordinate. He had just thought of himself as the subordinate, and in an instant he saw himself as the elder brother. However, it must be said that this red-haired individual's luck was indeed extraordinarily high. It was likely that during the global darkness that Dragon Brother forced this red-haired individual to go out and gather intelligence when the zombies outside were not moving. Who would have known that this kid would accidentally stumble into a power beam? A red ability that was a red ability. Shen Hen estimated that the entire world had fewer than 1,000 red tier ability users. Yet the young man before him was a red ability user. It was just unknown what kind of ability he had acquired. Suja, that name seemed unfamiliar to him. What about the monster? What about that monster? A woman in a black uniform holding a little girl in her arms rushed over with a look of panic and fear. The little girl, frightened, hid in her mother's embrace, not daring to peek out. Suja pointed at Shen Hen with an air of pride and said, "It's dead, my big brother killed it." Upon hearing his words, the woman stared blankly at Shen Hen in the direction he pointed. "Ah," she exclaimed in shock, her gaze momentarily dazed. She had personally witnessed the monster's might. That devil-like creature had dismembered 6 people in less than 10 seconds. That terrifying claw was something no human could contend with. When facing that monster, she hadn't even dared to move, completely paralyzed by fear. Yet hearing Suja's words, she was taken aback when looking at Shen Hen. Could this young man who appeared to be just over 20 really have killed that monster? She couldn't believe it, yet she had to accept it. Because when she saw Shen Hen leisurely eating the food from the shelf, she was convinced that the monster was indeed dead. After realizing the monster was dead, the woman set the little girl down. However, the little girl clung to her hand in fear, hiding behind her. "What are you staring at? Hurry up and thank my big brother. If it weren't for Brother Hen splitting that monster, our fate would have been the same as that group just now." At this moment, Suja was clearly feeling like Shen Hen's sycophant. Upon hearing this, the woman was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly cast a grateful glance towards Shen Hen, saying, "Thank you, Brother Hen." However, before she could finish her sentence, Shen Hen interrupted her. Shen Hen pointed to the food on the shelf and said to Suja, the woman, and the girl, "There's some food here. You can eat first, replenish your strength, and tomorrow I will take you away." Dragon Tooth Gathering Point. Shen Hen had learned from Linwei Shui that the Dragon Tooth Special Forces Gathering Point should be in the city center's department store, and he needed to take these 3 to that location. Although he was unaware of Dragon Tooth's purpose and mission in this city, from Linwei Shui's words he gathered that there should be quite a few survivors there, and 3 or 4 more people would likely be accepted. Suja naturally began eating without hesitation. The woman beside him hesitated, not daring to move as she glanced at Shen Hen. The little girl behind her reached for a bag of chips on the shelf, but was slapped on the hand by her mother. The little girl began to cry. The woman helplessly comforted the little girl, but her gaze remained fixed on Shen Hen. She understood the rules here. When the Dragon Brothers were around, they cherished the food. Those who could share the joy with them naturally received a fair amount of food. However, her ordinary appearance and figure hardly caught the attention of the Dragon Brothers. Thus, she had always been at the bottom of the hierarchy. Those men would only give her a bit of food every 2 to 3 days, and with a daughter to care for, she was almost always in a state of hunger. Yet she knew that here it was this man named Shen Hen who was in charge. He was far more powerful than the Dragon Brothers. He could even kill that monster. So until Shen Hen agreed, she did not dare to touch the food. She could only hope that this man before her would be a bit more humane than the Dragon Brothers. Shen Hen could naturally see the woman's concerns. Just like in a lion pride, without the Lion King's permission, the lionesses couldn't eat first. And he was now that Lion King. Shen Hen slowly walked over to the woman and the little girl. He picked up the bag of chips the little girl had wanted, tore open the package, squatted down, and handed it to the little girl hiding behind her mother's leg. The little girl looked pitifully thin and was terrified as she gazed at Shen Hen. When he offered her the open bag of chips, her face revealed a question. "Eat up, Shen Hen gently offered the food to the little girl. Upon receiving the chips, a radiant smile broke through the little girl's sorrowful face as she said, "Thank you, big brother." The woman still did not dare to touch the nearby food, her voice filled with doubt as she said, "What about this food?" Shen Hen nodded at her, saying, "Don't worry, eat as much as you can. Tomorrow we will leave here. Any food we can't take will go to waste. Thank you so much." The woman looked gratefully at Shen Hen and quickly grabbed food to eat. "Woo, I haven't eaten in a long time." Tears streamed down the woman's face. Starving to the brink of collapse, she paid no attention to her eating manner. After all, in the apocalypse, no one knew if there would be a next meal after finishing this one. Through conversation, Shen Hen learned the names of the mother and daughter. The woman's name was Zhang Wenjing, and before the apocalypse, she worked at a hotel affiliated with this KTV. The little girl was her daughter, named Zhang Wenwen, aged 7.5. After plundering most of the food from the supermarket, Shen Hen took them to the nearest KTV private room. He directly lay on the soft black leather sofa. A day of bouncing around had left him extremely fatigued to the point where even closing his eyes could lead to sleep. After the incident with the infiltrators, Su Zhe and Zhang Wenjing followed him closely like little shadows. No one would be foolish enough to leave such a powerful man and go sleep in another room. Only by staying close to Shen Hen did Su Zhe feel safe. As for Zhang Wenjing, there was no need to mention her. Being a weak woman and having a daughter to care for in this apocalypse, her survival depended solely on relying on strong men like Shen Hen. "Brother Hen, you said we would leave here tomorrow. Where are we going?" Su Zhe suddenly asked. Was there a safe place left in the outside world? Su Zhe shook his head. He knew that all over the world those zombies had taken over and humanity was almost extinct. Did they still have somewhere to go? Zhang Wenjing also looked at Shen Hen with a puzzled expression. Without a doubt, wherever Shen Hen went, she would follow with her daughter. The earlier encounter with the infiltrators made her realize even more. This world had not only zombies, but also monsters capable of mercilessly slaughtering humans. Only by following Shen Hen could she and her daughter have a chance to survive. Shen Hen followed Xia Wenjia up to the 5th floor. This department store has a total of 6 floors, and most of the survivors gathered on the 3rd floor. The soldiers of Longya congregated on the 1st floor, with some guarding by the protective railing outside. That day when night fell, I thought Brother Shen had run off alone and left us behind. Who would have guessed that the zombies outside were just as you said, completely immobile, as if they were asleep. Then Wei Shui drove me and old Zhao back. Thinking back now, it was truly frightening, he said. I still don't know how, but suddenly at noon that day the sky darkened, and those zombies stopped moving, and there were many colorful lights shining down. While we were searching for a car, Wei Shui was illuminated by a beam of blue light. Xia Wenjia led Shen Hen up to the 5th floor while reminiscing about old times. It turned out that after Shen Hen left that day, Lin Wei Shui was the first to believe in his words and went outside. The zombies outside all looked up at the sky, and they really didn't bite them. When they were looking for a car, a blue light suddenly fell from the sky and shone on Lin Wei Shui. The mysterious light stunned the 3 of them, but they hurriedly searched for a car to escape back here and didn't pay much attention. From Xia Wenjia's words, Shen Hen learned an important piece of information. The Longya female warrior named Lin Wei Shui had also been illuminated by the beam of supernatural power. Moreover, it was a blue beam of supernatural power, which should be a type of mental ability. Xia Wenjia finally brought Shen Hen to the side of Longya's captain Wang Yubin. Looking at the burly middle-aged man in front of him, Shen Hen couldn't help but be taken aback. The aura of this Longya captain was not that of a scheming, deep politician as he had imagined. He resembled a strong man who had been farming for years, with dark skin and a simple, honest face. He also exuded a down-to-earth and steady demeanor. Shen Hen had to admit that his first impression of this Longya captain wasn't that bad. "Captain, I've brought Brother Shen over," Xia Wenjia said. Wang Yubin was leaning on the window in the corridor smoking. Due to being on the 5th floor, the wind, carrying a rotten scent of the apocalypse, gently blew, sweeping away the white smoke. Wang Yubin turned his head to look at Shen Hen. This young man, who appeared to be about the same age as his son, possessed strength beyond that of a human. He was unsure of how to treat this young man. "Do you smoke?" Wang Yubin offered the last cigarette from a nearly empty pack to Shen Hen. Shen Hen nodded and said nothing more. After taking the cigarette, he borrowed a lighter from this Longya captain. Exhaling a puff of murky smoke made him feel much clearer. Shen Hen, like Wang Yubin, leaned against the window. From this viewpoint, he could see the zombies outside the department store plaza, still wandering around, confused and searching for something. "Huh." The low voice, though not loud, was audible enough for Shen Hen's keen hearing. "You met the divine doctor, right?" Wang Yubin suddenly said. Shen Hen nodded and replied, "I did. He's a strange person. He said he couldn't save this world." Wang Yubin's face showed a hint of melancholy. He already knew this outcome, but was reluctant to admit it. Before entering this city, Longya prepared an equipment supply point. Wang Yubin suddenly said. Shen Hen looked at him silent for a moment before responding him, and then, "Do you want me to help you bring that equipment back?" Since this Longya captain mentioned this matter, it was evident he wanted him to make the trip. If Longya had the strength to retrieve that equipment, Wang Yubin would have already taken people to bring it back and break out. With Longya's strength, breaking out wouldn't be a challenge. As long as they didn't encounter the angry ones or tyrants, those evolved zombies, they still had a good chance of escaping. Survivors. Survivors were their burden. This Longya captain didn't seem like someone who would easily abandon over 300 lives. However, having experienced the last near-total annihilation, he probably wouldn't dare to recklessly fire a rocket launcher again. The things in that crashed helicopter originally belonged to us Longya. They were supplies from the Salvation City to support us. Little brother, you took what was supposed to be ours. You should contribute a bit, right? What do you say, Evolver? Wang Yubin tossed aside the cigarette that had only its filter left and turned his gaze back to Shen Hen. The crashed helicopter. The reason he led the convoy out days ago was because that helicopter contained supplies from Salvation City to support them. However, he did not expect that the so-called genetic enhancement serum had already been claimed by Shen Hen. The secrets of the Evolvers had long been revealed by bullets and blades. Moreover, according to the research of the Yeshens, the black liquid in the zombies' brains indeed had the ability to enhance human bodies provided the gene fusion rate was sufficient. Evolution liquid. This is what the Yeshens called that black liquid. Additionally, the Yeshens had tested the gene fusion rates for each of their Longya warriors. Lin Weishui had a fusion rate of 72%, which should be the highest among all of Longya. His own fusion rate was 36%, making him second. As for the others, most had a fusion rate of less than 10%. Even their ace shadow, Emochin, only had a fusion rate of 7%. Shen Hen was not surprised that this Longya captain had revealed his identity as an evolver. After all, he had already informed Bullets and Blades about the evolvers, so it was nothing new. Moreover, that young doctor was very likely the person he recalled, the one who created a new human civilization. However, upon hearing about Salvation City, Shen Hen still felt a bit surprised. Salvation City is one of the 5 major forces in the Huaxia territory during the apocalypse. It is a survivor base that has endured for over a decade. Longya belongs to Salvation City. I have no obligation or responsibility to help you. Shen Hen suddenly spoke. The one who can save you, Longya, I have already given you enough face. You know those zombies outside have evolved to what extent. I am not their match. Shen Hen's tone was devoid of emotion. He wanted to refuse. He was well aware of how far those zombies had evolved. 2 third-tier zombies had already appeared. Angry ones, tyrants, butchers, stalkers, and other evolved and mutated zombies had all emerged. What else would appear next? Shen Hen knew that he was only a second-tier evolver now. The power of a second-tier evolver is only half that of a third-tier. Shen Hen possessed strength that surpassed human limits by double, while those third-tier zombies had 4 times the strength that exceeded human limits. He could be rendered incapacitated by a single punch from an angry one, and it was not without reason that his whole body would be shattered. Now, even if he could withstand a punch from an angry one, it would be difficult for him to kill it Hedon. As for entering that state of mindless slaughter, the price would be that he couldn't even feel pain. He could very well lose consciousness permanently and become a monster that kills indiscriminately, lacking any intelligence. In such a state, he would be unable to judge his own strength and could easily die at the hands of evolved zombies or even supernatural beings. Only by maintaining a clear mind could he live well. He must learn to control that ability. The power of the Dark Devourer had undoubtedly granted him significant enhancements. Even the first ability, which the starship called demonization. Demonization could significantly enhance his power by 1 tier. If he could control that force, he could even contend against third-tier zombies at the 2nd tier. Wang Yubin shook his head and his gaze towards Shen Hen became sharper. No, you must go. The abilities of evolvers are incomparable to us seasoned special forces. You are the strongest here. We saved you and your companions, and you need to help us. Wang Yubin's mention of this made Shen Hen's expression instantly turn sour. Save him. Shen Hen frowned and asked, what if I don't go? Shen Hen did not feel obligated to do this for Longya. Right now, he needed to adapt to the demonization state and quickly hunt zombies to enhance his strength. The highest power of first-stage zombies is only at the 3rd tier. Second-stage zombies would not likely appear within the first 6 months of the apocalypse. Only by reaching 3rd-tier strength could he have the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, if he encountered a zombie like an angry one again, his only option would be to flee. Wang Yubin clasped his heavy hands together. He seemed a bit embarrassed, but did not feel ashamed as he said, if you don't go, I will abandon all the survivors in this building, including the 3 people you brought. Then we Longya will rush out with the Divine Doctor and those research materials back to Salvation City. As you said, our Longya mission also does not include protecting survivors. We have no responsibility to protect them. Shen Hen and Wang Yubin stared at each other, their eyes locked in a tense atmosphere. Xiao Wenjie, who was watching from the side, wanted to mediate, but heard Shen Hen suddenly laugh. Those people only see me as a monster. They wouldn't think of me as a savior, Shen Hen said with a smile. He was just saying this on purpose, acting like a child throwing a tantrum. In truth, he had a youthful appearance, but a profoundly weary heart. He did not care about these things. Wang Yubin shook his head and said, I will vouch for you. I will tell them that you are our hidden trump card at Longya. Trump card? Xiao Wenjia widened his eyes in disbelief. If he didn't already know that Shen Hen wasn't one of them, he might have actually believed the captain's nonsense. Wasn't their trump card always that young sniper Shadow, Imo Chun? Although that kid was elusive, few had even heard his name. However, his marksmanship could be described as nothing short of extraordinary. He had only fired one shot to subdue the furious Shen Hen. Zhang Wenjing walked in holding a black autumn shirt and a brand new blue men's suit. Zhang Wenjing approached Shen Hen and deliberately brushed against his arm, saying, Brother Hen, your clothes are torn. I found 2 new ones for you to try on. Shen Hen was taken aback, looking down at his clothes, which were a wreck due to the claws of a stalker, rendering his white shirt nearly unrecognizable. In retrospect, he had actually taken this white shirt from a zombie and had not changed it for 3 or 4 days. Shen Hen suddenly erupted in wildness, tearing off the white shirt to reveal his firm and splendid muscle lines. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Zhang Wenwen, who had been eating bread, quickly covered her eyes with her small hands when she saw Shen Hen tearing off his clothes, occasionally peeking through her fingers. Suja looked at Shen Hen's perfect muscle lines and couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Although Shen Hen appeared young with a face resembling that of a tender college student, his physique was undeniably explosive. It was not the bulky muscles typical of muscle beasts. Shen Hen's muscles were more compact, giving him a physique that looked normal when clothed. Without his clothes, he was a muscular man. Suja lifted his own shirt, looking at his few pathetic ribs, and couldn't help but shed tears. Zhang Wenjing was also stunned, her face slightly flushed. She couldn't believe that Shen Hen, who looked only in his 20s, had such an impressive physique comparable to those world-class male models. Shen Hen put on the black autumn shirt and then the blue suit, looking quite handsome. He turned to Suja and suddenly asked, Is there a car here? Yes, there is, Suja replied after a brief moment of confusion. Brother Long's red Hummer is parked in the underground garage, and I have the keys with me. In the apocalypse, no one really cares about cars because no one dares to go outside. Things like car keys are usually kept by little brothers like Suja, placed in one spot. That's good, Shen Hen nodded, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. He was worried there might be no cars here. If there weren't, he would have to find one that could be driven. It might also require gas, which would be quite troublesome. However, this was a hotel, and a hotel this large must have an underground garage. Although the hotel might not have been operational on the day of the apocalypse, as long as there was a drivable car, it would suffice. From Suja's words, he learned that there was a large Hummer in the underground garage. The performance of the Hummer was not much inferior to that of his own large off-road vehicle. Ever since his off-road vehicle was totaled, Shen Hen had felt regret. Now that he had a Hummer, it could somewhat mend his wounded soul. Suja hesitated slightly and added, But the car is in the underground garage, and getting there won't be easy. Shen Hen discussed further with Suja and Zhang Wenjing. From their conversation, he learned that the KTV he was currently in was on the 5th floor of a 5-star hotel. This hotel had a total of 7 floors. The 2nd and 3rd floors were dining areas, the 4th floor was an arcade, the 5th floor was the KTV they were currently in, and the 6th and 7th floors were guest rooms. To leave this KTV, there were 2 safe passages available and 1 elevator. The elevator was out of the question, as it could not possibly start due to power outages and malfunctions. Moreover, even if it could start, Shen Hen would not choose to take the elevator. After all, if a horde of zombies rushed in the moment the elevator door opened, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. So now they could only take the stairs. One of the 2 safe passages had its door blocked with tables and chairs piled behind it, as it was said that zombies had surrounded that passage. The other was the route Suja had to check out. According to Suja's description, there were no zombies in that staircase. Of course, it was also possible that it was due to the global darkness that he hadn't seen clearly. After weighing and debating, the 3 unanimously decided to take the staircase Suja had exited. After breakfast, let's take what we need. Once it gets light, we will set off, Shen Hen said. Outside, the sky was just beginning to brighten around 5 o'clock, and they had to wait until 7 to act. Only when the sun was fully out, illuminating every corner, did Shen Hen feel they would be safer. At the very least, they could see where zombies were and where they weren't. Shen Hen went outside looking for an empty water bottle in the KTV's supermarket and found a cap that had fallen nearby, then rushed towards the KTV's restroom. As he stepped into the restroom, a pungent stench made Shen Hen frown. He ignored the pieces of flesh and dismembered human bodies on the floor. He approached the body of the stalker he had split in half, grabbing the stalker's entrails and bits of flesh from the ground. He squeezed some fresh blood into the water bottle until it was filled with the stalker's blood. The blood of an evolved zombie has the ability to disperse zombies. Ordinary zombies feel fear when they smell the blood of an evolved zombie. It's a genetic fear. Thus, Shen Hen had long intended to prepare a bottle of evolved zombie blood for emergencies. Returning to the private room, Su Zhejiang Wenjing and Zhang Wenwen had already eaten breakfast and replenished their energy. They came to the KTV supermarket to strap on their prepared backpacks. Shen Hen and Su Zhen naturally each carried one. As for Zhang Wenjing, since she had Zhang Wenwen with her, Shen Hen let her take the backpack that contained the small black box. Let's get ready to set off, Shen Hen said to the two. The atmosphere in the air was quite oppressive. Shen Hen felt no pressure at all, but both Su Zhe and Zhang Wenjing felt a weight in their hearts. Exiting the KTV, they would have to face the zombies outside, making it impossible not to feel fear. Unbeknownst to them, Su Zhe had a red axe in his hand. Shen Hen saw that it was a fire axe likely found by Su Zhe from the KTV's emergency window. Brother Shen Hen, where are we going? Zhang Wenwen stared at Shen Hen with her big watery eyes, her small face filled with questions. This 7-year-old girl clearly had no understanding of the apocalypse. Perhaps in her understanding, death was not something frightening. The scariest thing for her would be not seeing her mother. Shen Hen squatted down, smiling at her, saying, Brother will take you to a safe place. Wenwen, you must be good and not make a sound no matter what you see, okay? Zhang Wenjing was astonished. Beside them, Zhang Wenwen was her daughter. Of course, she had to follow her. She just didn't expect Shen Hen to dote on Zhang Wenwen so much. Zhang Wenwen nodded her little head, saying earnestly, Okay, I will be good. Shen Hen led Su Zhe, Zhang Wenjing, and Zhang Wenwen to the stairway entrance of the safe passage, where the door leading to the staircase was also tightly shut. Shen Hen looked at the white wooden door in front of him and then glanced at the three behind him. I will take the lead. Zhang Wenjing, you and Wenwen stay in the middle. Su Zhe, you take the rear, Shen Hen said solemnly. In his hands, he tightly gripped a black blade, and a Desert Eagle pistol was tucked at his waist. The three behind him, Zhang Wenjing and Zhang Wenwen, were virtually powerless. Though Su Zhe had a fire axe, Shen Hen did not believe he could handle zombies before awakening his abilities. Su Zhe unlocked the door leading to the stairs, and Shen Hen was the first to step outside. In the silent stairway, Shen Hen's keen senses did not detect any smell or sound of zombies. It seemed Su Zhe's judgment was correct. There were indeed no zombies in this staircase he had already traversed. Perhaps all the zombies had gathered in one place. Shen Hen walked slowly, and behind him Zhang Wenjing, holding Zhang Wenwen, dared not make any sound. As for Su Zhe, who was at the back, he felt a bit afraid, his calves trembling involuntarily. Su Zhe knew how formidable Shen Hen was. If they encountered zombies, it would only take a single strike, but being in the back made him a bit nervous. After all, there were several more floors above them, and if a few zombies came rushing down, the first to suffer misfortune would be him. The three dared not make a sound as they slowly descended the stairs. They did not even dare to quicken their pace, only walking slowly and lightly. Zhang Wenwen clearly sensed the seriousness of the situation, as she remembered Shen Hen's earlier words and buried her head in Zhang Wenjing's embrace. Going down to the 4th floor safe. Going down to the 3rd floor was also quite safe. They encountered a zombie wandering in the hallway, which Shen Hen swiftly dispatched with a single strike, gently placing the corpse on the ground. But when they reached the 2nd floor, Shen Hen stopped. The atmosphere in the air suddenly grew heavy. Ha. Shen Hen's keen hearing allowed him to hear many zombies' low growls. There were zombies. The low growls of those zombies were utterly chaotic, sounding very distinct to Shen Hen. There were zombies, many zombies. When Shen Hen peered through the blood-smeared, damaged wooden door to the scene on the 2nd floor of the hotel, he was momentarily stunned. Inside the hotel's 2nd floor, it was densely packed with zombies. The most conspicuous among them was a female zombie in a wedding dress, her lower half devoured. Was this a wedding? So the 2nd floor was enclosed. Seeing that the zombies almost filled the entire floor, Shen Hen's heart felt as if a boulder had been placed upon it. There were too many. It seemed that all the zombies in the hotel had gathered on the 2nd floor. The key issue was that the large door connecting the stairway and the 2nd floor was ajar and severely damaged. If they walked down so plainly, they would surely be discovered by the zombies. Shen Hen turned around, pointing upwards to Zhang Wenjing and Su Zhe, indicating for them to go up first. Going down this way was definitely not feasible. They had to find another route. However, at that moment, Zhang Wenwen's curious little head peeked out from Zhang Wenjing's embrace. As she prepared to look at Shen Hen, she saw a zombie with a torn face. Aunt! Her sharp scream echoed throughout the entire building. Zhang Wenwen's sharp scream nearly made Shen Hen snap in an instant. Su Zhe and Zhang Wenjing were momentarily frozen like statues. The once tense expressions on their faces turned ashen. The child's voice was sharp, let alone that of a girl. That piercing scream attracted the attention of all the zombies like fireworks under the starry night. The low growls of the zombies came to an abrupt halt. Zhang Wenwen's scream not only stunned Shen Hen's group, but also left the zombies momentarily bewildered. They all turned their gaze toward the staircase. Upon detecting human voices, they almost instantly charged out. Yet although they were quick, Shen Hen's reaction and movements were even faster. Before the zombies could react, Shen Hen had already reached the entrance of the safety passage on the second floor. He took out a bottle containing the blood of a stealthy zombie from his pocket in almost an instant. He crushed the bottle, spilling the blood at the entrance of the passage. The blood of the evolved zombie splattered at the entrance of the safety passage acted like a binding talisman, causing the zombies that were about to charge out to halt in their tracks. The zombies seemed startled and even took a collective step back filled with fear and dread. On their faces it appeared that they finally experienced the human emotions of fear and terror. They sensed a presence stronger than themselves. The spilled blood of the evolved zombie felt as if the evolved zombie itself was present. Under the pressure of that circle of blood, the decayed and terrifying zombies could only claw and screech at Shen Hen and the others. Suzhou and Zhang Wenjing were left dumbfounded. They had thought Shen Hen would lead them to escape. After all, in such a situation, there was no chance to go back down. But who would have known that the blood Shen Hen spilled would render this group of zombies too scared to move? They even appeared somewhat frightened. How could this be? The zombies should have been stimulated by the smell of blood and charged after them, right? Why were they so afraid? Suzhou and Zhang Wenjing increasingly felt Shen Hen's mystery and strength. With just a bottle of blood, he had saved their lives. What are you dawdling for? Run and find a car. Shen Hen shouted furiously. Veins bulged on his neck as he yelled at Suzhou and Zhang Wenjing. The blood of the evolved zombie could trap these zombies, but only temporarily. Not to mention the bottle of blood he collected was merely from the lowest tier of zombies. Suzhou and Zhang Wenjing were awakened by Shen Hen's loud shout. They dared not linger here any longer. Suzhou ran down the stairs the fastest. Zhang Wenjing hurriedly followed, cradling Zhang Wenwen. Zhang Wenwen was too frightened to lift her head. What she had just witnessed had definitely left her traumatized. At the back, Shen Hen, facing so many zombies, felt significant mental pressure. However, just as he was about to head downstairs, his gaze fell upon a zombie standing on the dining table. It was gazing at Shen Hen with an extremely peculiar smile. It wore a groom's suit quite different from the zombie bride. Its body was relatively intact, only half of its face was torn apart. Yet its thoughtful gaze and the smile on its face were striking. Including the way it stood on the dining table observing Shen Hen's movements left Shen Hen in disbelief. Half-zombie, Shen Hen exclaimed. In an instant, Shen Hen recognized this type of monster. These zombies retained memories and thoughts from their human lives. Their only difference from humans was that their bodies were those of zombies. The half-zombie continued to watch Shen Hen with a strange smile. Suddenly, it pointed a finger at Shen Hen, its hoarse voice resembling that of the Grim Reaper, human. The zombie spoke. The zombies, trapped by the blood of the evolved zombie, suddenly became restless. It seemed they had realized that the blood on the ground was merely a tool used by the human to scare them, not a sign of a true stealthy zombie's arrival. The bride zombie, with only its upper body remaining, seemed to be the first to notice. It propped itself up with two hands gnawed down to mere bones and charged at Shen Hen like a vengeful spirit from a movie. As the bride zombie was the first to break through that circle of taboo, the zombies behind it surged in like a tide, completely filling the safety passage. Run! Shen Hen dared not linger any longer. He discarded his backpack filled with food, instantly lightening his load. Grabbing the iron handrail on the staircase, he leaped directly from the second floor to the first. Ayo! The frenzied zombies broke through the iron handrail of the staircase, falling from the second floor to the first like raindrops. Shen Hen immediately followed Suzhou and Zhang Wenjing in their escape. At his current speed, the zombies behind could hardly catch up. Unfortunately, Suzhou and Zhang Wenjing were still in front. Shen Hen had no choice but to trail behind. Whenever a zombie caught up, he would kill it. The sharp black blade sliced through a charging zombie's body. The safety passage on the first floor was long, seemingly due to its connection to the underground garage. The three of them exited the hotel and ran down the road leading to the underground garage behind it. We're almost there. The underground garage is just ahead. Suzhou ran like a madman. Driven by a strong desire to survive, he unleashed his inner potential. Even with a heavy bag of food, he was the first to reach the underground garage. Roar! The zombies relentlessly pursued them. Shen Hen, to protect Zhang Wenjing and her daughter, was almost running while killing. Shen Hen was like the Grim Reaper to the zombies. With a wave of his blade, several zombies fell in succession. Uft, uft, uft. More zombies had their heads chopped off by Shen Hen and collapsed silently. Shen Hen's strikes were swift and powerful. Against these ordinary zombies, he could almost kill several with a single blow. Zhang Wenjing was left in awe. Each time a zombie approached her and her daughter, Shen Hen always arrived just in time to slay the zombie and protect them. This was truly impressive. It was Zhang Wenjing's first time witnessing Shen Hen slay zombies. The feeling was as effortless as stepping on an ant. The zombies had no ability to resist under Shen Hen's blade, just as she had no ability to resist under the claws of the zombies. Shen Hen was simply a godlike existence. Zhang Wenjing increasingly believed that the monster with long claws was indeed slain by Shen Hen with a single strike. From time to time, Suja glanced back and also caught sight of Shen Hen's scene of slaying zombies. It was too fierce. Suja felt increasingly fortunate for his choice. Being Shen Hen's subordinate was undoubtedly the right decision. A powerhouse like Shen Hen would surely dominate in the apocalypse. Suja dashed into the underground garage and found Long Guess' red Hummer. Since the hotel had not been operating the day of the apocalypse, there were not many cars in the underground garage, nor were there any zombies. Of course, excluding the wedding that had taken place on the second floor. Suja spotted the red Hummer almost immediately. Unlocking it with the car key, he jumped into the car without bothering to place his food-filled backpack in the trunk. He tossed it onto the back seat and immediately started the engine. Vroom! The red Hummer roared to life the moment the headlights were turned on. Suja quickly drove the Hummer to where Zhang Wenjing and her daughter were stopping the car and shouting, "Get in." Zhang Wenjing, too frightened to remain outside, hurriedly opened the car door and rushed inside. Just as she closed the car door, a zombie with a bloodied, mangled face followed closely behind, incessantly banging on the car window. Suja revved up the Hummer again, this time charging towards Shen Hen and the exit of the garage. Facing the relentless pursuit of the zombies, Shen Hen seemed addicted to killing. His newly changed clothes had become drenched in zombie blood in no time. The black blade was covered in zombie flesh and blood. Shen Hen was not afraid of being infected by the zombie virus, so within the limits of his ability, he could almost endlessly slaughter these zombies. Standing in front of the iron gate of the underground garage, he felt like a lone warrior, holding the line against countless foes. Ayo! Several zombies charged at him, mouths wide open. Just as Shen Hen was about to draw his blade, a wave of hot steel energy suddenly washed over him. Bang! 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 The red Hummer crashed through the zombies as if a crazed wild bull was charging forward. Hen, go get in the car. Suja opened the passenger door, shouting anxiously. Shen Hen flicked the black blade, a chilling line of blood arcing through the air, splattering against the nearby wall. With his speed, he instantly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Seeing Shen Hen get in, Suja no longer cared about anything else. He could drive and was more familiar with the surrounding routes. So he had already planned the way to the city center. Ayo! The zombies continued to chase after them. Suja pushed the speed to the maximum, choosing to charge straight through the oncoming zombies. Bang! 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 After knocking down several zombies, Shen Hen and the others finally left the hotel and drove onto the main road. Phew! We made it out, Suja remarked as he drove. Zhang Wenjing, pale-faced, held Zhang Wenwen in the back seat, also filled with lingering fear, said, "Yes, we made it out." Suja glanced at Shen Hen covered in zombie blood and said, "Thanks to Hen Go, or else we would have been eaten by those zombies on the stairs just now. Damn, who knew all those zombies would gather on the second floor? If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to take that path, even if you killed me." He was terrified. If it weren't for Shen Hen, who seemed to have cast some magic to stop those zombies, he wouldn't have had the courage to run down the stairs. Zhang Wenjing quickly expressed her gratitude to Shen Hen as well. The scene at the time had frightened her too. No one could have expected that all the zombies in the hotel would gather on the second floor. Moreover, it seemed they were attracted by something. Shen Hen remained nonchalant. Those zombies were just a minor inconvenience. However, the true reason that had gathered them together was likely that half zombie. If they had to be defined, Shen Hen felt that calling them mutated zombies might be the most fitting. However, half-zombies differed from regular zombies in that they retained human memories and thoughts while also possessing zombie traits. They could disguise themselves in the human world while also blending into the world of zombies. Moreover, what made them truly formidable was their ability to control zombies. Having spent a long time in the apocalypse, Shen Hen was well aware that the half-corpse was akin to the leader of the zombies. Before the evolution of psychic zombies, half-corpse beings stood at the pinnacle of the zombie hierarchy. Shen Hen often heard of several half-corpse beings commanding millions in zombie hordes to obliterate survivor strongholds. In fact, humanity's extinction was somewhat related to such monsters. Shen Hen did not expect such a terrifying entity to remain in that hotel. Could it be its wedding? Shen Hen thought it was possible, especially since the half-corpse was dressed in a groom's attire. He also saw a zombie bride in a wedding dress along with some zombie groomsmen and bridesmaids. Those zombies must have been its relatives and friends. Half-corpse beings retain all the memories and emotions they had as humans. Perhaps it was reminiscing about that wedding, which is why it was guarding those zombies. Bang! Suja drove the massive Hummer straight into a secluded path. In the back, Zhang Wenjing was startled. Having fought hard in this city for many years, she naturally recognized the roads. This was not the route to the city center. "Red hair, where are you driving?" Zhang Wenjing quickly asked. Suja was somewhat impatient. He was naturally respectful towards Shen Hen, but felt no fear towards Zhang Wenjing. Suja immediately retorted, "Where do you think I'm driving? There isn't just one road to the city center." Look at how many zombies are on the main road. I'm just trying to find a path with fewer zombies. Suja's words left Zhang Wenjing unable to refute. Just as he said, the wider main road was already packed with hordes of zombies waiting for them. Suja had to steer the vehicle onto the small path so they wouldn't attract so many zombies. Shen Hen took off his suit, soaked in zombie blood, and threw it out the window. The smell inside the vehicle was unpleasant as the blood-soaked suit had created a stench that made it hard to breathe. After tossing away the suit, Shen Hen opened the car window for ventilation, and the foul odor of zombie decay inside the vehicle began to dissipate. As Suja said, the roads they were taking were mostly secluded paths through residential areas or villages. Traveling along the narrow roads filled with buildings, indeed, they encountered very few zombies. The atmosphere in the car became somewhat desolate. Shen Hen was still pondering the half-corpse incident, feeling that it was not as simple as he thought. That eerie smile seemed to see through everything about Shen Hen. Zhang Wenjing felt a twinge of guilt. Zhang Wenwen's scream earlier had nearly scared her to death. One must know that if Shen Hen had ignored them at that moment, the first to die would have undoubtedly been the two of them. Zhang Wenwen's scream almost trapped them in that stairwell. If it weren't for Shen Hen seemingly using magic to freeze those zombies, they might have already become food for the horde. Suja recalled Shen Hen's decisiveness and actions. He had to admit, when Shen Hen stood in front of that group of zombies, it had frightened him. Shen Hen stood there in front of a pile of zombies, and those zombies didn't even dare to move. He truly couldn't comprehend what method Shen Hen had employed. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Suja suddenly asked, "Brother Hen, when we were on the stairs, those zombies clearly saw us. Why didn't they attack us?" Shen Hen glanced at the residual blood of an evolved zombie on his fingers and said, "Do you remember that clawed monster? I collected a vial of its blood and sprinkled it on the ground. That's why those zombies were frightened. The blood of evolved zombies causes ordinary zombies to feel fear. It's akin to the wolf king in a pack or the lion king in a pride. Evolved zombies are a higher existence compared to ordinary zombies. Even their blood can intimidate ordinary zombies. However, the effect of the blood of the stalker was still too weak. If it were the blood of a type evolved zombie, perhaps those zombies would have truly not dared to move. Perhaps it also had something to do with that half-corpse." Suja was astonished and took a long moment to recover, saying, "Wow, that thing's blood has this effect. Brother Hen, why don't you get more of it? If we smear it on ourselves, what do we have to fear from zombies?" Shen Hen smiled faintly, remaining silent. Disguising as an ordinary zombie is easy, but disguising as an evolved zombie is not so simple. Moreover, the blood of evolved zombies is far more infectious than that of ordinary zombies. With just a moment's carelessness, one could easily get infected. Shen Hen was unsure where Suja had driven, but he eventually stopped the vehicle in what appeared to be an abandoned park. After driving for too long, especially on chaotic roads filled with zombies blocking the way during the apocalypse, Suja's highly focused driving had left him quite fatigued. Finally, Suja stopped the car. "This is an abandoned park without any zombies. Let's take a break. Damn, driving this broken vehicle has nearly killed me." Suja, exhausted, lay back in his seat. Shen Hen opened the car door and looked around. They were surrounded by a patch of green lawn with a fountain in the middle. Not far ahead was a small forest connected to a stream. For some reason, Shen Hen felt an inexplicable sense of danger upon seeing that forest. Perhaps he was just being overly sensitive. Shen Hen shook his head and jumped into the fountain. The water in the fountain was quite clean. Shen Hen washed his hands and wiped off the zombie blood before returning to the car. I must say, the surrounding park was truly eerily quiet to a terrifying degree. There were no zombie growls. He couldn't even hear the faint sounds of insects. The more it was like this, the more Shen Hen felt afraid. Of course, this might also be related to his long-standing paranoia. When he returned to the passenger seat, Suja was head-down eating. One mouthful of chicken feet, another of ham sausage, eating with great satisfaction. Zhang Wenjing was eating the same as Suja. Only Zhang Wenwen glanced at him, her little face as red as an apple, very embarrassed. Shen Hen naturally understood why she felt guilty, as she wanted to apologize for what had just happened. Shen Hen patted her little head, comforting her wounded spirit. Regarding the sudden incident earlier, Shen Hen didn't plan to backtrack. Since they had already been discovered, going back would only lead them to be surrounded by those zombies on the upper floors. Moreover, there was a half-corpse capable of controlling zombies. If they hit again, it would truly be a dead end. While Shen Hen and the others had just rested for a while, a sudden sound echoed in the previously silent park. Buzzing. It sounded like an airplane. However, this was already the 11th day of the apocalypse. Planes could not take off safely, so it must have been a helicopter. Helicopter. Shen Hen immediately opened the car door, looked up at the sky, and indeed saw a helicopter approaching them from a distance. "There's a helicopter. It's a military helicopter. Are they here to rescue us?" Suja exclaimed in excitement. He and Zhang Wenjing hurriedly opened the car doors and got out. Looking at the helicopter flying towards them, both of them were filled with joy and excitement. The helicopter was flying so low it was definitely coming for them. Did they discover that they were survivors and come to rescue them? Suja spread his arms, waving vigorously at the helicopter, shouting, "Over here. We're here." Zhang Wenjing made the same gesture, waving her arms and shouting, "Please save us. We are survivors." Shen Hen remained silent, watching the military helicopter flying at low altitude. He wasn't as thrilled as Su Zhe and Zhang Wenjing. Was this helicopter here to pick them up? That was clearly impossible. Even though he had saved the lives of 3 soldiers from Longya, they had no idea where he was, so how could they send a helicopter to rescue him? Moreover, judging by the speed of the helicopter, the people aboard had no intention of stopping. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Buzz. The military helicopter flew past above Shen Hen and the others. He even saw the pilot inside, completely treating them as if they were air. "Hey, we're right here." Su Zhe and Zhang Wenjing continued shouting without giving up. "Stop shouting." Shen Hen shook his head and said, "They are not here to rescue us." Su Zhe's face turned furious upon hearing this. It was as if he had just been pulled from hell to heaven, only to fall back to hell in an instant. Su Zhe clenched his fists tightly, roaring in frustration. "Damn it. They clearly saw us but pretended not to. Are they treating us as air?" Zhang Wenjing looked pale beside him. Oh, was this the apocalypse? That helicopter could have saved them, yet it ignored them. "It's flying too low, too low." Shen Hen muttered worriedly while watching the helicopter fly past. Su Zhe was still fuming, but upon hearing Shen Hen's muttering, he turned and asked, "Brother Hen, what did you say? You said that helicopter is flying low." Su Zhe wanted to angrily inquire what the helicopter flying low had to do with them, but the next scene nearly dropped his jaw to the ground in shock. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from the dark forest. A rock larger than that helicopter came crashing down towards it. Boom! Boom! The enormous rock made a whistling sound as it descended. Like a nuclear bomb launching before the helicopter's pilot could react, it accurately smashed down on the helicopter. Boom! The military helicopter exploded in midair. The pilot inside was turned into a mist of blood, vanishing in the fiery explosion. What the hell? Faced with this sudden situation, both Su Zhe and Zhang Wenjing stared wide-eyed, their bodies trembling involuntarily. What's going on? Su Zhe widened his eyes. Zhang Wenjing was equally dumbfounded, saying, "That helicopter. Was it blown up by a rock? Where did that rock come from?" However, before they could recover, Shen Hen shouted urgently, "Get in the car. Hurry, get in the car." The presence in that forest instilled in Shen Hen a sense of danger far more terrifying than that of a stalker in a perfect environment. From the distant woods, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly emerged. Bang, bang, bang. The owner of those footsteps charged out of the forest like a large tank. A sense of crisis. A heavy sense of crisis. Shen Hen could already feel what kind of existence was bringing him such immense pressure. When a monstrous head emerged from the woods, Su Zhe and Zhang Wenjing were both stunned. Even Shen Hen was momentarily taken aback. It was a round head with eyes as large as a human head. Just the head alone seemed larger than the body of an adult man. Rager. Upon seeing the skinless crimson zombie head, he immediately realized what kind of monster had hidden in the woods and smashed the helicopter with a boulder. A third-tier mutated zombie, the Rager. They possess muscles harder than steel and enormous arms capable of unleashing tons of power. The most peculiar thing about these mutated zombies is that their arms are larger than an elephant's legs, while their legs are much smaller in comparison. As a result, their movement is not upright walking, but rather like gorillas using their limbs to run, especially their strong and massive arms. They have no skin, or rather their blood-red muscles serve as their skin. They are called Ragers because of their violent nature, capable of destroying everything in their path. When standing, they reach a height of 4 meters. 4 meters high is almost the height of a 2-story building. This is undoubtedly terrifying for ordinary humans. To put it into perspective, a T1's height is only 3 meters, while the Rager stands at an impressive 4 meters. This kind of mutated zombie poses a devastating threat to humanity at the onset of the apocalypse. When Su Zhe and Zhang Wenjing saw the entirely red Rager walking out of the forest, both were frozen in place. That monster was as tall as the trees beside it. What the hell is that monster? Su Zhe almost wet himself in fright, staring at the gigantic zombie with arms thicker than an elephant's. He was certain that if that monster landed a punch, even his massive Hummer would be smashed to pieces. "Get in the car," Shen Hen shouted urgently. The Rager had already noticed their presence. Next, it would charge at them like a gorilla, ready to tear them apart. A third-tier zombie was a force he absolutely could not defeat at this moment. Not to mention, a third-tier, even a second-tier zombie, was beyond his current capabilities. Su Zhe and Zhang Wenjing snapped out of their daze and quickly jumped into the car. Zhang Wenjing, terrified by the monster, shouted, "Drive. Hurry up and drive." The oppressive feeling brought by the monster was far too strong, especially with its massive arms. She could almost feel that if the monster caught her, it could swallow her whole. "Don't drag me down." Suja was also scared and hurriedly started the Hummer, turning it around without a second thought. The speed of the red Hummer was instantly pushed to the maximum. At that moment, the Rager in the woods also began to move. Through the rearview mirror, Shen Hen could see the Rager ripping down the trees that blocked its path, grabbing a tree as thick as a barrel and throwing it at them. Bang! The massive tree crashed into the nearby pool, startling Shen Hen and the others. Shen Hen knew that these mutated zombies loved to attack humans with enormous objects. Whether it be rocks, trees, or even vehicles, as long as they could lift it would become their weapon. Roar! The Rager roared, its eyes larger than human heads filled with rage. This group of ants could be crushed with a mere flick of its hand, yet they dared to try to escape right under its nose. As a third-tier zombie, it immediately chased after Shen Hen and their red Hummer. Its muscular arms became the tools that supported its massive body. At that moment, the Rager ran like a gorilla, moving on all fours. Boom, boom, boom. A tremor shook the earth. With each step the Rager took, the ground trembled as its massive arms nearly shattered it. The vibrations felt like an earthquake, causing Shen Hen and the others to shudder. It was terrifying. Suju abandoned the narrow roads and drove wildly on a spacious avenue. Under the pressure of the monster behind, he dared not take the narrow path. If their car even paused for a moment, the monster behind would rush up and tear them and the Hummer to shreds. Faster! Drive faster! Zhang Wenjing screamed frantically. Through the rearview mirror, she could fully see the terrifying monster chasing them like a small mountain. Even Shen Hen was terrified of this monster. If they were caught, they would definitely be torn to pieces. Suja was also panicking, his eyes bloodshot, his face twisted in fear. I'm already driving as fast as I can. Yes, he had pushed the speed to the maximum. However, even though he was driving fast, the Rager behind was not slowing down at all. To a gigantic monster like the Rager, anything that obstructed its path was destroyed. Cars in its way were smashed to pieces by its gigantic fists. As for large trucks, they were flung aside by its massive arms, crashing into nearby buildings. Wow, there's a monster! Zhang Wenwen peered through the window of the Hummer's trunk and saw the Rager closely pursuing them. Her innocent face showed a mix of curiosity and fear. In her eyes, this giant monster might not be as scary as the zombie with only half a face. Because in her understanding, whenever there was a monster, a righteous Ultraman would surely appear to punish it. But the Ultraman she imagined did not appear. Instead, several shadowy figures blinked suddenly on either side of the Hummer. Clack, clack, clack. A chilling voice echoed, utterly terrifying. Shen Hen and Suja remembered this sound. It was the call of the stalker they encountered in the hotel. Stalker. And there were 3 of them. The speed of the stalkers was definitely much faster than that of the Rager. While the Rager was still throwing vehicles at them, the stalkers had already caught up to the side of the Hummer. Clang. A spark flew. The stalkers' claws left eerie scratches on the Hummer's door. Zhang Wenjing and Zhang Wenwen both screamed at the same time. A cold claw burst through the car door beside them. Shen Hen reacted quickly, swinging his black blade down fiercely. Clang. The entire claw of the stalker was severed by Shen Hen's black blade. This isn't good. These monsters are too fast. If this continues, our car will eventually be destroyed by them. Suja shouted. He was driving while focusing intently, dodging the nearby stalker. The stalkers were incredibly fast. They climbed along the walls, almost leaping and landing in front of their car in a single bound. If they didn't eliminate these stalkers, their car would undoubtedly be ruined by them. Drive well. Leave them to me, Shen Hen said in a deep voice. Only he could handle these stalkers. If he didn't take care of these 3 stalkers, as long as they clawed one tire, they would undoubtedly perish. Fortunately, these stalkers had no intelligence, otherwise they would have been doomed by now. Through the rearview mirror, Shen Hen could clearly see a stalker attacking the passenger side door. Bang! The Hummer's door was suddenly kicked open by Shen Hen, and the heavy door slammed onto the small body of the stalker. The stalker didn't even have time to react before it was crushed to the ground by the door, then stomped into a pulp by the pursuing Rager. 2 stalkers remain. Shen Hen held onto the car frame, flipped over, and landed directly on top of the Hummer. He looked at the 2 stalkers following on either side of the car, gripping his black blade tightly. With his other hand, he pulled out the Desert Eagle pistol with only 5 bullets left. He had obtained this Desert Eagle from long ago, and now it was coming in handy. The cold Desert Eagle pointed directly at a nearby stalker. The stalkers seemed to realize that Shen Hen was the greatest threat, coordinating to attack him. The first stalker leaped toward Shen Hen, and he fired suddenly. Bang! The Desert Eagle is a large-caliber pistol famously known as a hand cannon. It not only has great power, but also a deafening roar. With a single shot, the first stalker rushing at him was knocked back, even after guarding its head with its claws, thanks to the power of the Desert Eagle. Immediately after, the second stalker attacked from the side. Shen Hen chose not to fire again. At close range, he opted for the black blade. Swish! The pitch-black black blade came down like the Grim Reaper's scythe, aimed at the stalker's head. The stalker defended with its claws, but the sharpness of the black blade was not to be underestimated. With Shen Hen's strength as a 1/5-tier evolver, in an instant his black blade broke through the stalker's defenses. Following up with a second shot. A third shot. Bang bang. The heads of the two stalkers were consecutively blown apart by the bullets from the Desert Eagle. However, these three stalkers were merely small fry. Under the pressure of the third-tier Rager, the sound of Shen Hen's gunfire only served to make it angrier. Roar. The Rager became even more furious. It smashed the small zombies blocking its path and glared angrily at Shen Hen. This insignificant ant, which it could crush into pulp with one punch, dared to provoke it. The Rager lifted a large bus beside it and hurled it fiercely towards Shen Hen's Hummer. Boom. The Hummer almost got hit by the flying bus. Shen Hen felt a surge of fear, but amidst that fear his gaze was also drawn to the department store ahead. We're almost there. Up ahead is where the army is stationed. Suja shouted in joy. He saw the department store surrounded by small rivers. In the square outside there were numerous military vehicles. Some soldiers in uniforms were on guard. Finally they had arrived. When Shen Hen saw the location where the Dragon Tooth Special Forces were stationed, he let out a sigh of relief. However, he quickly composed himself. Through the glass of the department store, he could clearly see the survivors inside. The survivors were looking at their vehicle and the raging beast trailing behind them with astonished eyes. They couldn't simply drive the vehicle in because that would attract the beast. The power of a third-tier zombie was not something this small army could handle. Even if they had weapons like rocket launchers and heavy machine guns, they were powerless against the beast's muscles, which were harder than armor. At that moment, inside the department store, survivors rushed to the transparent glass windows. Through the window, they could clearly see a red SUV desperately fleeing outside. Following the vehicle was a monster that resembled a small mountain. Its massive body instilled fear in the hearts of the survivors. Look at survivors. Oh my god, what's that monster following them? Is that a zombie? How can there be such a large zombie? My god, that vehicle is coming towards us. Damn it, we can't let them come here. Are they trying to attract that monster and get us killed? The survivors in the department store were terrified. Faced with that mountain-like monster, they felt nothing but fear. The monster's arms were thicker than water tanks. With a casual swing, the surrounding zombies were turned into a mist of blood. It was terrifying. If this terrifying monster charged over, they would surely die. Stop them. Stop them, a survivor shouted. Where's the army? You need to blow up that vehicle or that monster will come running. The survivors selfishly shouted, not caring how many people were in that vehicle. They only cared about their own survival. Outside the department store was the position held by the Dragon Tooth Special Forces. Since they were surrounded by puddles, they only had to set up a barricade on one road to hold their ground. At that moment, a tall and sturdy man saw this scene before him, and even someone as calm as him felt a sinking feeling. Beside him, a proud and beautiful female soldier quickly said, "Captain, give the order to rescue them." Lin Wei-Shue did not know that Shen Hen was in that Humvee, otherwise she would have rushed out. The burly middle-aged man clenched his fists. If it weren't for that monster behind the vehicle, he would have already led his men out to rescue them. But that monster was something they could not contend with. Wang Yubin remained calm. As the captain of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces and the commander here, he could not make hasty decisions. Beside him, a young and handsome soldier suddenly said, "We can't rescue them. Didn't you see how many zombies were following that vehicle? Even if we kill those zombies, there's still that huge monster. It can throw a large bus. Who knows if our heavy machine guns and rocket launchers would have any effect on it?" The young soldier named Lung Feng was Wang Yubin's right-hand man. The Dragon Tooth warriors were anxious. Some wanted to save the people in that vehicle, while others shared Lung Feng's indifferent thoughts. Some even wanted to follow the survivors' suggestions and blow up that vehicle with a rocket. Lin Wei-Shue, being kind-hearted, could not bear to see the survivors in the vehicle helplessly being caught and eaten by that monster. She shouted at Wang Yubin, "That monster has already noticed us. Even if we don't deal with it, it will come to attack us." Wang Yubin fell silent. He raised his strong arm and commanded, "All Dragon Tooth members enter first-level combat status. No one is allowed to fire without my order. If that monster dares to charge and concentrate fire on it." His meaning was clear. Before that monster attacked them, he could not risk angering it just to save the people in that vehicle. After all, they had important tasks in this city. Lin Wei-Shue's eyes dimmed. She understood that Wang Yubin had his own difficulties. He could not joke with the lives of hundreds of survivors in this department store just to save the people in that vehicle. Suja drove the Humvee without a hint of slack, and even as they neared the military's camp, when he saw that the army had not opened the roadblock for them, his eyes shifted from burning hope to dead silence. "Damn it, these bastards aren't going to help us," Suja shouted. Zhang Wenjing's face also transformed from hope to despair. The people in this army clearly had no intention of rescuing them. They were evidently afraid of the monster trailing behind their vehicle. "It's over, we're done for." Zhang Wenjing's face lost all hope. In contrast, Shen Hen remained calm. He had anticipated this outcome, however it made things difficult for him. He had never intended to lead the beast to a human gathering place. Because with Dragon Tooth's equipment, they were simply incapable of dealing with this zombie. Shen Hen climbed back onto the roof of the vehicle and coldly watched the raging beast less than 10 meters away. Look, someone is standing on that vehicle. Is he calling for help? No, he is looking not at us, but at that monster. Is he insane? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Shen Hen pointed the black blade at the raging beast. Roar! The beast seemed to be provoked by Shen Hen's challenge. It swung its massive arms, wanting to crush this ant that dared to provoke it. Hengu, what are you doing? Suja couldn't believe Shen Hen's actions. When Shen Hen jumped onto the roof of the vehicle, he already vaguely sensed what Shen Hen was about to do. At that moment, Shen Hen stood atop the Humvee holding the black blade in one hand and a Desert Eagle pistol with 2 bullets left in the other. Suja, take them and survive. Shen Hen shouted crazily at Suja inside the vehicle. When he actually jumped out of the SUV, everyone was stunned. Suja froze completely. Zhang Wenjing in the vehicle murmured in a daze. Is he trying to protect us, drawing the zombie's attention away? Yes, when Shen Hen leapt into the air, she had guessed his intention. Tears streamed down Zhang Wenjing's face. She never expected that Shen Hen would go to such lengths to save them. Big brother. Zhang Wen's innocent face also burst into tears. She knew Shen Hen was doing this to save her and her mother by confronting the monster alone. Suja cried too. He was someone who seldom shed tears, but at this moment his face was also drenched. Hengu, you bastard. Why would you do this? I, Suja, have never owed anyone anything, and you dare to do this to me before you die. When Shen Hen suddenly jumped from the Humvee, propelled by its momentum, he soared into the air like a streak of light. He raised the arm holding the Desert Eagle high and suddenly pulled the trigger at the raging beast. With this jump, Shen Hen knew he was as good as dead. Faced with a third-tier raging beast, he had no ability to fight back. He wasn't performing this act of heroism. He was searching for the meaning of his existence. One person dying is better than dragging so many people to death. At least he still had that 1 in 10,000 chance to lure the raging beast away and survive. Bang! Bang! 2 loud gunshots attracted the attention of all the surrounding zombies and also caught the attention of all the survivors in the department store. When the Desert Eagle, known as a hand cannon, hit the raging beast's massive blood-red face, it felt 2 stings akin to mosquito bites. The 2 bullets embedded themselves in the beast's facial skin but could not harm its muscular structure. Roar! The raging beast became even angrier, swinging its arms. This ant actually made it feel pain, and it wanted to tear Shen Hen apart. In the department store, the survivors looked at Shen Hen's act in disbelief. Oh my god! That person jumped out. Is he insane? Daring to provoke that giant monster, doesn't he fear being crushed into dust? Madman. He must be a madman. On the side of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces, when they saw Shen Hen leap from the SUV, all the Dragon Tooth warriors were stunned. Even Captain Wang Yubin was left speechless, saying, how does that man dare to do that? Honestly, in that situation, even if he had 1,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to jump out and attract all the zombies' attention. But Shen Hen dared to do it. Lin Weishui was the first to notice Shen Hen in the air. She almost blurted out, Shen Hen, it's Shen Hen. Behind her, the soldiers' bullet and blade widened their eyes in unison. Indeed, the man holding the gun high in the air was the one who had saved them. Shen Hen. It really is him. Captain, it's him who saved me, Blade and Weishui. Bullet's eyes shone with excitement as he introduced Shen Hen to Wang Yubin. How did Shen Hen end up here? And he was being chased by such a terrifying monster. Moreover, how did he dare to jump out of the vehicle? Did he really dare to fight that beast? Wang Yubin's eyes lit up. Facing the man who dared to jump out of the vehicle, his interest grew, and he said, is he the one who saved you? What a pity, if he hadn't jumped out we might have had a chance to kill that monster and save him. But now he's doomed. Captain, we have to save him. Lin Weishui's face turned pale. She remembered that in her most helpless and fearful moments, it was that man who saved her from becoming a zombie. He saved her twice, and did she not even have the ability to save him once? Lin Weishui nearly went mad, wanting to rush out, but she was grabbed by the arm by the young soldier Lung Feng beside her. Weishui, what do you want to do? That person is doomed. Do you want to die too? Lung Feng said. Upon learning that Shen Hen was Lin Weishui's savior, Lung Feng's face darkened. He had secretly loved Lin Weishui for a long time and would not allow her to like another man. Fortunately, that man named Shen Hen was foolish enough to jump out. He was doomed. As Shen Hen leaped into the air holding the Desert Eagle and firing twice the loud gunshots nearly attracted all the surrounding zombies. The zombies' howls echoed continuously. Roar! But the first to arrive was the anger of the third-tier raging beast. The raging beast smashed through a pile of zombies, blocking its path with its massive arms. As it swung its gigantic fists towards Shen Hen, he shouted, "Come on!" Shen Hen roared as he exerted force in his airborne body. His legs came together, charging towards the oncoming raging beast like a falling meteor. The raging beast also swung its fist, and its fist, larger than Shen Hen's body, unleashed tons of power in an instant. Boom! In the first collision, Shen Hen felt a powerful force surge from his legs throughout his body. Bang! 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 Shen Hen's body was sent flying by a punch from the raging beast. He was like a kite with a broken string flying dozens of meters away. Along the way, several small zombies were crushed into meat paste by his body. Crack! 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 The joints of his body were continuously shattering, producing a chilling sound. Shen Hen tightly gripped the black blade, and despite being sent flying, he crashed through several zombie corpses. The black blade in his hand left a mark on the ground like a skid mark, bringing him to a halt. Spit! A mouthful of fresh blood, mixed with chunks of flesh from his stomach, was vomited out. At this moment, nearly all the bones in his body were fractured, and even his internal organs seemed to explode in an instant. It was terrifying. The strength of a Tier 3 zombie was something he could never withstand now. Even with his utmost effort utilizing all the strength he had, he still appeared pitifully weak in front of a Tier 3 zombie. The enraged one merely used a single punch to severely injure him, leaving him unable to move at all. Shen Hen felt fortunate that if he had used his fist earlier, the vast difference in power would have likely shattered his entire arm. What awaited him was nothing but death. Yet even in this situation, he could not move at all. There was no possibility of fighting back against the enraged one. Shen Hen lay there, feeling the heavy footsteps of the enraged one approaching him step by step. His life was slowly slipping away. Am I going to die? Shen Hen half-kneeled, using the black blade to support his body, while the ordinary zombies around him did not dare to rush at him. Because the presence of the enraged one had already declared him as its prey, these small zombies lacked the courage to approach the battlefield. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions echoed in the air like rotating chains. Shen Hen turned to look, and a large zombie, bare-chested with an enormous belly resembling a vat, was walking towards him. This fat zombie was a head taller than the others, standing a full 2 meters tall. It wielded a massive butcher knife in one hand and a hook linked with a chain in the other. The hook was dripping with blood, clearly having pierced through many human bodies. A Tier 2 mutated zombie, the Butcher. The Butcher, a type of mutated zombie that enjoys chopping living people into pieces to eat. They often use hooks to snag the ribs of living people, hanging them on walls to bleed out before chopping them up to eat. The fear the Butcher instills in humans is immense. Because of their penchant for eating living people, nearly all humans captured by the Butcher suffer a painfully protracted death. They watch helplessly as their bodies are chopped to pieces, a torment no human can endure. The Butcher that suddenly charged out clearly had its sights set on him. In the face of the enraged one's aura, this Tier 2 zombie seemed utterly unafraid. It even wanted to snatch the prey from right under the enraged one's nose. Whoosh! The heavy chain hook swung continuously through the air. The Butcher attacked. It swung its sharp hook directly at Shen Hen. Shen Hen knew that if he were caught by the Butcher's hook, what awaited him would be endless torment. That would be far more terrifying than being eaten by the enraged one. Shen Hen struggled to stand up just as he intended to dodge the Butcher's hook. The massive form of the enraged one suddenly lunged toward the Butcher. As a Tier 3 zombie, how could it allow its prey to be snatched away by another zombie? It swung its arm as thick as a tree trunk and delivered a powerful punch to the Butcher. The punch sent the Butcher flying several meters away. Its rotund body seemed to absorb the terrifying power of the enraged one, and it withdrew its misfired hook angrily, throwing it back at the enraged one. The enraged one did not understand how terrifying the hook in the Butcher's hand was. When it attempted to swat the hook away with its thick arm, the blood-drenched hook unexpectedly pierced its skin, tearing away a large chunk of flesh from its solid arm. Roar! The enraged one was furious, hammering the ground with its rock-like fists, causing the earth to tremble. The enraged one charged at the Butcher, who was not to be outdone, either swinging its hook in one hand and raising the massive butcher knife with the other as it lunged at the enraged one. Shen Hen watched the two mutated zombies entangled in battle, hoping to take this opportunity to slip away. However, his body had been directly wrecked by the enraged one's punch. If it weren't for him being an evolved being, that punch would have turned him into a mist of blood. The battle between the enraged one and the Butcher was not simply a one-sided crush. The Butcher's rotund balloon-like belly seemed to grant it the ability to absorb impacts. Each time the enraged one attacked, it merely sent the Butcher flying without exploding it. Meanwhile, the Butcher's strikes were exceptionally fierce. With a butcher knife in one hand and a bone hook in the other, nearly every attack drew blood from the enraged one. Shen Hen clearly understood that the Butcher's two weapons, which appeared ordinary, were actually crafted from its own bones. Just like the 10 long sharp claws of the stealthy ones, which were also made from their own bones. The enraged one was getting frustrated as this little fat one felt like a balloon that would never burst. If this continued, it could even be worn down by the butcher. The butcher swung its hook again. The enraged one seized the opportunity as the butcher threw its hook once more. It forcefully grabbed the butcher's rotund belly with both hands, exerting tremendous strength. Boom. The butcher's body exploded, scattering chunks of flesh across the ground along with some undigested human organs. The butcher was dead. A Tier 2 zombie had perished under the overwhelming power of the enraged one. However, killing the butcher had also inflicted some injuries on the enraged one. On its massive arm, small wounds were continuously oozing blood. Its gaze fell upon the barely alive Shen Hen once more. It was this human that had made it chase for so long. Clearly just an ant that couldn't even withstand a single punch from it, yet it had wasted so much of its time. Shen Hen had played the hero, but the price he had to pay was facing imminent death. The gap between Tier 1 and Tier 3 was far too immense. Even with all his strength, he could still not block a single punch from the enraged one. In this moment, Shen Hen did not stubbornly retreat. Instead, he chose to approach the battlefield between the enraged one and the butcher. Years of experience in the apocalypse had taught him. In this moment, he realized that the only way to survive was to chop off the butcher's head and obtain the Tier 2 evolution crystal inside. To sit back and wait for death would be tantamount to declaring his demise. Having sustained such grave injuries, he had no strength left to stand. He could only rely on his indomitable will to crawl along the ground, praying that the butcher's evolution crystal would help him evolve to Tier 2. The strength of Tier 2 was almost double that of Tier 1. Only by reaching Tier 2 could he have a chance to escape the clutches of the enraged one, or even kill this ferocious monster that resembled a heavy tank. Moreover, the healing effects brought by evolution would also allow his injuries to recover rapidly. To survive, he could only obtain the evolution crystal from the butcher's head. I must survive. I want to live. Shen Hen crawled along the ground, using his hands like feet. Meanwhile, Suja drove the Hummer wildly towards the barricade. Seeing Shen Hen lure the massive monster away, the dragon-toothed soldiers opened the iron gate under Captain Wang Yubin's orders. Suja drove and stopped the car and jumped out like a madman. He looked at the group of dragon-toothed soldiers in military uniforms beside him and shouted frantically, "Save him! Hurry and save him! Can't you see there's someone over there?" Suja pointed towards Shen Hen's direction, but at this moment, he could no longer see Shen Hen's figure. From his perspective, the most prominent sight was the enormous body of the enraged one, followed by the endless tide of corpses surrounding that area. Though the zombies surrounded the enraged one and Shen Hen, they did not dare to approach. They understood clearly that Shen Hen was the prey of the enraged one and none of them could snatch him away. Zhang Wenjing also got out of the car with her child. Upon seeing the tide of zombies encircling Shen Hen, she screamed at the nearby dragon-toothed soldiers. "What are you doing? Are you just going to watch him get eaten by zombies? You have guns, pure soldiers. How can you just stand by and do nothing?" If it weren't for Shen Hen, she and her daughter might have died countless times back at that hotel. That man had saved them time and again, but now that they had reached the military gathering point, he had jumped out of the car alone. Wang Yubin shook his head. As the captain of Dragon Tooth, he had the right to consider the lives of his team and the survivors here. He could not attract the attention of so many zombies just for one person, even if that person had saved the lives of his team members. Most importantly, there was that monster resembling a small mountain. Even a fierce human like him felt a chill at the sight of the enraged one's massive size. This monster was far too powerful. It was hard to imagine that on the 11th day after the outbreak of the virus such a creature had appeared. Such a monster would probably remain unshaken even by a heavy machine gun. "I'm sorry, we are powerless," Wang Yubin said, looking at Zhang Wenjing and her daughter, his eyes filled with helplessness and shame. As Zhang Wenjing had said, as a soldier, he indeed had a duty to save lives. However, he also had to assess the situation. It was impossible to resolve every problem with firearms everywhere. Perhaps it was best for them to quietly hold their ground in this department store and plaza. Inside the department store, survivors watched everything outside through the glass. The youth who jumped out of the car dared to provoke that enormous monster. Moreover, after taking a punch from that massive creature, he was still crawling on the ground. Although he was already on the brink of death, he was still alive. The surrounding zombies seemed to be intimidated by that enormous monster. Faced with food so readily available, they dared not move as they encircled Shen Hen and the enraged one. "Elo! Elo! Elo!" The sounds of zombies howling continued endlessly. At this moment, Shen Hen was crawling on the ground like a turtle. With each movement he made, a trail of blood would appear beneath him. By the time he had crawled this far, a shocking bloodstain was visible on the ground. The enraged being looked strangely at the scene before it. The ant, whose bones had been shattered by its punch, not only did not flee, but actually began to crawl slowly towards it. Having developed a bit of intelligence, it eagerly anticipated what Shen Hen, this insignificant ant, would do next. However, just as it grew impatient and reached for Shen Hen, intending to swallow him whole, a powerful roar resonated from behind it. Roar. The sudden roar stunned the surrounding zombies. The small zombies, upon hearing this roar, were frightened and retreated to the sides, creating a path. Shen Hen could see clearly that it was another zombie. Compared to ordinary zombies, this one resembled a giant, a true giant. It was about 1 head taller than an average zombie, with a physique as robust as an ox covered in dense muscles. In contrast to the ape-like figure of the enraged being, this suddenly appearing zombie had a body more akin to that of a human. A human-like body with human-like strides. It even wore human clothing. However, the clothes had already been torn apart by its towering physique. Tyrant. A Tier 3 evolved zombie. T1. Tyrant. Shen Hen immediately recognized this towering zombie, which was 2 heads taller than Yao Ming. Its body was virtually identical to that of a human, except it was a taller and stronger version of an ordinary zombie. Shen Hen was more than familiar with this 3-meter-tall tyrant. The tyrant is the first evolutionary form of type zombies. If the billions of ordinary zombies worldwide are referred to as T0, then the tyrant can be considered their evolutionary version T1. Although it is merely the first form of a zombie, the tyrant's strength cannot be underestimated. The tyrant possesses Tier 3 strength. This means that the tyrant is on par with the enraged being. In fact, it is very likely that its power surpasses that of the enraged being. The arrival of the tyrant evidently made the entire battlefield more lively. The enraged being, upon seeing the tyrant, suddenly froze on its fierce face. It released Shen Hen and began to pound its chest with its fist as thick as a water vat, as if to demonstrate its strength to the tyrant, much like a gorilla. The tyrant was a bald giant with pale skin, arms the size of barrels, and extremely rugged muscles. It was a zombie with territorial awareness. When the enraged being intruded upon its territory and challenged it had already deemed the enraged being an enemy. Roar. Roar. The 2 Tier 3 zombies roared at each other in midair. Even the sound of their roars caused Shen Hen's eardrums to rupture, with a few drops of blood flowing from his ears. Bang. A violent impact echoed. The enormous fist of the enraged being collided with the tyrant's much smaller fist. The strength of the 2 zombies was surprisingly, even neither of them taking a step back. Their immense power even caused the ground beneath them to crack. The tyrant was in fact about half the size of the enraged being. The enraged being's hulking form stood a towering 4 meters tall, a whole meter taller than the tyrant. Even when crouching down with its arms as forelimbs, it still measured at least 3 meters. In terms of size, it was equivalent to 2 tyrants. However, as Tier 3 zombies, when it came to strength, they were evenly matched. In fact, with regard to leverage in cases of equivalent strength, the smaller tyrant, with its smaller fists, actually had the upper hand. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. The 2 Tier 3 zombies began to pound on each other. The surrounding ordinary zombies were greatly endangered. Some were crushed into mush by the massive body of the enraged being, while others were turned into a mist of blood by the powerful fists of the tyrant. Yet as the 2 Tier 3 zombies fought, Shen Hen seized the opportunity. Shen Hen crawled towards the butcher's corpse as if he were crawling on the ground. Survive. This was his last thought. Just moments ago, he felt absolute despair. When the enraged being held him in its massive hand, Shen Hen truly felt like an ant. Power. His strength was far too weak. Shen Hen recalled the words spoken to him by that man. He was too weak, whether in the past or present, he was simply too weak. What does it matter to start over in this life? In the face of these colossal monsters, he had no chance to resist at all. Whether it was the enraged being, the tyrant, or even the butcher lying dead on the ground. Any one of them could easily slaughter him. Not to mention that outside there were even more powerful mutated beings, and even abominations. He was far too weak. Pitifully weak, he could only crawl along the ground like a maggot, yearning for the carrion that would allow him to survive. Shen Hen gritted his teeth against the pain radiating from all over his body. As he crawled to the butcher's round head, he desperately hacked at it with the black blade in his hand. I want to live. I must live. I must survive. He struggled frantically. He kept biting his tongue, seeking to exchange pain for his last shred of consciousness. Puff! The cold black blade sliced through the butcher's disgusting head, and a stream of repulsive brain matter flowed out. The stench was so nauseating that any person would faint. Yet Shen Hen did not. He used the last of his strength to cleave open the butcher's head, all for the sake of the evolutionary source crystal inside. Shen Hen raised his head and slammed into the butcher's split-open head. When his head sank into what was left of the butcher's brain, he no longer cared about anything. He greedily devoured the butcher's brain matter, because he knew that within the butcher's brain lay a second-tier evolutionary source crystal. Gulp! Shen Hen swallowed mouthfuls of the butcher's brain matter mixed with bits of flesh, which was utterly disgusting. Yet Shen Hen did not flinch at all. He had no strength left to flip over the butcher's half-brain to retrieve the evolutionary source crystal inside. He could only rely on his powerful will and consume the butcher's brain. Perhaps even in his dying moments he would not be able to reach the tiny evolutionary source crystal the size of a human thumb inside. But he had to try. To retreat was to embrace death. Finally, in the last moment of his fading consciousness, he swallowed the evolutionary source crystal mixed with brain matter and blood. The moment the evolutionary source crystal entered Shen Hen's body, a powerful vitality surged through his cells. Power. His strength kept climbing. Originally over a ton, it kept rising. 1600 kg, 1700 kg, 1800 kg, 2000 kg. 2 tons. When his strength reached 2 tons, which was twice the human limit, Shen Hen finally completed his second major leap. A second-tier evolutionary. After swallowing the second-tier evolutionary source crystal from the butcher's brain, he became a second-tier evolutionary. It's important to note that the evolutionary source crystal of a first-tier evolved zombie, the infiltrator, is equivalent to 300 drops of evolutionary liquid. And the evolutionary source crystal of a second-tier evolved zombie, the butcher, is equivalent to 500 drops of evolutionary liquid. This second-tier source crystal was just enough for Shen Hen to evolve from a 1-5-tier evolutionary to a second-tier evolutionary. At that moment, Shen Hen stood up from the ground. His vitality was rapidly recovering, the shattered bones in his body reassembling in an instant, and the blood he had lost completely replenished. At that moment, his physical condition was already twice the human limit. Not just strength, but also speed, reflexes, flexibility, bone density, muscle hardness, skin elasticity, and so forth. Everything he had was nearly double his previous capabilities. Yet it was not over. Shen Hen's evolution was not finished. As a second-tier evolutionary, a dark light suddenly emanated from his heart. This dark light was very familiar to Shen Hen. In the park's guardhouse, it was this dark light that saved his life. At that time, his body had been eroded by the virus source liquid, leaving only his head and internal organs. Yet that dark light not only helped him complete his evolution, but even allowed his flesh to be reborn. Even his black blade became stronger at that moment. This time the mysterious dark light manifested once more, as if it was once again triggered by his evolution. Boom. The mysterious dark light spread across Shen Hen's body like flames in an instant. At that moment the dark light clung to Shen Hen's body like ghostly fire. Pain coursed through Shen Hen's body. He once thought he was about to be reborn, but in an instant it felt as if he had fallen back into hell. The mysterious dark light seemed to bring with it a strange power that continuously devoured Shen Hen's body and consciousness. As the dark light enveloped his body, he transformed completely. Frenzy, rage, slaughter, blood, darkness. The dark devourer has descended. He was no longer the Shen Hen of the past. It was as if everything had changed. His consciousness was gradually overtaken by the urge to kill. When he picked up the black blade from the ground, his eyes resembled those of a reaper in hell staring at the 2 tier 3 zombies. Kill. A low guttural roar erupted from his throat. At that moment Shen Hen moved. His speed was so fast that he became a streak of black light. Both the enraged being and the tyrant paused in their mutual assault. Both of them had tough skin and flesh, especially the enraged being's muscle layer thicker than an iron barrel, making them unable to harm each other. However, as Shen Hen's vitality gradually recovered, even turning increasingly berserk, they sensed something was amiss. The ant that had originally lain motionless on the ground not only recovered, but instantly possessed a power that struck fear into them. Roar, roar. Both tier 3 zombies turned to look at the black streak of light charging toward them, roaring in anger. Especially the enraged being. Its eyes, as large as a human head, were filled with fury. Why had this damned ant not died yet? Why was it charging at them with such vitality? The enraged being roared, swinging its tree-like arms and fists, striking down at Shen Hen with great force. Shen Hen's speed was astonishing. At the moment he leaped up, a massive crack appeared on the ground where he had been standing. His body transformed into a streak of black light. In his hand the black blade was held reversed. When his gaze met that of the enraged being, a single word filled his mind. Kill. He no longer feared this monster that had once made him flee. Compared to the enraged being, he was now the true monster. Swish. The shadow of the black blade flashed, and a vibrant spray of blood burst into the air. Boom. Shen Hen severed the enraged being's massive arm with a single slash. However, before the enraged being could react, Shen Hen had already launched his second attack. Inside the department store, as hundreds of survivors and dragon-tooth warriors closely watched the battle between the tyrant and the berserker, almost everyone had forgotten about Shen Hen. That weak human amidst such a chaotic clash of monsters must have perished right. Yet when Shen Hen slowly stood up, everyone was astonished. My heavens, that person is still alive. How is that possible? Wasn't he dead? How did he stand up again? Damn, how is he picking up the knife? Does he want to fight those two monsters? Where is he? That man. Wait, what just happened? How did that giant monster's arm fall to the ground? The survivors could hardly see the figure of Shen Hen, who had transformed into a streak of black light. They only saw the arm of the berserker dropping to the ground. When Shen Hen stood on the ground radiating black light, he became exceptionally conspicuous. It's him, that man did it. Damn, he's moving again. How is his speed so fast? This is insane. He's really fighting those two monsters. Massacre. This is a slaughter. He is slaughtering those two monsters. What the hell, he must be the monster. A monster disguised as a human. Amidst the astonished cries of the survivors, the dragon-tooth warriors outside saw it even clearer. The two middle-aged men, Bullet and Blade, stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. They exchanged glances and spoke in unison. He's still so abnormal. When they encountered Shen Hen, he had already done things that shocked them. However, now he was even stronger, capable of chopping off the arm of a monster as large as a small mountain. He is just too abnormal, right? Wang Yubin stood there dumbfounded at the scene before him. So powerful. As the captain of Dragon Tooth, he had naturally seen a lot. He had learned about martial arts masters and various talents, but he had never seen a human as powerful as Shen Hen. Even those beings from the dragon group could hardly compare to this freak, right? His speed was as fast as lightning turning into a streak of light. His strength was enough to slice through the monster's arm, which was as thick as a water tank. What kind of monster is he? Shen Hen. Wang Yubin thoroughly remembered this name. This was the strongest human he had ever seen in his life. Lin Weixiu's originally pale face suddenly smiled at the moment Shen Hen stood up. He's still alive. Shen Hen is still alive. The man who saved him twice is still alive. Perhaps at this moment there was nothing more important to her than the news of Shen Hen's survival. No matter how powerful Shen Hen is, she doesn't care. She only cares whether Shen Hen is still alive. On the rooftop of the department store, a pitch-black large-caliber sniper rifle stood at the edge of the railing. Behind the scope of the sniper rifle, a pair of sharp eyes observed the situation below. His name is Mo Chin, a name that perhaps very few have heard of. However, his codename Shadow is a legend among Dragon Tooth, and even among special forces worldwide. Shadow, the ace of Dragon Tooth, the world's #1 sniper. Mo Chin's sharp eagle-like eyes were fixed on the situation below through the scope. When Shen Hen suddenly stood up from a state of near death, a glimmer of cold smile crossed his expressionless face, and in a barely audible voice he murmured, "Let me see what kind of monster you are." Transformed into a black shadow, a blade formed from darkness. Shen Hen's body was shrouded in a peculiar black light. His consciousness was gradually controlled by that black light. Then he transformed into a god of death in the night. Frenzied. Slaughter. He wanted to kill these two zombies who regarded him as nothing. Not for revenge, but simply for the pure desire to kill. Clang. The sharp black blade sliced through the air, creating a shadow. Immediately the black blade cut into the berserker's massive arm, slicing through its muscle and bone, which were harder than steel, without any obstruction. Shen Hen's blade had reached an extreme speed. Shen Hen's strength had also erupted to an unimaginable level. Roar. Pain appeared on the berserker's face. Its entire arm was chopped off by Shen Hen with the black blade. Fast. So fast that it couldn't even react. The gaping wound the size of a water tank continuously rained blood, and the berserker frantically slammed its remaining massive arm against the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled as the berserker rushed towards Shen Hen, using its remaining arm to attack. Nearby, the roars of countless zombies echoed. Before him, there was only darkness. Shen Hen felt as if he was walking in a world of darkness. There was no light here, nor anything else. Only an endless expanse of darkness awaited his exploration. Shen Hen's consciousness had long been controlled by the awakened Dark Devourer's other persona. He would no longer be afraid, nor would he bear any burdens. At this moment, he was born solely for the darkness. Kill. The cold black blade left deep wounds on the berserker, horrific wounds that caused more damage than a butcher's bone hook. Shen Hen like a ghost that appeared and disappeared unpredictably. No matter how much the berserker wanted to grab Shen Hen with its massive palm and crush him, it just couldn't keep up with Shen Hen's speed. Speed was what Shen Hen relied on most as the Dark Devourer. Without speed, relying solely on his second-tier body, he could not easily confront the third-tier berserker. If Shen Hen's consciousness were still clear, he would definitely feel it. His current speed had already reached that of a third-tier evolved being, and his strength had also reached the third tier. With the awakening of the Dark Devourer, everything about his body had become stronger. Clang, clang, clang. The shadowy Shen Hen wielded the black blade, striking at the berserker's tough muscles. The berserker's skin and muscle were much harder than ordinary iron armor. If not for the large-caliber sniper bullets, even its skin might not be easily pierced. However, Shen Hen's black blade easily pierced the berserker's skin, and with each slash, it left a massive wound on the berserker. Little by little, No matter how powerful the berserker was, it was still a flesh and blood body. Its body was made of flesh and blood, and with continuous bleeding and injuries, it ultimately crashed to the ground with a thud. Its vitality was growing weaker and weaker, reaching the brink of death. The pitch-black blade pierced through the berserker's massive head, ultimately ending its life. The berserker is dead. This powerful monster that had chased Shen Hen, relentlessly always wanting to crush him, finally perished under Shen Hen's blade. Thud, thud, thud. However, the battle was not over yet. The sound of massive footsteps echoed again. Shen Hen suddenly turned his head. His pitch-black eyes saw the third-tier evolved zombie, the tyrant, approaching him. The tyrant was protected by a layer of true iron armor. Shen Hen knew this was a result of its evolution. That layer of armor was not artificial protection, but rather scales that it had naturally developed. While Shen Hen was slaughtering the berserker, the tyrant did not choose to attack. Having developed a bit of intelligence, it seemed more like a wild beast. Both Shen Hen and the berserker were its opponents. It preferred to watch the fight from the sidelines. The tyrant was incredibly fast. Its speed surpassed that of the berserker by more than double. But it was fast. Shen Hen was even faster. Just as the tyrant charged towards Shen Hen, he exerted force under his feet, transforming into a black shadow, and appeared behind the tyrant. Shen Hen struck with his knife. The cold black blade scraped against the tyrant's outer layer of iron armor, creating sparks. At the same time, the tyrant turned its massive fist, swung toward Shen Hen. Boom! The ground was smashed into a large pit by the tyrant's immense power. When the tyrant retracted its fist, preparing to attack again, Shen Hen suddenly appeared in front of it. The tyrant fiercely threw a punch, its massive fist whistling through the air, aimed at Shen Hen's body. Shen Hen simultaneously swung his blade, aiming directly at the tyrant's round head. The black blade sliced through the tyrant's skin, embedding itself in the tyrant's head. Unlike when he cut the berserker's arm, that time it was entirely due to the berserker's carelessness and the fact that its arm had been grazed by the butcher. Shen Hen could surprise it with a single cut. But the tyrant was different. Although the tyrant appeared much smaller than the berserker, its defensive strength was significantly greater. Shen Hen's black blade only managed to cut a quarter of its head before it could penetrate no further. It must be said that Shen Hen's consciousness was frenzied, completely consumed by slaughter. At the same time, his fighting style became irrational. Such a reckless method of fighting, as he had not yet dealt with the tyrant's fist had already swung towards him. Bang! Shen Hen was sent flying. The tyrant's immense force struck him through the air, turning him into a black line. Boom, boom, boom. Numerous unfortunate ordinary zombies were used as shields by Shen Hen. His resilient body crushed those zombies' bodies like a boulder. The black blade danced through the air. Countless zombie heads were severed by Shen Hen's knife. The pitch-black blade once again drew a long line of blood on the ground. Why fight? Why slaughter? Shen Hen's heart no longer held any reason. Only kill. After the berserker died, the ordinary zombies surrounded the Shen Hen, who had been knocked away by the tyrant. They no longer feared, no longer hesitated to move due to the pressure of the two evolved zombies. They were already attracted by the blood-soaked Shen Hen. The smell of blood was the source of their stimulation. A second-tier body was still just a second-tier body. No matter how much his speed and strength had increased, Shen Hen's physique could not compare to a third-tier zombie. The tyrant's punch broke his ribs, inflicting significant injury on him. Blood continuously flowed from his body, dripping onto the ground. The more blood he spilled, the more stimulated the surrounding zombies became. They continuously surrounded Shen Hen. Puff, puff, puff. Shen Hen's black blade cleaved through the heads of the zombies, each strike as effortless as crushing an ant for him, now a second-tier evolver who had awakened the Dark Devourer. Grr! The low growl did not come from the zombies, but from Shen Hen's own lips. In this moment, Shen Hen resembled a beast stripped of all emotion. Darkness enveloped his vision. His body was tainted with blood. His consciousness was eroded by the slaughter. Roar, roar, roar. Zombies surrounded Shen Hen relentlessly. Bang, bang, bang. One zombie after another fell. With each strike of his blade, Shen Hen was like a god of death. With a single swing, multiple zombies had their heads severed. He had lost count of how many zombies he had slain. The corpses piled together like a small mountain. The survivors in the department store were left dumbfounded. The zombies which they feared to hide from were like prey waiting to be butchered under that man's blade. How on earth are you able to do this? A man in a white coat wearing thick glasses murmured among the survivors. Although he was shocked inside, his face remained calm. He murmured, "Could it be? You are the perfect one. The perfect fusioner." If he was correct, Shen Hen was indeed the perfect fusioner. He had already uncovered the secret of the evolution liquid and had undergone intense fusion. But what was that mass of dark light? He pondered, his previously calm expression finally showing signs of urgency. Finally, he dashed downstairs swiftly. Amidst the horde of corpses, Shen Hen continued to slaughter like a ferocious beast. He laughed maniacally, his laughter laced with an eerie feeling. Among the pile of zombies, he was like a human meat grinder killing wildly. However, the horde of zombies was endless. The tyrant's eyes were filled with rage. When Shen Hen's black blade pierced its head, it had already regarded Shen Hen as its prey. Eat him. Only by consuming Shen Hen could its fury be quelled. Roar. The tyrant charged at Shen Hen like a humanoid tank. No matter how many zombies blocked its path, it crushed them one by one. The zombies in its way were stomped underfoot, their bodies torn apart by its arms. Finally, the tyrant reached Shen Hen's back and swung a powerful fist. Shen Hen turned around, his keen senses had already detected the intense pressure from the tyrant. Bang! His fist appeared as fragile as a baby's before the tyrant's. Yet in terms of strength, he was not at all inferior to the tyrant. Two fists of different sizes collided with immense strength. Boom! The violent shockwave caused the surrounding zombies to stagger back. Some zombies nearby were even left with their brains shattered from the tremors. Cracks suddenly appeared on the ground where Shen Hen stood. The tyrant's power was overwhelming, but Shen Hen withstood its punch. At the moment of impact, Shen Hen's black blade struck out simultaneously. The same blade, the same wound. When Shen Hen's black blade struck the horrifying wound on the tyrant's head again, the tyrant finally felt the terror of death. The cold blade sank deeper into the tyrant's brain, already cutting through its steel-like skull. At the same time, Shen Hen embraced the tyrant's fist with his whole arm. The tyrant roared in fury, its voice tinged with a hint of fear. Why? Why did this insignificant human dare to grasp its fist? Is he not afraid of being torn apart? The tyrant angrily swung its other fist at Shen Hen. However, at the same time, Shen Hen struck at the wound on the tyrant's head again. A life for a life. Then let it be. Boom, boom, boom. The tyrant's massive fists rained down relentlessly on Shen Hen's body. Clang, clang, clang. Shen Hen's black blade continuously hacked at the wound on the tyrant's head. Let's see who kills the other first. On the empty balcony of the building, a pair of sharp eyes and a cold sniper rifle. Through the scope, Emo-chan could clearly see the wound on the tyrant's head, and the blood-soaked man who was constantly hacking at that wound. A flaw. He had caught the tyrant's weakness. Then under the shadow's gun there would only be souls. This ends here. Bang. Without hesitation, Emo-chan pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle. The large caliber bullet from the heavy sniper rifle shot out like a spark with lightning speed. The gunshot was deafening. So loud that nearly everyone was stunned by the sound. So loud that nearly all the zombies turned their heads towards the department store. Puff. The powerful bullet penetrated through the horrifying wound on the tyrant's head, exploding its brain. Even after the explosion, it still grazed Shen Hen's shoulder. The tyrant's fists, which had been mercilessly pounding Shen Hen's body, finally came to a halt. Its rage abruptly ceased. Its body collapsed backward. Bang. The second-tier zombie, the tyrant, finally died. However, Shen Hen also collapsed to the ground. His bones had been nearly shattered by the tyrant's fists, leaving him unable to stand. No matter how ferocious Shen Hen was now, his body was still ultimately human. Yet his life was not over. Shen Hen crawled onto the tyrant's corpse, using the black blade to cut open its body, continuously devouring the flesh and blood. He was eating the zombie. Shen Hen, whose consciousness had been overtaken by darkness, was unaware of what he was doing. Grr. He greedily consumed the massive chunk of bloody flesh beneath him like a beast. As he devoured the tyrant's corpse, the surrounding zombies also opened their jaws wide, biting into him. Now a second-tier evolver, Shen Hen's skin was incredibly tough. So tough that the ordinary zombies could not bite through it at all. Some zombies with poor teeth even broke their fangs in the attempt. Below the department store, the soldiers of Longya watched this scene, filled with dread. The man named Shen Hen actually dared to eat a zombie. What kind of monster is he? How could a human eat a zombie? Isn't there a virus on the zombies? How could he dare to consume it? However, seeing that blood-soaked man, they had already regarded Shen Hen as a monster. Monster. He is just a monster. He is actually eating the flesh of a zombie. He is not human at all. The stern-faced young warrior Lung Feng scolded. He held no goodwill towards Shen Hen. After all, seeing Lin Weixu's worried face constantly watching Shen Hen, he knew she had developed feelings for him. However, Lung Feng's words did not sit well with a burly man over 6 feet tall. The bullet glared at him angrily. You brat, watch your words. Shen Hen is the lifesaver of me, my good brother, and Lin Weixu. Hearing you say this about him, I naturally can't stand it. But looking at Shen Hen, who was hunched over the massive zombie, continuously gnawing at its body, bullet's face also showed some worry. Lung Feng, he is not a monster. He is merely a survivor with power, Lin Weixu quietly said. She constantly wanted to rush out and save Shen Hen, who was surrounded by zombies, but she could not. Until Captain Wang Yubin gave the order, she had to follow the captain's commands. That was her promise upon joining Longya. Obeying orders is the soldier's code. I am just a survivor. Remembering what Shen Hen had said to her back, then she couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Yes, he was just a survivor. A survivor who risked his own safety driving an off-road vehicle through the horde to rescue her. A survivor who would jump out of the car to shield 3 unrelated survivors from 2 monsters. Live on. That was what he told her when she was most afraid and helpless. Shen Hen live on. Lin-animation clenched her fists tightly. Her pretty face was pale even more so than when she was infected by the virus. Now she was even more terrified. She feared that Shen Hen would die and equally feared he would become a zombie. No matter how powerful he was still just a mortal, just a flesh and blood human. Lung Feng looked at Lin-animation and mocked. Wei-Shua, are you still defending him at this point? Although he saved our Lanya warriors, that does not change the fact that he is a monster. No human can go against those 2 gigantic monsters. No human can kill so many zombies. And no one would eat the flesh of zombies. Look at him eating so happily like a dog. Those zombies cannot even bite his flesh. If he is not a monster, then what is he at? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a fist was already swinging toward him. FCK, you dare insult my brother Shen Hen. Suja charged at Lung Feng like a thug. He had the strongest sense of loyalty. Shen Hen had saved him more than twice. If it weren't for Shen Hen, he would have been torn apart by the stalker while patrolling that KTV. Thus he regarded Shen Hen as his boss from the bottom of his heart. However, now these soldiers had not a single one who dared to go out to save people, and they were even here insulting his boss. Suja, filled with rage, launched a punch at Lung Feng. Foolishness. Lung Feng's expression turned cold as he kicked Suja away. Wang Yubin shook his head beside them. A young thug with explosive red hair dared to provoke the warriors of Lanya. It was known that Lung Feng's strength was among the top in Lanya. Why would such a weak person dare to throw a punch? Suja was kicked far away, crashing heavily onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Wenjing rushed to Suja's side, taking great care of this colleague from before the apocalypse. But upon seeing Suja being kicked by a young man in military uniform, she glared at Lung Feng angrily. Why are you still hitting people? Suja stood up with Zhang Wenjing's support. Lung Feng's kick was heavy. He felt he had sustained internal injuries. Suja laughed, mocking soldiers. He pointed at Lung Feng, then at Wang Yobin, and finally at the surrounding Lanya warriors, mocking. You lot are worthy to be called soldiers. In Suja's heart, he no longer regarded the soldiers before him as saviors. Despite their guns and heavy weapons, they dared not step beyond the barriers. They were afraid, terrified that the zombies would devour them. They could only watch helplessly as a person disappeared into the tide of zombies. If Shen Hen were merely a weakling or an ordinary person, he would have long been devoured by the zombies, leaving no bones behind. Suja laughed maniacally while Zhang Wenjing looked at him with displeasure and said, Suja, what are you talking about? Even though both he and Suja were saved by Shen Hen, and she tended to favor Suja, the current situation clearly showed that these soldiers were in charge. They had guns, cannons, and tanks. They were the rulers here. Did Suja really want to talk to these soldiers like that? Was he looking to die? I don't know what concerns you have, nor what you're afraid of, but I will only follow the choices of my own heart. If you want, go save them, I will. Suja wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and laughed. He picked up the fire axe stained with zombie blood and charged towards the barrier. Suja, what are you doing? Zhang Wenjing was shocked as she watched Suja run wildly towards the barrier, completely unable to understand his actions. Was he really so foolish as to run out and feed the zombies? Even though soldiers dared not go outside, Suja jumped over the enclosure, gazing at the endless tide of corpses before him, feeling immense fear. But he knew that if he could not conquer this fear, he would forever be nothing but a useless being. Shen Hen could jump out of the vehicle to attract those monsters, so he too could fight for Shen Hen. Oh! Suja shouted wildly, swinging the blood-red fire axe in one hand. Thud! A zombie rushing towards him had its skull crushed by his axe. Come on, you monsters! Suja charged into the horde of zombies as if his little universe had exploded. His actions undoubtedly astonished the dragon-toothed soldiers who remained behind the barriers, especially Lung Feng. The stern-faced Lung Feng watched Suja rush out. Did this little punk want to commit suicide? Thud! 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 Countless zombies rushed towards Suja. Suja was not an evolver. His physical strength might even be less than that of an ordinary person who worked out regularly, yet he charged out resolutely. He plunged into the tide of corpses. Bastards! Come eat me! His face full of swagger, shouted madly. He wanted to attract the attention of these zombies. At the very least, he could buy some time for his leader. He ran frantically with more and more zombies surrounding him. He swung the axe wildly, not for anyone else, but simply because this was the meaning of his existence. Before the apocalypse, he was a mere lackey. Those people treated him like a dog, and he had the awareness of a dog. But that couldn't erase the true him, the real Suja. Shen Hen, the man who could sacrifice his life for him. He too could sacrifice his life for him. Suja had no idea how many times he swung the axe, or how many zombies he had killed with the fire axe in his hand. Until he exhausted all his strength. Until he was overwhelmed by a horde of zombies. Roar, roar, roar. The flesh on his body was constantly being bitten by the zombies pressing down on him. The sensation of his body being torn apart spread throughout him. Flesh from his body was being gnawed off piece by the zombies. Suja's face showed no pain. He smiled and looked up at the sky, now stained red with blood, saying, "Brother Hen, I owe you nothing now." When the horde of zombies completely engulfed him, he fell silent. Behind the barrier, Wang Yubin watched the scene before him, his face gradually growing heavier. Suja's words had indeed struck a chord within him. Did he really deserve to be called a soldier? Is a soldier's duty to watch as humans are devoured by zombies, yet remain indifferent? Did they truly honor the uniforms they wore? The tall man standing at nearly 2 meters had a calm and mature face that now displayed a hint of pain and struggle. But his rationality told him he couldn't take people out. He had a mission. A dragon tooth had an entire building of survivors to protect. He couldn't risk the lives of hundreds for the sake of 1 or 2 people. Lin Weishua walked to his side and smiled, saying, "Captain, I think what he said makes sense. We should follow the choices of our own hearts." In that moment, it seemed she recalled her childhood when she first joined Dragon Tooth. When that expressionless instructor asked her why she came, she had only said one thing: she wanted to become stronger. The instructor simply told her 8 words. Follow the rules, obey commands. She nodded in agreement. All along, she had never crossed that boundary. But now she felt she had to break through it. At the very least, in this never-ending apocalypse, she wanted to die in peace. Lin Weishua loaded bullets into the submachine gun in her hands, and as she charged out following the same path, as Suja Lung Feng reacted first. Lung Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected Lin Weishua would foolishly charge out as well. He had no time to stop her, only able to shout urgently, "Weishua, come back." However, Lin Weishua had already rushed out past the barrier, her submachine gun continuously taking down zombie after zombie. Her aim was precise. Nearly every zombie she shot was blown apart. Wang Yubin watched Lin Weishua rush out and muttered in a daze, "Weishua, have you forgotten the promise we made back then?" But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Suja, buried under a pile of zombies, suddenly felt an intense heat in his body. It wasn't pain nor the fiery agony from the zombies' bites. He simply felt an overwhelming warmth. So hot. Suja could feel his explosive hair as if it were truly engulfed in flames. He was not dead. Having had several pieces of flesh bitten off by the zombies, he suddenly felt a warm current coursing through every cell in his body. The same was true for his body. A burst of intense flames suddenly erupted, enveloping him entirely. Strangely, this fire, though terrifying, did no harm to his clothes or hair. As for the zombies that had been gnawing on him, they were instantaneously turned to charred remains. The blood and flesh that had been torn from his body were now occupied by flames, healing him. Until his flesh had fully restored, he felt that every drop of blood and every cell in his body seemed to transform into flames. "Oh, I'm on fire," Suja shouted as he leaped up from the ground. His bare body was covered in flames, making him look like a fiery man. Suja was terrified. He had thought he was about to be devoured by zombies, but now found himself completely engulfed in flames. Was this a joke? Wasn't he supposed to be on the verge of being bitten to death by zombies? Why had his wounds healed? And where did the fire come from? Suja even thought someone from the military had thrown a fire bottle at him, igniting this blaze. But he discovered that the flames on him could not be extinguished. No matter how much he rolled on the ground or rubbed against the zombies in a frenzy. He found that the zombies had turned to ashes, yet the fire on him still refused to die down. Damn it, someone come and help put out the fire. Suja felt like crying without tears. He felt so hot, like he was going to explode, yet he was not burned by the flames. He ran around in the tide of corpses, trying to extinguish the fire on him. But the more he ran, the more flames erupted on him. The flames clung to his body. Even the sweat he poured out turned into fire. Suja was running madly in the sea of zombies, but no zombie could approach him, because any zombie that got close turned to ashes from the flames on him. The Dragon Tooth soldiers were dumbfounded, and the just-emerged Lin Weishua was also in a daze. Wasn't this person who had been knocked down by zombies supposed to be completely devoured? How had he suddenly become a fiery man? And what was that fire on him? Why did the zombies that merely approached him turn to ashes? When Suja realized that the flames on him posed no harm and seemed to emanate from his body, he was stunned. "Is this fire coming from me?" Suja murmured, looking down at the flames on his hand. It was as if the flames were the cells within his body merging with him. With a thought, 5 small fireballs appeared immediately at his fingertips. Suja was dumbfounded as he watched a few zombies charge towards him. Then he looked at the 5 small fireballs on his fingers, and with a sudden wave of his hand, he commanded, "Go." The 5 fireballs shot towards the zombies like shooting stars. As soon as the small fireballs touched the zombies, they were instantly engulfed in flames and turned to ashes. "Damn, this is amazing. I've become a fiery man." Suja mumbled in astonishment. Such a thing which only happened in sci-fi movies had suddenly appeared in his life, and he found it hard to believe. But as soon as he thought of Shen Hen, he regained his composure. If Shen Hen could kill those big monsters in such a terrifying manner, what was a bit of fire on him? As he fully adapted to the flames on him, he laughed heartily. Haha, I'm fired up. I'm on fire. Looking at the zombies continually charging towards him, Suja's eyes widened, and he swatted his palm. A ball of flame followed his palm and struck the zombie. Reborn from the flames, transformed into a blazing phoenix. If Shen Hen's main consciousness were still present, he would surely be astonished. Superpowers awakened. Suja's powers had finally awakened. Moreover, the high-level control ability at the red tier allowed him to control the flames on his body to attack enemies with his mind. The red tier superpower was terrifying. Suja transformed into a fiery man. No zombies could approach him. All zombies that came close were burned to ashes by the flames on him. Lin Weishue was a few steps away from him, but could still feel the intense heat. Lin Weishue was certain that if she got any closer, her body might be burned to ashes from the high temperature. It was too terrifying. What on earth was going on with this red-haired man? He even claimed to be Shen Hen's little brother. Could it be that even a little brother by Shen Hen's side was this formidable? Suja's gaze fell upon Shen Hen, who was gnawing on the flesh of the tyrant's corpse while zombies continuously lunged at him. However, Shen Hen, who had regained some strength, killed those small zombies as easily as crushing ants. Suja, filled with excitement, rushed towards Shen Hen. The awakening of superpowers felt like turning into a superhero, and the impact it brought him was immense. Brother Hen, I'm here to save you. In the Dragon Tooth Special Forces, all the Dragon Tooth warriors were stunned by the scene before them. Shen Hen's impact on them was already substantial. However, Suja, who was engulfed in flames, was even more astonishing. If the evolution of speed and strength could be explained, how could one explain this fire-enveloped man? Superpowers. Wang Yobin, this mature and composed man, was now dumbfounded. A person capable of taking down two monsters over 3 meters tall, Shen Hen. A person engulfed in flames controlling fire, Suja. What on earth is happening in this world? Even if it were the apocalypse, it shouldn't be this bizarre. Wang Yubin stared blankly at Suja, who had transformed into a fire-wielding figure. Yet he did not notice a man in a white lab coat wearing glasses for severe myopia appearing beside him. Save him. The man in the white lab coat simply uttered these 2 words. Wang Yubin snapped back to reality, looking at the expressionless man in the white coat and glasses beside him. He was the one assigned to Dragon Tooth in this city. Yi Shenren, the highest-level biological geneticist secretly trained by Huaxia. His name was as peculiar as his entire personality. He could suddenly laugh aloud in the midst of everyone's sorrow, and could also abruptly chill the atmosphere when everyone was trying to lighten it. He was also one of the few humans who escaped from that pyramid. Yi Shenren's words were very plain. Yet his status and the value he represented made those 2 words he spoke carry an air of authority and untouchability. Wang Yubin remained silent for a moment before saying, "Give me a reason." Yi Shenren was their mission in Dragon Tooth here. Moreover, there were over 300 survivors in the department store behind him. He could not joke about the lives of those over 300 survivors, nor the lives of the Dragon Tooth warriors. Yi Shenren provided a reason. He pointed at the man gnawing at the tyrant's flesh and blood, saying, "The reason is, all of you can die, but he cannot." Wang Yubin's eyes flickered with a strange light at these words. Shen Hen, that powerful man, was so important in Yi Shenren's eyes. Perhaps only this person beside him could unravel the mystery of that man's strength. "What do you mean?" Cold Feng's face darkened as he glared at Yi Shenren, his gaze noticeably cooling. What did that mean? What did it mean that they could all die, but that monster-like man could not? Were their lives less important than that of a monster? Yi Shenren waved his hand, looking at Wang Yobin, and spoke calmly. "I have been very clear in my words. Captain Wang, you have no choice, neither does Dragon Tooth. Because I am the highest commander here." After Yi Shenren finished speaking, Cold Feng became furious. His stern face turned icy as he suddenly swung a fist towards Yi Shenren's somewhat handsome face. Smack! However, before his fist could reach Yi Shenren's face, it was blocked by a heavy hand. Wang Yubin intercepted Cold Feng's punch. He did not scold Cold Feng, merely turning to look at the calm Yi Shenren. Yi Shenren remained composed. He was always this composed. Only when looking at Shen Hen did a hint of fervor appear on his otherwise expressionless face. That man must have many secrets, right? I truly wish to uncover all of them. Yi Shenren licked his lips. Wang Yubin calmed down, looking at Yi Shenren as he said, "Dr. Shenren, I hope your judgment is not wrong." He then turned to the Dragon Tooth warriors, waving his hand, saying, "Dragon Tooth, commence action. Clear out the zombies outside and rescue Wei Shui and Shen Hen." The bullets and the blade had long been unable to contain themselves. When Wang Yubin gave the order, one drove the tank, while the other drove the armored vehicle, directly crushing their way out. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine guns continuously swept through the encroaching zombies. Many zombies were shot to bits, their bodies shattered. As for the tank, it simply crushed through. All the zombies crushed by the heavy tank became a pile of flesh and blood. The dragon-tooth warriors inside the tank chose not to fire shells, because Wang Yubin said they could not make noise. The sound of the heavy machine gun was not loud, and neither was the submachine gun, so they only needed to clear the group of zombies surrounding Shen Hen and the others. "You little bastards have some bullets." The blade, with a fierce expression, continuously fired the heavy machine gun at the zombies. This time, over 60 dragon-tooth warriors were deployed. They chose not to throw grenades or use rocket launchers. They only used firearms with lower noise to deal with those zombies. The bullets from the heavy machine gun tore through the bodies of the zombies as if ripping paper. The dragon-tooth warriors were armed with submachine guns, rifles, or shotguns. No one threw a grenade, nor did anyone foolishly use a rocket launcher to attract zombies. They aimed to resolve these zombies with minimal noise. On the other side, Suja charged towards Shen Hen, engulfed in flames. Behind him, Lin Weishui held a submachine gun, continuously firing at the zombies. Most of the zombies were attracted by the fire-wielding Suja. They had no fear of death and could not feel the pain of their bodies being burned to ashes. Suja and Lin Weishui finally reached Shen Hen. Upon seeing Shen Hen greedily consuming the flesh and blood of the tyrant, they both froze. Shen Hen was actually eating a zombie. Many zombies piled onto him, gnawing at Shen Hen's skin, but they could not break through Shen Hen's tough skin. Suja charged forward, using flames to incinerate the pile of zombies surrounding Shen Hen. "Hen, go, hurry up and go," Suja shouted anxiously. Suja did not dare to approach Shen Hen. He feared that the flames on him would burn Shen Hen's body. He could only shout anxiously from a few meters away. Shen Hen seemed not to hear his words, greedily consuming the corpse of the third-stage zombie tyrant beneath him. With every bite he took from the tyrant's firm flesh, his wounds healed a little. Moreover, he was not doing it for his life. He was simply hungry. Yes, he was eating the tyrant's flesh merely out of hunger, purely wanting to smell the scent of blood and flesh. He did not care how unappetizing the zombie meat was, nor did he care about the countless germs carried by the zombies. At that moment, Shen Hen resembled a wild beast, a beast feasting on its spoils of victory. Suja found he couldn't rouse Shen Hen and dared not approach him. He could only look towards Lin Weishui, who was not too far away from him, and say, "You go pull my hen, go out, and I will deal with these zombies." Lin Weishui instinctively nodded, but when she looked at Shen Hen, her delicate face bore a look of confusion. Why? Why did she always feel as if Shen Hen had become a different person? The man gnawing at the zombie's body. Was he truly the Shen Hen she knew? Zombies surged forward, and Suja utilized flames to continuously incinerate the horde. The Dragon-Tooth Special Forces, led by Wang Yubin, had nearly cleared the surrounding zombies. The bullets and blade, upon seeing Suja engulfed in flames, all instinctively kept their distance. They had witnessed how terrifying the fire on this red-haired man was. Those zombies that approached him were turned to ashes. They were all mere mortals and dared not joke with their own lives. Suja also instinctively kept away from humans. After all, only he knew how terrifying the flames on him could be. He did not want to accidentally burn a living person to death. Lin Weishui cautiously approached Shen Hen, yet for some reason a trace of fear arose in her heart. Afraid? Lin Weishui gritted her teeth and shook her head. Why should she be afraid? Her life was saved by this man. Without him, she might have been eaten by zombies long ago. Or perhaps she would have turned into a zombie ages ago. The fact that she was alive now was thanks to Shen Hen. Even if he truly killed her, so what? Don't eat. Lin Weishui approached Shen Hen. Looking at Shen Hen's body covered in blood, her cold face unexpectedly turned sad. Shen Hen, this man had countless wounds on his body. Even the bones on him were exposed. Was he hungry? Why was he eating zombies? Lin Weishui felt at a loss, unsure how to start. The man gnawing at the zombie's flesh seemed to not be the Shen Hen she knew. Just as Cold Fong had said earlier, the current Shen Hen resembled a monster. A humanoid monster. Lin Weishui found herself unexpectedly in tears. She tried to pull Shen Hen away from the zombie, but with her strength, she could not budge Shen Hen, who had already become a second-stage evolved being. She cried. Looking at Shen Hen, who seemed to have lost his soul, Lin Weishui broke down. She was a warrior, a strong female warrior. She should not be shedding tears. But she was truly scared. She was truly afraid that Shen Hen would remain like this forever, never returning to the normal Shen Hen. Don't eat, I beg you, don't eat. Lin Weishui cried out. She continuously tugged at Shen Hen's arm, but no matter how she pulled, she could not move him. The Dragon-Tooth members had already cleared the zombies by this time. Seeing Lin Weishui approach Shen Hen, the young, coldly handsome Dragon-Tooth warrior Cold Fong suddenly dashed out from a vehicle. He shouted in panic, "Weishui, don't get close to him. He is no longer human." Lin Weishui could not heed his words, continuously tugging at Shen Hen's arm. until Shen Hen's pupils turned pitch black and his dazed eyes looked at Lin Weishui. Gore. A low growl like that of a beast emanated from Shen Hen's throat. Shen Hen swung his arm, throwing Lin Weishui away from him. Bang bang bang. The bullets from the submachine gun pierced Shen Hen's skin, but could hardly break through his muscular tissue, let alone penetrate his body and kill him. Lung Feng fired his gun. The submachine gun in his hand erupted with flashes of fire, mercilessly shooting at Shen Hen. Lung Feng, don't shoot. Wang Yubin shouted loudly. Shen Hen was the one specifically wanted by Yi Shenren. His existence was of unimaginable value. If Shen Hen were to be shot dead by them, the young doctor would likely go mad. The scorching bullet broke through Shen Hen's skin, completely enraging this beast that walked in darkness. Huh. As he slammed his hand against the ground, the blood-stained black blade was lifted by a powerful force, his bloodied hand gripping the black blade tightly. Immediately, he exerted force under his feet and charged toward Lin Weishui like a shadow. Shen Hen's speed was at its peak. However, the pair of eyes on the distant building seemed to have already sensed his intentions. Shen Hen was fast, but the shadow was faster. Behind the cold, dark barrel of the Barrett sniper rifle was a man with sharp, piercing eyes. As Shen Hen's killing intent surged, he had already pulled the trigger. Sorry, you've crossed the line. The emotionless voice was accompanied by a gunshot filled with the aura of death. Bang! Blood splattered. Lin Weishui, with her back to Shen Hen, was momentarily stunned. When she felt the suffocating aura of killing intent behind her suddenly collapse to the ground, she clearly understood what had happened. She turned around abruptly, and when she saw the man on the ground whose body seemed to be half shattered, her eyes began to well with tears. She opened her arms and stood in front of the man lying on the ground, barely alive. No, don't shoot. He is human. He is human. Lin Weishui shouted hoarsely. Everyone was stunned. They did not understand why the sniper on the rooftop had fired. They did not have those eyes and could not sense the sudden explosion of killing intent from Shen Hen. When they heard the gunshot, Shen Hen's body had already been shot to pieces. They knew very well what kind of gun the sniper upstairs was using. An anti-material heavy sniper rifle. It could tear a person in half from over 1,000 meters away, shred a bulletproof vehicle like paper, and fire high-explosive armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating tanks. Such a gun hitting a human body was undoubtedly inhumane. However, when it struck Shen Hen, it did not completely shred his body. Shen Hen's body was already a bloody mess. The powerful bullet from the heavy sniper rifle had almost blasted half of his body apart. His exposed bones were eerily visible, and even his heart had been shattered halfway. Such injuries would be fatal for an ordinary person. Yet as a second-tier evolved being, Shen Hen still clung to a breath of life. Suja reacted from his shock, unable to believe it, and dared not accept it. How could someone as powerful as Shen Hen, who did not die at the mouths of those zombies, ultimately perish at the hands of humans? Brother Hen. Suja shouted loudly, but as he rushed out, several soldiers had already aimed their guns at him. Crack, crack, crack. Lung Feng raised his handgun and shouted at him, "Don't come over. Do you want to burn us alive?" Several soldiers remained cautious. Even from that distance, they could still feel the intense heat. They were certain that if Suja took a few more steps, they would shoot without hesitation. Suja's eyes reddened. If it weren't for the uncontrollable flames on his body, he would have wanted to burn these people alive. Wang Yubin hurriedly opened the intercom. He knew very well who had fired that shot. Only the ace of their Longya possessed a heavy sniper rifle. Emotion, why did you shoot? Wang Yubin's tone was very displeased. A calm voice came from the intercom. Captain, trust my eyes. Sigh. Wang Yubin sighed, fully aware of what would happen next. He feared that young doctor would come looking for trouble. Indeed, when Yi Shenren arrived, the expressionless face finally revealed a tumultuous wave. Who fired the gun? He grabbed Wang Yubin's collar with a fierce expression. He stood at only 1.70 meters, while Wang Yubin was over 1.90 meters, making him seem almost a head shorter than the Longya captain. However, he was extremely angry, and the consequences were severe. Damn it! Who fired the gun? I want to use him for the most painful experiment in this world. Yi Shenren's face was filled with rage. An experimental subject he was about to acquire had been shot to a bloody pulp. This was utterly unforgivable. When he ran to Shen Hen's side, he attempted to check for a pulse, but found that there was no weak breath at all. Dead. Yi Shenren raised an eyebrow. When his gaze fell upon Shen Hen's heart, he could faintly see that the half-shattered heart, still connected by blood vessels, was actually still slightly beating. Carry him to my laboratory, Yi Shenren said with a displeased expression to the soldiers beside him. The two Longya soldiers hurriedly lifted Shen Hen and rushed towards the department store. Wang Yubin approached with a sense of guilt, saying, "Sorry, it was my man's mistake." Is he dead? Yi Shenren shot him a glance and said, "Whether he is dead or alive, I will save him. Captain Wang, you'd better pray that I can save him. Otherwise you Longya will be the sinners of the world." As Wang Yubin stood in shock, Yi Shenren turned to look at the two old men, also dressed in white lab coats. These two old men like him were geneticists from Huaxia. His gaze was indifferent, and he calmly said to the two old men, "The highest plan of Huaxia, the cube plan, is initiated. Prepare the cube energy body, or we must save him." However, just as he finished speaking, one of the old doctors said, "Dr. Shenren, you don't have the authority to activate the cube. That belongs to us." But before he could finish, Yi Shunren gave him a cold glance and shouted, "I am the highest commander here." Yi Shunren waved his sleeve and left, and the two old doctors sighed, helplessly following him. Lin Weishua watched Shen Hen being carried away, and along with Yi Shenren's earlier words, she finally felt a bit relieved. Shen Hen must survive. She quickly followed behind Yi Shenren. Oh, only this young doctor could save Shen Hen now. Wang Yubin stood in place, pondering Yi Shenren's words, feeling somewhat lost. How important was Shen Hen really? Important enough for the normally emotionless Yi Shenren to actually care about him so much. "Captain, what do we do?" the bullet asked on the side. He wanted to save Shen Hen, but he also trusted Mo Chen's eyes and intuition. If Mo Chen fired, then it must be right. Moreover, Shen Hen's appearance just now bore no trace of humanity. He believed Mo Chen's shot was justified, otherwise perhaps it would have been them lying dead now. Wang Yubin snapped back to reality and, seeing the zombies rushing over from a distance, immediately ordered, "Retreat," and reinforced the defensive works. The Lanya team members promptly retreated and began to reinforce the defensive works around the department store. The area surrounding the department store was almost surrounded by pools. And those pools were quite large. Ordinary zombies could not rush in. Their only guarantee was one entrance and one exit. They parked the armored vehicles and tanks in the spacious square beneath the department store, and the Lanya soldiers began to fortify the defenses. Suja watched as the Lanya soldiers retreated one by one, but he remained standing alone. Suja was on the verge of tears. Almost everyone subconsciously isolated this person who was engulfed in flames. He felt like an orphan. Suja saw the last Lanya soldier and rushed over. "Hey, big brother, don't go. I'm here too," Suja shouted. The Lanya soldier was startled. Feeling the surrounding temperature, he quickly aimed his gun at Suja. Suja dared not move, raising both hands high. Although he was now a fireman, his body was not invulnerable like Shen Hen's. He knew very well that as soon as this soldier pulled the trigger, a bullet could take his life. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will open fire." The soldier was also sweating profusely. He was afraid of being burned to death by this fireman. The two of them stared at each other awkwardly, neither daring to move. Suja finally couldn't help but ask, Brother, I'm not coming over. I just want to ask, where's the water? My fire needs to be extinguished, right?" The soldier was taken aback, pointing to the pool surrounding the plaza of the department store there. Seeing this, Suja slapped the back of his head. With so many pools around, how could he not have thought of that? "Thanks, brother." Suja shouted his thanks and dashed towards the pool. The soldier was so startled that he quickly ran into the defensive works of the department store. Splash! Suja leaped towards the pool like a diver. His figure traced a perfect arc in the air, and then sizzle! The fire on his body evaporated the water in the pool. Dense steam filled the air, resembling a steam room. Some of the water in the pool evaporated while the rest boiled vigorously. Strangely, some ornamental fish raised in the pool were even cooked. "Phew, my fire is finally out." Suja sighed in relief. He had originally feared that the flames on his body would never extinguish. If that were the case, although he wouldn't fear zombies, he couldn't approach humans either. Moreover, anything nearby would be turned to ashes. If he got too close to gas, wouldn't he blow himself up? After extinguishing the flames, suddenly a zombie jumped into the pool, startling Suja. "Help!" Suja desperately swam in the pool using a dog paddle. Zombies couldn't swim and couldn't catch up to him. The soldier who had been watching him hurriedly threw down a rope, pulling him up. After being saved, Suja finally felt at ease. However, he was unaware that his body had already been infected by the zombie virus. Are you sure? Is he truly a perfect blend with an optimal physique? Absolutely, there is no mistake. In the eerie laboratory, the white lights suddenly flickered. On the blue rescue bed lay a man, his body a mangled mass of flesh. Half of the man's body was nearly destroyed. The blood, flesh, bones, and even organs and blood vessels inside were clearly visible. And there was that heart shattered in half. There were 3 individuals in the laboratory, a young doctor and 2 elderly doctors with white hair. "But he cannot survive," one of the elderly doctors stated. With such severe injuries, it was impossible to save him. From a medical perspective, the man, lying on the operating table, was already dead. Yet the young doctor insisted that he was not dead. Yi Shunren seemed to have not heard him. He turned to the other elderly doctor and asked, what about the cube? The cube was the most important thing to them and to all of humanity. Only he understood the significance of the cube. It was the energy source of that doomsday pyramid. The pyramid had lost its energy because the energy source was taken away, which released the devastating zombie virus upon humanity. The elderly doctor, who was over 50, took out a crystal glass ball. Inside the crystal glass ball was a strange glow, vast and infinite like the universe. Within that strange light, a cube floating inside the glass ball and radiating blue light hovered like a magical artifact. It was filled with mysterious power. The elderly doctor holding the glass ball suddenly asked, "What do you need the cube for?" "He is severely bleeding. Shouldn't we first?" He wanted to say, "Shouldn't we first check Shen Hen's blood type and then transfuse?" Shen waved his hand and said, "From a medical standpoint, he cannot be saved. I want to implant the cube into his body to serve as his other half of a heart to become his source of life." Upon hearing this, both elderly doctors stared in shock. They were well aware of what the cube was. Such a terrifying energy source, if uncontrolled, would be more horrifying than 100 nuclear bombs. Simply put, if the cube were released, one careless move could lead to the destruction of the Earth. Yet Shenren's research claimed that the cube could fuse with the human body. They could not even begin to fathom how the human body could possibly fuse with the cube. Are you insane? How could the human body withstand such energy? The cube would tear his body apart and destroy all of humanity. The elderly doctors, their wrinkled faces almost frantic, rebutted vehemently. They simply could not believe Shenren's idea. This young doctor was joking with their lives. He was toying with the fate of the Earth. Shenren smiled. He was a madman. His madness stemmed from a scientific perspective, yet it carried his own thoughts. He had always adhered to his beliefs, which was why he held his current status in academia. He would never doubt his research and ideas. Just moments ago, he had analyzed Shen Hen's blood and the virus source liquid from the zombies. A perfect fusion. Shen Hen's blood and the virus source liquid from the zombie's brain turned out to be a 100% fusion. Incredible. He could hardly believe this result. He had extracted blood from hundreds of individuals, including his own. There were those from the robust dragon-tooth warriors, as well as office workers from before the apocalypse. There were also 7 or 80-year-old children, even men in their 70s or 80s. He discovered that human gene cells could indeed fuse with the virus source liquid from the zombies. Moreover, the zombie virus could enhance the bodies of those who fused with it. However, the fusion rate was below 10% for 90% of the population. If they forcibly fused with the virus source liquid, their cells would be unable to withstand the virus erosion, leading to mutation. As for the remaining 10%, even if their fusion rate exceeded 10%, most fell between 10 and 20%. Beyond that, it became quite rare. But Shen Hen's fusion rate was astonishingly 100%. A perfect fusion. Shenren had already begun to speculate. The reason Shen Hen was so strong should be related to his perfectly fused body. He could inject that virus source liquid at high intensity every day, causing his body to evolve. If his speculation was correct, Shen Hen had already evolved to the second tier of strength. He could be called a second-tier evolver. Shen Hen had already stepped to the forefront of the world. Shenren fixed his gaze on the two elderly doctors and said solemnly, "Do you know what a 100% fusion rate signifies? This man lying on the operating table is the future and hope of humanity. If my research is correct, the dark matter in the cube can absolutely fuse perfectly with his body." When the two elderly doctors heard Shenren's words, there was a hint of hesitation on their faces. A perfect physique was indeed the hope of humanity's future. Originally in their research, a human with a 100% fusion rate, a perfect physique, should not exist in this world. But Shen Hen's appearance shattered their findings. Shen Hen was that perfect human. He was also the most likely to save humanity from this disaster. The two elderly doctors exchanged glances and took a deep breath, with one stepping forward to say, "Tell us, what should we do? How do we implant the cube into his body?" Surely they couldn't just sew it on with a needle. Shenren pondered. Truthfully, he did not know how to implant the cube into Shen Hen's body. However, while they were all deep in thought, a strange black light suddenly flickered from Shen Hen's body. Buzzing. The mysterious black light obscured the dim lights in the laboratory, enveloping the crystal glass ball held by the elderly doctor. The doctor quickly released his grip as the black light completely covered the glass ball. Bang! The crystal ball shattered, and the cube, radiating a strange light, seemed to be attracted by the black light emanating from Shen Hen. It slowly integrated into Shen Hen's shattered heart like a living entity. What was that black light? A hint of confusion flashed in Shenren's eyes. "That black light is drawing the cube," the two elderly doctors exclaimed in astonishment. The black light seemed to have been born for Shen Hen. When Shen Hen battled against the frenzied and the tyrant, it had already attached itself to him. Now it could even absorb the cube for Shen Hen. What was that black light? Fusion. It really fused. The two elderly doctors looked on in excitement at this fantastical scene before them. The blue light emitted by the cube perfectly merged with the black light radiating from Shen Hen. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh! A powerful suction force suddenly emanated from Shen Hen's body. The two elderly doctors, who were very close to the operating table, were unexpectedly sucked toward Shen Hen. They struggled frantically, but the immense suction kept drawing them closer to Shen Hen. "No!" Both shouted in despair simultaneously. Death was at hand. They could sense the breath of death. The blood in their bodies was suddenly forcefully sucked out by that suction. Their blood floated in the air until it integrated into Shen Hen's horrifying wounds. Devour. Shen Hen's severely injured body was actually consuming the blood and flesh of living beings. In an instant, the two elderly doctors were reduced to desiccated corpses, leaving only skin and bones. Yi Shunren looked at this scene in shock. He was the farthest away. Moreover, being young and strong, he was not sucked in immediately. Instead, he grabbed the door handle beside him to escape disaster. Terrifying. Shen Hen's severely injured body was actually devouring the blood of the living. Then it was visibly healing and regenerating. Until his body was restored to its former perfection, the newly formed flesh and skin showed no signs of any prior injuries, and it even appeared very tender. Finally, the immense suction vanished. The cube had completely fused with Shen Hen's body. How many secrets do you still hold within you? Yi Shunren remained calm. It was as if what had just occurred had never happened. He remained unperturbed. When the breath of death completely disappeared, he stepped closer to the operating table. On the operating table, the man's perfect body was intact once more. Yi Shunren covered Shen Hen's body with a white cloth. Looking at the two desiccated corpses on the ground, there was no sadness in his eyes. He simply saluted the two corpses on the ground and said, "Rest well, you have sacrificed yourselves for the future of humanity." When he took a deep breath and walked out of the laboratory, outside, a group of dragon-tooth warriors in military uniforms were waiting for him along with a group of survivors. They did not wish for Shen Hen to survive. Was that monster comparable to a humanoid beast really still human? Dr. Shinran, how is Shen Hen? What is his condition? Lin Wei Shui asked anxiously, her delicate face full of concern. She was the first to rush in front of Yi Shunren. Now she only wanted to know about Shen Hen's condition. The man who had saved him twice, was he still alive? Yi Shunren glanced at her, removing the green disinfecting gloves from his hands, and said, "Vital signs are normal. He survived." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. Some sighed in relief, like Li Ji Bullets and Zhang Wenjing and her daughter all relaxed. Finally, he survived. Yet some looked gloomy. Lung Feng said darkly, "Dr. Shinran, you shouldn't have saved him. He is not human at all." Yi Shunren had no favorable feelings toward this young warrior who had just wanted to punch him in the face. For those he had no affinity for, he wouldn't even spare a glance, let alone respond. Cough, cough. A weak cough came from a handsome young man with a roguelike demeanor. Unbeknownst to him, Su Zhe felt his body growing weaker. It was as if he had contracted some disease infected by the virus. He collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. In reality, every part of his body felt uncomfortable. Yi Shunren walked up to him. This red-haired youth who possessed special abilities found that his strikingly wild hairstyle had unconsciously smoothed down, turning into bangs over his forehead. From this red-haired individual, Yi Shunren could sense another form of energy. "Hey, you should check him out. He has been coughing non-stop since earlier, and his body seems very weak." Zhang Wenjing had somehow stayed by Su Zhe's side to care for him. Yi Shunren glanced at Su Zhe, who was in extreme pain, and said gravely, "He has been infected." As his words fell, the members of Longya turned to look at him. "What?" Lung Feng exclaimed, his gun already aimed at Su Zhe. Many Longya warriors pointed their guns at Su Zhe simultaneously. Lung Feng shouted, "He was bitten. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhang Wenjing looked flustered and quickly explained, "No, that's not it. He has no bite marks on him." She was very anxious. In fact, she had a good impression of Su Zhe. Before Shen Hen arrived at the KTV, Su Zhe had been taking care of her and her daughter. Although he had a rough appearance, he was actually a deeply loyal and kind-hearted person. Yi Shunren lifted Su Zhe's shirt and indeed found no bite marks. It seemed that, like Shen Hen, his wounds were healing automatically. Was it that flame? "Go get the vaccine and inject it into him." Yi Shunren instructed a nurse beside him. Upon hearing this, Lung Feng looked puzzled and said, "There are only 3 vaccines. We can't even bear to use them ourselves. Why should we give one to him?" Yi Shunren glanced at him and said, "His life is worth more than yours." Lung Feng fell silent, his originally cold eyes growing even colder. Under Yi Shunren's instruction, the nurse quickly fetched a vaccine. Yi Shunren injected the zombie virus vaccine into Su Zhe's veins, and only then did Su Zhe's pale face show slight improvement. One couldn't help but say that his action left the Longya warriors behind in confusion. Vaccines are not easily manufactured. Even Yi Shunren had only produced 3 in the past few days. Those were life-saving items. Yet now Yi Shunren actually injected one into someone completely unrelated to them. It was simply a waste. Wang Yubin said nothing, just as Mo Chun had said, a man's intuition is never wrong. He trusted this somewhat eccentric young doctor's actions. The surrounding Longya warriors naturally dared not speak. In Yi Shunren's words, he was the highest commander here. No one could oppose him, not even their captain. "Can I go in to see him?" Lin Weishua asked softly, her face filled with worry. She was relieved that Shen Hen was not dead. He was alive. Even without seeing it with her own eyes, Lin Weishua believed. The man who had created countless miracles would not die so easily. Yi Shunren turned his back to her and said, "Let him wake up naturally. Otherwise, if something happens, I won't be responsible." Then he added, "By the way, Captain Wang, ask your men to take care of the 2 corpses inside." Corpses. When Wang Yubin heard these words, he suddenly thought of the 2 old doctors who had gone in with Yi Shunren and realized they hadn't come out yet. After Yi Shunren finished speaking, he left. Suja, who had received the vaccine, gradually began to recover. As his face slowly regained its color, he recalled the pain he had just endured. The rotting breath was meant to end his life. I survived. Suja grinned. The scene of being torn apart by zombies was etched in his mind. Zhang Wenjing shot him a glance, her eyes moist as she punched him lightly. Darkness. It was endless darkness. It was darkness that would never see the light of day. Everything seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Standing in a void of darkness, Shen Hen wandered aimlessly. He didn't know when he had arrived in this dark world. Why had he come? Why was he walking? Shen Hen did not know. It was as if he had forgotten everything. He forgot the memories of 2 lives, forgot his own name. Here there was nothing. No warm sunlight, no safe buildings. No flora or fauna, and no humans. Only he was alone, seemingly searching for something in this darkness. Who am I? Where am I? What am I searching for? He asked countless times but received no answer. He continued to wander in this dark world, in this dark void. He did not know how long he would walk. He did not know how far he would go. All he knew was that he had to keep moving forward, perhaps to find the answer, until he lost his soul in confusion. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared in the darkness ahead of him. It was a ship filled with light and hope sailing towards him. He ran madly, running. He hoped to board that ship. Finally, he reached the front of that ship. However, the little ship transformed into a streak of light and merged into his body. The darkness gradually dissipated, and in that moment a voice that seemed not to belong to this world echoed. "Dark Devourer, welcome to the Dark World." Dark Devourer. What is that? Is this strange voice talking to him? As Shen Hen was lost in confusion, the darkness finally dissipated. His vision transformed into a realm of light. He remembered his name and recalled the memories of his 2 lives. Everything in front of him seemed to have transformed into a different world. The darkness faded away, replaced by brightness. Finally, Shen Hen remembered everything, remembered his mission. "I am Shen Hen, I am the Dark Devourer." Shen Hen regained his memories. This was the first time he spoke the words Dark Devourer. It was also the first time he admitted from his heart that he was indeed the Dark Devourer. Dark Devourer. He seemed to understand everything. It turned out that the black energy beam shining on him granted him the ability called Dark Devourer. However, when he fully regained consciousness, everything in front of him left him astonished. This was no longer that dark void world. This was an ocean. A crystal clear ocean, but one that could never reveal its depths. The sunlight seemed to shine in every corner here, forming a stark contrast to the previous dark world. 2 worlds. Shen Hen was now at the edge of 2 worlds. Behind him was the dark void of darkness. In that world, he could see a small black stone floating in the center. He was very familiar with that small black stone. It was the stone he had swallowed just before dying in his last life. Now he had left that dark world and stood on this bright ocean. Suddenly, an ethereal dreamlike voice suddenly echoed. "Starship activate. Host Shen Hen, 2nd level evolver. Current evolution completion 1. Currently absorbing energy. Metal within the absorption range 5,000 tons. Absorbing water energy, absorbing nuclear energy. Absorbing wood fiber. Gene bank. Currently opening. Weapon storage. Currently opening. Armory. Currently opening. Battle vehicle base. Currently opening. Host special ability Dark Devourer. Current control level grade 0. Activating first ability demonization greatly enhances host's physical strength and speed for a short time, can double the host's power." Shen Hen was stunned. Suddenly a small ship appeared before him. He had no idea who was talking to him, nor did he understand the mountain of data that surfaced in his mind. Where is this? He looked at everything before him in confusion. It looked like a pre-apocalyptic computer game scene. Gene bank, weapon storage, and so on dazzled him. Wait, wasn't he on the battlefield of the Rampager and Tyrant? Where was the Rampager? Where was the Tyrant? And what was this little ship in front of him? Little ship, were you the one speaking just now? Shen Hen asked the small ship before him. Beneath his feet was an ocean. Not a blue ocean, but a crystal clear one. Could this be his spiritual ocean? In his last life, Shen Hen had heard about it. Most control-type ability users have a spiritual ocean in their minds. Could this be his spiritual ocean? The little ship seemed to hear Shen Hen's words, emitting a glow and buzzing as if responding to him. Shen Hen slowly approached the small ship. It was not large, but very peculiar. An ancient aura, the ship emanated an ancient vibe. When he saw the full appearance of the small ship, Shen Hen couldn't help but be taken aback. A stone. Was this a small ship made of ancient stone? How was it floating on this ocean? What exactly was it? Shen Hen looked at this strange little ship, and even stranger was that the fantastical interface in his mind was still opening. Gene bank. Weapon storage. Shen Hen attempted to select the gene bank with his consciousness, but the resulting interface astonished him. Gene bank is opening current level 1, redeemable gene agents, as follows. As Shen Hen recovered from his shock, his consciousness slowly entered this gene bank. 1 drop of evolution liquid 1 star source can be redeemed infinitely. First level strengthening agent 1000 star sources. Shen Hen saw many things he was familiar with from 10 years after the apocalypse. Evolution liquid, no need to say more. This was something he had been collecting. However, he never expected that this little ship could also redeem evolution liquid. Star source, what is that? As he continued to look, he found there were even strengthening agents. Although it was only a first level strengthening agent, the cost to produce this thing was simply terrifying. And could it be redeemed in this little ship? Looking further down, he found even more outrageous items. Low-level ability agent can slightly increase in ability users' control over their ability and mental strength. Seeing this, Shen Hen was stunned. He had never even heard of such a thing. Increase in ability users' control over their ability. Shen Hen murmured, his mouth agape. Compared to evolution liquid and strengthening agents, this thing was probably the most terrifying. After struggling for 20 years in the apocalypse, Shen Hen knew very well that the backbone of humanity was not ordinary people relying on weapons, nor was it evolvers relying on strength and physical fitness. It was not even the enhancers relying on technology. The backbone of the new humanity was the ability users. The power of ability users cannot be weighed by mere strength. However, ability users are also ranked. Just like evolvers, they are divided into levels from 1 to 5. After awakening their abilities, ability users experience a significant adaptation phase, then become 0-level ability users, also known as beginner ability users. Beginner ability users are in the exploratory stage of their abilities. They may not even understand what their own abilities are, let alone use them proficiently. Only when they reach level 1 can ability users proficiently utilize their abilities, excluding physical changes. For example, birdmen with wings or giants whose bodies have grown enormous. They may be able to skillfully use their abilities at the time of awakening. Shen Hen looked at this ability control enhancement agent, and the more he looked, the greedier he felt. It didn't require the ability users to develop their abilities, nor did it need the passage of time to settle. It could enhance their control over their abilities. Such a good thing was simply like a pie falling from the sky. Shen Hen wished he could buy a few bottles and use them on himself. But when he saw the value required for exchanging this ability agent, he dismissed that thought. Low-level ability potion 2000 star sources. It requires 2000 star sources to exchange for this low-level ability potion. He didn't even know what a star source was, but 1 drop of evolution liquid needed 1 star source in exchange. In that case, it would take 2000 drops of evolution liquid to exchange for 1 of these potions. That means he would have to kill 2000 zombies and collect the liquid. For Shen Hen, right now killing zombies was easy, but collecting evolution liquid was a problem. He couldn't just kill a zombie and rummage through its head to find the evolution liquid, could he? This is why more and more evolutionaries prefer to hunt evolved zombies rather than ordinary ones. After reviewing the gene bank, Shen Hen entered the weapon vault with his consciousness. Clatter. Various weapons instantly appeared before him. Military dagger 3 star sources. Military shovel 5 star sources. Police baton 3 star sources. USP handgun 15 star sources. Desert Eagle handgun 30 star sources. AK-47 automatic rifle 100 star sources. Shen Hen was dazzled, and when he discovered that this little stone ship concealed so many treasures, he couldn't help but burst into joy. Then he unexpectedly found that his star source points were only current star source of the host 0. Shen Hen was instantly infuriated. The stark contrast from heaven to hell was unbearable. When his consciousness withdrew from the little ship, he returned to the familiar sea surface. On the empty sea, there was only Shen Hen and the little ship in front of him. What exactly are you? Shen Hen closely observed the little ship. It emanated an ancient aura with a hint of mystery. However, the interior of the ship was like something out of high technology. The little ship remained unresponsive, leading him to think he was dreaming. After all, something that could create anything was beyond human technology. This little ship resembled alien technology. A little ship made of stone, yet it contained such advanced technology. This was simply impossible. Just like the Great Pyramid of Giza in ancient times, as well as the Great Wall of China from the Qin dynasty. Shen Hen knew that the grandeur of the pyramid exceeded human imagination. Before the end times, the Great Pyramid was the tallest building in the world, completed before the Eiffel Tower in Paris. It is estimated that the Great Pyramid was built with 2 6 million stone blocks, each weighing about 10 tons. Moreover, no adhesives were used between the stones of the tower. After enduring at least 4,500 years of wind and rain, the seams remain remarkably tight, difficult for even a sharp knife to penetrate. Such exquisite craftsmanship produced by artisans and slaves in ancient Egypt 4,500 years ago was fundamentally impossible. After all, 4,500 years ago, humanity had yet to master iron tools. How did the ancient Egyptians construct it? Besides, if that were the case, the pyramid as the tomb of the pharaohs must not only consider how to quarry the 6 million massive stones. Just the time required to complete such a structure would span nearly 700 years. Such simple numbers, couldn't those pharaohs calculate them? Why would they build a tomb they themselves could never use? Moreover, some values of the Great Pyramid were too coincidental. Whether it was pi or the Pythagorean theorem, all made Shen Hen feel that these could not have been accomplished by ancient humans. He always believed that the Great Pyramids were the work of aliens. Just like the underground pyramid excavated by humans before the apocalypse. The Doomsday Pyramid. Remembering the pyramid that led to humanity's destruction, Shen Hen couldn't help but ponder. According to his experience of living in the apocalypse for 20 years, he knew that the Doomsday Pyramid had a total of 5 layers. At least during the 20 years Shen Hen experienced, the Doomsday Pyramid should have only opened 5 layers. Each layer's opening would bring about earth-shattering changes to the world. The first layer of the Doomsday Pyramid opened, and the zombie virus erupted. The zombie virus destroyed thousands of years of human civilization and rule. The earth seemed to transform into a decaying realm. The second layer of the Doomsday Pyramid opened. Global darkness descended. Evolution and mutation appeared among the zombie camp. Simultaneously, most animals also underwent evolution and mutation. Due to the spread of the ability beams, a large number of ability users emerged in the human camp. As for the third layer of the Doomsday Pyramid, Shen Hen knew it would open 1 year after the apocalypse. By that time, humanity would face a true existential crisis. Shen Hen always felt that this little stone ship with its ancient aura might be related to the pyramid that destroyed humanity. Otherwise, with human technology and civilization, it simply could not explain its existence. It transcends human technology and civilization. Shen Hen could even exchange for airplanes, tanks, aircraft carriers, etc. from the little stone ship. He could even exchange for atomic bombs and nuclear bombs. Of course, it required sufficient level authority. Moreover, the required star sources were undoubtedly astronomical figures. The little stone ship ignored Shen Hen's questions. Although it had already merged with him, it resided in his spiritual sea. However, it seemed to have its own emotions. Shen Hen noticed that the little stone ship was not particularly friendly towards him. He thought for a moment and continued to ask, "Then you have to tell me, what is a star source? How can I obtain star sources? Only with star sources can he exchange for everything here." Shen Hen wanted to exchange for too many things from the little stone ship. Weapons go without saying. If he established a survivor base, he would need a large number of weapons. He needed handguns, submachine guns, shotguns, rifles, sniper rifles, machine guns, even heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, grenades, and so on. However, exchanging for them would require a substantial amount of star sources. If obtaining star sources was easy, that would be fine, but if it was difficult, then he was undoubtedly dreaming. After all, even if he exchanged them, he couldn't possibly get weapons right away. Weapons are ultimately something humanity can produce. Moreover, firearms in the apocalypse are no longer regulated. To get weapons, he just needed to search seriously, and he would definitely find them. But gene potions were different. Strengthening potions for humans were extremely rare, which is why he always carried that third-tier strengthening potion. Looking back now, he really was foolish. Even if he couldn't inject it himself, giving Suja the third-tier strengthening potion at that time wouldn't have led to such a disastrous pursuit by the enraged ones. He couldn't help but wonder how that kid was doing now. Shen Hen could sense his own life. He was not dead. As for where he was, it seemed not to be within his control. Unconsciously, his consciousness seemed to be controlled by several forces. It felt as if he had lost himself, becoming a monster born for slaughter. Is that the Dark Devourer? Demonized. What an interesting ability. To obtain star sources, the host needs to exchange an equivalent amount of evolution liquid. Every time the host kills an ordinary zombie, the starship will automatically extract evolution liquid for the host and convert it into 1 star source. That mysterious and ethereal voice echoed again. Shen Hen looked at the little ship, his pupils gradually dilating. What is this? Killing 1 zombie grants 1 star source. The evolution liquid in the zombie's brain will be extracted automatically. Good heavens. Doesn't this save him the time of collecting evolution liquid? Shen Hen was well aware of the difficulty of extracting evolution liquid. Searching for it on a zombie's corpse could be risky, as he might be bitten by a zombie rushing at him from behind. Thus, most capable evolutionaries definitely wouldn't waste time on evolution liquid. They would only hunt evolved zombies and obtain the evolution source crystal from the brain nucleus of the evolved zombies. Even the lowest level first-tier evolution source crystal is equivalent to 300 drops of evolution liquid. Shen Hen held his breath. He had to admit that the shock this little stone ship brought him was immense. He now had only one last question to ask this little stone ship. Well, the last question. Little stone ship, can I take you back to the real world? Shen Hen asked seriously. He understood that the world he currently occupied could not possibly be the real world. There was no place with such vast, endless seas. Furthermore, there was no ocean so clear that one could see the bottom, yet never reach the unseen depths. It was as if this ocean floated within a transparent universe. The ethereal voice replied again. The starship has already merged with the host. The host's life is the life of the starship. Wherever the host is, the starship will be there. Starship. Is that the name of this little stone ship? Shen Hen stared at the starship for a long time, reflecting on what it had just said to him. It has already merged with him, just like that little black stone. Shen Hen always believed that the changes in his body were brought about by the little black stone. Whether it was his rebirth or the first time his body absorbed the evolution liquid and revived from decay. Not to mention his sword and that so-called dark devourer ability. Everything seemed to stem from the little black stone. He knew the black light emanating from his body was related to the little black stone. During the global darkness, that black ability beam that descended directly upon him surely had something to do with the little black stone. Perhaps it was guiding him. Shen Hen had never seen an ability beam seek out humans. Usually it was humans searching for ability beams, but in his case, it was the ability seeking out humans. That black ability followed his footsteps until he was about to reach that red ability, and it illuminated him ahead of time. Is this a pull? The Dark Devourer is the ability granted to him by that black ability beam. A raging consciousness, a mindset for slaughter. Everything was engulfed in darkness. Shen Hen could feel the impact of becoming a Dark Devourer. He couldn't control his body nor his consciousness until he gradually transformed into a god of slaughter. Becoming a demon. Starship, how do I return to the real world? Shen Hen asked. Right now he felt as if he were in a world of illusion. Perhaps this is what ability users call the world of the spiritual sea. However, his spiritual sea had two parts. One was the dark void world of the little black stone. The other was the bright ocean world of the little stone ship. The starship said, the host is currently in the spiritual sea. As long as the host tries to sink into this sea, he will return to the real world. Shen Hen looked confusedly at the clear sea beneath his feet. Sink down. When he suddenly jumped, wanting to sink down. Everything went black before his eyes, and he finally left his spiritual sea. Shen Hen opened his eyes. At this moment, he was lying on a hospital bed. There were no 4 tubes, nor any needles piercing his veins. Only a man wearing glasses was present. The man had a head of pale hair, a result of years of worry. Though not long, it was enough to vaguely cover his earlobes. The man, resembling a typical science nerd, was currently holding a ballpoint pen. It seemed he was jotting something down in a thick notebook. As Shen Hen glanced around, Yi Shunren did not stop his writing. You're awake. He made no effort to look at the person on the hospital bed. He knew that Shen Hen's vital signs had been stable for a while. Awakening was only a matter of time. It merely took 2 weeks. Are you the doctor here? Shen Hen asked the man in the white coat beside him. He looked like a doctor dressed in white attire. Perhaps he was a doctor after all. Yi Shunren shook his head and said, I am not a doctor. I am a divine being. Divine being. Hearing those 2 words almost made Shen Hen laugh. In this apocalypse, there were too many self-proclaimed gods. Those with even slightly unusual abilities considered themselves divine. Even the lowest tier abilities, like those of bird-like beings, claimed to be angels. He had seen many such arrogant ability users. Wearing a white coat, how can you not be a doctor? Shen Hen scoffed, chuckling despite it not being in his nature. Yet looking at the seemingly professional doctor before him, he couldn't help but want to laugh. Yi Shunren paused his writing, and the atmosphere in the air suddenly became awkward. Several black lines appeared on Yi Shunren's forehead, a rare display of emotion for him. He disliked being called a doctor, though he knew he certainly resembled one. But that would lower his status and value. That would be an insult to his intellect. He looked up into Shen Hen's eyes and calmly said, My name is Shinren Yi Shunren. You can call me Dr. Shinren. I am the youngest biological geneticist in Huaxia. The atmosphere grew even more awkward. There were also 2 young women in nurse uniforms carefully checking electronic equipment in the room. The sound of the pen hitting the paper could be heard. Shen Hen looked at this young doctor with a sense of disbelief. How could he ever think someone would have such a strange name? He wanted to try and apologize, but looking at Yi Shunren's expressionless face, it seemed like he wasn't angry at all. In reality, Yi Shunren was quite angry. He merely had forgotten what expression to maintain when he was upset. What happened? Why am I here? Shen Hen asked Yi Shunren. Both he and Yi Shenren were very calm, showing no joy at the prospect of being alive after death. Life and death held little significance for him. His existence had already transcended the norms of this world. After all, he had died once. In this life, was living truly that important to him? Yi Shenren replied, "You killed the two monsters. I believe it's better to refer to them as evolved zombies and mutated zombies, right?" Shen Hen was taken aback, his pupils constricted as his gaze towards Yi Shenren changed. How did this person know that the tyrant and the fury were evolved zombies and mutated zombies? Yi Shenren showed no reaction to Shen Hen's astonished expression. He continued, "I suspect there is a power within you that you cannot control. Perhaps it awakens under the pressure of death or in extreme anger. But that doesn't matter to me. After you killed those two zombies, you lost your sanity and were shot to pieces by the Dragon Fong with a heavy sniper rifle." Shen Hen nodded. This Dr. Shenren had clearly recounted the details of the incident to him. Losing sanity, a mysterious power. Was it the power of the Dark Devourer? Unconsciously, Shen Hen had already realized his identity. In that darkness, a mysterious voice seemed to be guiding him. Perhaps the darkness was truly his home. "So you saved me?" Shen Hen stared into Yi Shenren's eyes, trying to ask. His body. No, it should be the little ship in his spiritual sea. Was it related to this young doctor beside him? Yi Shenren. Shen Hen felt as if he had heard this name somewhere before. Yi Shenren did not answer his question, merely continued, "They think I can save this world, but they are mistaken." Shen Hen's pupils contracted as he silently listened to this young doctor speak. Yi Shenren said gloomily, "No one can bring the dead back to life. No one can awaken from death. It is not the virus that kills humans, but rather humans die, and then their bodies are controlled by the virus. The virus is merely a killer that accelerates human death. Those zombies are already dead. I cannot revive the dead. Even if I am called a divine being, I am not a true divine being." When Yi Shenren finished speaking, Shen Hen, a man who had lived through the apocalypse for 20 years, widened his eyes. It was not the virus that killed humans, but rather after humans died, they were controlled by the virus. Shen Hen was at a loss for words to describe his current feelings. All he could say was shocking. This young doctor beside him actually had such insights. He truly could be considered a divine being among humans. Most people thought zombies were merely bodies invaded by viruses. They believed if they eliminated the virus, zombies would revert to their original human forms. But it was not like that at all. Shen Hen was well aware, just as Yi Shenren had said. After humans died, the zombie virus took full control of their bodies. Before that, it remained in a latent phase. Therefore, every person's body contained some degree of the zombie virus. Only after death would the zombie virus fully erupt. The zombie virus was not transmitted through living hosts, but rather through the dead. The dead cannot be revived. Even if one could truly eliminate the zombie virus, those who had turned into zombies were already dead. Shen Hen was shocked. A young doctor who appeared to be around 30 was able to say such things. He was increasingly certain that the little stone ship in his body was definitely related to this Yi Shenren. "What did you use to save me? You said my body was shot to pieces by a sniper rifle. There shouldn't be any medicine here to keep me alive, right?" Shen Hen looked at Yi Shenren with a peculiar gaze. The little stone ship in his spiritual sea had to be connected to this Yi Shenren. Yi Shenren nodded and said, "From a medical perspective, you indeed shouldn't have survived. However, you are an evolved one. If I'm not mistaken, you must have evolved twice, right? So your body is much stronger than that of an ordinary person." Shen Hen increasingly felt that the young doctor beside him was unfathomable. It was as if he too had experienced the apocalypse for 20 years. But what Shen Hen knew were merely things others had researched. This person named Yi Shenren seemed to be the researcher himself. Yi Shenren, the name felt increasingly familiar. He even knew about evolved ones. Moreover, he knew that he had evolved twice. If it weren't for this young doctor maintaining a questioning tone, Shen Hen even suspected that Yi Shenren was also someone who had traveled back from 20 years after the apocalypse. "How did you know I was a second-tier evolved one? What exactly did you do to me?" Shen Hen's gaze grew colder and sharper. The greatest harm one could inflict upon another is not to torture their body, but to invade their heart and uncover all their secrets. Just like the current situation between Shen Hen and Yi Shenren. Shen Hen dared to confront the fury and tyrant who were several times stronger than him, yet felt danger from this seemingly powerless Yi Shenren. It was as if he knew everything about him. The evolved one, even the powers of the Dark Devourer. He had even saved him. Shen Hen even suspected that the starship in his spiritual sea might have been implanted by this Yi Shenren, a high-tech system not belonging to Earth. Did he know about the existence of that ship? Shen Hen was clearly overthinking. Although Yi Shenren had saved Shen Hen, he was unaware of the starship. He only thought that the energy source of the magic cube had perfectly merged with Shen Hen's body, not realizing it had brought Shen Hen such high technology that did not belong to Earth. If he had known, perhaps he would have dissected Shen Hen to study the starship closely. Yi Shenren shrugged and simply said, It's nothing, just implanted a mysterious energy source into your body. However, the cost is that I lost 2 good assistants. So you need to take their place and become my new assistant. Yi Shunren stated. An energy source. Shen Hen took a breath. It seemed this person was unaware of the little ship in his spiritual sea. That little ship and the small black stone had formed 2 worlds in his spiritual sea. Shen Hen suddenly remembered what that person had said. That person had told him to take the small black stone and said that when he encountered the right person, the black stone would play its role. Could it be that Yi Shunren was that right person? How long was I unconscious? Shen Hen suddenly asked. He had always been particularly sensitive to time. Yi Shunren held up 2 fingers and said 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Almost half a month. Shen Hen suddenly felt a chill. Without realizing, he had been unconscious in this place for half a month. What had happened during this half month? How many evolved zombies had appeared? How many ability users had awakened? In just half a month, Shen Hen felt as if he had been isolated from the outside world. If he guessed correctly, he should now be in the department store guarded by the Dragon Fang. And this young doctor Yi Shunren should be part of the Dragon Fang's mission this time. Yi Shunren stood up, looking at Shen Hen, who remained still on the hospital bed, seemingly lost in thought. Yi Shunren suddenly said, "Get up, there are still a few people outside who want to hear the news of your awakening. But I must tell you some bad news, you haven't fared well here. Right now, in the eyes of the survivors, and most people from the Dragon Fang, you are seen as a monster. After all, you are someone who even savored the flesh of evolved zombies." Shen Hen was dressed in a branded tracksuit and sneakers prepared for him by Yi Shunren. Once he had everything in order and stepped out of what Yi Shunren referred to as a laboratory, the first thing that came to his mind was the enhanced human serum inside the small black box. That bag should still be in the Hummer they arrived in. As for the items in the bag, apart from the 3rd-tier enhanced human serum in the small black box, the other equipment for collecting evolution liquid was no longer needed. If that small boat, the starship, was not just a dream he had, then he now possessed a high-tech marvel in his mind. Of course, the premise was that he had to hunt zombies and exchange the evolution liquid from their brains for star energy. Shen Hen wanted to test whether that high-tech truly existed in his mind. It's simple. He would know after killing a zombie. The hall inside the department store was filled with a cacophony of sounds. Over 300 people were gathered in the hall, setting up makeshift beds. It was like people waiting for a transfer at a train station before the apocalypse, laying out mats to sleep for the night. The hall was indeed chaotic. In this apocalyptic world where zombies could appear anywhere, the survivors dared not indulge themselves by sleeping in separate rooms. They even needed to go to the bathroom in groups. Consequently, the environment in the hall was not good, and from time to time a foul odor wafted through the air. A woman with greasy, disheveled hair was holding a small boy. The woman's eyes were vacant, her face extraordinarily pale, and it appeared as though only skin covered her sunken bones. And the child she held was evidently her son. The small boy had lost the joy and excitement of playing with his friends before the apocalypse, leaving only endless fear and anxiety. "Mom, I'm hungry." The boy looked at his mother. Compared to her frailty, he seemed slightly better off, but his stomach was growling with hunger. The boy's mother looked at her child helplessly and sighed. The department store was not primarily a food-selling place, and the food here had long been consumed. If it weren't for the military being here occasionally going out to find food, the survivors would have starved to death long ago. However, no matter how capable the soldiers were, they were still flesh and blood. They too could be infected by the virus and devoured by zombies. Each time the soldiers went out, a few would return missing. As for the food they brought back, it could not possibly satisfy over 300 survivors. Moreover, some of the tall and burly bullies among the survivors would occasionally snatch food from weaker individuals when hunger struck. For example, the elderly, women, and children. They had no way to resist, and even with soldiers present, those soldiers could not watch over every single person at all times. Moreover, darkness always lurked in the shadows. Thus, every day a few people would die here. Just hold on a little longer. Captain Wang and the others should be distributing food soon. The woman's face was somewhat grim as she spoke, secretly handing the last bit of a biscuit to the little boy. The boy took it stealthily and ate the biscuit in the blind spot of everyone's vision. Such acts were occurring in many corners of the hall. A tall man with a buzz cut even kicked over a slender woman and snatched a piece of bread from her hands. The woman who was kicked over clutched her stomach and struggled to stand up. She looked at the man as he attempted to put the bread to his mouth and shouted frantically, "That's mine, my food, give it back. Hurry and give it back." The man chewed a few times on the bread before swallowing it whole. He tugged at the woman's hair, grinning wickedly. "If you want food, come to my bed at night and serve me well." The man then tossed the slender woman back to the ground. The woman, who was still relatively attractive, cried while covering her face on the ground. A soldier in military uniform passed by, but did not intervene. He didn't even give the woman a sympathetic glance. As Shen Hen walked down this path, where violence and darkness occasionally erupted, no one initially noticed him. until he passed by the woman holding the child with a pale face. He glanced at the woman, and she simultaneously looked up at him. The woman instantly froze, and her body trembled in fear. Although her trembling hands held her child more tightly, she nervously murmured, "Monster, monster." The woman still remembered this non-mainstream long-haired youth. It was he who killed those flesh-eating zombies as if crushing ants. It was he who had slain the monster zombie that resembled a small mountain, as well as the giant zombie. This youthful figure resembling a college student even dared to eat zombie flesh. He was a demon, a humanoid monster. Hadn't he been killed? How was he still alive? The woman wanted to flee, but her fear combined with her weakened body left her without the strength or courage to escape. The little boy in her arms also noticed Shen Hen's presence. Unlike the woman, although fear appeared on the innocent face of the boy, he was not particularly afraid. The little boy wriggled free from his mother's embrace, spread his short tender arms, and stood in front of his mother. Like a little man, he boldly shouted at Shen Hen, "Monster brother, don't eat my mom. If you want to eat, then eat little Bao instead." The little boy's name was Xiao Bao. He stood in front of his mother wanting to protect her. His voice was loud enough that most people in the hall turned their heads to look. When they saw Shen Hen's figure, everyone froze for a moment. "Monster! A monster is coming!" The hall instantly became even more chaotic. "Monster? How is that monster still alive?" A middle-aged man in a suit with a beer belly pointed at Shen Hen in fear. "Damn monster, does he want to blend in with us and eat us one by one? Get out. You're not welcome here. Where's the military? Come quickly kill him." Humans are social animals that gain courage in numbers, and when dozens surrounded Shen Hen, they forgot about Shen Hen's figure who had killed the frenzied ones and slaughtered those zombies feasting on the tyrant's flesh. Shen Hen did not say much or do anything extra. When the dragon-tooth soldiers in military uniforms arrived, they all aimed their guns at him. It must be said that the soldiers were frightened too. Faced with this seemingly harmless youth, even while holding submachine guns, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. They were very scared. This was a monster that could go berserk at any moment, even daring to eat zombie flesh. "Put your hands up." One soldier closest to Shen Hen shouted nervously. There were 6 soldiers, all pointing their guns at Shen Hen, but they did not believe they could kill this monster. They knew how formidable Shen Hen was, a man who could tear zombies apart even fast enough to become a blur. They were unclear whether ordinary firearms would have any effect on him. "Shoot! Quick shoot!" The nearby survivors shouted. "Kill him! Shoot this monster dead!" The woman with the child yelled the same. Shen Hen smiled. He was not threatened by a group of ordinary soldiers, nor did he have any intention to attack. To be honest, if he really wanted to kill these people, those dragon-tooth soldiers would not have survived until now. He did not explain much, only self-deprecatingly murmured, "It seems that what that person said was true. I'm here, but not exactly welcomed." Shen Hen walked step by step, while the dragon-tooth soldiers maintaining order in the hall also retreated step by step. They did not dare to fire, but also did not dare to lower their guns away from this youth until a figure familiar to Shen Hen arrived. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The booming voice of Bullet startled several soldiers from afar. Bullet clearly held a significant position in the Dragon Tooth. The man over 40 was considered an old warrior among the Dragon Tooth. When the Dragon Tooth soldiers saw him arrive, they all saluted. The squad leader among the 6 Dragon Tooth soldiers hurried over, looking at Bullet and pointing at Shen Hen, saying, "Brother Xia, look at him." Bullet shot the dragon-tooth soldier a glare and smacked him on the back of his head. "What do you mean by him? Don't you know he's my savior? If it weren't for him, Zhao, and I would have died on the road, you dare to point a gun at him. You're out of your mind." Naturally, the Zhao he referred to was referring to Blade. As core members of Dragon Tooth, they usually referred to each other by code names. The dragon-tooth soldier was stunned by Bullet's action, and the surrounding soldiers also froze for a moment. Bullet glared at them and shouted, "Why aren't you putting down your guns?" The few dragon-tooth soldiers came to their senses and hurriedly lowered their weapons. Bullet was actually not worried about Shen Hen's safety, but rather the safety of these soldiers. After all, he was most aware of Shen Hen's terror. For several soldiers, to aim submachine guns at him was a suicidal action. If he did not stop it, these people might die in the next moment. Bullet's previously stern face softened as he walked toward Shen Hen, saying, "Brother Shen, you're awake." Looking at Bullet's kind expression, Shen Hen felt his mood lift somewhat. Shen Hen replied. Bullet then said, "Well, our captain wants to see you. Come with me." Upon hearing this, Shen Hen pondered for a moment before nodding. "Let's go." The Dragon Tooth captain wanted to see him, so he certainly had to meet. After all, he also wanted to understand who the Dragon Tooth captain was. Shen Hen followed Xia Wenjia up to the 5th floor. This department store has a total of 6 floors, and most of the survivors gathered on the 3rd floor. The soldiers of Longya congregated on the 1st floor with some guarding by the protective railing outside. That day when night fell, I thought Brother Shen had run off alone and left us behind. Who would have guessed that the zombies outside were just as you said, completely immobile, as if they were asleep. Then Wei Shui drove me and old Zhao back. Thinking back now, it was truly frightening, he said. I still don't know how, but suddenly at noon that day the sky darkened, and those zombies stopped moving, and there were many colorful lights shining down. While we were searching for a car, Wei Shui was illuminated by a beam of blue light. Xiao Wenjie led Shen Hen up to the 5th floor while reminiscing about old times. It turned out that after Shen Hen left that day, Lin Wei Shui was the first to believe in his words and went outside. The zombies outside all looked up at the sky, and they really didn't bite them. When they were looking for a car, a blue light suddenly fell from the sky and shone on Lin Wei Shui. The mysterious light stunned the three of them, but they hurriedly searched for a car to escape back here and didn't pay much attention. From Xiao Wenjie's words, Shen Hen learned an important piece of information. The Longya female warrior named Lin Wei Shui had also been illuminated by the beam of supernatural power. Moreover, it was a blue beam of supernatural power, which should be a type of mental ability. Xiao Wenjie finally brought Shen Hen to the side of Longya's captain Wang Yubin. Looking at the burly middle-aged man in front of him, Shen Hen couldn't help but be taken aback. The aura of this Longya captain was not that of a scheming, deep politician as he had imagined. He resembled a strong man who had been farming for years with dark skin and a simple, honest face. He also exuded a down-to-earth and steady demeanor. Shen Hen had to admit that his first impression of this Longya captain wasn't that bad. Captain, I've brought Brother Shen over, Xiao Wenjie said. Wang Yubin was leaning on the window in the corridor smoking. Due to being on the 5th floor, the wind, carrying a rotten scent of the apocalypse, gently blew, sweeping away the white smoke. Wang Yubin turned his head to look at Shen Hen. This young man, who appeared to be about the same age as his son, possessed strength beyond that of a human. He was unsure of how to treat this young man. Do you smoke? Wang Yubin offered the last cigarette from a nearly empty pack to Shen Hen. Shen Hen nodded and said nothing more. After taking the cigarette, he borrowed a lighter from this Longya captain. Exhaling a puff of murky smoke made him feel much clearer. Shen Hen, like Wang Yubin, leaned against the window. From this viewpoint, he could see the zombies outside the department store plaza still wandering around, confused and searching for something. Huh. The low voice, though not loud, was audible enough for Shen Hen's keen hearing. You met the divine doctor, right? Wang Yubin suddenly said. Shen Hen nodded and replied, I did. He's a strange person. He said he couldn't save this world. Wang Yubin's face showed a hint of melancholy. He already knew this outcome, but was reluctant to admit it. Before entering this city, Longya prepared an equipment supply point. Wang Yubin suddenly said. Shen Hen looked at him silent for a moment before responding him, and then, do you want me to help you bring that equipment back? Since this Longya captain mentioned this matter, it was evident he wanted him to make the trip. If Longya had the strength to retrieve that equipment, Wang Yubin would have already taken people to bring it back and break out. With Longya's strength, breaking out wouldn't be a challenge. As long as they didn't encounter the angry ones or tyrants, those evolved zombies, they still had a good chance of escaping. Survivors. Survivors were their burden. This Longya captain didn't seem like someone who would easily abandon over 300 lives. However, having experienced the last near-total annihilation, he probably wouldn't dare to recklessly fire a rocket launcher again. The things in that crashed helicopter originally belonged to us Longya. They were supplies from the Salvation City to support us. Little brother, you took what was supposed to be ours. You should contribute a bit, right? What do you say, Evolver? Wang Yubin tossed aside the cigarette that had only its filter left and turned his gaze back to Shen Hen. The crashed helicopter. The reason he led the convoy out days ago was because that helicopter contained supplies from Salvation City to support them. However, he did not expect that the so-called genetic enhancement serum had already been claimed by Shen Hen. The secrets of the evolvers had long been revealed by bullets and blades. Moreover, according to the research of the Yeshens, the black liquid in the zombies' brains indeed had the ability to enhance human bodies provided the gene fusion rate was sufficient. Evolution liquid. This is what the Yeshens called that black liquid. Additionally, the Yeshens had tested the gene fusion rates for each of their Longya warriors. Lin Wei Shui had a fusion rate of 72%, which should be the highest among all of Longya. His own fusion rate was 36%, making him second. As for the others, most had a fusion rate of less than 10%. Even their ace shadow, Chen, only had a fusion rate of 7%. Shen Hen was not surprised that this Longya captain had revealed his identity as an evolver. After all, he had already informed Bullets and Blades about the evolvers, so it was nothing new. Moreover, that young doctor was very likely the person he recalled, the one who created a new human civilization. However, upon hearing about Salvation City, Shen Hen still felt a bit surprised. Salvation City is one of the 5 major forces in the Huaxia territory during the apocalypse. It is a survivor base that has endured for over a decade. Longya belongs to Salvation City. I have no obligation or responsibility to help you. Shen Hen suddenly spoke. The one who can save you, Longya, I have already given you enough face. You know those zombies outside have evolved to what extent? I am not their match. Shen Hen's tone was devoid of emotion. He wanted to refuse. He was well aware of how far those zombies had evolved. Two third-tier zombies had already appeared. Angry Ones, tyrants, butchers, stalkers, and other evolved and mutated zombies had all emerged. What else would appear next? Shen Hen knew that he was only a second-tier evolver now. The power of a second-tier evolver is only half that of a third-tier. Shen Hen possessed strength that surpassed human limits by double, while those third-tier zombies had 4 times the strength that exceeded human limits. He could be rendered incapacitated by a single punch from an Angry One, and it was not without reason that his whole body would be shattered. Now, even if he could withstand a punch from an Angry One, it would be difficult for him to kill it heated. As for entering that state of mindless slaughter, the price would be that he couldn't even feel pain. He could very well lose consciousness permanently and become a monster that kills indiscriminately, lacking any intelligence. In such a state, he would be unable to judge his own strength and could easily die at the hands of evolved zombies or even supernatural beings. Only by maintaining a clear mind could he live well. He must learn to control that ability. The power of the Dark Devourer had undoubtedly granted him significant enhancements. Even the first ability, which the starship called demonization. Demonization could significantly enhance his power by 1 tier. If he could control that force, he could even contend against third-tier zombies at the second tier. Wang Yubin shook his head and his gaze towards Shen Hen became sharper. No, you must go. The abilities of evolvers are incomparable to us seasoned special forces. You are the strongest here, we saved you and your companions, and you need to help us. Wang Yubin's mention of this made Shen Hen's expression instantly turn sour. Save him. Shen Hen frowned and asked, what if I don't go? Shen Hen did not feel obligated to do this for long yet. Right now he needed to adapt to the demonization state and quickly hunt zombies to enhance his strength. The highest power of first-stage zombies is only at the 3rd tier. Second-stage zombies would not likely appear within the first 6 months of the apocalypse. Only by reaching 3rd-tier strength could he have the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, if he encountered a zombie like an Angry One again, his only option would be to flee. Wang Yubin clasped his heavy hands together. He seemed a bit embarrassed, but did not feel ashamed as he said, if you don't go, I will abandon all the survivors in this building, including the 3 people you brought. Then Lanya will rush out with the Divine Doctor and those research materials back to Salvation City. As you said, our Lanya mission also does not include protecting survivors. We have no responsibility to protect them. Shen Hen and Wang Yubin stared at each other, their eyes locked in a tense atmosphere. Xiao Wenjie, who was watching from the side, wanted to mediate, but heard Shen Hen suddenly laugh. Those people only see me as a monster, they wouldn't think of me as a savior, Shen Hen said with a smile. He was just saying this on purpose, acting like a child throwing a tantrum. In truth, he had a youthful appearance, but a profoundly weary heart. He did not care about these things. Wang Yubin shook his head and said, I will vouch for you. I will tell them that you are our hidden trump card at Lanya. Trump card? Xiao Wenjie widened his eyes in disbelief. If he didn't already know that Shen Hen wasn't one of them, he might have actually believed the captain's nonsense. Wasn't their trump card always that young sniper Shadow, Imo Chun? Although that kid was elusive, few had even heard his name. However, his marksmanship could be described as nothing short of extraordinary. He had only fired 1 shot to subdue the furious Shen Hen. Do you really think I will go? You've got me all figured out. Shen Hen looked at Wang Yubin, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Don't be fooled by Wang Yubin's towering height of nearly 2 meters. He was still a head taller than Shen Hen. However, it would only take a single punch for Shen Hen to kill him. Just as this Dragon Tooth team leader said, these special forces soldiers, trained for years, could not compare to the evolved. The muscle strength of humans always has its limits. When these special forces or assassins have pushed their bodies to the extreme, it is unlikely they can break through any further. Unless they inject some kind of genetic enhancement serum. Moreover, through constant training, their cells have already entered a state of death. There is no possibility of further improvement through training. The evolved, on the other hand, possess bodies that have already surpassed human limits. Their cells are active. In simple terms, the evolved are a new breed of humanity. To the special forces who rely solely on training, they are invincible. Wang Yubin shook his head, looking at Shen Hen with a calm expression, and said, I believe that someone who can sacrifice their life for others is ultimately a good person. I asked that woman and the girl and that red-haired guy, you only met them for a day. Yet you would jump out of the car to block the invincible mutated zombie for them. Right now, there are 300 lives here, their fates resting in your hands. I said, without enough weapons, I cannot lead them out to safety. Bang. Hee hee. Shen Hen let out a cold laugh, snapping his fingers and saying, you should be grateful your instincts were not wrong. Shen Hen extended his hand, rubbing his thumb and middle finger together. He snapped his fingers again, saying, a route map will suffice. Why can go alone? Too many people will slow me down. A smile finally appeared on Wang Yubin's honest face. He was right, as Shen Hen was indeed someone who would not disregard the lives of others. He possessed strength, but he also had a kind heart. I will let my men take you. 1 person should not be too much to handle, right? Wang Yubin said. Shen Hen nodded. He should manage with 1 person. Furthermore, there are many roads in the city, so the route map might be difficult to chart. Without a guide, he could easily get lost. Although this was the city he lived in before the apocalypse, he had been wandering for 20 years. If we are to act, let your men get ready. I am not someone who likes to waste time, especially during the apocalypse. As Shen Hen spoke, he had already turned to leave. Through the window of the 5th floor, he could see a red SUV in the plaza below, completely wrecked. Shen Hen recognized that red SUV. It was the one he and Suja had arrived in. If he was right, his bag should still be in the car. After Shen Hen left the silent bullet, Xia Wenjie looked towards Wang Yubin. Wang Yubin let out a sigh of relief, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. To be honest, he was also unsure if Shen Hen would agree. If he truly did not agree, then the hardest decision would ironically fall on him. He had spoken lightly just now, but when it came to abandoning over 300 survivors, would he really be so cold-hearted? No, despite appearing like a beast capable of ruthless actions. In reality, he had no intention of giving up these people. With great power comes great responsibility. As the captain of Dragon Tooth, he could not abandon the survivors here. Even if Shen Hen did not go, he would ultimately charge out with these people. Even if he could only save one person in the end, it was something he had to do. He was a warrior, but also a soldier. Soldiers have missions. Old Xie, your judgment of character is truly exceptional, this kid really agreed. Wang Yubin sighed in relief and looked at Xia Wenjie. Xia Wenjie smiled and said, Captain, you were really scared just now, weren't you? Wang Yubin shot him a glare, saying, although my code name is Fierce Tiger, I don't have the courage of one. Facing someone who is impossible to defeat, are you not afraid? Xia Wenjie chuckled and said, what's there to fear? That's all in the past. Wang Yubin nodded, gazing into the distance. Captain, do you have a cigarette? Xia Wenjie reached out for a cigarette. Wang Yubin instinctively took out his cigarette case, only to find it empty. It's gone, I gave the last one to that kid. Oh. Shen Hen quickly descended the stairs. He did not want to linger in the hall crowded with survivors. The feeling of being pointed at made him quite uncomfortable. When Shen Hen reached the 1st floor of the department store, he first encountered a few soldiers from Dragon Tooth. Upon seeing him, the soldiers all quickly fled with fearful expressions. Then he spotted a young man dressed in a designer suit, wearing a cowboy hat and gold watch sunglasses. Suja was very excited at that moment. It's the apocalypse now. What's most important is not these precious items, but cheap food. Suja was a loser, the quintessential loser before the apocalypse. He belonged to that type who went to work every day lacking any motivation and not knowing why he worked. He had never experienced wearing shoes worth thousands or designer clothes, sporting a Rolex gold watch, feeling like he was on top of the world. Haha, mine all mine. Suja opened a glass cabinet containing luxury watches and began putting the gold watches on his arms. Unknowingly, he had piled more than 10 expensive gold watches on both wrists, raising his arms with some effort. His fingers were also adorned with gold rings. What a glorious feeling. Shen Hen silently approached him from behind and suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Suja was startled and spun around, shouting, who's there? When he removed his sunglasses, he was met with a black and white face. His eyes widened and he quickly took off his glasses. Hen, brother Hen. Suja excitedly embraced Shen Hen. Shen Hen was finally awake. Brother Hen, you're awake. How is it? Those people didn't cause you any trouble, right? Suja was thrilled. A person like him who valued loyalty regarded Shen Hen as an older brother. It was Shen Hen who brought him here, and Shen Hen who gave him a new life. Shen Hen, not used to being hugged by a man, pushed him away and said, my bag should still be in the car, right? Suja nodded and replied, yes, brother Hen, what's in that bag? Suja didn't understand why Shen Hen's first concern upon waking was that bag. Isn't it just filled with syringes and such? Shen Hen let out a sigh of relief. As long as no one touched his bag, the 3rd-tier enhancement serum should still be there. The 3rd-tier enhancement serum is a rare commodity. In order for Dragon Tooth to safely return with Yi Shinrin, they even provided 3rd-tier enhancement serums, which was quite a substantial investment. Shen Hen quickly ran outside with Suja following behind, saying, brother Hen, don't walk so fast. A beautiful lady has been waiting for your awakening. The lady Suja referred to was naturally Lin Weishua. During the 2 weeks of Shen Hen's coma, Lin Weishua had been caring for him by his bedside. Her level of concern was such that Suja even thought Shen Hen and Lin Weishua were in a romantic relationship. Shen Hen ignored Suja and did not care who the beautiful lady concerned about him was. He anxiously walked to the side of the red Hummer. Without the keys, he forcefully yanked the car door open. Clang! The door of the Hummer was ripped off by Shen Hen and thrown to the ground. Shen Hen saw his bag placed on the back seat. When he took out the bag, he found that the black box inside had not been touched. The golden enhancement serum was still there. Shen Hen retrieved the enhancement serum, while the other items in the backpack, such as syringes and glass bottles for storing evolution liquid, he did not take. If that starship truly existed in his spiritual sea, then what it said to him should all be true. Perhaps he would no longer need syringes and needles to collect evolution liquid. Shen Hen placed the enhancement serum in his pocket and turned to look at Su Zhu when he suddenly frowned. He remembered his black blade. Since he woke up, he hadn't seen his weapon, the black blade. Shen Hen certainly did not want to lose that weapon. After all, it was the one he wielded most comfortably and could kill mutated zombies. He then looked at Su Zhu and asked, "Where's my knife?" Su Zhu naturally knew that the knife Shen Hen referred to was the black knife he used to kill zombies. He slapped his forehead, remembering that Shen Hen's knife had fallen outside. He said with some concern, "Oh no, brother Hen, your knife seems to have fallen outside." At that time, the situation was chaotic. The Dragon Tooth team had to clear the zombies outside the department store while also rescuing Shen Hen. He hadn't paid attention to Shen Hen's words. At that moment, he was too busy extinguishing the fire on himself to worry about a knife. Shen Hen's expression darkened, clearly displeased. The black blade was his only cold weapon. If it was lost using any other knife or weapon, would clearly not be as sharp and handy as the black blade. He definitely had to go out and search for it. There was an even more important matter. If the Rager and the Tyrant were dead, then their evolution source crystals should still be there. He had only absorbed the Butcher's evolution source crystal, but the Tyrant and Rager were both third-tier zombies. Each evolution source crystal in their brains was equivalent to 1,000 drops of evolution liquid. A second tier evolved requires 10,000 drops of evolution liquid to evolve to the third tier. This means that the evolution source crystals from 2 third-tier zombies would be enough for him to complete over 20% of his evolution progress. While Shen Hen was thinking about finding his black blade and the evolution source crystals from those 2 third-tier evolved zombies, a young soldier in military uniform suddenly approached. The young soldier was not coming towards Shen Hen, but was speaking to Su Zhu, saying, "Red-haired guy, can you still release the fire from your body? Didn't you say you could control that fire? How come now you can't even produce a flame?" This soldier was the young man Shao Kai who saved Su Zhu that day. Su Zhu glanced at him and disdainfully said, "Tch, what do you know? I'm conserving my energy. Then you keep conserving it." The young soldier Shao Kai chuckled, teased him, and then left. Fire. Shen Hen looked back at Su Zhu quite surprised. Did his ability awaken? Your ability has awakened. Shen Hen gazed at Su Zhu, suddenly asking with grave seriousness. Ability awakening. This is the inevitable threshold every ordinary person must cross to become a level 1 ability user. Abilities awaken only in moments of mortal peril, or when emotions spiral beyond control. Fire. As Shen Hen looked at Su Zhu once more, a flicker of astonishment shimmered in his eyes. A Crimson Tier fire element ability. He had never before witnessed such a rarity. Fire as an elemental ability is neither overwhelmingly dominant nor inherently weak. If Su Zhu possessed a Crimson Tier fire ability, then the powers derived from it were undoubtedly extraordinary. Startled, Su Zhu exclaimed, "An ability? Awakened? Did he mean the flames that had erupted from his body that day? Brother Hen, do you mean the fire that suddenly burst forth from me? Is that what you call an ability?" Truth be told, that fire proved remarkably effective. The surrounding zombies were incinerated on contact. Yet every advantage bears its cost. That fire, if uncontrolled, could easily scorch even allies, so I extinguished it. Su Zhu said calmly. Shen Hen spoke solemnly. "Do you recall that crimson light?" "Of course." Su Zhu paused, then his expression brightened with sudden realization. "Brother Hen, you mean the fire that erupted from me is linked to that crimson light?" Shen Hen nodded. "That was an ability beam, a latent energy conduit. Originally that flame belonged to me, but you claimed it first." The more Shen Hen spoke, the more bewildered Su Zhu grew. An ability beam? What in the world was that? Was it the same crimson light? Su Zhu stood utterly perplexed, like a man grasping at mist. Shen Hen asked, "Can you summon that fire again now?" If his hypothesis held true, post-awakening, an ability user's power would reside in its most rudimentary stage of control. That is somewhere between level 0 and level 1. At this nascent stage, elemental ability users often find themselves incapable of consciously manifesting their power. Su Zhu shook his head. "No, I can't. For reasons unknown, the fire appeared only once. Now, no matter how hard I try, it refuses to ignite." Indeed, for 2 days he had relentlessly attempted to reignite that inner flame. Yet no matter his exertion, not even a single ember flickered to life. He tried igniting his clothes with a lighter. He doused himself in oil. Still the fire remained stubbornly elusive, refusing to coalesce upon his flesh. Exactly as expected, Shen Hen clapped Su Zhu's shoulder. "Congratulations, you've become an ability user. Though not yet officially ranked level 1, persistent practice in controlling your flame will surely carry you across this threshold." An ability user. A new term had just irrevocably entered Su Zhu's world. He spread his palms before him, gazing at them with dazed wonder, whispering, "Am I truly an ability user?" When he lifted his head, Shen Hen had vanished without a trace. Shen Hen moved with astonishing speed. Already a second tier evolved, he ran like the wind itself. His velocity was so extreme that Longya's soldiers failed to register his passage before he'd already vaulted over the ornamental koi pond beside them, in a single fluid stride without pause. So swift he left behind only a shimmering afterimage, like a bird streaking through the air. Two patrolling Longya soldiers caught only a blur of motion, momentarily disoriented by his passage. They exchanged glances, each finding mirrored astonishment in the other's eyes. "Did you see a shadow flash past?" "I did. Was it a bird flying overhead?" "What kind of bird?" "To me it looked more like a human silhouette." Their astonishment slowly curdled into dread. Had they in broad daylight glimpsed a ghost? Boom, boom, boom. Shen Hen blazed through scattered zombies, carving a crimson path through their ranks, as if he were a living bullet leaving carnage in his wake. Zombies shattered beneath his impact, exploding into crimson mist that drenched him head to toe, transforming him in blood and viscera into something indistinguishable from the undead themselves. Then, something extraordinary occurred. The moment Shen Hen obliterated his first zombie, a crystalline voice resonated within his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have slain one ordinary zombie. 1 stellar essence. Congratulations, host. You have slain one ordinary zombie. 1 stellar essence. 1 stellar essence. 1 stellar essence. 1 stellar essence." Each time Shen Hen shattered a zombie, the voice echoed anew, each blow yielding another increment of power. Stellar essence. Yes, each zombie slain caused the tiny vessel in his mind to flash brilliantly. And each time he entered that vessel in spirit, he saw his previously empty reservoir of stellar essence steadily rising. Moreover, with every zombie he killed, a jet-black stream of light shot from its skull toward him, then fused seamlessly into his body. Viral core fluid. Evolutionary serum. The vessel had spoken truth. Each kill enabled it to absorb the zombie's evolutionary serum, converting it directly into stellar essence. If so, Shen Hen unleashed himself into unrestrained slaughter. No longer need he worry about destroying skulls to harvest serum. No longer would he labor over collection. The vessel handled it all. Crash, crash, crash. Each of Shen Hen's punches tore through the air with terrifying sonic force, blisteringly fast, devastatingly powerful. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Limbs and torsos rained down like grotesque hail. Shen Hen had become a machine of annihilation, yet his mind remained lucid, calculating. He hunted only where Longya's line of sight failed, striking unseen, methodically erasing the undead. After cutting his way through the gore-strewn chaos, he finally beheld it. The corpse of the Rager sprawled upon the ground like a fallen mountain. Its massive frame was grievously mangled, crisscrossed by countless blade wounds and deep hook lacerations. Shen Hen stepped onto the colossal corpse and examined it closely. Those blade scars, hundreds of them, were unmistakably his own work. Only he in close combat could have carved such wounds into the Rager's hide. The enormous strips of flesh torn away by hooks bore the unmistakable signature of the butcher. Shen Hen remembered clearly. As for the severed arm, that too was his doing, during his awakening as a shadow devourer. The Rager in the end was nothing more than a mindless beast. Had it crushed him outright, instead of squabbling with the butcher and the tyrant over prey, it might still stand whole. Ding! A third-tier evolutionary core crystal detected. Host absorb or decline. The voice of Shen Hen resonated once more within Shen Hen's consciousness. 2 options lay before him: exchange the crystal for 1,000 stellar essence, or fuse and absorb it directly. Shen Hen dismissed the exchange option, too cumbersome, too inefficient. He drew back his fist and struck the Rager's enormous skull, larger than any human torso, with brutal precision. Boom! His fist shattered the skull. A radiant ruby-red evolutionary core crystal tumbled onto the blood-soaked earth, and Shen Hen snatched it up. A third-tier evolutionary core crystal, far larger than the one harvested from the stalker. This gleamed with fierce gem-like intensity. Ignoring the grime and congealed blood clinging to its surface, Shen Hen swallowed it whole. Gulp! As the third-tier crystal dissolved within him, a torrent of raw energy surged violently through his veins. Power equivalent to 1,000 drops of evolutionary serum, far exceeding what any first-tier evolved could possibly endure. But Shen Hen was now a second-tier evolved. That raging energy roared through him like a typhoon, saturating every cell, every fiber, every synapse. Evolution had begun. Like an ancient monk entering deep meditation, Shen Hen settled cross-legged onto the ground and closed his eyes. The ferocious energy seeped slowly, deliberately into his very cells. Then, suddenly, that obsidian radiance blazed forth once more from within his body. The black light flared again. Beads of cold sweat cascaded from Shen Hen's brow. Too much, far too much. The energy of a third-tier evolutionary core crystal was overwhelming. Previously, the strongest core he'd absorbed was the butcher's second-tier crystal. equivalent to 500 drops of serum. Now he had consumed the Rager's third-tier crystal, a reservoir equal to 1,000 drops of serum. Even as a second-tier evolved, absorption strained him to his absolute limit. Wave after wave of energetic surges crashed against his genetic structure like oceanic tides. Within his mind, Shen Hen's voice sounded again. Absorbing third-tier evolutionary core crystal. Post-evolution progress 2, 3, 4, 11. Only when his evolution reached 11 did the tidal energy finally recede. Despite consuming a crystal equal to 1,000 drops of serum, it had advanced his evolution by a mere 10%. To ascend from second tier to third tier evolved required 10,000 drops of evolutionary serum, an almost unimaginable threshold. Thus, even after acquiring the tyrant's core, he would still need to slay 8 more third-tier zombies to complete his ascension. Shen Hen rose, only to find several zombies closing and circling him with eerie curiosity, puzzled by his unnatural movements. Thwip, thwip, thwip. His fists snapped forward, ripping through air with sharp percussive cracks. Before him, 3 zombies crumpled, skulls pulverized, brains splattered. Carving another sanguine corridor, Shen Hen at last located the tyrant's corpse, the devastation rivaling even the Ragers. Its entire cranium lay shattered. Blade scars marred its torso. More horrifying still, its abdomen had been slit open, revealing shredded muscle beneath. Its flesh had been partially devoured, the intestines and organs spilled onto the ground half consumed. Shen Hen stared, a wave of nausea rising in his throat. Had he truly feasted upon this creature's flesh? Damn it! How monstrously savage had he become in his merged state? He turned away, refusing further contemplation, and instead scanned the area surrounding the tyrant's remains. There, finally, he spotted his black blade. The blade was drenched in dried blood, its surface crusted with dark scabs. Shen Hen seized it, then swung it sharply in a wide arc. Clang! All the gore flew off the steel, splattering across nearby zombies. Shen Hen continued searching. Beyond the black blade there remained one vital object here, the tyrant's evolutionary core crystal. Shen Hen crouched down, searching through the shattered remains of the tyrant's head for the evolution source crystal. It has been less than a month since the apocalypse erupted, and the survivors probably haven't even figured out the matter of evolution liquid, let alone the evolution source crystal. Although that Yi Shunrin had some research, he likely only noticed the existence of evolution liquid. He should be completely unaware of the secrets of the evolution source crystal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have obtained the evolution source crystal from the rage mutant. After rummaging for a while, Shen Hen finally found the hard-as-rock evolution source crystal. Ding Dong detected a third-tier evolution source crystal. Will the host choose to absorb it or exchange it for star source? Shen Hen neither chose to absorb it nor to exchange it. Having already absorbed a third-tier evolution source crystal, he could not absorb another one today. As for exchanging, it wasn't a wise choice either, because the high-tech system in his mind currently seemed only capable of exchanging for evolution liquid. It couldn't even exchange for a first-tier evolution source crystal, let alone a third-tier one. If he were to exchange for 1,000 drops of evolution liquid, 1, it would be cumbersome to carry, and 2, it would be too troublesome to inject. Shen Hen stored the evolution source crystal of the tyrant, and then took his black blade, starting his slaughter. The small stone ship in his mind indicated that he now had 52 star sources. Not enough, far from enough. Shen Hen wielded the black blade and embarked on a path of slaughter. The hunt had begun. Poo poo poo. Shen Hen's blade cut through the zombies' heads time and time again. He ran into a blind spot of the department store, commencing endless killing. Shen Hen did not want to be seen by the people inside the department store while he slaughtered zombies, nor did he want to be discovered by the Lanya members, because it was too horrifying. If those survivors saw this, they would probably think he was some kind of humanoid monster. Star Source 1, Star Source 1, Star Source 1. Countless prompt sounds echoed in Shen Hen's mind. It was the sound of evolution liquid merging into that small stone ship after he hunted zombies. Shen Hen moved swiftly, darting through the zombie crowd. The black blade in his hand was like the deadliest weapon against the zombies. With every slash, several zombies' heads would be shattered. Shen Hen forged a bloody path. The ground was littered with dismembered zombie limbs and shattered flesh, instilling a sense of dread. The zombie blood nearly soaked through his clothes, making his skin feel sticky and damp. By the time Shen Hen had nearly killed all the zombies on this street, he, feeling unsatisfied, dashed at full speed towards the next street. When he swung his black blade again, he hunted like a god of death in the apocalypse. Survivors hiding in the buildings around clearly witnessed this scene. My God, is that person hunting zombies? Heavens, is he still human? He's too twisted. Damn, his speed is incredible. Is he a zombie or a human? How could there be such a powerful person? He must be human. No zombie would kill its own kind. He can use a knife, and his knife is so fast. The pale-faced survivors, emaciated to the bone, all pressed against the windows watching the scene unfold in the street. The man concealed within the horde of zombies was like a zombie slayer. With each swing of his blade, the surrounding zombies had their heads chopped off. When Shen Hen sensed several gazes directed at him, he looked up at the buildings around. There were some survivors still alive. As he looked up, those survivors shouted, "Here, we're here. Big brother, save us. Hero, don't run away. Please save us." Shen Hen ignored them and turned to sprint towards the Lanya gathering place. He was a good person, but he was not a saint or a bodhisattva. He didn't have the heart of a bodhisattva to rush into those residential buildings, then rescue them one by one and send them to the department store at the Lanya gathering place. There were countless survivors like that in this world. Saving Su Zhe and Zhang Wenjing was merely a stroke of luck. Rushing back to the department store without obstruction, Shen Hen jumped directly into the fish pond. Splash! Shen Hen dove into the pool holding his breath. The Lanya soldier on guard thought another lost zombie had fallen into the water pit and did not look closely. Zombies couldn't swim, and those that fell into the pit mostly sank. Under the water, Shen Hen discovered several zombies lunging towards him. He threw a powerful punch, smashing the heads of those zombies. The originally clear pool of water instantly transformed into a pool of blood. Shen Hen jumped into the pool simply to wash off the zombie blood on him. At the same time, he checked the number of star sources with his consciousness. When the prompt appeared in his mind, Shen Hen was instantly delighted. Remaining star sources 1052. With over 1,000 star sources, he could already exchange for a first-tier enhanced human potion. However, he still had a third-tier enhanced human potion on him. Shen Hen leaped out of the water pit, like a whale breaching the surface, splashing water all over the pool. When he landed, the Lanya soldier nearby was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Shen Hen shook off the water droplets on him, although a considerable amount of zombie blood still clung to his clothes. However, with this shake, he got rid of a substantial portion. The smell on him was finally more tolerable. Shen Hen's unkempt hair was stuck together with water. Unknowingly, the length of his hair had reached his eyebrows and eyes down to his nose. Shen Hen still remembered that on the first day of the apocalypse, his hair was only at forehead length. Now his hair had surpassed his eyes, giving him quite the non-mainstream youth appearance. Shen Hen was not sure why his hair grew so fast. Could it be due to evolution causing his cell metabolism to speed up, hence his hair grew faster? Shen Hen shook his head dismissively. Suddenly his expression turned cold, and an invisible killing intent emanated from him. The soldier beside him holding a submachine gun was so frightened that his legs trembled. Shen Hen looked up, and when he gazed at the rooftop of the department store, his superhuman vision allowed him to see a cold anti-material sniper rifle aimed directly at him. He raised his hand, pointing his black blade in that direction. Was this gun the one that shattered his body? On the empty rooftop of the department store, a young warrior named Lung Feng with a stern face and straight posture approached. In front of him was a young man who had long been accompanied by a sniper rifle of similar age to him. Long is ace sniper, Mo Chun. Lung Feng and Mo Chun were good brothers and comrades. Even though they spoke little on usual days, every time they executed a mission, they could always cooperate seamlessly, leaving their backs in each other's trust. Lung Feng sat beside Mo Chun, watching him still crouched behind the sniper scope, vigilant. Lung Feng said in a deep voice, "You really should have shot that humanoid monster's head instead of its body." Mo Chun had clearly noticed Lung Feng sitting beside him. However, at this moment, looking through the sniper scope, he saw the young man whose body had been shattered by his sniper rifle, now perfectly intact, pointing a blade at him. "Is he still alive?" Mo Chun murmured. Lung Feng thought Mo Chun was speaking to him and coldly replied, "That young doctor saved him, and the captain actually lost his mind, wanting Wei Shui to go on a mission with him. Damn it, why didn't you blow his head off that day with one shot?" Lung Feng's face gradually darkened, a few black lines emerging on his forehead. When he heard Zidane Xia Wenjie mention this matter, he nearly went mad. Wang Yubin actually wanted Lin Wei Shui and Shen Hen to go together to retrieve supplies without any room for discussion. He did not know Wang Yubin's thoughts. In fact, Wang Yubin's personal idea was quite simple. Lin Wei Shui was the only female team member in Lanya. Since Shen Hen could save her twice and even tell her the secret of evolution liquid, it was only natural that Shen Hen had some feelings for Lin Wei Shui. As the saying goes, the old ginger is spicier. Wang Yubin seized this opportunity and naturally assigned the task of retrieving supplies to Lin Wei Shui. Historically, heroes have found it difficult to pass the bowtie barrier, not to mention a young lad like Shen Hen in his 20s. Mo Chun retracted the sniper rifle and turned to Lung Feng. "I sense a killing intent of hatred towards him from you, perhaps stemming from your jealousy." On hearing this, Lung Feng's cold face paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Jealous? Do I need to be jealous of a being that is neither human nor zombie?" Mo Chun fell silent. Lung Feng looked at him and said, "Wooden face, listen to me. Seize an opportunity to kill that monster with one shot. You have the best eyes here. You know clearly how he devoured the zombies that day. Keeping him alive will only put us all in danger. Chen shot him a glance and said, Ice Face, can you stop being so verbose? Wooden Face and Ice Face were the nicknames they gave each other. Two young warriors drenched in blood on the battlefield, they had experienced countless battles, ultimately becoming each other's solid support. However, they were both individuals who preferred silence and disliked talking, thus, they each gave the other a name reflecting their stubbornness. Because of Chen's personality and appearance, which were rather dull, Lung Feng called him Wooden Face. Similarly, because Lung Feng's face was quite stern, Chen called him Ice Face. Lung Feng often mocked Chen for not being a normal man living with his gun like it was his wife. Wooden Face, do you think I live like you hugging a rifle all day? I'm a man, naturally I have needs and pursuits. As a virgin you definitely don't understand anything. You're a virgin too. I am not, although my love for Wei Shui is pure and unique, I indeed lost my first time to someone else. The two leaned back to back, joking around. In the apocalypse where decay and death hung in the air, the autumn wind blew and they unconsciously began to laugh. As they laughed, Lung Feng suddenly said coldly, if something happens to Wei Shui this time, the first one he'll kill is him, then you. In the pause of his words, Lung Feng continued, although my shooting skills aren't as good as yours when it comes to close combat, even 10 of you wouldn't be my match. Chen's Wooden Face showed no change in emotion as he said, I was just letting you win. Shen Hen looked at the anti-material sniper rifle, feeling a sense of fear creeping in. It was he who possessed the physical qualities of a second-tier evolver at the time. If he were still a first-tier evolver, this gun would surely not just have shattered half of his body. Instead, it could have torn his body apart. He could very likely have turned into a mist of blood, leaving only 2 legs behind. However, even this gun could not easily penetrate a third-tier zombie whose body was as hard as a rock, like that of a frenzied or tyrant. So when he was being hunted by the frenzied, why did the sniper named Chen not choose to shoot at the frenzied and tyrant right away? He should have his own assessment. 672, 673, 674, 681. The sniper rifle continuously swayed left and right as it switched targets, while the person crouched behind the sniper rifle remained motionless, seemingly blending into the surrounding environment. Shen Hen had already sat beside this legendary sniper of the apocalypse, quietly watching Chen fire shot after shot. And just in front of the department store square, zombies emerged one after another. At this distance, even without using the sniper rifle and telescope, Shen Hen, as a second-tier evolver, could vaguely see one after another zombies' head being blown apart by Chen's sniper rifle collapsing immediately. Ding dong, detecting a supernatural being. Supernatural ability awakened. Ability rank white, ability level 1. Evolution capability body organ enhancement. Specific capabilities unknown. In his mind, the starship sent a prompt. Shen Hen then discovered in surprise that this small stone ship, the starship, actually had the ability to detect whether others were supernatural beings. However, the Suzhou he saw earlier and Lin Wei Shui, who had been following him, were both supernatural beings. Why didn't the starship give a prompt? Moreover, Suzhou was a solid red-rank supernatural being, and his ability had awakened. From his conversation with the dragon-tooth warrior Xia Wenjie, he also learned that Lin Wei Shui had obtained a blue-rank supernatural ability. Although Lin Wei Shui's ability might not have awakened, Suzhou's ability had already awakened. Based on this prompt, it clearly shouldn't be possible. So what was the reason? Shen Hen cautiously glanced at Chen, who was still continuously sniping at the zombies below. He was afraid that the voice from the small stone ship, the starship, would be heard by others. But it seemed that for now the starship's prompt could only be heard by him. Shen Hen tried to communicate with the small stone ship in his mind. Starship, do you still have the ability to detect supernatural beings? Shen Hen was shocked. Logically, supernatural beings exposed to the beam of supernatural energy, if they did not demonstrate their abilities in front of others, generally others would not know their powers. But now the small stone ship in his mind could actually detect the abilities of others. Did this mean that in the future, if he encountered hostile supernatural beings, he would know their abilities before the fight even began? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. If he truly had this heavenly buff, he wouldn't have to fear supernatural beings in the future. The small stone ship emitted a white flash, and then replied, yes, as long as someone approaches the host within a 10-meter radius, the starship can detect whether they are a supernatural being. Upon hearing this, Shen Hen thought of Suzhou and Lin Wei Shui. He curiously asked, then why wasn't it detected just now? The starship responded, detected supernatural beings need to have awakened their abilities, and only when they truly step into the realm of supernatural beings, becoming level 1 supernatural beings, can the starship detect them for the host. Moreover, the starship can detect the rank and level of a supernatural being's abilities as well as the general direction of their abilities, but cannot detect the specific abilities for the host. Shen Hen slapped his forehead, realizing It turned out that only when supernatural abilities were awakened and they had truly become level 1 supernatural beings could the starship detect them. Although Suge's abilities had awakened, he had not yet mastered that power. Shen Hen understood very well that after supernatural beings awakened their abilities, they had to continuously try to stimulate and use that power for the supernatural beings to progress. For example, birdmen with wings had to keep flying to enhance their abilities. In other words, supernatural beings had to keep using their abilities in order to advance their ability levels. Mo Chun, this legendary sniper of the apocalypse, Shen Hen, had roughly pieced together the supernatural ability he had acquired. For a sniper, the most important and frequently used aspect had to be their eyes. Mo Chin's acquired ability was most likely an enhancement of his vision. Because he consistently utilized his eyesight, he successfully became a level 1 supernatural being. Shen Hen estimated that his Dark Devourer ability probably hadn't even reached level 1 yet. It turned out that this legendary sniper in the apocalypse was not an ordinary person, he was also a supernatural being. Shen Hen had always heard that Mo Chun was just an ordinary person. He never expected that he was also a supernatural being. Although the ability he had acquired was of the lowest rank and least noticeable, he was indeed a supernatural being, not an ordinary person. 700. When Mo Chun silently counted to 700, he stopped the motion of his finger on the trigger. Slowly his sharp eyes left the sniper scope and turned to look at Shen Hen, who was sitting beside him. You are here. It seemed he had already noticed Shen Hen's presence, and Mo Chen's face showed no change. Yes. Shen Hen nodded slightly, and suddenly asked, aren't you afraid? He believed that Mo Chen's thoughts should be similar to Lin Wei Shui's. However, there was not a trace of fear or trepidation on his face. Mo Chun changed the bullets in his sniper rifle and looked at Shen Hen, saying, what is there to be afraid of? Shen Hen's smiling face gradually turned stern as he looked at Mo Chen, his voice revealing a hint of murderous intent. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Mo Chen's wooden face showed no change. While loading the sniper rifle, he replied, afraid, but it's meaningless. Why? Shen Hen asked. Mo Chen said, I know your strength. If you insist on killing me, I am no match for you. Actually, you could have made a move long ago. A life for a life, I shot at you, and now you can strike me. As for whether I live or die, it depends on my fortune. Mo Chen seemed to have given up resistance, but Shen Hen was clear that this legendary sniper knew he wouldn't kill him. Let's have a contest. Shen Hen said with a cold smile, the prize is your life. Mo Chen said expressionlessly, I suppose I have no right to refuse. Are you ready? Shen Hen seemed to have pressed the button of a bomb. Mo Chen nodded, saying at any moment. When Mo Chen was ready with the sniper rifle, Shen Hen suddenly pointed below at a zombie wandering outside the square. 1 o'clock direction, that zombie in the black suit. Shen Hen pointed at the zombie, simultaneously reporting its position. Yes, this contest was a test of their shooting skills. Mo Chen showed no hesitation as he almost instantly aimed the gun at the zombie. Bang! A light sound echoed, and the zombie in the black suit fell dead with its head blown apart. 701. When Mo Chen silently counted this number, he simultaneously removed the sniper scope from the rifle. Blind shot. He actually chose to blind shot. Shen Hen was not surprised by Mo Chen's action. Having undergone 20 years of apocalypse training, his shooting skills were naturally excellent. In fact, he felt that his shooting skills were on par with anyone. Today, he was going to challenge Mo Chen, the so-called strongest sniper in the apocalypse. He and Mo Chen, one was a second-tier evolver with 2 evolutions in eyesight. The other was a supernatural being with enhanced vision. Their contest, if they were to use the sniper scope, would actually lack challenge. Blind shooting was their true competition. 3 o'clock direction, that naked female zombie. Shen Hen's finger continued to point at another zombie. Undoubtedly, Mo Chen once again pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle, and that female zombie fell dead with a blown head. Blind shooting relies not only on the sniper's vision. More importantly, it relies on the sniper's intuition. Intuition is the most vital thing for a sniper. It can come from countless shots and countless trainings. It can also come from the sniper's instincts and confidence. Mo Chen believed in his own eyes, and even more in his gun. 10 o'clock direction. 710. Mo Chen quietly reported this number. Shen Hen did not give him any targets, only reported his score, 10 shots, 10 hits, every shot hit the bullseye. 100. Mo Chen nodded, finally taking his hands away from the sniper rifle, turning to Shen Hen and saying, it's your turn. Shen Hen took the sniper rifle, not fixing it like Mo Chen. He directly hoisted the sniper rifle and stood to shoot. You'd better attach a scope. Mo Chen kindly reminded. In his eyes, Shen Hen was just a young man with developed limbs and extraordinary physical qualities. Shen Hen should be a few years younger than him. Even if he had undergone shooting training, Mo Chen didn't think his shooting skills would be that impressive. No need. Shen Hen shook his head. This was a fair competition. He was a fair person. He couldn't take advantage of Mo Chen. Mo Chen fell silent for a moment, then stood up. He pointed to a zombie on the street directly in front 12 o'clock direction, that female zombie in black stockings. 3 o'clock direction. After 10 shots, Shen Hen put down the sniper rifle. He looked at Chen calmly, saying, "I lost." 10 shots. He hit the heads of the zombies directly with 9 shots. And 1 shot, however, hit the zombie's chin, deviating from the bullseye. 99 points, this was his final score. Compared to Chen's 100, he was just 1 point short. Chen smiled. A hint of a smile suddenly flashed across his originally expressionless face, saying, "Looks like my life is saved." Shen Hen looked at Chen for a long time. Finally, he took out the most precious third-tier enhancement potion from his body. "Here." He made eye contact with Chen, then threw the golden third-tier enhancement potion to him. Chen quickly caught the golden enhancement potion and looked at Shen Hen, asking, "What is this?" Shen Hen looked at the anti-material sniper rifle, feeling a sense of fear creeping in. It was he who possessed the physical qualities of a second-tier evolver at the time. If he were still a first-tier evolver, this gun would surely not just have shattered half of his body. Instead, it could have torn his body apart. He could very likely have turned into a mist of blood, leaving only 2 legs behind. However, even this gun could not easily penetrate a third-tier zombie whose body was as hard as a rock, like that of a frenzied or tyrant. So when he was being hunted by the frenzied, why did the sniper named Chen not choose to shoot at the frenzied and tyrant right away? He should have his own assessment. 672, 673, 674, 681. The sniper rifle continuously swayed left and right as it switched targets, while the person crouched behind the sniper rifle remained motionless, seemingly blending into the surrounding environment. Shen Hen had already sat beside this legendary sniper of the apocalypse, quietly watching Chen fire shot after shot. And just in front of the department store square, zombies emerged one after another. At this distance, even without using the sniper rifle and telescope, Shen Hen, as a second-tier evolver, could vaguely see one after another zombie's head being blown apart by Chen's sniper rifle collapsing immediately. Ding dong, detecting a supernatural being. Supernatural ability awakened. Ability rank white, ability level 1. Evolution capability body organ enhancement. Specific capabilities unknown. In his mind, the starship sent a prompt. Shen Hen then discovered in surprise that this small stone ship, the starship, actually had the ability to detect whether others were supernatural beings. However, the Suzhe he saw earlier and Lin Weishui, who had been following him, were both supernatural beings. Why didn't the starship give a prompt? Moreover, Suzhe was a solid red-rank supernatural being, and his ability had awakened. From his conversation with the dragon-tooth warrior Xia Wenjie, he also learned that Lin Weishui had obtained a blue-rank supernatural ability. Although Lin Weishui's ability might not have awakened, Suzhe's ability had already awakened. Based on this prompt, it clearly shouldn't be possible. So what was the reason? Shen Hen cautiously glanced at Chen, who was still continuously sniping at the zombies below. He was afraid that the voice from the small stone ship, the starship, would be heard by others. But it seemed that for now the starship's prompt could only be heard by him. Shen Hen tried to communicate with the small stone ship in his mind. "Starship, do you still have the ability to detect supernatural beings?" Shen Hen was shocked. Logically, supernatural beings exposed to the beam of supernatural energy, if they did not demonstrate their abilities in front of others, generally others would not know their powers. But now the small stone ship in his mind could actually detect the abilities of others. Did this mean that in the future, if he encountered hostile supernatural beings, he would know their abilities before the fight even began? As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. If he truly had this heavenly buff, he wouldn't have to fear supernatural beings in the future. The small stone ship emitted a white flash, and then replied, "Yes, as long as someone approaches the host within a 10-meter radius, the starship can detect whether they are a supernatural being." Upon hearing this, Shen Hen thought of Suzhe and Lin Weishui. He curiously asked, "Then why wasn't it detected just now?" The starship responded, "Detected supernatural beings need to have awakened their abilities, and only when they truly step into the realm of supernatural beings, becoming level 1 supernatural beings, can the starship detect them for the host." Moreover, the starship can detect the rank and level of a supernatural being's abilities as well as the general direction of their abilities, but cannot detect the specific abilities for the host. Shen Hen slapped his forehead, realizing. It turned out that only when supernatural abilities were awakened and they had truly become level 1 supernatural beings could the starship detect them. Although Suzhe's abilities had awakened, he had not yet mastered that power. Shen Hen understood very well that after supernatural beings awakened their abilities, they had to continuously try to stimulate and use that power for the supernatural beings to progress. For example, birdmen with wings had to keep flying to enhance their abilities. In other words, supernatural beings had to keep using their abilities in order to advance their ability levels. Chen, this legendary sniper of the apocalypse, Shen Hen, had roughly pieced together the supernatural ability he had acquired. For a sniper, the most important and frequently used aspect had to be their eyes. Mo Chen's acquired ability was most likely an enhancement of his vision. Because he consistently utilized his eyesight, he successfully became a level 1 supernatural being. Shen Hen estimated that his Dark Devourer ability probably hadn't even reached level 1 yet. It turned out that this legendary sniper in the apocalypse was not an ordinary person, he was also a supernatural being. Shen Hen had always heard that Mo Chen was just an ordinary person. He never expected that he was also a supernatural being. Although the ability he had acquired was of the lowest rank and least noticeable, he was indeed a supernatural being, not an ordinary person. 700. When Mo Chen silently counted to 700, he stopped the motion of his finger on the trigger. Slowly his sharp eyes left the sniper scope and turned to look at Shen Hen, who was sitting beside him. You are here. It seemed he had already noticed Shen Hen's presence, and Mo Chen's face showed no change. Yes. Shen Hen nodded slightly, and suddenly asked, aren't you afraid? He believed that Mo Chen's thoughts should be similar to Lin Wei Shui's. However, there was not a trace of fear or trepidation on his face. Mo Chen changed the bullets in his sniper rifle and looked at Shen Hen, saying, what is there to be afraid of? Shen Hen's smiling face gradually turned stern as he looked at Mo Chen, his voice revealing a hint of murderous intent. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Mo Chen's wooden face showed no change. While loading the sniper rifle, he replied, afraid, but it's meaningless. Why? Shen Hen asked. Mo Chen said, I know your strength. If you insist on killing me, I am no match for you. Actually, you could have made a move long ago. A life for a life, I shot at you, and now you can strike me. As for whether I live or die, it depends on my fortune. Mo Chen seemed to have given up resistance, but Shen Hen was clear that this legendary sniper knew he wouldn't kill him. Let's have a contest. Shen Hen said with a cold smile, the prize is your life. Mo Chen said expressionlessly, I suppose I have no right to refuse. Are you ready? Shen Hen seemed to have pressed the button of a bomb. Mo Chen nodded, saying at any moment. When Mo Chen was ready with the sniper rifle, Shen Hen suddenly pointed below at a zombie wandering outside the square. 1 o'clock direction, that zombie in the black suit. Shen Hen pointed at the zombie, simultaneously reporting its position. Yes, this contest was a test of their shooting skills. Mo Chen showed no hesitation as he almost instantly aimed the gun at the zombie. Bang! A light sound echoed, and the zombie in the black suit fell dead with its head blown apart. 701. When Mo Chen silently counted this number, he simultaneously removed the sniper scope from the rifle. Blind shot. He actually chose to blind shot. Shen Hen was not surprised by Mo Chen's action. Having undergone 20 years of apocalypse training, his shooting skills were naturally excellent. In fact, he felt that his shooting skills were on par with anyone. Today, he was going to challenge Mo Chen, the so-called strongest sniper in the apocalypse. He and Mo Chen, one was a second-tier evolver with 2 evolutions in eyesight. The other was a supernatural being with enhanced vision. Their contest, if they were to use the sniper scope, would actually lack challenge. Blind shooting was their true competition. 3 o'clock direction, that naked female zombie. Shen Hen's finger continued to point at another zombie. Undoubtedly, Mo Chen once again pulled the trigger of the sniper rifle, and that female zombie fell dead with a blown head. Blind shooting relies not only on the sniper's vision. More importantly, it relies on the sniper's intuition. Intuition is the most vital thing for a sniper. It can come from countless shots and countless trainings. It can also come from the sniper's instincts and confidence. Mo Chen believed in his own eyes, and even more in his gun. 10 o'clock direction. 710. Mo Chen quietly reported this number. Shen Hen did not give him any targets, only reported his score, 10 shots, 10 hits, every shot hit the bullseye. 100. Mo Chen nodded, finally taking his hands away from the sniper rifle, turning to Shen Hen and saying, it's your turn. Shen Hen took the sniper rifle, not fixing it like Mo Chen. He directly hoisted the sniper rifle and stood to shoot. You'd better attach a scope. Mo Chen kindly reminded. In his eyes, Shen Hen was just a young man with developed limbs and extraordinary physical qualities. Shen Hen should be a few years younger than him. Even if he had undergone shooting training, Mo Chen didn't think his shooting skills would be that impressive. No need. Shen Hen shook his head. This was a fair competition. He was a fair person. He couldn't take advantage of Mo Chen. Mo Chen fell silent for a moment, then stood up. He pointed to a zombie on the street directly in front, 12 o'clock direction, that female zombie in black stockings. 3 o'clock direction. After 10 shots, Shen Hen put down the sniper rifle. He looked at Mo Chen calmly, saying, I lost. 10 shots. He hit the heads of the zombies directly with 9 shots. And 1 shot, however, hit the zombie's chin, deviating from the bullseye. 99 points, this was his final score. Compared to Mo Chen's 100, he was just 1 point short. Mo Chen smiled. A hint of a smile suddenly flashed across his originally expressionless face, saying, looks like my life is saved. Shen Hen looked at Mo Chen for a long time. Finally, he took out the most precious 3rd-tier enhancement potion from his body. Here. He made eye contact with Imo-chun, then threw the golden third-tier enhancement potion to him. Imo-chun quickly caught the golden enhancement potion and looked at Shen Hen, asking, "What is this?" Shen Hen really wanted to say that this was something that should belong to Lanya. Through his conversation with Captain Wang Yubin of the Lanya team, he had learned that the 2 vials in the crashed helicopter were indeed support from the Savior City for Lanya. Therefore, the things inside, whether it was the evolution liquid or this most important Tier 3 enhancement potion, should have belonged to Lanya. However, he had already used the evolution liquid. As for this Tier 3 enhancement potion, he had carried it with him since he obtained it in the park. One must understand how precious a Tier 3 enhancement potion is. Its value cannot be measured by profit. It could be worth 100,000 drops of evolution liquid. It could also be worth more than 10 heavy tanks. Shen Hen was well aware of the high value of this enhancement potion. That's why he had been so cautious in carrying it. After all, a single injection can turn an ordinary person into a Tier 3 powerhouse without any pain or risk of mutation into a zombie during the process. Who wouldn't want such a good thing? If Shen Hen had injected this into himself back, then perhaps he would have already embarked on the journey to find his parents. But he didn't. He was planning for a far more distant future. Now it was time for the rightful owner to reclaim it. Imo-chun might be the most suitable person for it. Shen Hen fell silent for a moment, looking at Imo-chun, and then said, "The prize for your victory is to inject this when you need strength, and you will become stronger." Imo-chun looked at the golden potion in his hand. "Is this a genetic potion? Is it stronger than you?" Imo-chun asked, staring into Shen Hen's eyes. Shen Hen thought for a moment and replied, "Stronger than my current self, but in the future it's uncertain." Goodness. If Suja were here, he would surely be shocked. In fact, Imo-chun was also quite astonished. He knew how strong Shen Hen was, slaughtering zombies as if they were mere ants. He could even kill enraged monsters up close with a knife. Stronger than him. Imo-chun fell silent for a while, glanced at his gun, then shook his head at Shen Hen, saying, "I appreciate your kindness. But my strength comes from my gun. I don't need it. Oh, perhaps you can find someone more suitable for it." Shen Hen pondered for a moment after hearing this. He turned around, facing away from Imo-chun, but did not leave. Imo-chun was about to return the Tier 3 enhancement potion to Shen Hen when he noticed Shen Hen had already turned his back. Shen Hen was hesitant, thinking about Imo-chun's earlier words. Imo-chun was right. He was a sniper, and his strength and power came from his gun and marksmanship. He rarely had the chance to engage in close combat with zombies or enemies. Using the Tier 3 enhancement potion on him might indeed be a waste. In the apocalypse, who is the most suitable to use enhancement potions? Shen Hen was very clear it was ordinary people whose fusion rate with evolution liquid did not exceed 10%. These people could not become evolvers and could not enhance their bodies. Therefore, to survive, they could only rely on enhancement potions. Of course, many people could break through the limits of humanity and become Tier 1 powerhouses by constantly consuming the flesh and blood of evolution beasts. However, the greatest ability of evolution beast flesh and blood is merely to elevate them to Tier 1. Ordinary people can only become strong by using evolver potions. Currently, the biggest reason Shen Hen hesitated was the fusion rate of Imo-chun with the evolution liquid. If his fusion rate exceeded 30%, then he would have no need to inject this evolution source liquid. Just like Lin Weishue, who accidentally became an evolver, although he didn't know Lin Weishue's fusion rate. Shen Hen was hesitating and feeling troubled when suddenly his mind lit up. That's right. How could he forget about Xinghong? That little stone ship could even detect the abilities of ability users, so it should also be able to detect the fusion rate of the human body with evolution liquid, right? Shen Hen immediately communicated with his consciousness to the little stone ship in his mind, saying, "Xinghong, can you detect the fusion rate of the human body with evolution liquid?" Suddenly, the little stone ship lit up, and an ethereal voice echoed in Shen Hen's mind. "Yes, please select the detection target within a 10-meter radius." It really can. Shen Hen was so delighted that he almost bit his tongue. The surprises Xinghong brought him were simply overwhelming, one after another. First, it could detect others' abilities, and now it could even detect the fusion rate of others' bodies. Xinghong is simply omnipotent. Shen Hen tried to use his consciousness to select the only human around him, which was Imo-chun. "Detect him for me." When Shen Hen gave the command, Xinghong had already begun the detection. Detecting person, core member of Lanya. Imo-chun detection in progress. Detection complete. Imo-chun's fusion rate with the evolution liquid is 7%. Only 7%. Not even Tier 1 physique. A human body's genetic fusion rate with the evolution liquid must not be below 10% to become an evolver. If they injected even a drop of evolution liquid, they would mutate into a zombie. Shen Hen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems his choice was correct. At least he no longer had to reclaim the Tier 3 enhancement potion from Imo-chun. Shen Hen couldn't bear to ask for back something he had just given. It belongs to you now, Shen Hen said to Mo Chun while turning his back and walked down the stairs. Mo Chun watched Shen Hen hastily leave, his dull face suddenly filled with confusion as he said, "Someone wants me to blow your brains out with my gun, but my instincts tell me he is wrong." As Shen Hen descended the stairs, he communicated with Xinghong in his mind, saying, "Xinghong, detect the fusion rate of my body." If he remembered correctly, his fusion rate with the virus source liquid should be 70%, just right for a Tier 7 physique. A Tier 7 physique is already the pinnacle of humanity. In the apocalypse, few people possess a Tier 7 physique. As for a Tier 8 physique, that's even more unheard of. As for a Tier 9 physique, that is even rarer. A Tier 10 physique only exists in legends, a completely impossible existence. The little stone ship in Shen Hen's mind emitted a faint white light, and then prompted ding dong, detecting host's body fusion rate. After a short, while Xinghang's voice rang out again. The host's fusion rate with the evolution liquid is 100 Tier 10 physique, perfect physique. Shen Hen's quick pace suddenly halted. He was stunned. The calm expression he had always maintained could not find words to describe his feelings at this moment. Tier 10. His physique was actually Tier 10. Perfect physique. The legendary perfect physique of Tier 10. Impossible. Shen Hen shouted in disbelief, shaking his head quickly. He couldn't believe that his physique would be Tier 10, because in his previous life he had tested his physique. Although he never witnessed the final result, it was that person who told him. But Shen Hen had always believed he was Tier 7. However, now Xinghong in his mind was telling him that his physique was not Tier 7, but Tier 10. Could it be that person lied to him? Or, "Xinghong, is there something wrong with you? Test it again. Is my physique not Tier 7? How could it possibly be Tier 10? Shen Hen communicated with disbelief. Xinghong replied, "Detection is accurate, host. Shen Hen fusion rate 100 Tier 10 perfect physique." Boom. Shen Hen was stunned as if struck by lightning. Tier 10. Could it be that he really was a Tier 10 physique? Did that person deceive him? "Ninga, did you deceive me?" Shen Hen murmured, the figure of that person flickering in his mind. But he quickly shook his head. He didn't believe that person would deceive him. Could it be that due to his rebirth, that little black stone raised his fusion rate? Regardless, Xinghang's detection should not be wrong. Tier 10. Is my physique really Tier 10? I am. Perfect physique. Ha ha. Shen Hen laughed wildly. This was the first time he laughed so heartily in the apocalypse. He finally accepted the fact that he was a Tier 10 physique. He recalled that person's words who often said he was a perfect person. Now Shen Hen finally understood what that person meant by perfect. As he walked with a beaming smile to the second floor where clothes were sold, Lin Weishua suddenly appeared in front of him, striding with her long, curvy legs. Seeing Shen Hen smiling so widely, Lin Weishua couldn't help but feel curious. "What's got you so happy?" Lin Weishua asked curiously. Shen Hen shook his head, stopping his broad smile, and said, "Nothing. Why did you come up? Weren't you waiting for me in the square below?" Lin Weishua shot him a glance, annoyed, and said, "The captain said he wanted to hold some kind of farewell ceremony for you. How bothersome." Shen Hen recalled what the Longya captain had said and couldn't help but nod. "Indeed, it is bothersome." A ragged groan escaped into the air. In the city reeking of rot, the roads fashioned by humans had long since been claimed by zombies. Blood and severed limbs lay strewn everywhere. Blood seemed to have stained the entire city. At its heart stood a towering department store. At this very moment, inside that building, more than 300 survivors had gathered in the department store's main hall. The noisy chamber was filled with unrest, children sobbing, and murmured conversations. Monster. Those two syllables were what Shen Hen heard most often. From the faces of the survivors, he read fear and disgust, and beneath it a streak of surprise. In their eyes, the man they branded a monster now stood shoulder to shoulder with the soldiers of the Longya army who had been protecting them. It was an ironic, humiliating twist. Shen Hen wore a military uniform bearing the Longya insignia. Beside him stood Lin Weishua, and Suja, likewise clad in uniform. Towering and muscular Captain Wang Yubin of Longya stood at his side, his stern gaze fixed upon the 300-plus survivors below. Silence. Wang Yubin raised his powerful arm, signaling the crowd to fall quiet. He had not expected Shen Hen to elicit such hostility among the survivors. Clearly, the awakening of Shen Hen's dark devourer ability, its demonic aspect, had led everyone to see him as a monster. Especially when he fed on the tyrant's corpse, that blood-soaked spectacle made him appear genuinely otherworldly. At Wang Yubin's booming command, the crowd shut their mouths. They were not foolish. Wang Yubin was the captain of the force that protected them, and they addressed him respectfully as Captain Wang. To anger him would be tantamount to courting death. More than Shen Hen's terrifying power and speed, what haunted their subconscious was the army's firearms. Now, watching Captain Wang stand beside the youth they had labeled a monster, they wondered, could there be some connection between them? The air felt unnaturally still and cold. All eyes fixed on Shen Hen, standing beside Wang Yubin. Some looks were laced with revulsion, others as if they would devour him with their gaze. Yet none dared speak until Wang Yubin declared his position. Shen Hen remained silent, expressionless, untouched by their differing stares. What kind of man was Shen Hen? He said that after surviving over 20 years in the apocalypse, he had long since lost his soul. He feared neither death nor living. He could sacrifice his life to save another, and he could, without hesitation or sentiment, kill a man. To him, the rules of the apocalypse no longer applied. Cruelty and cold-blooded self-preservation were not his laws. He had long since transcended that stage. When a man lives solely for himself, every nerve perpetually taut, he comes to a realization. He understood that too long in isolation would strip a person of his soul. At that point, what distinction remained between life and death? If a reborn Shen Hen were forced to live alone like that again, he would rather die at once. He had already moved beyond thinking only of his own interests. Now, both in thought and in ability, he acted for the future of humanity. Thus, he could surrender his life to save others. "Brother Hen, what a damn ordeal we've gotten into," Suja whispered. "I even changed into my Armani to go out and show off. Who knows what was wrong with that captain of Longya making us don this shabby uniform and stand here like we're being punished? It's a real torment," he muttered. Suja eyed the torn uniform with contempt and murmured into Shen Hen's ear. He could smell the rank stench of zombie blood soaked into the fabric mingled with human sweat, a nauseating odor. Suja could not understand why the department store overflowed with clothes. In the apocalypse, there were hardly any rules left. Could the soldiers not simply pick whatever designer garments they preferred? Wearing this regimented uniform felt unbearable to someone used to freedom. Shen Hen stayed silent and did not respond. He shifted his gaze slightly toward the burly, plain-spoken man at his side. He vaguely remembered what the Longya captain had told him, "I will clear your name." It seemed the captain had not forgotten his promise. Although such matters mattered little to Shen Hen, it was certainly preferable to the infamy he now bore. Finally, the tense atmosphere was broken. A middle-aged man in a suit with a beer belly stepped forward from the survivors and pointed at Shen Hen and Wang Yubin. "Captain Wang, what do you mean by this? Why is he wearing your army's uniform?" Before the downfall, the beer-bellied man had clearly been someone of consequence. His greasy, corpulent face seemed unchanged despite the apocalypse. When he spoke, others around him quickly joined in. "Exactly. Why let him wear the uniform? He doesn't deserve it. That monster who eats zombie flesh. What if he devours us the same way? Captain Wang, drive him out. We can't have him here." An ill rumor had turned Shen Hen into a monster in every mind. The survivors clamored to expel him. In a corner of the hall, a stern-faced young man in uniform smiled coldly. That reaction was exactly what he had hoped to see. Only the mother and daughter Shen Hen had rescued. Zhang Wenjing and Zhang Wenwen stood up to explain. "No, he's a good man, not a monster," Zhang Wenjing said in a panic. Zhang Wenwen looked wronged at seeing so many vilify the heroic elder brother who had saved them. It was like those Ultraman tales where the righteous hero is mistaken for evil. She pouted, pointed with childish indignation at the crowd, and cried, "You are the monsters. Brother is a righteous hero." Suja balled his fist, scowled at the survivors, and cursed, "Damn it, what a bunch of trash." He turned to the still calm Shen Hen and said, "If you ask me, Brother Hen, you shouldn't have leapt down alone to hold those zombies. You should have let that red-skinned zombie crush these people." Shen Hen was unmoved. He remained silent, his face betraying no emotion. Lin Weixu's lovely face had also soured. If anyone here truly understood Shen Hen, it was undoubtedly her. She knew perfectly well that Shen Hen was a good man, yet she had not expected the survivors to see him as though he were a monster. If anyone's expression looked worst of all, it was Captain Wang Yubin. The composed, restrained captain now had anxious lines creasing his brow. Bang! His calloused hand slammed down on the wooden table, sending splinters flying. "Silence, all of you, silence." His deep voice was sharp and commanding for the first time. Wang Yubin's eyes bore into the survivors below. Sensing his shift in mood, they prudently closed their mouths. He drew a long breath. When the hall had fallen completely quiet, Wang Yubin pointed at Shen Hen and said solemnly, "Now let me introduce someone. This young man is Shen Hen. He is not the monster you speak of. He is one of our Longya, our hidden ace." When Wang Yubin finished, a stunned silence swept the hall. Everyone stared at Shen Hen, dumbstruck and speechless. One of Longya. Was this an official endorsement? And a hidden ace at that? Could he possibly be a gene warrior? No wonder he was so formidable, slaying zombies as if crushing ants, even dispatching mutated ones. So he was Longya's concealed ace. Had they all misjudged the youth named Shen Hen? "Captain Wang, is that true? Is he with your Longya?" The beer-bellied man asked with suspicion, and many survivors cast doubtful looks at Shen Hen. The change in his image was too abrupt for them to accept. Yes, Wang Yubin nodded gravely. "More than that, he is the savior of all of us." In an instant, the department store's survivors fell utterly silent. They were at a loss. Savior. The very youth they had just called a monster had in the blink of an eye become their savior. It seemed impossible. The survivors could accept Wang restoring Shen Hen standing, but to elevate him to savior bewildered them. Why regard him as a savior? Had he done anything for them? Wang Yubin went on to explain, you have seen the three young people in uniform beside me. Today I have an important mission for them. Before our Lanya forces entered this city, we prepared a supply cache. Yes, these three young warriors. Their task is to retrieve that equipment. As he spoke, the survivors held their breath and listened intently. Wang Yubin continued, our supplies have dwindled to almost nothing. The helicopter we sent for assistance has fallen silent. If Shen Hen and the others fail to secure that gear, then all of us may as well await death. In a world overrun by zombies without firearms and ammunition, we are little more than already dead. Thus we must all pray that Shen Hen and the others return bearing the supplies. Only then can Lanya possibly lead everyone out of this city now ringed by zombies and into a safe human refuge. Only then can we survive, taste warm food, and sit in peace behind 10-meter-high iron walls with a cup of hot tea. You tell me, is he not your savior? Wang Yubin pointed at Shen Hen, his face blazing with fervor and solemnity. In the department store's hall, the survivors were swept by a swelling emotion, most faces flushed. Someone started the chorus and the others shouted in agreement. Damn it! Who was the bastard who spread that rumor? I actually took him for a man-eating monster. We were all mistaken about him. He's not a monster. He is our savior. Savior! Cried the crowd, voices rising like a tide. So he carries such an important mission. Brother Shen, leader Shun, you must bring back the equipment. Our lives depend on you. Shen Hen looked at Wang Yubin in astonishment. This simple, honest man spoke with the skill of a politician, and even Shen Hen felt his own emotions stirred. Wang Yubin had not finished. He continued, his voice ablaze, but obtaining that batch of equipment will not be easy. You all know what it's like outside the streets, the roads, even the apartment blocks are occupied by those flesh-eating zombies. Breaking out and reaching the equipment supply point will be extremely difficult. Therefore I chose Shen Hen to complete this mission. His power and prowess are plain for all to see. The survivors nodded in agreement. Yes, he is the strongest among us. He is the strongest human I've ever seen. Indeed, he's terrifyingly skilled. Killing zombies as if it were child's play, he even slew that red-skinned behemoth the size of a small mountain. He's absurdly powerful. No wonder he's Lanya's hidden ace. He must be a genetic warrior our country cultivated in secret. As everyone in the hall wholeheartedly accepted Shen Hen and began to regard him as a true savior, a small smile crossed Wang Yubin's honest face, his desired effect achieved. Wang Yubin motioned for silence, and then said, these three young warriors are about to tread a perilous road to save us all. Shouldn't we give the warriors a proper send-off? Wang Yubin raised a powerful arm and shouted, give them a send-off. The survivors mirrored him, raising their arms and shouting with swelling emotion, give them a send-off. After Wang Yubin rendered a crisp military salute to Shen Hen, the usually silent Shen Hen finally spoke, is that all? Shen Hen looked at Wang Yubin. You brought us here just for this. After a long, elaborate speech, the Lanya captain had at last fulfilled his promise. It was admittedly a bit of a nuisance to Shen Hen. Wang gave a grave nod and said, yes, bring that equipment back if you can. Come back alive. Shen Hen did not look at him further. He turned to Lin Weishua and Su Zhe and said, all right, let's go. Then he strode toward the exterior of the department store. He walked so quickly that Su Zhe and Lin Weishua had to run to keep up. Hen bro, let's change out of this uniform. It's not a good look to go out in it, Su grumbled. Su complained more because the clothes smelled. Shen Hen ignored him and only said, no one is watching you. There will be places to change along the way. Shen Hen was the first to reach the ground floor. At the foot of the stairs, a man who had apparently waited a long time seized his lapel. Lung Feng's cold face was now full of murderous intent. You'd better keep your distance from her, Lung Feng said, his gaze icy. If anything happens to her, I will kill you. Who are you? Shen Hen asked, surprised at this young Lanya warrior who had suddenly lunged forward. He did not recognize Lung Feng. Her. Did he mean Lin Weishua, the female warrior assigned to accompany me? Shen Hen regarded Lung Feng with puzzlement. Was this man threatening him? Lin Weishua hurried over and was taken aback by the scene. Lung Feng, what are you doing? Let go of him at once, she demanded. Letting Shen Hen avoid trouble was fortunate. Lung Feng had even dared to pick a quarrel with him. If Shen Hen had lost his temper and refused to help Lanya, the 300 survivors inside might have perished. Lung Feng was simply making trouble. Seeing Lin Weishua arrive, he released his grip on Shen Hen's lapel. He shot Shen Hen a cold glare, then turned and walked away. Shen Hen exchanged a baffled glance with Lin Weishua. Neither could fathom Lung Feng's motive. Lin Weishua felt awkward and hurriedly offered an explanation. He has some mental problems, but don't mind him. Well, that served as an explanation. Su Zhe arrived last and had not witnessed the earlier incident. Otherwise, given his temper, he would likely have gone up and fought Lung Feng. As the three reached the ground floor exit, a man in a white coat, thick glasses, and pale silver hair, Yi Shunrin, stood at the doorway as if he had been waiting a long time. I heard you're going out, Yi Shunrin said, looking at Shen Hen. Shen Hen paused and nodded. You need something? He asked. Yi Shunrin put his hands in his pockets and gazed toward the streets beyond the plaza. After thinking for a moment, he said, if possible, help me collect blood and specimens of type and type evolved zombies. If you kill other mutant zombies, gather some of their blood samples as well. Shen Hen answered without hesitation, I'll do my best. Type evolved zombies are relatively weak. Z1, the Stalker, is merely a first-tier zombie. Shen Hen could hunt at first-tier strength long ago. Now that he has become a second-tier evolver, it is even easier. Only if a Z1 were to evolve into its second form Z2, the Crawler, would it become difficult to contend with. Fortunately, the second form has not yet appeared. As for type zombies, they are a truly terrifying existence. Types not only possess tremendous strength and speed, some have grown wings and gained the ability to fly. What is most frightening is that they possess psychic power. Evolved zombies with psychic force are like lords among the undead. Type is the alpha among evolved zombies. Yi Shunrin received a satisfactory reply. He kept his hands in his pockets and looked off into the distance. On the plaza, the three were fully prepared. All wore military uniforms and sneakers. Shen Hen was as ever. The black blade and his backpack never left his side. Regarding firearms, Wang Yubin had asked what he needed, and Longya would try to provide. Shen Hen requested no guns. He understood the reality. Without tanks and fighter support, light weapons were of little use against evolved zombies. Lin Weishue was equipped with a Type 95 assault rifle, 2 spare magazines, and a combat knife. Suja was essentially empty-handed. He could not use a firearm, and there was no blade suited to him. He still carried the fire axe they had found in the hotel. There were many vehicles in the plaza, mostly hefty off-roaders and Hummers. A few military vehicles, and that one tank were problems they could not hope to acquire. As Shen Hen stepped onto the plaza, Lung Feng, standing at a third-floor window, switched on his radio. Lung Feng calling. He began. When the channel opened, his voice was suddenly sullen. Woodface, remember what I told you. Use your gun and blow that monster's head apart. Don't worry, the captain's censure will be on me, he snarled. On the other end, a dull voice replied, Lung Feng, your hatred will be your ruin. On the department store's rooftop, Mo Chen ultimately did not fire. He closed the radio, lifted his suppressed sniper rifle, and began picking off the wandering zombies beyond the plaza. As corpses fell, Mo Chen muttered familiar numbers. 851. Behind the third-floor window, Lung Feng slammed his fist hard against the wall. Damn it! His cold features twisted into a vicious snarl. When he looked toward Shen Hen, his eyes burned with murderous intent, though Shen Hen paid no heed to the hidden hatred. They casually picked a black SUV, and all agreed to take it. As usual, Suja, most familiar with the city's roads, would drive. Shen Hen sat in the front passenger seat, ready for anything. Lin Weishue took the rear. After they were in, Suja did not rush to drive. He did not even know where Longya stored its equipment. He certainly had no idea where to drive. Yes, finally we get to go out and see the world. Suja grinned in a boyish, roguish way. He felt as if on holiday, unusually happy. After being bitten by zombies, awakening his power, burning and slaughtering countless undead, and then receiving the zombie vaccine, he found that he was no longer afraid of zombies. He had been bitten and had tasted despair. After the vaccine, he could no longer be infected by the zombie virus. Besides, that day when he burned so many zombies taught him they were not as fearsome as he had imagined. If he could master the fire within him, his awakened talent, then in the future what would he have to fear from zombies? Moreover, Shen Hen was at his side. Even if he met a creature he could not handle, Shen Hen would protect him. After all, Shen Hen could even cut down third-tier zombies such as the Rampager and the Tyrant. To Suja, Shen Hen seemed nearly omnipotent. Shen Hen smiled as he looked at him. This kid still had his straightforward personality as always. Aren't you afraid of zombies? Shen Hen chuckled and asked Suja. Suja smacked his lips and laughed. What's there to be afraid of? Aren't you here, Hengo? Along the way you have to teach me how to use that fire technique. Superpowers. Shen Hen rubbed his chin with his thumb and index finger, thinking. The red-tier superpowers tested the control ability of the superpower user the most. For example, with Suja's fire ability, if he hadn't gone through the awakening phase of his superpower, he would probably find it difficult to generate even a flame, just like now. Forget it, I don't even understand my own superpower. How can I find time to help you? Figure it out yourself. Shen Hen said irritably. Indeed, his Dark Devourer ability had only unlocked the first layer, which was the demonization. He couldn't even freely control the demonized state, let alone help Suja. Unless low-level superpower potions. Shen Hen thought of this potion in the gene bank aboard the starship. However, it required 2,000 star sources, which meant he would have to kill 2,000 zombies. Furthermore, who knows if that thing would even work. Shen Hen turned to look at Lin Weishue, who was sitting in the back seat. This cold beauty seemed to have been watching him for a while. You know the way, right? Shen Hen asked as he casually pushed open the door handle of the SUV. Lin Weishui nodded. Yes, our dragon tooth left the supply gear in a factory on the outskirts before entering the city. Then that's settled. You lead the way, you'll walk. Shen Hen said, then opened the car door and charged out holding the black blade. Walking. Hearing these two words, Lin Weishui and Su Zhe were dumbfounded. Shen Hen, holding the black blade, suddenly exerted force with his legs. Boom. Shen Hen's speed turned him into a blur as he dashed to the entrance railing and jumped over it directly. The dragon tooth soldiers guarding the railing were stunned, nearly firing their weapons by mistake. After jumping out of the railing, Shen Hen arrived at a street filled with zombies. The zombies near the department store square had already been cleared by dragon tooth personnel and the sniper emotion. Shen Hen charged towards the gathering of zombies. Ayo! The zombies spotted their prey, opening their bloody maws and rushing towards Shen Hen with claws bared. Shen Hen remained calm and collected, swinging the black blade. Whoosh! The black blade sliced into the brain of the first zombie, shattering its head. Ding dong, host star source 1. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The pitch black blade danced in the wind. The killer went on a rampage. Facing those ordinary zombies, Shen Hen, a second tier, evolved, being found it as easy as crushing an ant. Star source 1, star source 1, star source 1. The starship kept providing prompts in his mind. In the blink of an eye, Shen Hen had already killed dozens of zombies. The dragon tooth soldiers behind the railing stared in shock, unable to believe what was happening. This is too intense, right? The dragon tooth soldier Shao Kai guarding the railing couldn't help but be dumbfounded as he looked at the man slaughtering in the midst of the zombies, his expression filled with admiration. Su Zhe and Lin Weishui had seen enough to be unfazed. Su Zhe observed the car keys already inserted in the SUV and turned them, starting the vehicle. Vroom! The SUV roared to life, and Su Zhe drove to the back of the railing, where he saw two shocked dragon tooth soldiers staring wide-eyed. Hey Shao Kai, what are you dawdling for? If you don't open the door, believe me, I'll have Henga chop you. Su Zhe shouted at the dragon tooth soldier Shao Kai, whom he knew. Upon hearing this, Shao Kai quickly opened the protective railing at the entrance of the square. Su Zhe drove out. Bang bang bang. The frenzied SUV knocked several zombies flying. Ding dong, star source 1. Star source 1. Star source 1. As Su Zhe crashed into one zombie after another. In Shen Hen's mind, that small stone boat floating on the ocean continued to emit flashes of light. At this moment, Shen Hen had stopped as all the zombies around him had been killed. Not having to collect evolution liquid feels really good. Shen Hen smiled brightly, but just as he was about to swing the black blade again, the prompt from the starship suddenly rang in his mind. Ding dong, star source 1. Shen Hen was quite surprised. Wait, he wasn't killing zombies right now. Where did the star source come from? Shen Hen closed his eyes and communicated with the small stone boat in his mind floating on the clear ocean. Starship, what's going on? Didn't you say that only by killing zombies can one obtain star sources? Where is the star source I just acquired coming from? Shen Hen carefully observed his star source count, which had already reached 1120. Meanwhile, as Su Zhe drove the SUV and knocked down one zombie after another, the number of star sources in Shen Hen's mind continued to increase. 1121, 1122, 1123. Shen Hen was shocked as he turned to look at Su Zhe's SUV. Could it be that the star sources he gained were related to Su Zhe? The starship replied, current level of starship is 1 loyalty function activated. Those with a loyalty level of 90 will establish a mental link with the host. Su Zhe's loyalty to the host is as high as 95, so the evolution liquid he obtains from killing zombies will be converted into star sources and attributed to the host. Shen Hen was dumbfounded. Loyalty. A loyalty level of 90 means a mental link. The evolution liquid obtained from killed zombies counts as his own. Goodness. Shen Hen didn't expect the starship to have such a function. But thinking about it, relying solely on himself to kill zombies would probably yield very little in the end. Now that he had an assistant, he was quite happy. Moreover, since this function exists, if he could have more loyal people like Su Zhe in the future, wouldn't he be able to earn a large amount of star sources effortlessly? However, how is loyalty detected and increased? Shen Hen asked the small stone boat. Starship, can loyalty be detected? Also, how can I increase others' loyalty towards me? After a moment, the starship replied, loyalty can be detected. As for how to cultivate loyalty, the host needs to do it himself. The host can increase others' loyalty through personal charm or by doing other things. Shen Hen pondered for a moment and said, then check Lin Weishui's loyalty towards me. Currently, aside from Su Zhe, Lin Weishui was the only one who had a favorable impression of him. After all, he had saved her several times, so her loyalty should not be low. Moreover, now he only had Su Zhe and Lin Weishui following him, so he could only check Lin Weishui. Shen Hen couldn't help but feel somewhat pathetic. Until now, he only had one good brother in Su Zhe, which was quite humble. Ding dong, the starship is currently detecting. As Shen Hen issued the command, the star navigation immediately began its detection. Dragon Tooth team member Lin Wei Shui loyalty to the host is 91. 91. Huff. Shen Hen took a deep breath. Luckily it broke 90. It seems that the 10 drops of evolution liquid he used were not in vain. As Suja drove the off-road vehicle guided by Lin Wei Shui, the vehicle turned onto another road. Shen Hen quickly followed. Boom, boom, boom. A sound of wind breaking echoed. Shen Hen's speed was as swift as the wind. Even while the off-road vehicle was speeding, he could still keep up with, and even surpass its speed. Shen Hen followed the off-road vehicle, slaughtering all the way. Puff, puff, puff. Countless zombies fell to the ground. Shen Hen's body was now drenched in zombie blood. He moved rapidly through the horde of zombies like a blood-soaked figure. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Hen's body transformed into a crimson shadow, smashing through one zombie after another, blocking his path. The number of star sources continued to increase. Aside from Shen Hen himself, Suja and Lin Wei Shui, who had a loyalty level above 90, were also killing zombies to accumulate star sources for him. Suja drove the off-road vehicle, knocking down zombies along the way. Lin Wei Shui had excellent marksmanship. The Type 95 automatic rifle in her hands could take down a zombie with a single bullet. After traversing a few roads, Shen Hen checked his star source count. Remaining star sources 2070. In the blink of an eye, his star sources had already reached 2,000. Shen Hen recalled the Tyrant's evolution source crystal he was carrying. The third-tier evolution source crystal could at least be exchanged for 1,000 star sources. Shen Hen communicated with Star Navigation through his consciousness. Star Navigation opened the gene bank. Star Navigation replied, opening the gene bank. The image of the gene bank immediately appeared in Shen Hen's mind. 1 drop of evolution liquid, 1 star source exchange. First-tier strengthening potion, 1,000 star sources exchange. Shen Hen glanced over these 2 types of gene potions. He didn't need the evolution liquid at all. What he needed now was the evolution source crystal. As for the strengthening potion, it was only useful if he encountered someone like Mo Chun, who had a genetic rate below 10%. Finally, Shen Hen saw what he wanted. Low-tier supernatural ability potion, 2,000 star sources exchange. He looked at the small bottle of blue potion and resolutely chose to exchange for it. Exchange for me. Shen Hen knew that his second-tier body evolution had only reached 11, and there was still a long way to go before he could become a third-tier evolver. To rapidly enhance his power, he could only rely on the first ability of the Dark Devourer, which was demonization. He must master that ability. As the small stone boat emitted a faint glow, a small bottle of blue gene potion appeared in his hand. Low-tier supernatural ability potion. Shen Hen looked at the small bottle of blue gene potion and without another word drank it down. The enhancement of supernatural ability control began. Suddenly Shen Hen felt a wave of dizziness in his head. When his consciousness returned to the ocean of spirit, the dark ocean of spirit created by the small black stone was visibly expanding at a rapid pace. His dark ocean of spirit had grown. Ding. Current ability of the host. Demonization control level increased by 20. Host spiritual power, level 1, current spiritual power level 8. 20 of supernatural ability control. Shen Hen pondered slightly. To reach 100, he would need to fully master the ability of demonization. He still needed 4 bottles of low-tier supernatural ability enhancement potions. Shen Hen continued to look down. Spiritual power. He was slightly taken aback when he saw his spiritual power level was 1. Shen Hen had heard supernatural beings say that the strength of most supernatural beings is classified by their spiritual power. Spiritual power levels 110 represent the initial batch of level 0 beings after awakening, which are primary supernatural beings. Spiritual power levels 10-20 are the standard for first-tier supernatural beings. Spiritual power levels 20-30 are the standard for second-tier supernatural beings. Spiritual power levels 30-40 are the standard for third-tier supernatural beings. Spiritual power levels 40-50 are the standard for fourth-tier supernatural beings. Spiritual power levels 50-60 are the standard for fifth-tier supernatural beings. There are no sixth-tier supernatural beings, as the highest limit for supernatural control levels is 5th tier. However, the upper limit for the spiritual power of supernatural beings can reach level 99. Therefore, the strength of supernatural beings is reflected not only in the tier of their supernatural abilities, but also in their control levels. Most importantly, it lies in the level of spiritual power. Shen Hen's current spiritual power level is 8, which is still below the standard for first-tier supernatural beings. Shen Hen frowned and murmured, "It seems I need to speed up the collection of star sources." The low-tier supernatural ability enhancement potions can not only increase his control level, but also boost his spiritual power. After all, the ultimate competition among supernatural beings is spiritual power. Shen Hen checked his remaining star sources 70. There were only 70 star sources left. He took out the blood-red third-tier evolution source crystal from his pocket. Shen Hen thought for a moment and communicated with Star Navigation. Star Navigation exchanged this evolution source crystal for star sources. He was currently in dire need of star sources. This evolution source crystal was of little use to him. At most it would increase his bonus evolution level. However, demonization could instantly enhance his power by 1 tier. Shen Hen was able to distinguish good from bad. To gain the strength to combat a third-tier zombie like the Fury, he must completely master the power of demonization. Ding. Exchange in progress. Host star sources 1300, current remaining star sources 1370. The benefits brought by the Tyrant's evolution source crystal were actually 300 more than those from the Fury. Shen Hen sighed in relief watching the off-road vehicle that had already sped away and followed once again. Bang, bang, bang. More zombies fell to the ground under Shen Hen's slaughter. Shen Hen was killing with great satisfaction. The power and speed of his second-tier evolution were vividly displayed at this moment. Remaining star sources 2015. After killing all the zombies on this road, Shen Hen's star sources soared back to 2000. Suddenly, the off-road vehicle in front came to a halt. Shen Hen thought something had happened in front and hurriedly ran up. What happened? Why did you stop? Shen Hen reached the car window and asked Suja inside. Suja looked at Shen Hen covered in zombie blood and at first thought he was a zombie, startling him greatly. Suja turned to Lin Wei Shui, who looked pale and uncomfortable, and said, "Brother Hen, it seems that Sister Shui is carsick." Suja addressed Lin Wei Shui as Sister Shui, as in his heart Brother Hen and Sister Shui were a couple. However, he didn't directly call her sister-in-law, fearing that Shen Hen and Lin Wei Shui would gang up on him. Upon hearing this, Shen Hen looked at Lin Wei Shui, who appeared unwell. Seeing Lin Wei Shui clutching her stomach, her stunningly beautiful face clearly showed signs of discomfort. "Are you carsick?" Shen Hen gently asked Lin Wei Shui. Recalling what Xing Hang had just said, he aimed to cultivate Lin Wei Shui's loyalty towards himself. Lin Wei Shui suddenly looked up and gazed at the gentle Shen Hen, momentarily caught off guard. "Oh my, is he actually concerned about me? This man who previously ignored me, is he truly caring for me?" Lin Wei Shui, surprised and flustered, nodded and said, "Just a little." Then she shook her head, biting her lip, and added, "But it's all right, I've already gotten used to it." Shen Hen silently watched her and said, "All right, don't put on a brave front. You all stay here for a while. I'll go to the nearby pharmacy to get her some motion sickness medicine." At this moment, Lin Wei Shui couldn't find the words to describe her current feelings. Is this man really concerned about me? Dreamlike. Shen Hen would actually do these things for me. Oh my, am I not dreaming? A wave of happiness blossomed in Lin Wei Shui's heart as she pinched her delicate face. It was only when she felt the pain that she realized everything was real. Lin Wei Shui's face flushed again as she looked at Shen Hen and in a shy voice like a young girl said, "Thank you." Ding dong. Lin Wei Shui's loyalty to the host increased by 1, current loyalty 92. Shen Hen turned with a slight smile. Lin Wei Shui's loyalty had increased again. She was also an evolver and would surely become one of the core members of his team if nurtured properly in the future. It seems that being good to others indeed increases loyalty. A battle plan for the star source flashed in Shen Hen's mind. He quickly found a pharmacy by the roadside. He dashed into the pharmacy, killed 2 zombies inside with his black blade, and then searched for motion sickness medicine. Finally, he spotted a box labeled Chung Yun Ning in the glass cabinet. After checking the description, it seemed to alleviate dizziness and similar motion sickness symptoms. Shen Hen took a box of Chung Yun Ning along with some fever medicine and antibiotics before rushing out of the pharmacy and back to the car. In one go, Shen Hen handed a tablet of motion sickness medicine to Lin Wei Shui, observing her slightly dazed gaze. He said to her, "There's no water, you'll have to make do." Lin Wei Shui gathered her senses, her face flushed as she nodded. Like a docile little kitten, she obediently swallowed the motion sickness medicine. When Lin Wei Shui's condition improved a bit, Su Zhe started the off-road vehicle again. With the powerful second-tier evolver Shen Hen present, the journey was smooth sailing. On a desolate highway, abandoned vehicles nearly filled the entire road, and the gloomy sky cast a somber mood. A zombie was wandering about. Suddenly, an off-road vehicle sped by and smashed the zombie's body into a pulp, leaving only its feet stuck to the highway. At this time, Shen Hen also sat in the off-road vehicle, closing his eyes to check his star source count. Remaining star source 3170. During this journey, Shen Hen, along with Lin Wei Shui and Su Zhe, had killed an astonishing number of zombies. Shen Hen had cut his way through countless zombies, the blood from them caking on his body. Lin Wei Shui was no slouch with her shooting skills and had taken down quite a few as well. Only when there were almost no zombies left on the highway did Shen Hen choose to board the off-road vehicle. Bang! A zombie wandering on the highway was crushed into a pile of meat by the off-road vehicle. Oh ho! Su Zhe excitedly slapped the steering wheel. He had knocked away plenty of zombies on this journey, feeling as if he were playing a violent racing game which was exhilarating. Shen Hen chose not to get out anymore. There were too few zombies on the highway, but many abandoned vehicles. How much farther is it? Shen Hen turned to Lin Weishui and asked. Lin Weishui thought for a moment and replied, "We should reach it after passing this highway. It's quite remote, just an industrial facility in the suburbs." Shen Hen nodded slightly. Suja looked at the desolate highway filled with the aura of death. They had surprisingly made it from the city to this highway with such ease. Suja pondered, since it was so easy for them to come here, why didn't the group from Longya break out? He turned to Shen Hen and asked, "Brother Hen, why do you think it was so easy for us to come out, yet Long Ya's group couldn't break free?" Shen Hen was silent for a moment before replying. "It's not as simple as you think. We only have one vehicle and 3 people, while the military would need at least dozens of vehicles to bring those survivors. At that point, the number of attracted zombies would be no longer just a few thousand or tens of thousands, but rather a tide of hundreds of thousands of corpses." Shen Hen did not find their escape along this route easy at all. With his strength alongside Lin Weishui's marksmanship and Suja's driving skills, they had barely attracted many zombies in the city before bursting out. The more people there were, the more zombies they would inevitably attract. Just like last time, when Long Ya's operation drew in nearly half the zombies in the city. Survivors are just burdens. One extra burden can be protected, but hundreds of burdens are nothing more than live targets attracting zombies. Moreover, the soldiers in the military do not possess his skills. They cannot engage in close combat with zombies. To deal with zombies, they can only use guns. Using guns means there will be noise attracting zombies, not to mention grenades. Is that so? Suja felt a bit dazed. Shen Hen silently stared at the fuel gauge of the off-road vehicle, noticing that it was nearing empty. The off-road vehicle was about to run out of gas. Shen Hen glanced at Suja and reminded, "This car is running out of gas. Xiaozhi, stop at that gas station ahead to refuel." There were certainly many gas stations on the highway, and one was visible up ahead. Suja replied, "All right." He accelerated, opting to speed past rather than wait until the off-road vehicle ran out of gas. Bang! The speeding off-road vehicle knocked away another zombie, the huge tires grinding the creature into a pulp. Squeak! Suja slammed on the brakes, finally arriving at the gas station. The 3 of them got out of the car, only to see several zombies emerging from the convenience store within the gas station. Roar! 5 zombies charged at Shen Hen and the others. "Leave it to me," Shen Hen said, already swinging his blade. Stab! 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 Lin Weishui was just about to fire her gun when the 5 zombies had already met their demise under Shen Hen's blade. Quick, ruthless, and precise. Shen Hen would not give those zombies a chance to attack. Suja completely ignored the few small zombies. He had dodged the assassination of a stalker and escaped the pursuit of a berserker. Of course, all those were accomplishments aided by Shen Hen. In short, as long as Shen Hen was there, Suja was not afraid of zombies at all. He hummed a little tune using the gas pump from the gas station to refuel the off-road vehicle. "Is there any oil left here?" Lin Weishui approached and asked, her proud long legs now stained with zombie blood. Suja nodded and said, "There's plenty, but I'm not sure if it's expired. Oh no, it's all spilling out." As Suja continued, pouring oil spilled everywhere on the ground. Seeing the deep color of the oil, he feared it might just be expired. He quickly stepped back, afraid of slipping on the oil. "Red hair, be careful," Lin Weishui exclaimed anxiously, quickly stepping back herself. Some gasoline had splattered on her straight, proud legs. The smell of gasoline mixed with the odor of zombie blood was nearly enough to make her vomit. Suja felt anxious, unable to voice his troubles. "Why is this thing leaking oil?" Suja said helplessly. After filling up the off-road vehicle, he threw the fueling nozzle onto the ground. Looking at the oil spilled all over the ground, he felt a wave of nausea. At that moment, Shen Hen ran into the convenience store at the gas station, grabbing some food and water to place on the off-road vehicle. "Are we done?" Shen Hen looked at Suju and asked. Suddenly, he slipped, stepping on the oil, and nearly fell flat on his face. "What the hell are you doing?" Shen Hen glared at Suja. Thankfully, he managed to steady himself, otherwise he would have definitely fallen. With all this oil on the ground, what if a stray bullet ignited a spark? Although he was an evolved one with a tough body, he couldn't withstand fire. Suja scratched his head awkwardly and quickly explained, "It's not my fault, Hen Gu, this thing is leaking oil." Shen Hen shot him a glare and said, "All right, I found some food. Let's eat something first." "Is there food?" "That's great," Suja shouted with joy. Hearing there was food made him ecstatic, as being the driver was quite taxing. He ran over to the off-road vehicle and began eating the food Shen Hen had brought from the store. Lin Weishui also sat in the vehicle enjoying some food. Only Shen Hen remained at the gas station. Suja was happily eating when he noticed Shen Hen still standing outside the vehicle. He poked his head out of the window and asked, "Hen Gu, what are you looking at?" Suja clearly saw Shen Hen suddenly freeze in place, scanning around as if searching for something. Shen Hen stood there, gripping his black blade tightly. Crisis. He felt a sense of danger. With Shen Hen's second-tier evolved perception, his sixth sense allowed him to fully sense the impending threat surrounding them, just like how he sensed the presence of the stalker and the berserker before they revealed themselves. Drip. Cold sweat began to bead on Shen Hen's forehead. His heartbeat quickened and his muscles tensed up instantly. Something was off. There was definitely something out there, something more terrifying than the berserker. Clap, clap, clap. His keen hearing picked up a strange sound. The sound resembled the sound of a duck's feet repeatedly tapping on the ground, but Shen Hen knew very well what kind of monster could make that noise. Hengo, what's wrong? Suja looked at the tense Shen Hen, confused about what was happening. Shen Hen, what did you see? Lin Weishui looked at him with curiosity, as well vaguely sensing the sudden pressure emanating from Shen Hen. Don't speak. Shen Hen snapped coldly. His stern voice made Suja and Lin Weishui tense up as well. Suja's hands trembled involuntarily. Having been with Shen Hen for a long time, he knew that whenever Shen Hen entered this state, it meant that some evolved zombie or mutated zombie was about to appear. Just like the stalker in the hotel and the berserker in the abandoned park. There were terrifying evolved zombies lurking nearby. Lin Weishui also kept her lips tightly sealed, not daring to make a sound. Drip, drip. The sweat from Shen Hen's forehead fell to the ground. As he felt a terrifying pressure behind him, he suddenly turned around. Hiss, hiss, hiss. It was a zombie crawling on the ceiling of the gas station. This zombie was similar to the stalker type. However, while the stalker was entirely blood-red small in size and hunched over, this one resembled a lizard indistinguishable in limbs. Its tongue extended over a meter long, dripping with a few drops of emerald-colored liquid from its disgusting tongue. That was the monster's saliva. Its limbs were strong and powerful, its skin dark with a layer of dazzling black scales on its surface. It had 3 claws instead of 5. Its body stretched over 3 meters long, resembling a gigantic Komodo dragon. The silver-glinting hooked claws were like those of an eagle. Even the spaces between the claws were connected by flesh. Z2 Creeper. Upon seeing this lizard-like evolved zombie, Shen Hen felt a surge of tension as if facing a formidable enemy. 4th tier evolved zombie. 2nd form zombie. Finally, the first 2nd form zombie appeared in the apocalypse. Z2 Creeper. Prototype human. Strength 4th tier evolved zombie. Habit likes to climb walls of buildings. Its massive claws can easily pierce through tanks. Note the saliva of the creeper is highly corrosive. Flesh and blood of humans caught by its tongue will be directly corroded. This is a record from Shen Hen's apocalypse notes written years after the apocalypse. Creepers are undoubtedly the most terrifying existence at the beginning of the apocalypse. They don't need to sneak around like stalkers to hunt humans. They possess absolute strength. Creepers have skin protection comparable to that of a tyrant and speed rivaling that of a stalker. Their strength is double that of a berserker. 4th tier. This is the first 4th tier zombie Shen Hen encountered during the apocalypse. Lin Weishui and Su Zhe were completely stunned. They watched through the glass in the vehicle as the monster crawled on the ceiling of the gas station, feeling at a loss. Run. Run fast. Shen Hen turned his head and shouted loudly. He needed to divert the attention of this creeper. What kind of existence was a 4th tier zombie? The strength of a creeper is 8 times that of an average human. 8 tons of power. Even if Shen Hen activated his transformation and gained 3rd tier strength, he would only possess half the power of this creeper. Not to mention that before activating his transformation, his own strength was only 2nd tier. Without activating transformation, he might last less than a minute under the claws of this creeper. Even with transformation, the vast difference between 3rd and 4th tier made it impossible for him to contend with this creeper. As for Su Zhe and Lin Weishui, who had no strength at all, the creeper could easily shred them into pieces with a single swipe. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The cries of Shen Hen evidently provoked the crawler thoroughly. Like all zombies, the crawler instinctively targeted the human, making the loudest noise. The crawler, upside down on the metal plate, suddenly lunged at Shen Hen from several meters high. Boom, boom, boom. Its massive body seemed to shatter the very air around it. Quick. It was reaching its peak speed. Even Shen Hen, a 2nd tier evolver, could not keep up with the crawler's pace. Sizzle. The crawler's sharp claws sliced through the air, already swinging towards Shen Hen. In an instant, within the blink of an eye, the crawler that was just meters away from Shen Hen was now right in front of him. Shen Hen had no time to dodge, nor did he possess the ability to evade. He swiftly raised the black blade to block in front of himself, bracing both hands against the blade's back. Clang. In a flash, the crawler's claws collided with Shen Hen's black blade. Bang, bang, bang. The crawler's immense power directly sent Shen Hen flying away. Shen Hen's body was hurled into the air like a kite with its string cut. He felt as if the crawler's claw had crashed into him like a speeding train. All he could do was block with the black blade in front of him. The black blade was extremely sharp. It should be noted that Shen Hen could cut through the claws of the stalker with the black blade. But the crawler was a 4th tier zombie, and under its claws the sharpness of the black blade seemed utterly ineffective. Shen Hen was sent flying, crashing directly into the iron pillar behind him. Boom. Finally, he came to a stop after being thrown away. His uncontrolled body finally halted. Cough. Shen Hen clutched his chest, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. 3 horrifying claw marks appeared on his body. The bloody wounds were continuously dripping blood onto the ground. The flesh at the wound site had already been torn open, as if the blood and flesh inside had been scraped away. The stark white bones were exposed. Terrifying. With just one strike, the crawler had severely injured Shen Hen. Brother Hen, Suju exclaimed in shock. Even from several meters away, he could faintly see the gruesome wounds on Shen Hen's body. Tat tat tat. The gun muzzle spewed bullets amidst flames. Lin-animation continuously fired her Type 95 automatic rifle at the crawler through the car window. Her marksmanship was exceptionally precise, but the dense barrage of bullets striking the crawler's black carapace felt no more than a tickle. Bang bang bang. Lin-animation's eyes turned red. She nearly emptied the magazine of her rifle. However, her actions not only failed to inflict any harm on the crawler, but even enraged the monster, which flicked its tongue like a lizard. Sizzle. The crawler lunged at the SUV. Its massive palm effortlessly lifted the vehicle off the ground. Boom boom boom. The SUV flipped several times in the air, but fortunately it landed on its 4 tires. Inside the car, Suju and Lin-animation fainted from the violent tumbling. On the other side, Shen Hen's consciousness gradually blurred. Severely injured, he felt the dark force once again eroding his body. The blood dripping from his 3 ghastly wounds represented the diminishing vitality of his life. The prompt from Xinghong sounded, "Ding dong, host vitality is rapidly declining. 50%, 40%, 30%. Shen Hen could feel his life force ebbing away until the dark aura within him took hold. Buzz. The mysterious black light reappeared. A powerful surge of energy surged into Shen Hen's body in an instant. Demon. Transform. Shen Hen shouted those 2 words frantically. Boom. The black light enveloped Shen Hen's body. The mysterious black light wrapped around his wounds, gradually repairing the 3 gruesome injuries on his body. The demonic aura emanated from Shen Hen once again. Transformation activated. After the transformation, Shen Hen's speed and strength reached a 3rd-tier level. At this moment, while he might not be able to contend with the crawler, at least he wouldn't be so severely injured by a single claw as before. He picked up the blade that had fallen to the ground, and with the last remnants of his consciousness, charged towards the crawler. His consciousness was gradually fading, but the potency enhancement serum was effective. Even after transformation, Shen Hen would not lose all of his awareness. Though he had become equally ferocious, he still retained some of his own consciousness. Lured away. What Shen Hen needed to do now was to draw the crawler away. Suju and Lin-animation in the SUV were nothing but a burden to him. Before the crawler, they were as easy to shred as paper. Only he could lure the crawler away. Opt. A sharp cry filled with endless fury. Shen Hen's black blade sliced through the air, aiming towards the crawler's body. Clang clang clang. The black blade struck against the crawler's black carapace, producing showers of sparks. The crawler, initially preparing to attack the SUV again, changed its course. It turned its head and lunged at Shen Hen, who had brushed past it, but was now attacking. Clang. When Shen Hen's black blade clashed with the crawler's claws again, this time the crawler did not directly send Shen Hen flying. Shen Hen was pushed back by the crawler's terrifying strength, stumbling several steps before stabilizing himself. However, this was just the beginning. The crawler unleashed its foul-smelling tongue, extending over a meter long. The black tongue was coated with droplets of emerald-colored saliva. Whoosh. The crawler's tongue shot out at high speed, akin to a chameleon's tongue when catching prey. Yet it was not aiming to attack Shen Hen with its tongue, but rather the emerald liquid adhering to it. Swish swish swish. The dense emerald liquid shot towards Shen Hen. Those droplets, reminiscent of water beads, appeared so beautiful and enticing. However, Shen Hen sensed a breath of death emanating from those liquids. Retreat. The last vestiges of his awareness urged him to retreat swiftly. Sizzle. The emerald liquid splattered onto the ground, corroding it. The terrifying corrosive ability of that emerald liquid was even more potent than concentrated sulfuric acid. The ground was riddled with small holes from the corrosive liquid, densely populated and exceedingly chilling. Shen Hen took a deep breath. If it weren't for the vestiges of his consciousness in his transformed state, he might not have dodged the crawler's earlier attack at all. In that case, his body would have been corroded like the ground he had just stood on, riddled with countless transparent holes. Slash. Shen Hen had no time to react. The crawler's massive claw already loomed before him. Clang. He drew his blade in the same instant. The crawler's razor-sharp talons clashed once more against Shen Hen's black blade. Boom. Another wave of crushing force slammed into him like a tidal surge. Shen Hen was hurled backward, tumbling violently across the ground, rolling straight through a puddle of spilled gasoline, drenching his body in it. Hen. Brother Hen. A faint voice suddenly broke the silence. Shen Hen whirled around and saw Suja, who had lain unconscious in the SUV, now stirring back to awareness. Suja had been lucky seated in the driver's seat. He was thrown forward by the violent impact when the crawler's colossal paw struck the vehicle, triggering the airbag instantly. His head struck the inflated cushion, sparing his life. Behind him, Lin Weishua, slumped in the rear seat, bled profusely from a gash across her forehead, her face soaked in crimson, her fate hanging in the balance. Run! Shen Hen roared. He fought not only the crawler, but also the unraveling of his own consciousness. If his mind fully collapsed, all three, himself, Su Zhe, and Lin Weishua, would perish here today. Hearing Shen Hen's hoarse feral cry, Su Zhe dared not hesitate. With every ounce of strength left in him, he twisted the ignition key and stomped hard on the accelerator, launching the SUV forward. VVVVRR. Miraculously, though battered beyond recognition, the SUV's internal systems remained intact. It sped away. Su Zhe knew lingering would only burden Shen Hen further. SSSSS. The crawler would not let its prey vanish beneath its very gaze. It shot forth its jet-black tongue and lunged after the fleeing SUV. Too slow. To the crawler, the SUV crawled like a tortoise. It could let the vehicle flee a full kilometer, then overtake it effortlessly and tear it apart. Oh! A guttural, furious scream, laced with raw defiance. Shen Hen would not allow the crawler to catch the SUV. Summoning every shred of power within him, he charged headlong into the beast. Boom! His battered, grievously wounded body slammed into the crawler's hulking frame, knocking the monstrous creature sideways, sending it flying. Enraged, the crawler turned its glare upon Shen Hen. How dare this insignificant prey defy it? Roar! Its fury erupted, unleashing pure, unbridled wrath. Its power and speed, as a fourth-tier zombie, exploded forth in full force. Screech! 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 Its talons slashed toward Shen Hen in blinding succession. GHRRK. A guttural, death-haunted growl, heralding the Reaper's arrival. Kill! Shen Hen's consciousness surrendered entirely to slaughter. His black blade flashed, cutting through the air like a shadow. Clang! 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 Again and again it intercepted the crawler's onslaught. Relentless, precise, lethal. Kill! Kill! Morphic corruption had utterly erased his awareness. He became a slaughter automaton. His black blade swung, over and over, without pause or thought. Yet the crawler's talons moved faster than his steel. Fourth-tier speed dwarfed Shen Hen's illusory third-tier strength. Thwip! 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 Talons pierced his flesh, again and again, rending deep, merciless wounds. Blood sprayed through the air in crimson arcs. His dark blade carved through those splattering droplets, striking again and again at the crawler's armored hide. A fight to the death, echoing the battle with the tyrant. Yet the crawler's claws inflicted wounds far deadlier than any fist ever could. Shen Hen no longer possessed thought, only instinct. Morphic corruption had reduced him to a killing engine. In his mind there existed but a single word. Kill! Clang! 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 His black blade met the crawler's talons once more, yet he wielded only one blade, while the crawler bore two. Thwip! 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 Wounds crisscrossed his body, beyond counting. Great swathes of flesh were torn away by the crawler's barbed hook-like talons. Bare bone gleamed white beneath shredded muscle. Tendons and tissue peeled away with sickening clarity. Thud! The man swallowed by darkness finally collapsed. As the enigmatic black radiance faded from Shen Hen's body, his consciousness surged back, only to be met by agony so profound it defied description, as if he hovered on the very brink of hell. His wounds were countless, too many for any ordinary human to survive even once. Even as a second-tier evolver, his injuries should have ended him long ago. Is it over? Shen Hen lay motionless in a pool of his own blood. His body, drained to utter exhaustion, trembled on the edge of extinction. Host vitality declining rapidly. Vitality 30, 20, 10. Ding. Vitality below critical threshold. Emergency combat protocol initiating. Exosuit. Bronze assembly commencing. Shen Hen's senses blurred, the Starflight system's alerts dissolved into distant static. Am I dying? A bitter smile flickered across his lips. What did rebirth truly grant him? What did acquiring formidable abilities truly mean? What meaning did possessing the omnipotent stone vessel hold, when death remained inevitable? Before absolute power, all technique proved futile. No matter his talents, he remained only a second-tier evolver, unable even to master the first ability he'd gained, morphic corruption. The weak possessed no right to live. Shen Hen understood that truth with chilling clarity. SSSSS. The crawler slithered to his side, not striking with its claws but extending its foul obsidian-black tongue to lick at his open wounds. Its corrosive saliva seared like acid, seeming to melt his flesh away. It did not rush to devour its prey, this motionless, helpless thing lying utterly still upon the ground. It hissed, a cruel mocking sound, as if ridiculing Shen Hen. How laughable this pitiful insect daring to resist. Emerald green corrosive fluid ate into his skin. Just as during his first injection of evolution serum, his body burned anew with searing torment. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Each pulse of agony sharpened his suffering to unbearable intensity. He reached for his fallen black blade, to end it all, to claim mercy through self-destruction. But as his fingers strained toward the hilt, another object caught his eye. Lin Weishue's Type 95 assault rifle, shattered glass glinting around it, lay inches from his hand. Beyond the coppery stench of his own blood and the crawler's rancid spittle, another acrid odor hung thick in the air. Gasoline. That unmistakable volatile scent. Heh! A cold, mirthless laugh escaped Shen Hen. Suge's fuel hose had ruptured, flooding the ground with gasoline from the station's tanks. Shen Hen's body was soaked, not just in blood but in gasoline. The earth surrounding him shimmered with the slick, flammable liquid, and so too did the crawler's grotesque form. He seized the rifle, gazing up at the crawler, still draped over him, its venomous tongue relentlessly dissolving his flesh, and smiled ice cold. Let us descend into hell together. Tat tat tat. As Shen Hen pulled the trigger of the Type 95 automatic rifle in his hand, the gun was not aimed at the crawler, but rather at the spot on the ground where the gasoline had pooled the most. The crawler's jet-black eyes looked down in confusion at its prey. Was this ant still resisting? What was it trying to do? As the bullet from the rifle grazed the ground and struck the gasoline, Shen Hen saw a faint spark flash by. Immediately afterward, boom, 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 the deafening sound of the explosion erupted. Countless flames surrounded Shen Hen and the crawler. The intense heat generated by the explosion caused the gasoline clinging to the crawler to ignite instantly. The crawler leaped away from Shen Hen, but it was too late. At that moment, the entire gas station seemed to explode. It was akin to the power of a nuclear explosion. The flames from the blast even reached dozens of meters high into the sky. The crawler was engulfed by the inferno, and the extreme heat from the explosion gradually melted its skin and body. Roar! The crawler's shrill screams echoed as if it were being tortured by the cruelest of hells. Its black scales began to melt, followed by its skin being burned away until its flesh was completely consumed. Soon its black bones and skeleton were reduced to powder, submerged by the sea of flames. Only a blood-red gem-like crystal fell to the ground unharmed amidst the fire. In the midst of this violent explosion, even the fourth-tier zombie crawler was instantly turned to ash. Looking at Shen Hen lying in a pool of blood, he was surprisingly unscathed amidst the violent blast. A deep blue energy shield appeared out of nowhere, enveloping his body. The flames generated by the explosion were now blocked outside by that energy shield. Ding dong, detecting severe explosion shock. Level 1 energy shield activated. Host's remaining vitality 2. Please proceed with emergency treatment. Boom, boom, boom. Surrounded by flames, Shen Hen opened his eyes. He seemed to sense something. Clang. It was a bright red crystal that had just fallen beside him. Evolution Source Crystal. 4th tier Evolution Source Crystal. Shen Hen gazed at the 4th tier Evolution Source Crystal that had fallen right next to him from the crawler's brain. He smiled. Without hesitation, Shen Hen grabbed the Evolution Source Crystal and swallowed it whole. Boom, boom, boom. The man amidst the inferno smiled with such joy, such coldness. Those monsters that could not kill him would only make him stronger. He had ultimately survived. Because he was Shen Hen. He was the perfect one. The 4th tier source crystal, equivalent to 5,000 drops of evolution liquid, seemed to merge with Shen Hen's body in an instant. The pain of merging with the excessive evolution liquid returned, but now Shen Hen was no longer bothered by that little pain. Within his body, with that small black stone present, even if he merged with the evolution source crystal that was comparable to 100% evolution, Shen Hen believed the small black stone would help him through the ordeal. Ding dong, the host is absorbing the 4th tier evolution source crystal. Host Shen Hen's 2nd tier evolver. Current evolution completion 12, 13, 20. Shen Hen as a 2nd tier evolver was still continuously evolving. His 2nd tier evolution completion kept rising, until it reached a number that even he could hardly believe. Shen Hen felt no surprise. The crawler was a 4th tier zombie. Its evolution source crystal was at least equivalent to 5,000 drops of evolution liquid. In the sea of flames, Shen Hen's consciousness gradually faded. As the 4th tier evolution source crystal merged with his body, Shen Hen felt a massive tidal wave of energy crashing into him. That tide of energy seemed to be repairing the countless wounds on his body. Shen Hen's injuries were gradually healing. Starting from the smallest wounds, the injuries he sustained were visibly recovering. The huge claw marks from the crawler's attack on his body seemed to sprout tiny, dense granulations, stitching his body back together. Shen Hen closed his eyes, and his consciousness gradually faded. He was so tired and in so much pain. He needed to rest. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The speeding off-road vehicle crashed into one zombie after another on the gloomy highway. The two people inside the vehicle were both bloodied and battered. Boom. As the tremendous explosion rang out, Suja glanced through the rearview mirror and saw the fierce blaze. Suja's tears streamed down his face. He didn't know where he was driving to, nor did he know where there was a place to stop on the long road ahead. This was the apocalypse. This was the end of the world, where one moment he could still joke and the next moment he faced death. Shen Hen was right. He had thought too simply. Danger lurked everywhere. Even someone as strong as Shen Hen could not escape unscathed in the face of sudden peril, let alone someone like him who was both weak and timid. Suja knew he was cowardly, but he was also a person who valued loyalty. When at the Dragon Tooth gathering place, he could risk his life for Shen Hen. But in the previous situation, staying any longer would only drag Shen Hen down. Not to mention, there was also Lin Wei Shui in the car, whose fate was uncertain. He could only drive away. But he would never look back. That terrifying monster might still be alive amidst the violent explosion. It might even be chasing after the off-road vehicle right now. Hen Gu, you must survive, Suja whispered through his tears. As he drove the off-road vehicle away from the highway, he did not notice. In the sky, a pair of eyes were closely watching the off-road vehicle. It was a human with wings. Those huge white wings granted the person in the sky the ability to fly. Birdman. If Shen Hen were here, he would surely shout these two words. In the gas station, the violent explosion eventually ended and countless flames dissipated. Everything in the gas station seemed to have been burned to ashes. What remained was only a ground of ruins. And there lay Shen Hen, unconscious among the rubble. Amidst the rising smoke and swirling black haze, a figure suddenly emerged. Zizi. It was a mature man dressed in clothes stained with zombie blood, his gaze fixed on Shen Hen lying in the ruins. Surprisingly, the man was surrounded by countless electric sparks. Lightning enveloped his body. The man, wrapped in electricity, seemed to control the lightning and electrical currents at will. As he gradually approached the unconscious Shen Hen, he waved his hand, and the electric light instantly dissipated. The man walked up to Shen Hen, looked at him lying on the ground, and picked him up. Let's use you as its offering. The moment consciousness awakened, Shen Hen felt a whirlwind of chaos. My head hurts. A violent wave of dizziness nearly caused him to faint again. Ding dong. The host's current evolution completion rate 67. The host's current life signs are normal, vitality status 82. In the sea of consciousness, the voice of Xing Hong echoed. A 67 evolution completion rate. This sudden surprise left Shen Hen momentarily stunned. After absorbing the third-tier evolution source crystal from the Ragewalker, his bonus evolution completion rate had remained at 11. However, now his bonus evolution completion rate had suddenly jumped to 67, an increase of a staggering 56. Such a massive increase is terrifying. Most evolutionaries find it extremely painful to achieve even 10 evolution at once, and often can't evolve again for several days after completing it. And what about Shen Hen? His genetic cells have perfectly fused with the evolution fluid. He possesses a 10-star constitution. He is 100% fusion. Therefore, he can achieve such a high-intensity evolution all at once. In fact, during his first injection of the evolution fluid, he completed an entire tier of evolution directly. A 10-star constitution, truly terrifying. The 4th-tier evolution source crystal from the Ragewalker provided him an evolution effect equivalent to 5,600 drops of evolution fluid. This is the horror of a 4th-tier zombie. Shen Hen recalled the scene of his battle with the Ragewalker. It was thrilling. He could only describe it with those two words. In the end, he became so weak that he couldn't even activate his ability to transform. The loss of vitality left him teetering on the brink of death. If it weren't for the gasoline that happened to be spilled all over the gas station and the 95 automatic rifle dropped by Lin Wei Shui, he might not have thought of igniting the gasoline to cause an explosion. Otherwise, he would surely have become the food of that Ragewalker. However, the destructive damage from the explosion, while obliterating the Ragewalker's tough skin and body, did not harm him in the slightest. First-level energy shield. Shen Hen vaguely remembered the deep blue energy shield that Xing Hong surrounded his body with at that time. That energy shield blocked the violent damage from the explosion, saving his life. It is important to note that the damage caused by the entire gas station explosion was something even a 4th-tier zombie like the Ragewalker could not withstand, being instantly obliterated by the explosion's damage. Without that energy shield, he might have truly accompanied the Ragewalker to hell. First level. Could that energy shield be upgraded? Shen Hen increasingly felt a sense of mystery and wonder towards the small stone boat floating in his sea of consciousness. How many more abilities does Xing Hong possess that he has yet to unlock? If the abilities granted to him by the Black Stone were already outrageous, then those provided by Shen Hen were equally impressive. When he first absorbed the evolution fluid, the Black Stone blocked the virus invasion and even repaired his body. During the global darkness, the Black Stone attracted black energy beams, granting him black powers, the ability of the Dark Devourer. Meanwhile, the small stone boat Shen Hen provided him with even more convenient abilities. He no longer needed to painstakingly and cautiously collect evolution fluid. With Shen Hen around, all the zombies he killed would transform into his star sources. Shen Hen could even exchange weapons, genetic potions, and more for him. Without that low-level ability potion, he might not even have had the ability to resist against the Rage Walker. A low-level ability potion. Thinking of that low-level ability potion, Shen Hen now wished he could exchange for a few more to drink. It is important to note that he still could not fully control the ability to transform, and during the battle with the Rage Walker, his consciousness ultimately faded completely. He must master that ability. Transformation is the only power he currently relies on. Only by fully mastering transformation and thoroughly increasing its level to first tier can he use second tier strength to fight against third tier and even fourth tier zombies. Moreover, the low-level ability enhancement potion can also increase his mental power. His current mental power level is level 8. If he drinks 2 more low-level ability enhancement potions, perhaps his mental power level could rise to level 10, reaching the standard of a first-tier ability user. However, low-level ability potions are incredibly expensive. It takes 2,000 drops of evolution fluid to exchange for one. Shen Hen checked his remaining star sources with his consciousness. Remaining star sources 3215. He can exchange for 1 more low-level ability enhancement potion. Shen Hen did not plan to exchange it right now, as he still had not figured out where he was. Where am I? Did someone take me away after I fainted? Shen Hen did not open his eyes. He merely used his keen senses to gauge his surroundings. He could sense the presence of humans not far from him. The faint sound of their breathing was filled with fear and tension. Darling, we can't do this. We will incur heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment. What does that matter? What we are experiencing is not more terrifying than heavenly punishment. To protect you and our child, I can only do this. But, you know that monster comes once every day. If we don't offer it a living person, it will rush in and kill us all. In the past, we decided life and death by drawing lots every day, but now there is an unfortunate soul who can replace us. Ask around, does anyone here still want to draw lots? No, we want draw lots. Oh, let's offer him to that monster. Exactly, this stranger we don't even know can replace one of us, allowing one of us to live another day. Shen Hen slowly opened his eyes. It looked like a small supermarket surrounded by piles of shelves. However, those shelves were devoid of food, only littered with snack bags. Shen Hen saw more than 10 people squatting together not far from him. Those people appeared to have been starving for a long time, their bodies emaciated and their eyes hollow. The survivors were now looking at Shen Hen with a vicious and malevolent gaze. In front of those survivors, a man was conversing with a woman who was holding a child. They looked like a family. Shen Hen's gaze shifted to the man when suddenly a prompt sound resonated in his mind from Shen Hen. Ding dong, a superhuman has been detected. Superhuman grade green. Superhuman level 1. Superhuman abilities general direction nature. Superhuman mental power level 11. A superhuman. Shen Hen's gaze fixed intently on the man. He is actually a superhuman. Moreover, he is a level 1 superhuman who has awakened his powers and surpassed the beginner stage. Shen Hen stared at the man, his brow furrowed. Indeed, his level of mental power was still too low. Just encountering a random ability user and their mental power level was higher than his. His level 8 mental power was far too weak. One must understand that mental power represents the strength of an ability user. If 2 ability users have the same control level and ability grade, then their battle is determined by their mental power level. Shen Hen's mental power level was too low. Although his current abilities did not require mental power for control, the enhancement of mental power brought countless benefits to ability users. Those with stronger mental power not only wield stronger abilities, but can also use their mental power to resist mental attacks from zombies. Mental power grants ability users endless mental amplification. Shen Hen had even heard that a level 50 ability user could hunt zombies for 10 days without sleep. This is the benefit brought about by mental power. Shen Hen looked at the man. He must be the leader of the 10 or so survivors in this supermarket. Upon overhearing his conversation with the woman, Shen Hen's gaze gradually turned cold. He could feel the binding ropes on his limbs. Coupled with their earlier conversation, a surge of killing intent rose within Shen Hen. Did these people intend to bind him and feed him to the zombies? As Shen Hen was watching the man, it seemed a survivor had noticed that Shen Hen was awake, and that survivor deliberately reminded the man. The man stopped arguing with the woman and turned to walk towards Shen Hen. Shen Hen observed this man dressed in a tattered suit, tightly gripping a baseball bat. When the man stood before him, Shen Hen already knew what he intended to do. Sorry, I thought you wouldn't wake up. If that were the case, you wouldn't have to endure this. The man said, gripping the baseball bat with both hands, aiming it at Shen Hen's head. Shen Hen looked coldly at the man, a sneer forming in his heart. A baseball bat? Don't think that a broken bat could even scratch his skin, let alone harm him. Perhaps if he found a dull knife, his skin and muscle toughness could shatter it. Shen Hen coldly said, what do you want to do? Knock me out and throw me to the zombies. He sneered at the man, showing no fear. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's face, clearly not expecting Shen Hen to have guessed his intentions. The man looked at Shen Hen with a hint of guilt, saying, I'm sorry, brother. If it were possible, I wouldn't want to do this, but it's the apocalypse. It's a world of cannibalism. We all will die, so please help us out, and don't make me feel so guilty. Shen Hen sneered at him, saying, help you all? Are you asking me to use my life to help? His words were too amusing. Speaking so politely, he still intended to knock him out and feed him to the zombies. If this were an ordinary person, they would undoubtedly fall victim to this fate. But Shen Hen was a second-tier evolved being. A person as powerful as him only wanted to see what tricks the survivors in this supermarket were playing. Moreover, what kind of monster was this man referring to? A mutated zombie? Or an evolved zombie? At this moment, the man no longer cared whether Shen Hen was willing. He gripped the baseball bat tightly, channeling all his strength into it. Don't worry, brother. He'll make it quick, and you won't feel any pain. Dying without suffering is better than struggling to survive in this apocalypse. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. Whoosh. The man swung the tightly gripped baseball bat, which whistled through the air. Bang. The baseball bat crashed heavily onto Shen Hen's head. It's done. The man sighed in relief, not bothering to look at the bloody scene he had witnessed many times before. However, when he turned around, he saw everyone staring at him in disbelief, their eyes wide as they fixed their gaze behind him. The man suddenly turned only to find Shen Hen grinning, baring his teeth. Ah, that felt good. Shen Hen coldly smiled at the man. That previous blow felt like a mere tickle to him. After being hit, he actually felt his previously dizzy head become sharp and clear. Impossible. The man stared at Shen Hen in disbelief. He had put all his strength into that blow, aiming to knock Shen Hen half dead. Yet now Shen Hen appeared unscathed, smiling innocently. Was this a mockery? The man seemed enraged and swung the bat at Shen Hen's head again. Bang. The solid baseball bat struck Shen Hen's head, producing a dull thud. Shen Hen continued to smile at the man, utterly unharmed, even feeling quite comfortable. Keep going. One blow isn't enough, but try a few more. Shen Hen laughed. The surrounding survivors gasped in disbelief, staring at Shen Hen. Goodness, how is his head so hard? Has he practiced Iron Head skill? Why not try striking his ribs? Attack his lower body. The man followed the advice of the nearby survivors, striking Shen Hen with the baseball bat repeatedly, over 10 times. Bang, bang, bang. I'll die. Just die already. The man went mad. No matter whether it was the head, body, temples, back, or ribs, every strike was in vain. He even struck Shen Hen's lower body, breaking his baseball bat in the process. What is this? An iron egg? The confused survivors thought Shen Hen had practiced a protective technique. In reality, as a second-tier evolved being, Shen Hen's body was resistant even to ordinary bullets. Unless faced with Mo Chin's anti-material heavy sniper rifle, which could inflict significant damage, even standard rifle bullets posed little threat to him now. The baseball bat broke into 2 pieces. The man sat on the ground, panting, holding the broken end of the bat, looking at Shen Hen as if he had seen a ghost. What on earth are you? The man looked at Shen Hen with terror. If Shen Hen's hands and feet were not bound by ropes, he might not have had the courage to stand in front of him. Shen Hen looked at him with a cold smile, playfully asking, are you done hitting me? Once you're done, it's my turn. In an instant, the ropes binding Shen Hen's body were broken. When he stood up, he rushed toward the man at a speed incomprehensible to the human eye, grabbing his neck and lifting him off the ground. Huh. Shen Hen gripped the man's throat with one hand, and the man felt a tremendous force tightening around his neck. He wanted to speak, but Shen Hen's strength was simply too great. He was suffocating, his face turning red, only able to emit hoarse sounds. The man continued to struggle frantically, hitting Shen Hen's body with the half of the baseball bat he had left, but these futile actions were utterly in vain. How many times do you think you hit me just now, eh? Shen Hen coldly gazed at the man whose throat he held, asking in a deep voice. Huh. The man struggled, unable to utter a single word. Shen Hen silently watched him like a reaper. Weak. So weak. What could a level 1 ability user do? In the face of true power, the man before him was utterly unable to resist. Ability users become increasingly formidable as they progress. Most level 1 ability users could hardly defeat even a stage 1 evolver. However, most level 2 ability users could easily overpower stage 2 evolvers. The changes at each level of ability users are revolutionary, far more terrifying than those of evolvers. Shen Hen's actions at that moment clearly terrified the survivors around him. My God, how could this be possible? The ropes used to bind Shen Hen's arms and legs were thicker than a thumb. Yet Shen Hen broke those thick ropes effortlessly. Terrifying. So terrifying. Even their strongest man, the only ability user among them, was easily defeated by Shen Hen. Their leader was being held by the throat like a chick by Shen Hen. This young man, who looked as innocent as a college student, was simply too frightening. Could he also be an ability user? The surrounding survivors looked on in astonishment, but none dared to step forward to rescue their leader. Just as Shen Hen was treated, the man had also struck many people's heads with a baseball bat. However, those people had already been consumed by that monster. Shen Hen coldly stared at the ability user in his grasp, eager to discover what his ability was. A woman suddenly rushed forward, panicked, and knelt before Shen Hen. It was the woman who had argued with the man earlier. "No, don't kill him. I'm sorry, it was our fault, please spare him." The woman knelt and repeatedly bowed her head. Shen Hen sneered, remaining unmoved. Until the little girl behind the woman rushed forward, hugging Shen Hen's leg and crying, "Big brother, please spare my daddy." Shen Hen had a weakness for little girls. He couldn't resist, much like he couldn't resist Zhang Wenjing's daughter Zhang Wenwen. Shen Hen's grip loosened slightly. With his strength, if he used more force, the man he held would surely die. This man indeed deserved to die. If Shen Hen were an ordinary person, he would likely be dead by now. His power had saved him. Based on his past character, he would have definitely killed this man. However, after 20 years of living through the apocalypse, he had surprisingly grown a bit less ruthless. A person is ultimately a living being, unlike a zombie. Although Shen Hen did not intend to kill the man he held by the throat, he still mocked him coldly. "Is this what you call drawing lots? You will never draw lots with your family, will you?" Heh. Shen Hen's cold expression sent shivers down the spines of the surrounding survivors. They had reasons for not helping this man. Every time the lots were drawn, he and his family never won. Even if they did, they would pretend not to see. Because they were no match for this man. After all, he was an ability user. Shen Hen's release of his grip clearly provided the man with an opportunity. Suddenly, the man whose throat Shen Hen held waved his hand. Buzz. Electricity began to swirl around him. Arcs of electricity flashed in his eyes. "Ah!" The man roared, concentrating all the electricity in his body into one point and striking at Shen Hen. Crap. Shen Hen felt as if his arm had lost all sensation from an electric shock. Electricity. So his ability was electricity. After being shocked by the lightning ability user, Shen Hen felt a tingling in his arm. He nearly lost all feeling in his grip on the lightning ability user's arm. Bang! It was as if Shen Hen had encountered this situation before. The moment he was shocked, he had already lifted his foot and kicked the lightning ability user in the stomach. Boom! The lightning ability user was kicked away by Shen Hen and crashed against the wall. Terrifying. When the people around looked at Shen Hen, it was as if they were staring at a monster. It should be noted that the only ability user among them was the lightning ability user. Even after using his most powerful electricity, he was still so easily defeated in front of Shen Hen. With just one kick, Shen Hen subdued the strongest among them with a single kick. Moreover, what they didn't know was that Shen Hen had only used 1/10 of his strength in that kick. Shen Hen's control over his strength was at its peak. As a stage 2 evolver, his leg strength had exceeded 2 tons. If he had used all his strength against the lightning ability user, there would have been no chance for the lightning ability user to survive. Shen Hen had actually been shocked by the lightning ability user long ago. He knew that the first response to an electric shock is not to try to escape the source of electricity. Instead, it is to cut off the power. This kick from Shen Hen might have saved his life. Even though he was a stage 2 evolver, the hardness of his flesh was beyond what a level 1 lightning ability user could kill. However, if his nerves were shocked, he could still potentially be knocked out. He was not a rubber man, and thus couldn't be immune to lightning. Moreover, even a rubber man cannot be completely immune to lightning. Under absolute voltage, there are no true insulators in this world. In the previous situation, if he had been knocked out, it would have meant being sent to feed the zombies by this lightning controller. Thus, that kick could be considered a lifesaver. The lightning ability user was kicked away by Shen Hen, crashing hard against the supermarket wall. As he knelt on the ground, coughing blood, he finally understood how weak his ability was in front of Shen Hen. If Shen Hen wanted to kill him, it would likely take just one punch. Damn it. Damn it. Why didn't my electricity work on you? He furiously pounded the ground as if venting his own weakness. Why was he so weak? His electricity had no effect on that monster, and now it was useless against a human as well. What then was the use of his lightning ability? At that moment, a woman rushed to the side of the lightning ability user, anxiously asking, "Faye, are you alright?" Shen Hen quietly observed the lightning ability user. A green tier ability user did not warrant his attention. However, he was quite curious about what kind of monster these people were speaking of. Just as Shen Hen was about to casually grab someone to inquire, a loud noise suddenly came from outside the supermarket. Whoosh. The sound resembled chains swinging in the air, creating a series of slicing winds. Upon hearing this sound, the survivors in the supermarket were all struck with a dead silence. The monster is coming. Yet they were still unprepared with offerings. Just as the lightning ability user had said, if they did not prepare offerings in advance when the monster arrived, then that monster would surely burst in and slaughter them all. The survivors in the supermarket whispered in fear, "It's over. The monster has come. What should we do? It will break in without offerings. Draw lots. We need to draw lots quickly. Whoever wants to die, step out and sacrifice themselves." The survivors pushed those beside them, wanting to force one person to become the monster's offering. They all understood the fate of being taken by that monster, a torment worse than death. No one dared to step outside the supermarket. They were too late to draw lots now. Faced with death, the distortions and darkness of human nature gradually revealed themselves. Shen Hen saw several men forcefully knock out a woman, intending to carry her outside. They dared not lay a hand on Shen Hen. After witnessing Shen Hen display his astonishing strength, the survivors here knew they could not defeat this man. Their little schemes could not reach Shen Hen. Just as these survivors prepared to throw the unconscious woman outside, bang! Shen Hen kicked open the supermarket's door and leisurely walked out. The survivors in the supermarket were dumbfounded. Even the lightning ability user was stunned. This person just sauntered out like that. Is he not afraid of being caught and eaten by that monster? Heavens, how did he just walk out? Is he not afraid of death? Haha, no need to draw lots now. This fool has gone to die for us. I originally thought he would rule over us, but it turns out he is just an idiot with a dull mind. Whoosh. As Shen Hen took his first step out of the supermarket, walking on the eerily silent street, he saw no ordinary zombies, just a desolate landscape akin to a post-war ruin. Abandoned vehicles were piled up everywhere, some even flashing their headlights. The trash bags and old newspapers danced in the wind, drifting onto Shen Hen. At dusk, everything appeared so gloomy. Shen Hen walked down the street, each step feeling exceptionally heavy. Whoosh! His keen hearing still allowed him to catch that sound, like chains continuously swinging in the air. From Shen Hen's experience, he knew that only one type of zombie could produce such a sound in the apocalypse. Sure enough, when the monster's form fully appeared before him, Shen Hen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Detected a second-tier, mutated zombie. Shen Hen gazed at the humanoid monster that was slowly approaching him. It had dark green skin, a waist as round as a water jug, making its entire body resemble a balloon. Butcher. Type mutated zombie. Strength second tier. Prototype human. Habits: likes to eat living humans raw, does not kill its prey immediately. It enjoys using the bone knife in its hands to chop up human bodies piece by piece before devouring them. Note: the butcher possesses two powerful weapons, the bone hook that spins in the air while waiting to lock onto targets, and the gigantic bone knife in its hands. Upon seeing the butcher for the first time, Shen Hen did not panic. A second-tier zombie was not enough to shake him. After all, he had just fought against a fourth-tier zombie. A mere butcher did not even qualify to sharpen his knives against him. Shen Hen simply stood there waiting for the butcher to attack him. The butcher swung its bone hook in the air with one hand while the other hand held the massive butcher's knife, slowly advancing towards Shen Hen. Its greasy, plump body caused its fat and skin to shake like water with each step it took. The butcher's round head and bulging eyes curiously gazed at Shen Hen. It found it strange that every time it came here there was always an unconscious human. But today, why is this human so lively? The butcher felt that the people in the supermarket were foolish, as they always offered a living person to it. In fact, even if the humans inside did not kill each other, it would only catch one person every day. Yet their actions undoubtedly saved it some effort. Whoosh whoosh. When the butcher was just a few meters away from Shen Hen, it swung the bone hook in its hand and threw it towards Shen Hen. Shen Hen watched the gigantic hook that resembled white bones, but remained standing still. The people in the supermarket had gathered by the large glass windows, watching with glee. As the butcher threw the hook at Shen Hen, they all knew he was doomed. No one could escape that monster's hook. That white bone hook would pierce through human skin, penetrate flesh and blood, and stab into the scapula of the human's back. Humans who were hooked would be dragged away alive and bloodily by that monster. Huh, he's definitely dead. Is this kid scared silly? Seeing such a terrifying monster, has he wet himself? He can't even move now? Look, his legs are trembling. The survivors in the supermarket were all indulging in the morbid anticipation of Shen Hen's impending tragic fate. Shen Hen's legs were indeed trembling. To be precise, the shaking was due to him subtly adjusting his stance. When the butcher's bone hook was right in front of him, Shen Hen's previously motionless body finally moved. He suddenly stepped back with his right leg, followed by a lunge. A piercing punch. All of his strength focused into this one punch. His muscular power erupted in an instant. With a 67 completion rate of evolution, Shen Hen's punch strength had already surpassed 3 tons. Moreover, concentrating all his power into a single point meant that the force of this punch undoubtedly reached the level of a third-tier evolver. Bang! Shen Hen's fist collided completely with the butcher's hook. Crack! A loud noise echoed as the butcher's huge white bone hook seemed to emit a sound of shattering, then was sent flying backward by the force of Shen Hen's punch. The survivors in the supermarket were stunned at this sight. They gaped, staring at Shen Hen as if they had seen a ghost, unable to close their jaws. What the hell? How is this possible? He. Did he just knock the monster's hook away? My god, I must be seeing things. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Shen Hen's ability to send the butcher's hook flying with a single punch was no mere fluke. Though both were at the second evolutionary tier, Shen Hen's evolutionary completion rate had already reached an extraordinary 67%. By standard evolutionary metrics, third tier strength equates to 4 tons of force, while second tier stands at 2 tons. Yet Shen Hen's completion rate surpassed 50%, meaning his raw power had already exceeded 3 tons. Crack! Crack! The butcher's bones shattered one by one. Its marble-sized emerald green eyes bulged wide, locked unblinkingly upon Shen Hen. How could this human have shattered its hook? Roar! Enraged, the butcher twisted its barrel-thick waist and charged Shen Hen, hefting a colossal bone cleaver. Its rotund balloon-like body bounced wildly across the ground, and in the blink of an eye it stood before Shen Hen. Swinging the massive cleaver-shaped bone blade in a brutal arc, it brought the weapon down upon Shen Hen. Unfazed, Shen Hen sidestepped with flawless composure. Boom! The bone cleaver slammed into the concrete floor, splitting it open with a jagged fissure over a meter long. In that same fluid motion, Shen Hen spun and launched himself skyward. The butcher towered over 2 meters tall, its spherical bulk only amplifying its imposing stature. Without leaping, Shen Hen could never reach the butcher's head. Whoosh! 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 His airborne form drifted with ethereal grace. Yet beneath that windswept elegance lurked lethal intent. Slowly, Shen Hen raised his hand, fist dissolving into palm. Ancient martial art bagua palm. Thud! His slender palm struck the butcher's rounded skull with a muffled impact. Seemingly soft and powerless, that palm erupted in an instant with boundless, devastating force. Hidden force. Any master of ancient martial arts present would instantly recognize the telltale signature of concealed internal energy in his strike. The butcher reeled, stunned. Its obese frame staggered backward a full step. A deafening hum filled its round skull, its very brain matter seeming to slosh violently from the blow. When it finally regained its senses and lunged again in blind fury, it swung the massive bone cleaver once more, only for the blade to cleave empty air with a thunderous crash. Shen Hen now stood behind the butcher. He leapt again, aiming another precise palm strike at that bulbous head. Thud! Another muffled impact sent the butcher lurching forward a step. Grew lower. Enraged beyond reason, the butcher wildly brandished its colossal bone cleaver, desperate to hack down the elusive human who circled it like a phantom and struck without warning. And Shen Hen, he moved like a silken, sinuous serpent, graceful, fluid, and lethally venomous. He orbited the butcher's spherical body, ceaselessly striking its skull again and again with palms infused with hidden force. That seemingly gentle, effortless palm delivered crushing damage each time. This art was known as bagua palm, or more precisely, body-orbiting bagua palm. He had mastered this ancient martial art in his previous life under a revered master. Not only this one, but many others besides. Until now, however, he'd never had occasion to deploy them in battle, precisely because, as he himself had once said, technique is meaningless beneath absolute dominance of power. Ordinary zombies were little more than ants before him, no special skill required. A single punch or kick could obliterate several at once through sheer, overwhelming force. And with Black Blade, a weapon of unparalleled lethality, at his side, dispatching such foes demanded no finesse at all, only ruthless, overwhelming force and slaughterborn techniques. Against stalkers, raigers, tyrants, or crawlers, however, he'd been forced into desperate life-or-death struggles, where their overwhelming speed and strength left no room for artful counterplay. But this butcher was different. Both Shen Hen and the butcher stood at the second evolutionary tier. Though Shen Hen possessed slightly greater strength, it fell far short of decisive superiority. Their power levels were closely matched, making this the perfect opportunity to prevail not by brute force, but by cunning mastery of ancient martial artistry. Of course, there was also the small matter that Shen Hen had forgotten his blade. He realized, mid-battle, that he'd left Black Blade behind. Like a soaring dragon weaving through mist, Shen Hen circled the butcher, relentlessly striking its skull again and again with the refined precision of bagua palm. The butcher faltered again and again. Survivors inside the supermarket stared dumbfounded. They'd assumed Shen Hen would be hacked down instantly. Even when he'd earlier deflected the butcher's hook, they dismissed it as sheer luck. Now, witnessing him drive the butcher into retreat, disbelief gripped them all. Holy hell, how is he so strong? Look, he just struck the monster again. God almighty, It looks like it's trying to flee. Did he actually defeat it? The lightning-wielding survivor, who'd been kicked aside by Shen Hen moments earlier, gaped in awe, murmuring softly, "So, he's truly this formidable." He felt profound relief that Shen Hen hadn't killed him outright. Surely he would have perished. It was almost absurd. Moments ago he dared swing a baseball bat at Shen Hen again and again. Only now did he grasp the truth, that even his lightning, let alone those blows, had been no more than a tickle against Shen Hen. The duel between Shen Hen and the butcher had reached its fever pitch. With every exchange, Shen Hen grew more exhilarated, the bagua palm proving itself the ultimate weapon against this foe. The butcher's barrel-shaped body rendered it buoyant, almost balloon-like. Though not slow, it struggled terribly to shift direction, its immense mass resisting agility. To twist that spherical waist required nearly a full second, within which Shen Hen landed multiple precise strikes with his bagua palm. Cracks now spiderwebbed across the butcher's rounded skull. Flesh peeled back, exposing bone beneath. The butcher was afraid. It dared not raise its massive bone cleaver again. Its feeble intellect had grasped the horrifying truth. No matter how fiercely it swung, this detestable human clung to it, like glutinous rice cake, relentless and inescapable. This accursed human sought nothing less than to shatter its skull. Roar. With a sudden desperate leap, the butcher used its balloon-like body to intercept Shen Hen's strike. Shen Hen soared high, poised to deliver another bagua palm to the butcher's head, only for the butcher to launch itself upward in perfect panicked synchrony. Shen Hen's palm struck not the skull, but the butcher's taut spherical belly. Thump! It sank in like punching a water-filled sack, then recoiled violently, flung backward by immense elastic resistance. In that split second of recoil, bang, 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 the butcher, its enormous legs pounding the ground, fled, its grotesque face twisted in raw, unmasked terror. The butcher has fled. The survivors in the supermarket could hardly believe their eyes. That enormous monster, the one that had killed countless of them, was driven away just like that. Moreover, it ran away on its own. The monster was afraid. My God, what kind of existence could frighten such a huge beast? The crowd looked at Shen Hen with a mix of fear. This man had scared off the zombies. Scared those undead beings that felt no pain nor feared death. How terrifying could he be? At that moment, the concrete street was marred with countless cracks, all inflicted by the butcher's massive bone knife. Unable to strike Shen Hen, the butcher could only vent its anger on the concrete ground. Shen Hen shook his head and sighed. Did he let it escape? It seemed he should have struck harder just now. Shen Hen's bagua palm had already bloodied the butcher's round head. If he had delivered a few dozen more strikes, he might have beaten the butcher to death. Yet unexpectedly, the butcher had fled. Shen Hen felt quite regretful. Killing a second-tier zombie would yield at least a second-tier evolution crystal equivalent to over 500 drops of evolution liquid. During his battle with the butcher, he discovered that the evolution crystal within the butcher's head was definitely worth more than 500 drops of evolution liquid. He resolved in his heart to hunt down this butcher. He was currently in dire need of star essence, having only over 3,000, which could at most be exchanged for a bottle of low-level ability enhancement potion. If he killed the butcher, perhaps his star essence would be enough to exchange for 2 bottles. During his fight with the butcher, Shen Hen did not activate his ability to transform. It wasn't that he didn't want it, but he couldn't yet control the transformation state on his own. He hadn't tested his control over the transformation, but if he could activate it, he would have done so earlier. Currently, he could only activate the transformation when suffering extreme injury. For example, during his battle with the crawler, he was severely wounded by a claw under its overwhelming strength. Only when his body was gravely injured did the transformation activate. To fully control this ability, his control level was still insufficient. Shen Hen turned to look at the supermarket. The survivors in the supermarket were staring at him with expressions of sheer terror, as if they had seen a ghost. Boom, boom, boom. Shen Hen rushed into the supermarket with all his speed. As he stepped into the supermarket, the gazes of the surrounding survivors turned towards him. Bang, bang, bang. The dozen or so survivors in the supermarket unexpectedly knelt before him. Even the lightning ability user looked down at him, bowing his head. The survivors gazed at him with pitying, pleading eyes. Save us. Please, we beg you to save us. Big brother, you are so strong, please stay and be our leader. Yes, please be our leader. We don't want to be taken away by that monster anymore. The idea of tying you up as a sacrifice to that monster was all the lightning users. He even devised a lottery to sacrifice us to that zombie. Exactly, he is simply a demon. Every time the draw lands on him or his family, he uses electricity to stun one of us as a substitute. Leader, kill him. Shen Hen silently observed the lightning ability user. He guessed correctly. This lightning user had come up with a lottery method to sacrifice these survivors to the butcher, buying time for his family. The lightning user's electricity was surely ineffective against the butcher's thick layer of fat, and he couldn't defeat the butcher, so he had to resort to this. He lacked the power of an evolved one possessing only the ability to generate electricity. However, electricity was utterly useless against zombies that felt no pain. Thus, this lightning user would rather stay in the supermarket as its king, facing the constant threat of being killed by the butcher than risk taking his family outside. "You ungrateful wolves who went out to find you food." The lightning user glared angrily at the survivors. From what these people said, he understood that Shen Hen would surely not let him off. The survivors in the supermarket were no longer afraid of him. The survivors were angrily denouncing the lightning user. With the powerful Shen Hen backing them, how could they fear a mere lightning user when Shen Hen could scare off that giant monster? With a single punch, Shen Hen could defeat the lightning user. However, he was not listening to the survivors' words, nor did he care about the lightning user's fate. Right now, he was searching for his knife in the supermarket. Yes, Shen Hen was looking for his black blade. To hunt down that butcher, he needed the black blade. Although he could kill the butcher with his bare hands, it would be too slow. And if he weren't careful, he might even be killed in return by the butcher. Only when he held that dark knife did Shen Hen have absolute confidence. However, after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find his black blade, which made him anxious. He turned his gaze directly at the lightning ability user and said in a deep voice, "Where is my knife?" Since this lightning user had brought him to the supermarket, he surely knew where his knife was. The lightning user did not dare to meet Shen Hen's eyes. He knew that given his earlier actions, anyone would want to kill him. After all, he had attempted to kill this young man. How could someone so strong possibly let him go? But when the lightning user heard Shen Hen's question, he was momentarily stunned. As he slowly raised his head, he found Shen Hen's icy gaze fixed on him. The lightning user was startled and quickly pointed to the cash register nearby, trembling as he said, "It's in there." Shen Hen looked at the nearby counter, and upon opening the drawer inside, he finally saw his black blade. Holding the black blade, Shen Hen's demeanor completely changed. His pitch-black eyes were now filled with murderous intent. The lightning user was trembling at his side, and his wife and daughter clung tightly to him. Clearly, they thought Shen Hen was coming for revenge. Revenge? How laughable. What kind of person was Shen Hen? To put it in his own words, he was a man without a soul. The so-called emotions of humanity could not control his rationality. Anger, hatred, feelings. To bind a person who had survived the apocalypse for 20 years with such things was truly ridiculous. Now Shen Hen cared about nothing. All he cared about was the survival of humanity. Because he no longer wanted to live alone in this apocalypse. That would be more painful than death. He would rather use his life to create happiness for others than live alone in this world. Boom, boom, boom. Shen Hen rushed out of the supermarket with all his speed. Only the survivors in the supermarket remained still, kneeling in confusion, utterly at a loss. As night fell, silver moonlight spilled over the land. On the silent streets, the civilization of humanity seemed to have been utterly destroyed. Abandoned, dilapidated vehicles lay scattered everywhere. On the concrete ground, a blood-soaked path was formed by countless corpses. Human limbs and severed arms were strewn about. Hiss! Countless zombies wandered the streets, their vacant eyes dragging their decaying bodies as they aimlessly searched for their prey. Suddenly, a blood-soaked man appeared on the street. Shen Hen moved with swift steps. The black blade in his hand danced with the wind. Thud, thud, thud. The wandering zombies didn't even notice Shen Hen. Their heads had already been shattered by him. Ding dong, host star source 1. In his mind, the prompt from the little stone boat, star navigation, echoed continuously. Shen Hen began his slaughter on this street, filled with zombies. His knife danced amidst the horde of the undead. Each strike sent a line of blood splattering into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The rotting bodies of the zombies kept falling down. Shen Hen took a deep breath. He had smashed the last zombie's head and withdrew the black blade. He suddenly swung the black blade, shaking off all the zombie blood that had stained it onto the ground. Along this path, he had been tracking the butcher's trail and had arrived here. Shen Hen was covered in zombie blood, and he could even smell the nauseating scent on his body with every breath he took. Shen Hen checked his star source count. Remaining star source 3521. He had already killed 200 to 300 zombies along the way. Shen Hen took a breath. He had casually raided a supermarket along the way, and the hunger from high-intensity evolution had finally eased a bit. But it was only a slight relief, as Shen Hen was still in an extremely hungry state. As a second-tier evolver, his demand for energy was immense. Ordinary food would hardly be sufficient to satisfy his current appetite, even if piled into a small hill. He had to find evolved creatures quickly. Shen Hen thought to himself, only the flesh and blood of evolved creatures could provide enough energy supply for an evolver. Shen Hen gazed at the ground where he spotted a kind of dark green liquid. That liquid was left behind by the butcher during its escape. The butcher was a strange mutated zombie possessing a peculiar dark green viscous liquid in its belly. Moreover, this liquid was different from that secreted by the crawler's tongue. The emerald liquid secreted by the crawler's tongue had high corrosive properties more potent than strong sulfuric acid. However, the dark green liquid secreted from the butcher's belly and body had no corrosive properties. Yet this dark green liquid possessed the ability to attract zombies. Shen Hen was able to track the butcher precisely because the dark green liquid it secreted dripped onto the ground during its escape, allowing him to follow. The terror of this dark green liquid was far more frightening than the corrosive emerald liquid on the crawler's tongue. It was precisely due to this liquid that so many zombies were present along this path. Those zombies were all attracted by this liquid. Shen Hen knew that the butcher's ultimate weapon was neither its hook nor its massive bone knife, but rather this dark green liquid. Shen Hen had once heard of a third-tier evolver chasing a butcher who ultimately cornered it. The butcher had vomited all the dark green liquid stored in its round belly onto the evolver. In an instant, that evolver was surrounded by thousands of zombies. Eventually, as more and more zombies emerged, even tyrants, crushers, ragebringers, and drummers, all kinds of mutated zombies charged forth, tearing the evolver into pieces. Shen Hen did not want to suffer the same fate, so he had to end the butcher's life before it could spew forth this dark green liquid. It should be right here. Shen Hen looked at the house in front of him. It appeared to be a factory with the word slaughterhouse written above. The slaughterhouse. A strong smell of blood wafted from inside. Shen Hen's keen sense of smell indicated that this blood odor was neither from zombies nor any other creature, but from humans. Shen Hen cautiously pushed open the large door of the slaughterhouse and walked inside. He needed to hunt that butcher. Although there was some risk, obtaining over 500 drops of evolution liquid was much easier than killing over 500 zombies. Moreover, his star source had already reached 3,005. If he killed this butcher, he could reach 4,000. Then he could exchange for 2 bottles of low-level ability enhancement potions. In that case, the first ability of his Dark Devourer demonization would soon be fully upgraded to level 1, allowing him to control it with ease. Shen Hen slowly walked into the slaughterhouse. He walked very quietly, barely making a sound. First, he passed through a room filled with machines. Soon after, the smell of human blood in the air grew stronger. The stench was pungent, sending chills down his spine. Shen Hen had now entered the slaughterhouse, the place closest to the dense smell of blood. In front of him was a wooden door. A wooden door stained red with blood. Beneath the door seemed bits of flesh and blood flowed out. Thud, thud, thud. A series of sounds that seemed to come from hell made Shen Hen pause for a moment. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds kept ringing, reminiscent of chopping meat on a cutting board. Shen Hen's dark eyes were now filled with killing intent. He knew that the butcher was inside. He could even smell the nauseating odor emanating from the butcher mingled with the scent of human blood. Shen Hen slowly pushed open the wooden door. He didn't want to make too much noise and alert the butcher. The moment he opened the door, an overwhelming scent of blood rushed into his nostrils. Hell. Shen Hen saw hell. A hell on earth. Inside the slaughterhouse, those bloody hooks, which should have been filled with pig and sheep carcasses, were now hanging with humans. Living humans. Bloody humans. Some had their legs severed with half of their leg bones exposed. Others had their bellies cut open with intestines spilling onto the floor. Some had even died, turning into zombies that were clawing at the bodies of the still living nearby. Those who were not dead were barely hanging on. They appeared to be in a state of numb agony, their vacant eyes staring at the intruding Shen Hen. Their shoulders were firmly hooked by the bloody meat hooks. Even if they wanted to commit suicide, they lacked the strength to do so. Even after 20 years of the apocalypse, Shen Hen couldn't help but gasp at this scene. In the center of the slaughterhouse, the burly butcher was using a huge chopping board that he had somehow found. On that chopping board was a human whose mouth was pinned shut with needles, unable to speak. The man on the chopping board was struggling frantically at this moment. He wanted to speak, but his mouth was pinned shut with needles, allowing only muffled sounds to escape. Bang! The butcher seemed oblivious to Shen Hen, his bulging eyes fixated on the man on the chopping board. The massive bone knife in his hand swung again. Crack! The living man on the chopping board began to struggle in agony. His pained eyes were about to pop out, fixated in terror on Shen Hen. The butcher's bone knife struck once more at the leg of the living man on the chopping board. Half of the man's right leg had already been devoured, with the remaining half bleeding profusely. As the butcher's strike landed, what remained of the man's thigh was severed further. The butcher's bone knife sliced through flesh and skin, ultimately chopping through the bone. The bloody wound where the man's leg had been severed gushed blood. Visible veins connected the flesh to the broken bone, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. A piece of flesh akin to raw steak, still oozing blood, was held in the butcher's hand. However, the flesh, along with human bone and sinew, made a crunching sound as the butcher took a bite. The man, who had just lost another segment of his thigh, was in indescribable pain. He gazed at Shen Hen with a pleading look, not asking for salvation. Rather, he was pleading with Shen Hen to end his life quickly. Shen Hen had seen such eyes before. Even though the man on the chopping board could not speak, he could still discern the man's unspoken words from his gaze. Kill me. Hurry and kill me. Shen Hen averted his gaze from the man's eyes. Such feelings would plunge him into extreme turmoil. If he had a gun right now, perhaps he would end the man's life when the butcher was distracted, but he had none. Holding the black blade, Shen Hen cautiously approached the area, filled with living people hanging by hooks and zombies drawing closer to the butcher. To hunt the butcher, the best opportunity would be to strike from behind when it was distracted by its meal. Engaging Hedon would undoubtedly give the butcher a chance to spray the dark green liquid that would attract the zombies. Shen Hen walked through the bloodied area filled with half-breathing living people. If he encountered a zombie, he would mercilessly stab the black blade into its head. Shen Hen quietly and cautiously approached the butcher. The butcher was enraged. Its round head was bleeding with the scalp split open from Shen Hen's earlier blow. The butcher angrily sliced into the flesh of the man on the chopping board with its massive bone knife. While devouring the flesh of the human, it recalled the human who had hurt it. That despicable person had caused it such severe injury. Once it healed, it would surely use the bone knife to chop the person into pieces and consume him piece by piece. Shen Hen was still cautiously approaching the butcher until he was nearly through the area, filled with living people hung on hooks. A faint voice suddenly rang out. Save me. Boom. This weak voice struck Shen Hen like a bolt from the blue. Without thinking, it was clear that a living person behind him, still alive, had seen him and spoken. Shen Hen did not look at that person. His focus was locked on the butcher. The butcher, who was eagerly consuming the flesh of the man on the chopping board, abruptly turned upon hearing the weak voice. Its bulging eyes met Shen Hen's dark gaze. The two, a man and a monster, stared at each other in shock for a moment. Roar! The butcher reacted first, raising its enormous bone knife and charging at Shen Hen. This damned human dared to intrude upon its territory. It was simply asking for death. Seeing this, Shen Hen did not retreat, but advanced. As the butcher charged towards him, Shen Hen's body exploded forward. His speed was so rapid that he became a blur. Before the butcher could reach him, he had already dashed in front of the butcher. Clang! Sparks flew. Shen Hen's black blade met the butcher's bone knife, both equally sharp. Shen Hen landed after leaping in the air, using his toes to spring back up. Shen Hen jumped high, soaring over the butcher's head by more than a meter. He was a clever hunter and certainly would not choose to fight the butcher Hedon. He opted to strike from behind and shatter its skull. The butcher seemed to have anticipated Shen Hen's intention. After being struck on the back of the head multiple times by Shen Hen, it seemed to learn its lesson. As Shen Hen leaped up, it shook its body, which rippled like water, twisting its waist as thick as a barrel to turn around. Shen Hen did not expect the butcher to preemptively turn. However, he still swung the black blade horizontally. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark blade sliced through the air, sweeping towards the butcher's round head. The butcher similarly swung its massive bone blade, clashing with Shen Hen's black blade once more. Clang! In yet another clash, the butcher was unexpectedly pushed back a step by the force of Shen Hen's blade. Meanwhile, Shen Hen executed a perfect flip in midair, landing gracefully like a falling wild goose. Roar! The butcher swung the massive bone knife again, charging at Shen Hen. Seeing this, Shen Hen smiled coldly and said, "It's over." With a powerful push of his feet, his body shot back like a bullet. During his retreat, Shen Hen did something daring. He rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, soaked in zombie blood, and smiled quietly. The black blade had already landed on his own arm. Since this butcher could not inflict injury upon him, then he would injure himself. Shen Hen used the black blade to slice open the flesh on his small arm, droplets of blood dripping from the horrifying wound. The pain of tearing flesh drove Shen Hen's consciousness into a frenzy. The zombie blood on the black blade mingled with the blood from Shen Hen's wound. Finally, the man in the darkness awakened once again. "Demon, transform." When Shen Hen shouted these two words with all his might, buzz, 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 a mysterious black light suddenly radiated from his body. His already pitch-black eyes became even darker in that instant. Even the whites of his eyes turned dark at this moment. With the activation of the demon transformation, Shen Hen's power instantly surged to the third tier. Kill. A voice that seemed to emerge from hell escaped the lips of the man wielding the dark blade. Boom. Shen Hen's body shot towards the butcher. The black blade in his hand sliced through the air, buzzing ominously. At this moment, Shen Hen was enveloped in black light, complemented by his pair of pitch-black eyes. He resembled a demon from hell. The moment the demonic transformation activated, the butcher sensed something was amiss. Fear appeared on the fatty face of the butcher. This human, has he grown stronger? How could Shen Hen, who was originally of comparable strength, become so powerful in an instant? Escape. After Shen Hen activated his demonic transformation, the butcher twisted his fat body, trying to flee. But it was too late. Thud. The dark blade ultimately sliced through the butcher's neck, which was lined with folds of fat, severing his round head in an instant. Bang. The butcher's round head flew away, landing on the ground. He never expected that Shen Hen would possess the sudden ability to become stronger. In his dark green eyes there was a mixture of unwillingness and rage. With a single stroke, in his demonic state, Shen Hen killed the second-tier zombie butcher with just one strike. Boom. The butcher's massive body fell to the ground and blood sprayed from the thick barrel-like wound where his neck had been severed. The splattering blood surged like a wave, spraying towards those who were hanging on bloody hooks, barely clinging to life. Once the blood stopped spraying, a thick, dark green liquid began to flow from the butcher's corpse. Shen Hen's consciousness grew increasingly agitated, yet this time the urge to kill did not dominate his mind. After entering the demonic state, Shen Hen's awareness became clearer. He approached the butcher's round head. At this moment, the butcher's head was surprisingly still moving. It glared with its marble-like dark green eyes filled with hatred and disgust as it stared at Shen Hen. It opened its foul-smelling mouth, attempting to spit out the dark green liquid from its belly that could attract zombies. However, the butcher's head, now devoid of a body, ultimately failed to execute this final move. Thud! Shen Hen's black blade pierced through the butcher's round head, giving no chance to this butcher. At the moment the battle began, he forced himself to enter the demonic transformation. For he knew that if he engaged in a struggle with this butcher in this confined space, he could easily be splattered with that dark green liquid from the butcher's belly. Shen Hen did not want to be surrounded by the nearby mutated zombies and evolved zombies torn to shreds. Therefore, he resolutely chose to directly activate his demonic transformation and kill the butcher in one blow. As Shen Hen's black blade cut into the butcher's head, the black light enveloping him gradually dissipated. The demonic state faded away. Shen Hen smiled quietly. He was now almost able to control the demonic transformation. In fact, he had already felt an increase in his control over the transformation when he cut through the skin on his arm with the black blade. During the battle with the crawler, it could be said to be the best opportunity for him to enhance his control over the demonic transformation. At that time, he had exhausted all his will and strength to force himself to master this ability. This is why just now he dared to cut through his own skin with the black blade. He was fully confident in entering the demonic state. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing the second-tier mutated zombie butcher. A second-tier evolution source crystal has been detected. Would the host like to absorb it or exchange it? The voice prompt from Shen Hen echoed. Shen Hen naturally chose without hesitation to exchange the second-tier evolution source crystal from the butcher's head for star source. He planned to use the star source to continue exchanging for lower-level ability enhancement potions. Shen Hen checked the remaining amount of star source with his mind. 3530. If he were to exchange the butcher's second-tier evolution source crystal for star source, his total star source would exceed 4,000, allowing him to exchange for at least 2 bottles of lower-level ability control enhancement potions. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for a successful exchange. The host's star source is now 810. Current star source 4340. Shen Hen smiled slightly. His star source finally surpassed 4,000. Shen Hen did not expect that the evolution source crystal from this butcher would yield such a significant star source profit. It was comparable to the effect of 810 drops of evolution liquid and was almost on par with that of a third-tier zombie. Indeed, this butcher's consumption of human flesh was not in vain. Shen Hen continued to communicate with Shen Hen through his mind. Shen Hen, check my control level over demonic transformation. The ethereal voice of Shen Hen responded. Ding dong, host's Dark Devourer first ability. Demonic transformation, current control, level beginner, current control degree 60. 60%. Shen Hen's eyes lit up and his face gradually became excited. Unbeknownst to him, after forcibly activating the demonic transformation twice, he had increased his control level from 20% to 60% in just 1 day's time. It must be said that the battle with the crawler was not in vain. Even though he endured countless pains, those pains had earned him an enhancement in ability control equivalent to 2 bottles of lower-level ability control enhancement potions. Now he only needed to exchange for 2 more bottles of lower-level ability control enhancement potions, and his primary ability, the control of demonic transformation, would be elevated to the next level. Then he would be able to fully master that ability. Shen Hen couldn't help but excitedly lick his lips. It is worth noting that the physical quality of an evolved being doubles with each level. If a first-tier evolved being possesses human peak strength, it would be 1 ton of power. Then a second-tier evolved being's strength would be double that of the first tier, yielding 2 tons. Similarly, a third tier would possess 4 tons of strength, while a fourth tier would 8 tons. Indeed, the gap in strength increases significantly with each tier of evolution. This is also why Shen Hen, even after activating the demonic transformation, still had no fighting chance against the 4th-tier zombie crawlers. Shen Hen is currently a second-tier evolved being, but with the ability of demonic transformation, he can fight against 3rd-tier zombies and evolved beings. If he were to become a 3rd-tier evolved being, would the demonic transformation grant him 4th-tier strength? A strange light flickered in Shen Hen's eyes. He craved this power too much and wished to control it entirely. This ability is simply the most overpowered existence in the apocalypse. Shen Hen quickly communicated with Xinghong through his mind. Xinghong, give me 2 bottles of lower-level ability potions. Xinghong received Shen Hen's message transmitted through his mind and quickly responded, Ding dong, exchanging, now please wait a moment. Shen Hen impatiently waited for a moment and the enhancement voice from Xinghong rang out again. Exchange successful. The host spent 4,000 star source and successfully exchanged for 2 bottles of lower-level ability potions. The current remaining star source amount for the host 340. The exchange was successful. As a strange light flickered around Shen Hen, 2 small vials of blue ability-enhancing potions suddenly appeared in his hands. Low-level ability potions. Shen Hen gazed at the 2 small glass vials containing blue liquid with fervent eyes. Without hesitation, he opened one vial and drank it. The blue ability-enhancing potion was scarce, but as it entered his stomach, buzz, Shen Hen felt a wave of dizziness. When his consciousness returned to his spiritual sea, he realized. He discovered that the dark spiritual sea centered around the floating black stones had actually expanded a little. Ding Dong Host's first ability, Demonic Transformation, current control level 80. Ding Dong Host's mental power level 1, current mental power level 9. Continue. Shen Hen thought little of it and immediately drank the second vial of ability-enhancing potion. Boom. As the second vial of mental potion entered, Shen Hen felt another wave of dizziness hit his head. His dark spiritual sea expanded a bit more. Ding Dong Host's Demonic Transformation basic control ability is full. Host's Demonic Transformation current control level 1. Host's mental power level 1, current mental power level 10. Finally, after drinking the second low-level ability-enhancing potion, Shen Hen's Demonic Transformation control ability reached level 1. He had completely mastered the ability of Demonic Transformation. Moreover, as his mental power level reached level 10, his spiritual sea had expanded to the level of a first-level ability user. Currently, Shen Hen's physical quality was that of a second-tier evolved being, while his mental power was that of a first-level ability user. If his ability contained control attributes, he could enhance his combat power with it. Unfortunately, Shen Hen did not possess any control-type abilities at present. The darkness bestowed upon him by the black ability, the Devourer, had its advantages and disadvantages. While Demonic Transformation could indeed enhance his physical quality by 1 tier, it did not grant him a powerful ability. However, according to Xinghang's introduction, Demonic Transformation was merely the first major ability of the Devourer. So what was the second major ability? Shen Hen felt immensely curious. The black ability beam was something he had never heard of, let alone possessed. The Devourer ability could not be categorized under any ability series. It could not be said to belong to the body system, nor the support system, nature system, or control system, and so on. The only thing Shen Hen could think of was that each major ability of the Devourer might bestow upon him some form of ability. Demonic Transformation was one such ability and could also be viewed as a type of ability. An ability that could temporarily and significantly enhance one's own strength. So what other abilities awaited him next? Just as Shen Hen was about to inquire with Xinghang about what other abilities the Devourer might have, Xinghang's ethereal voice suddenly rang out. Ding Dong Host's Demonic Transformation level has reached level 1. The host Devourer is about to unlock the second major ability. Unlock the second major ability. Shen Hen felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Xinghang's announcement. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the Devourer had a second major ability. Let's see what his second major ability is. Perhaps the second major ability of the Devourer would grant him a control-type ability. Shen Hen was extremely excited. Even if the second ability wasn't as monstrous as Demonic Transformation, he would gladly accept it. As long as it provided him with any ability, he would be overjoyed. Xinghang, what exactly is the second ability of my Devourer? Shen Hen asked anxiously. Xinghang replied, Ding Dong Host's Demonic Transformation level has reached level 1, unlocking the second major ability of the Devourer. Dark Devour. Dark Devour. Shen Hen frowned, having never heard of this ability. If the name of his first major ability, Demonic Transformation, was already strange, then Dark Devour was even more bizarre. Understanding it from a literal perspective, could it be about devouring darkness? Shen Hen's brow furrowed, and his previously excited heart sank. Could this ability be reliable? However, as he questioned the validity of the Dark Devour ability, Xinghang's subsequent prompts nearly made his eyes bulge out. Dark Devour. Devour the abilities of all ability users, as well as the abilities of evolved zombies, mutated zombies, and different species. As the host devours the abilities of ability users, he will also absorb a portion of their mental power, provided that the devoured ability user possesses mental power. The amount of mental power absorbed depends on the mental power level of the devoured ability user. If the mental power level of the devoured ability user is higher, the host will gain more mental power. If the mental power level of the devoured ability user is lower, the host will gain less mental power. As the host's Dark Devour second major ability level increases, the host will inherit the control level of the ability user when absorbing their abilities. Host ability Dark Devour current level beginner current ability level improvement 0. Note: Dark Devour does not require the host to have level 1 control. Even if the host has only beginner control, it can be freely activated and perfectly controlled. Shen Hen's prompt echoed endlessly in Shen Hen's mind. At this moment, Shen Hen's expression was beyond description. Shen Hen was completely stunned. Dark Devour. Can it devour the abilities of all evolved beings? Can it also devour the abilities of evolved and mutated zombies? Can it also absorb the mental power of ability users? Can it inherit the control level of ability users? Hey, I'm utterly amazed. Shen Hen was ecstatic, overwhelmed with emotions. His previously dazed face gradually transformed into one of sheer joy. Ha ha ha. He burst into laughter. Amazing. This ability is simply too incredible. Shen Hen initially thought that the first major ability of his Devourer demonic transformation was already powerful enough. Who would have thought that the second major ability would be even more monstrous? An ability that can devour everything. My goodness. Shen Hen had never even heard of such an ability in his previous life during the apocalypse, let alone possessed one. Now that he had this ability, wouldn't that mean he could devour anyone's abilities at will? Moreover, was there a limit to the number of abilities he could devour? If there were no restrictions, wouldn't it be utterly ridiculous for him to devour the abilities of 100 ability users? To devour all sorts of powers like Farsight, Acute Hearing, Elephant Legs, and Chilean Arms, and so on. Then devour control-type abilities like Water, Fire, Ice, and so on again. Wouldn't he become invincible? He could counter any ability user with an ability that restrained their powers. Who could possibly be his match? Shen Hen, does the ability of Dark Devour have limitations on devouring abilities? Or can I devour as many abilities as I want? Shen Hen eagerly asked repeatedly. Shen Hen replied, Ding dong, the number of abilities that can be devoured is related to the host's evolutionary tier. The host is currently a tier 2 evolver and can open 2 ability devouring slots. Upon hearing this, Shen Hen's previously excited heart finally calmed down. Indeed, he had been too naive. The number of devoured abilities was limited. The amount of ability devouring was actually related to his evolutionary tier. Currently, as a tier 2 evolver, he could devour a maximum of only 2 abilities. Shen Hen's all-encompassing invincible ability plan had fallen through. However, Shen Hen was also somewhat relieved. With this limitation on evolutionary tier, if he had a 1-star constitution and could only become a tier 1 evolver, he would have been at a great loss. A tier 1 evolver could only devour 1 ability, while a tier 2 could only devour 2. And what about Shen Hen? He had a 10-star constitution perfectly merging with the evolution fluid. His ultimate limit was the legendary tier 10 evolver, the perfect evolver. This meant he could ultimately devour 10 different abilities. The Dark Devour ability could grant him 10 different abilities. Shen Hen actually felt that being greedy could lead to overreach. There is a saying, greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Human greed is endless. If Dark Devour truly had no limits, how many abilities would he devour? Shen Hen didn't know, nor did he want to know. Perhaps in the end he would devour 100 abilities, or even 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000. It would be endless. In the end, his greed might erode his mind, causing him to kill all the ability users in the world and make himself invincible. However, if he truly did so, he would indirectly lead to the extinction of humanity. A humanity without ability users would undoubtedly lack core strength. The surviving humans who already lived in darkness would face accelerated extinction if he eliminated the majority of ability users. From the moment Shen Hen was reborn, his thoughts and ideals have always been to ensure the continuation of human civilization and preserve a seed for humanity's future. Yet if he possessed an all-devouring ability without limitations, he might act contrary to this ideal. Shen Hen collected himself and pondered Shen Hen's words. Ability slots. What are those? Are they similar to equipment slots in games? Shen Hen communicated with Shen Hen through his consciousness. Shen Hen, what do you mean by ability slots? Where can I view my ability slots? Shen Hen said he had 2 ability slots, so where can he be checked? Shen Hen replied, Ding dong, the host can enter the spiritual sea to check. Spiritual sea. Upon hearing this, Shen Hen closed his eyes and entered his spiritual sea. In the vast and ethereal darkness, Shen Hen stood alone. This was his spiritual sea. Shen Hen called it the dark spiritual sea. Compared to his first entry, his spiritual sea had evidently expanded significantly. The endless darkness spread outward, even encroaching upon the transparent ocean occupied by the small stone boat Shen Hen. As Shen Hen walked through his spiritual sea, he indeed saw the ability slots Xinghong mentioned. He saw on the small black stone which floated in midair, emitting black light, two twisted dark holes. These two black holes were over a meter long and wide, resembling real black holes in the universe appearing in the space above the small black stone. Ability slots. Shen Hen smiled silently. His spiritual sea had indeed manifested ability slots. He could truly devour abilities, or those of zombies. Shen Hen opened his eyes, his consciousness returning from the spiritual sea to the real world. The instant he opened his eyes, a strange black light flickered in them. Shen Hen's eyes turned even darker. If before mastering the dark transformation, there was still some white in his eyes, now having fully controlled the dark transformation, even the whites of his eyes had turned dark. Of course, Shen Hen himself did not notice that his eyes had turned pitch black. If someone were watching his pupils at this moment, they would definitely feel a chill run down their spine. Shen Hen looked at the butcher's enormous corpulent corpse. Blood and dark green liquid were mixed all over the ground. Shen Hen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't given the butcher a chance to spew that dark green liquid on him, otherwise he would be in trouble. Shen Hen stared at the butcher's massive corpse and suddenly squinted his eyes. Since the dark devour ability could allow him to devour not only the abilities of ability users, but also those of zombies, wouldn't it be delightful to devour the butcher's abilities? The butcher had bone hooks, bone knives, and that dark green liquid used to attract zombies. Shen Hen felt that devouring any one of them would grant him a decent ability, especially that dark green liquid used to attract zombies. If he obtained that ability, he could simply spit that liquid on anyone he disliked, instantly sending them to hell. However, he wondered if obtaining such an ability would also make his body disgusting like the butcher's. After careful consideration, looking at the butcher's bloated, fatty, dark green body, he thought better of it. Compared to the abilities of zombies, I need the ability of a control-type ability user more right now, Shen Hen murmured. With only 2 ability slots, using one for the butcher's abilities would be a waste. Shen Hen had grand ambitions. Since he could ultimately absorb only 10 abilities, what if all 10 were from red-tier ability users? Then he wouldn't say he was invincible, but he could certainly roam this apocalypse. As the saying goes, perfection is pursued. Shen Hen felt that his ability slots should be reserved for those powerful abilities. Help me. That weak voice came again. Shen Hen recognized this voice. It was that which had disturbed the butcher earlier. Shen Hen turned and looked at the bloody hook filled with living people. He slowly walked over to the source of the weak voice. It was a young man about 20 years old. However, the young man was currently hung in the air by that bloody hook, with the terrifying hook piercing his shoulder blade, leaving him with no ability to resist. Drip, drip. Drops of blood fell from the young man onto the ground, gradually draining his life force. Shen Hen looked at the horrifying pool of blood on the ground and shook his head. He looked at the young man suspended by the bloody hook and said, "I'm sorry I can't save you, but I can help you find peace." Puff. The pitch-black blade pierced the head of the young man, who was barely hanging on to life. As he died, a bitter smile appeared on his face. It seemed to be a farewell to Shen Hen, a thank you for helping him find release. Safe. That was impossible. In this slaughterhouse, there were many humans like this young man, gravely injured and losing too much blood. Perhaps they were all butchers caught from all directions and then hung up on hooks originally meant for livestock. Shen Hen could not save them. He was no immortal and had no power to bring the dead back to life. These people were already gasping for breath, weak to the point of barely having a breath left. All he could do was offer them mercy and help them find release. Respecting the dead, Shen Hen did not want these dying individuals to continue suffering. He walked up to those still alive and one by one pierced their heads with his blade. Shen Hen's strikes were swift and he was skilled in killing. Therefore, those who died did not suffer greatly. Rather, the state of being worse than dead inflicted upon them by the butchers was their true torment. Shen Hen ended this hell on earth. When he reached the last person, a man lying on the butcher's chopping board, one of his legs already consumed. The man stared blankly at him, revealing a will to die. At this moment, his entire thigh had been eaten by the butcher and blood was spilling everywhere. Shen Hen did not move his blade immediately, but instead pulled out the needles that were pinning the man's mouth shut. "Do you have anything to say?" Shen Hen asked, his dark eyes fixed on the man. The man who had experienced hell looked at him and in a weak voice said, "Kill me." It was a plea, yet it also sounded like a form of happiness. For him, death had surprisingly become the most desired thing to do. Puff. The cold black blade cut through the man's head, and Shen Hen did not linger, turning to leave the slaughterhouse. This is the apocalypse. Not everyone possesses the powerful abilities and extraordinary luck like him. Most survivors like those in this slaughterhouse were caught by mutated zombies and were experiencing hell. Shen Hen was a soulless person. He could save others for no reason, and he could kill for no reason. His existence was merely for the future of humanity in this apocalypse. Shen Hen walked out of the slaughterhouse as a gust of autumn wind blew. The sky had completely fallen into darkness. The night in the apocalypse brought an undeniable sense of deep-rooted fear. The autumn wind, nearing November, had turned somewhat cold. Especially as this wind carried the stench of the zombies, it sent shivers down Shen Hen's spine. In the deep night, darkness enveloped the earth. The streets littered with corpses and blood were devoid of streetlights, and no light from residential buildings illuminated the ground. Only the moon in the sky would never fade away. Under the moonlight, Shen Hen transformed into a red shadow racing through the death-laden streets. His target remained that supermarket. Shen Hen did not know where he was now, nor did he know where the highway was that he had separated from Su Zhe and Linwei Shui. But he knew where the lightning ability user who brought him here was. He needed to find that lightning ability user and have him take him back to the original highway. Linwei Shui had told him that the Dragon Tooth equipment supply point was in a factory in the suburban area behind that highway. It was probably the only place Su Zhe could drive to. He had to find Su Zhe and Linwei Shui. Shen Hen moved swiftly, and since he had been killing his way here, there were very few zombies on the way back. Shen Hen returned to the entrance of the supermarket. The supermarket door had already been kicked in by him, yet the people inside had actually blocked the entrance with shelves. Bang, bang, bang. Shen Hen lightly tapped the shelf with his black blade. Who? A survivor inside the supermarket spoke up. It was already late at night, and most survivors in the supermarket were asleep, with only 2 or 3 survivors on watch. The 2 or 3 survivors on watch were extremely frightened upon hearing the sound of the shelf being tapped. Zombies shouldn't do such a thing, right? Could it be that monster? At this moment, Shen Hen was outside the supermarket. His clothes had long been torn beyond recognition while killing zombies. Thus, he was nearly naked, but he was wrapped in a layer of blood crust from the zombies' blood and remnants of flesh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind blew, and the feeling of a frozen backside made Shen Hen quite uncomfortable. He couldn't help but recall a song from before the apocalypse. The cold wind blows, freezing my heels, making my backside feel stiff. It's me, your leader. Has returned, Shen Hen said in a deep voice. Shen Hen didn't know how to introduce himself to the survivors inside the supermarket, but thinking that they all called him leader, he decided to refer to himself as such. Leader. Oh my God. The leader has returned. Did the leader kill that monster? Everyone wake up. The leader has returned. What? The leader has returned. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and push the shelves aside to let the leader in. Upon hearing that Shen Hen had returned, the survivors in the supermarket erupted in excitement. His performance today had shocked them immensely. This man could fight against that fat zombie and even drove it away. That monster had consumed countless of their kin. God. To the survivors in the supermarket, Shen Hen had become a godlike existence. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The shelves blocking the supermarket entrance were pushed open from the inside, and Shen Hen hurriedly entered. The shelves were pushed back into place, blocking the entrance again. The dozen or so survivors in the supermarket awoke, their gazes at Shen Hen resembling that of worshipping a deity. Leader, did you kill that monster? Nonsense. How dare you question the leader's strength? Didn't you see that the leader has returned safely? That monster must have perished beneath the leader's blade. Yes, 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 the leader could even beat that monster to a pulp without a blade. How could that monster be a match for the leader with one? Shen Hen looked at the survivors with fervent eyes filled with surprise and found himself at a loss for words. Clearly, these survivors saw him as a savior. They all asked, Leader, did that monster really die? Although the survivors here trusted Shen Hen's strength, they were well aware of the monster's ferocity, so they still had reservations about Shen Hen's chances of successfully hunting it down. Shen Hen looked at the eager eyes of these survivors and casually replied, It's dead. Dead. The 2 simple words spoken by Shen Hen sent shockwaves through the survivors in the supermarket. My God. That monster that had devoured countless of them is really dead. The survivors looked at Shen Hen in disbelief, as if the way he had just spoken casually suggested that the monster was utterly insignificant in his eyes. The leader is mighty. The leader is invincible. I told you that monster was no match for our leader. The leader is invincible. Please, leader, help us create a sanctuary for survivors. The survivors looked at Shen Hen with eager eyes, having completely regarded him as their deity. Shen Hen ignored the crowd. Establishing a sanctuary. That was something for the future. What he needed to do now was retrieve Long Ya's equipment and find Linwei Shui and Su Zhe. Shen Hen glanced toward a corner of the supermarket. There he found a man bound by ropes, his hands and feet restrained. A lightning ability user. Shen Hen had found his target. Shen Hen approached the lightning ability user, silently observing him. The lightning user slowly looked up, and when he met Shen Hen's pitch-black eyes, his fear shifted into a fearless defiance. The lightning user gritted his teeth, thinking that since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die at the hands of a powerful man. Do as you please, kill or mutilate. With a fierce glare, the lightning user stared at Shen Hen, clearly believing he was doomed. The ropes binding him were just those few strands of hemp rope. This group of people had actually used these ropes to bind the lightning ability user. Were they waiting for him to come back and deal with him? Bang bang bang. Shen Hen drew his knife, and in a flash the surrounding people barely saw what happened. Even the lightning user did not react in time, he only saw a black flash. Then, he could move. Yes, the ropes on him had been untied. No, to be precise, the ropes had been sliced apart by Shen Hen's knife. The survivors in the supermarket stared wide-eyed, dumbfounded by the scene before them. No one could believe their eyes, not even the lightning ability user, who was now somewhat at a loss. He couldn't understand why Shen Hen helped him cut the ropes. Had he made a mistake? Or, "You aren't going to kill me?" the lightning user asked in disbelief. Shen Hen looked at him with genuine interest and said, "Who said I wanted to kill you?" As he spoke, the surrounding survivors widened their eyes even more. "Do you remember the highway where you brought me?" Shen Hen suddenly asked. The lightning user paused for a moment, then hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I often go there to look for resources." The resources he referred to were not actual oil, but rather the food found along the way and other survivors like Shen Hen who passed through that area. Upon hearing this, Shen Hen nodded silently and said to the lightning user, "Just remember, take me there." As soon as Shen Hen finished speaking, the surrounding survivors looked on in terror. Is he leaving? The man who could kill that big monster was going to abandon them. My God, how could that be? They were counting on Shen Hen to be their leader and guide them to survival. The survivors in the supermarket surrounded Shen Hen, looking at him with pitiful eyes. "Leader, are you leaving this place? Please take us with you." "Yes, wherever you go, we will go. We are willing to be your servants, to follow you faithfully." "Leader, please don't go, don't abandon us. Without you, we cannot survive." Woo. The survivors surrounding Shen Hen shed tears, looking at him with sorrowful eyes, fearful of being abandoned. Shen Hen looked helplessly at the survivors around him. If he truly ignored these people, their fate would be no different from those hanging in a slaughterhouse waiting to die. Shen Hen had become so accustomed to the cold and heartless apocalypse that now, after experiencing such ruthlessness, he found a flicker of warmth within himself. "Don't worry, I will come back," Shen Hen said calmly. Perhaps he was also beginning to build a sanctuary for survivors. Although his current strength was still far from sufficient, he believed that perhaps tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, or soon in the future, he would indeed build a sanctuary for survivors. Upon hearing Shen Hen's promise, the survivors in the supermarket finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling at ease. So Shen Hen was not abandoning them. "Leader, you must come back." "Yes, we will wait for you here. That monster is dead now, we are safe. We won't go anywhere, just waiting for you to return, leader." Shen Hen nodded at them, signaling them to be at ease. He then turned to the lightning user and said, "Let's go, take me back to that highway, and you can return then." "Okay." The lightning user nodded repeatedly. At that moment, he felt no hatred towards Shen Hen, only endless admiration and respect. He wanted to kill Shen Hen and feed him to the zombies. He even thought that Shen Hen might retaliate against him. In the end, Shen Hen hadn't cared about it at all and didn't even acknowledge him. This is the demeanor of a true powerhouse. The lightning user admired Shen Hen completely, having fully regarded him as his idol and the person he aspired to become in the future. On a moonless night on a highway reeking of decay, the highway lay in darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight, searching for zombies that were hiding in the shadows, roaming about. Grr, the low growl of zombies seemed to be everywhere. Bang! A small car speeding through the darkness crashed into a zombie hiding in the shadows. The people in the car were, of course, Shen Hen and the lightning user. Shen Hen was now seated in the passenger seat, having found time to shower and change into a black outfit. Before leaving, he had also prepared enough food and water for the survivors in the supermarket. The lightning user was driving the car. In the darkness, the only two beams from the car's headlights shone brightly, illuminating the path ahead in the pitch-black night. Inside the car, the air was very quiet. The atmosphere inside the vehicle had unknowingly turned a bit somber. At this moment, Shen Hen had his eyes closed, his fingers interlocked behind his head, lying back in the passenger seat as though he had fallen asleep. On his lap lay a knife, glowing with a sinister black light, sending chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, the lightning user was driving the car seriously, showing no signs of slackening. When the car's headlights illuminated a mile marker on the side of the highway, the lightning user glanced at it and noticed they had almost reached their destination. The lightning user said, "Boss, we are almost there." The lightning ability user has already referred to Shen Hen as the boss, truly submitting to this man from the bottom of his heart. The small car continued its journey on the dark highway. Shen Hen maintained his position, lying on the back of the car seat, and suddenly asked the lightning ability user beside him, "By the way, do you know if there is a factory nearby?" Shen Hen asked the lightning ability user casually, not expecting much. After all, no one knew how many factories lay beyond this highway. However, his question did indeed yield some insight. The lightning ability user quickly replied, "Yes, that factory is called the Air Factory, and it's a gathering place for survivors." Upon hearing this, Shen Hen's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately turned to look at the lightning ability user. So there really is a factory at the end of this road. Moreover, the fact that it is a gathering place for survivors. There are 5 ability users inside. Shen Hen's eyes revealed a grave expression. 5 ability users is definitely not a small number. Given that it has been less than a month since the apocalypse broke out, the presence of 5 ability users in that factory indicates that its leader is not an ordinary person. Shen Hen looked at the lightning ability user and suddenly asked, "How do you know this? Have you been inside?" The lightning ability user bitterly shook his head and said, "They once invited me in, but I didn't go." Invited. Didn't go. Shen Hen's gaze flickered with questions. He knew how difficult life had been for the lightning ability user. Moreover, he has a wife and children. Given the chance to enter a survivor's gathering place and survive, how could he not go? What was the reason? Why? Having a safe place to stay is surely better than wandering the apocalypse with your wife and children, right? Shen Hen asked in confusion. The lightning ability user sighed and shook his head, looking at Shen Hen. "Boss, you don't understand. The ruler of the air factory is a devil who eats people." Hearing those 2 words, Shen Hen couldn't help but widen his eyes. This eating people clearly had no deeper meaning. It was just as it sounded. Shen Hen had seen too many people in situations where they resorted to cannibalism, but that was always in extreme hunger. Since the factory is a gathering place for survivors and has 5 ability users, they shouldn't be lacking in food. Perverse. Shen Hen's only understanding was that the leader there is a pervert, a psychological deviant. In this cruel apocalypse, countless lives have been lost. Likewise, a group of survivors, due to overwhelming oppression, has had their minds twisted. Eating people might just be the way the leader of the air factory vents his own twisted desires. Shen Hen looked at the lightning ability user and continued to ask, "Why does the leader there eat people?" The lightning ability user shook his head and sighed, "I don't know, but people inside say he is a psychological deviant who takes pleasure in eating people. The meat he eats is that of the slaves. Moreover, he not only eats people himself, but he also forces others to eat. Especially those of us like me. If I don't eat human flesh, he won't let me in. So all the ability users inside have eaten human flesh." The lightning ability user paused for a moment before continuing, "I didn't want to eat people, so I had to leave that place." Upon hearing this, Shen Hen fell silent and stopped asking further questions. Eating people. Shen Hen's pupils constricted. He was now very worried about Su Zhe and Lin Wei Shui. After the battle with the crawlers, the only place Su Zhe could take Lin Wei Shui was probably that factory. The supplies from Lanya are stored inside. Those ability users, especially their leader, might have established the survivor gathering place in that factory for this very reason. If Su Zhe indeed took Lin Wei Shui there, perhaps they have already encountered misfortune. After all, the leader there is a psychological deviant who forces others to eat human flesh. "Do you know how many people are in the air factory?" Shen Hen asked the lightning ability user. He needed to know the personnel information of the factory, especially regarding the ability users. Although less than a month has passed since the apocalypse broke out, most ability users are still at level 1. Especially for natural ability users like the lightning ability user, their mental strength has just barely broken through level 10. However, there are exceptional talent ability users who continuously develop their abilities and enhance their mental strength. Level 10 mental strength is a threshold. Level 20 mental strength, however, is a barrier. With his second-tier evolved strength and the power of demonic transformation, Shen Hen can easily deal with those level 1 ability users with mental strength around level 10. But if he encounters those level 2 ability users with mental strength exceeding level 20, it would be a different story. The power of level 2 ability users is far beyond what level 1 users can compare to. Level 1 ability users are merely at the entry stage. Level 2 ability users, however, can fully comprehend and control their abilities. They can perfectly control their abilities and launch various attacks through mental strength. Since there are 5 ability users in the factory, Shen Hen does not rule out the possibility of encountering level 2 ability users, especially their cannibalistic leader. The lightning ability user contemplated for a long time before stating, "As far as I know, the survivors inside should be composed of 3 groups of people. First are the rulers, which are those 5 ability users. Second are the guards they set up, chosen from strong men among the slaves. Those 5 ability users distribute firearms to them to guard the factory. The number of guards should be over 50. The remaining are the slaves who were captured from nearby, about 200 of them used for labor." After finishing, the lightning ability user fell silent, while Shen Hen stroked his chin. Ability users, guards, and slaves. There is no need to say that the slaves being oppressed would likely harbor deep hatred for the leader inside, and it's impossible for them to help him. As for the guards, that's hard to say. Their equipment clearly consists of the supplies Lanya left in the factory. The status of the guards is evidently different from that of the slaves. They enjoy a superior treatment in the apocalypse, so they might help the leader inside fight. However, even though the guards have guns, they are merely ordinary people. Even with guns, they pose no threat to Shen Hen. Having fully mastered demonic transformation, Shen Hen possesses the power of a third-tier evolved being after activating it. Ordinary rifle bullets can't even pierce his skin. Moreover, he can easily kill those guards before they even have time to react and fire. Finally, there are the critical combat powers 5 ability users. Having witnessed the astonishing powers and peculiarities of the ability users, Shen Hen was no longer surprised. Ability users are beings whose strength cannot be measured by conventional means. What truly counts among ability users is mental strength. Even though Shen Hen possessed third-tier strength exceeding human limits with 4 tons of power, yet against a level 20 mental strength ability user, he might not fare well. Mental strength is the key determinant of power among mental nature and control ability users. Mental strength is a more advanced existence than physical force. Currently, Shen Hen's mental strength is at level 10, just reaching the threshold of a first-tier ability user. Beside him, the lightning ability user had an 11-level mental strength, 1 level higher than Shen Hen. The gap between each level of mental strength grows increasingly significant. Though not as vast as the differences seen in evolutionary stages, the higher the mental strength, the greater the disparity. For instance, when Shen Hen upgraded from level 8 to 9, the expansion of his mental C was not as substantial as from 9 to 10. In that factory, only those 5 ability users could truly contend with him. He needed to ascertain the general capabilities of those 5 ability users. Do you know what abilities those 5 users possess? Shen Hen continued to inquire. The lightning ability user pondered for a long time before shaking his head and replied, I don't know the capabilities of the leader and the second-in-command inside. However, the remaining 3 ability users have a pair of white wings on their backs. They can fly in the sky, responsible for scouting the area and searching for survivors. White wings. Shen Hen seemed to have thought of something, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Ability users with wings could only be the birdmen. Birdmen. They are a type of mutated ability user granted massive and resilient white wings by white ability beams. Likewise, birdmen are among the most common ability users in the apocalypse. They may not possess strong combat strength, but they have exceptional reconnaissance abilities. They can soar hundreds of meters into the sky to scout the surrounding conditions. Moreover, birdmen also have transport capabilities. In the apocalypse, in survivor enclaves lacking aircraft and transport vehicles, most goods are transported by birdmen. Shen Hen once knew a birdman, or rather he should say a bird king. That birdman possessed a pair of black wings, and the feathers on his wings could even be used as weapons. As for their power, it was simply more ferocious than that of a heavy sniper rifle. Shen Hen once witnessed a third-tier evolved zombie tyrant being shot to pieces by that birdman's feathers. Birdmen are also classified by levels. Ability users have 5 levels, and birdmen correspondingly have 5 stages. The first stage birdmen have white wings, the weakest phase. The birdman Shen Hen knew had black wings, indicating he was at the 4th stage. The first stage birdmen cannot use the feathers of their wings as weapons. Their only means of attack may be high-altitude projectile throws. But do not underestimate this method of attack. Even a small stone, when dropped from several hundred meters, can deliver a fatal blow to a person's head. Let alone a birdman capable of carrying dozens of pounds of stones and iron blocks to drop on people. 3 first-stage birdmen. Such a number is no small figure in the first month of the apocalypse. It seems the leader in that factory is no ordinary character, but he wonders what exactly his abilities are. Shen Hen shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Regardless of what the leader's abilities are, he must venture inside to find out. He needs to find Lin Wei Shui and Su Zhe and bring back supplies for Longya. As for the abilities, if the factory leader's power catches his eye, he wouldn't mind absorbing his abilities. In the darkness, the small car raced along the pitch-black highway, finally passing through it. At Shen Hen's request, the lightning ability user drove off the highway, heading toward the factory's location. The lightning ability user continued along a road, arriving at a dirt path. Surrounding them, the cityscape had vanished. Everything nearby seemed to be covered by yellow earth and trees. This was a suburb, also a developing construction area. Most of the land around had been under excavation before the apocalypse. Under the headlights, the road ahead had become pockmarked, clearly unsuitable for driving. Shen Hen's gaze through the car window fell on a distant lighthouse, shimmering with light. The lighthouse's beam was exceptionally dazzling, as if illuminating the entire night sky. Boss, we've arrived. The place illuminated by the lighthouse ahead is the air factory I mentioned. This is all development area. The road is too wild, so I can only drive up to here. Shen Hen nodded slightly, looking at the lightning ability user, and said, all right, you can head back now. The lightning user replied, thank you, boss. Bang. Shen Hen stepped out of the car with the black blade, closing the door before vanishing into the darkness. In the pitch-black wilderness, a man transformed into a shadow raced along the pothole-ridden dirt road. Shen Hen's strides were incredibly swift. He could leap 3 to 4 meters in a single bound, and his step frequency matched that of a 100-meter sprint. He sprinted across the dirt road, crossed a small river, and ran through a patch of woods. Finally, he arrived at the vast barren wilderness. Boom, boom, boom. Shen Hen raced toward the factory at his fastest speed. Along the way, he encountered no zombies. Perhaps it was due to the nearby development area, so there were no zombies here. Shen Hen dashed along this open dirt road, soon reaching the walls of the air factory. The lighthouse inside still illuminated the surrounding darkness. Shen Hen avoided the sweeping beams of the searchlights. He did not want to be discovered by those in the lighthouse before sneaking into the factory. While dodging the lights, he ran towards the factory's surrounding walls. Along the factory's surrounding walls, there were no lights shining. It was a blind spot. With Shen Hen's second-tier evolved speed, he easily concealed himself beneath the wall before the searchlights could reach him. Shen Hen carefully observed his surroundings, realizing he was likely beside the factory's main gate. 2 guards were inside the factory's iron gate, armed with AK-47 rifles on guard. However, due to the darkness, they did not notice Shen Hen hiding beside the wall. Shen Hen continued to watch. He looked up and saw a watchtower behind the gate. On the watchtower, a heavy machine gun was mounted, and behind the gun a guard was seated in a chair leaning against the wooden board, dozing off. Seeing that the gun barrel was a good 50 to 60 centimeters long, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. The bullets of the heavy machine gun had already been loaded into the magazine, and even large-caliber bullets lay scattered on the floor of the watchtower in a long line. Terrifying. Shen Hen couldn't believe what would happen to him if he were caught in the beam of the spotlight just now. Would he be turned into meat paste by the heavy machine gun's large-caliber bullets? Though Shen Hen was quite confident in his second-tier evolver's body, facing the large-caliber heavy machine gun Hedon was nothing short of foolish. It seems that stealth is the only option. Shen Hen took a deep breath. The previous 100-meter sprint had made his heart race. He calmed his breathing and prepared to act. I must say this factory is indeed well built. Not only was a lighthouse constructed, but a watchtower was also erected. Those slaves must have worked hard. Bang! A faint sound echoed in the silent night. It seemed as if a shadow fell from the sky and then vanished into the darkness. The 2 guards were dumbfounded. They exchanged glances and saw fear reflected in each other's eyes. Did you just see a shadow? Yeah, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Could someone have broken in? How is that possible? This wall is over 4 meters high. Who could jump in so quietly? We must have seen it wrong. The shadow they saw was of course Shen Hen. Shen Hen jumped down from the wall and moved quickly through the darkness, continuing to stealthily approach the factory. His speed was fast, and with him wearing a black tracksuit, he blended into the darkness like a shadow. The factory was large, and there were some residential buildings inside. However, at this moment, there weren't many patrolling the factory. Shen Hen thought about it. The Thunderer said there were only over 50 guards here. Now it was late at night, and there should be no more than 10 patrolling the factory. Shen Hen stealthily moved deeper into the factory until he saw a vehicle, a black off-road vehicle. Shen Hen paused, finally discovering something noteworthy. The glass windows of the black off-road vehicle were completely shattered, and the outer shell was severely damaged, as if it had been hit by a truck. Especially those 3 horrifying claw marks on the body. Those claw marks were massive and chilling. Under the dim moonlight, Shen Hen's pupils constricted as he gazed at the 3 claw marks. Found it. This off-road vehicle was the one Lin Shui and Su Zhe drove out from the Dragon Tooth gathering place. And those 3 horrifying claw marks on the vehicle were undoubtedly the tracks of a crawler. It seems they really are here. Shen Hen murmured as he looked at the severely damaged off-road vehicle. Suddenly, a crisp female voice rang out, drowning out his murmurs. Hurry up, the master wants us to deliver it before the soup gets cold. We can't keep the newcomers waiting. Shen Hen was startled. He lightly tapped his toes and quickly hid behind the off-road vehicle. He saw a woman walk past the off-road vehicle holding a steaming bowl. Fish meat. The bowl contained the aroma of fish meat and fish soup. Soon after, under Shen Hen's watch, a second woman carrying a bowl also walked past the off-road vehicle. Don't rush, the soup in this bowl is too hot. If we spill it, the master will definitely punish us. The second woman's voice followed. Shen Hen could smell the rich aroma of chicken soup from the bowl in her hand. Observing closely, he concluded that these 2 women were likely the female slaves here, and the master they referred to was probably the leader here. As for the newcomers they mentioned, could it be Lin Shui and Su Zhe? After the 2 female slaves walked a distance from the off-road vehicle, Shen Hen moved. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, almost making no noise, and followed behind the 2 female slaves. He wasn't familiar with the paths here, and wandering around might lead to an encounter with the local superhumans. Therefore, his immediate strategy was to follow the 2 female slaves to see if the newcomers they mentioned were indeed Lin Shui. Shen Hen followed them all the way and finally saw the two female slaves enter a small flat building. Shen Hen stopped following and hid in a nearby concealed spot. The two female slaves who had just entered with their soup bowls came out again, and they no longer held the bowls. Opportunity. Seeing that the two female slaves had exited the small building, Shen Hen leaped from the tree and rushed inside. This small building had only 2 floors and was quite small. As Shen Hen entered, he slowly approached a room where the door had just been pushed open. Through the crack in the door, Shen Hen saw a woman standing by the window. Lin Weishui. He instantly recognized that the woman at the window was Lin Weishui. Lin Weishui's long wavy black hair hung over her shoulders, and she had changed from the military uniform she always wore to a long black dress. From Shen Hen's perspective, he could see Lin Weishui's profile perfectly. Her graceful figure, fair and smooth skin, and those long straight legs. This was the first time Shen Hen saw Lin Weishui in a dress, and it was simply too alluring. Usually after seeing her in military attire for so long, he hadn't thought she was that beautiful. But when she took off her military uniform and put on a dress, her perfect and explosive figure was fully revealed. Coupled with her stunning beauty illuminated by the moonlight, Shen Hen couldn't help but be mesmerized. If there was a flaw, it would be the bandage wrapped around her forehead from an injury. Shen Hen pushed the door open and walked in. Who? As soon as Lin Weishui turned around, a large hand covered her mouth. Shen Hen pressed his hand over Lin Weishui's mouth and pushed her onto the bed beside her. Lin Weishui was about to struggle, but in the dim moonlight, she could vaguely see the face of the man pressing down on her. Shen Hen. Lin Weishui instantly recognized Shen Hen. He extended his right hand, placing his index finger to his lips, and whispered, "Shoo, it's me." He released the hand covering Lin Weishui's mouth, and her beautiful eyes looked at him excitedly. "Shen Hen, why are you here?" She could scarcely believe that Shen Hen had come here. She thought that when Suja took her away from the gas station, Shen Hen was still fighting that monster, and the entire gas station had exploded. She had thought Shen Hen was dead. Yet this man miraculously appeared before her once again. At this moment, Shen Hen was pressing on Lin Weishui, and under the moonlight the two of them shared an ambiguous feeling. "I'm here to save you, by the way, where is Suja?" Shen Hen had yet to see Suja's figure, and he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Lin Weishui, blushing under Shen Hen's weight on the bed, said, "Could you please get off me first?" Shen Hen also felt the soft body beneath him unconsciously squirming, and he silently smiled as he rolled off. "Is that brat Suja okay?" Shen Hen asked. Lin Weishui nodded slightly. "He's fine, he was just captured and treated like a slave." Hearing that Suja was alright, Shen Hen finally felt a weight lifted off his heart. He turned to Lin Weishui and said, "The dragon tooth equipment is here, right?" Lin Weishui nodded. "Yes, but the equipment has already been claimed by the boss here. We should think of a way to get it back." The supply equipment of Dragon Tooth was indeed here. However, it had already been distributed to the guards here. They couldn't possibly convince the boss to return the equipment, could they? Shen Hen smiled wickedly. "That's simple, just kill him and take control here." He said it so easily that Lin Weishui genuinely believed him. She knew Shen Hen's strength better than anyone and did not doubt that he would actually kill the boss here. "Are you serious? How confident are you?" Lin Weishui asked, frowning. Shen Hen smiled silently. "What do you think? It's a mule or a horse, let's take it out for a walk." He wanted to see what kind of abilities the boss here truly possessed. Lin Weishui thought for a moment and walked to the window, pointing to a small white building not far away. "That is where the boss of this factory resides. There will be guards nearby, so be careful." Lin Weishui kindly reminded him. Although she trusted Shen Hen's strength, she still felt a bit worried. The boss here was a demon who devoured people, and no matter how you looked at it, she would not show any mercy to him. Shen Hen looked at the small white building not far away, and then turned to Lin Weishui asking, "You know where Su Zhu is, right?" Lin Weishui nodded, not fully understanding. "Yes, I even visited him after I woke up." "Alright, I'll make my move soon. If I succeed, that's great. If not, you should escape amidst the chaos." Lin Weishui naturally agreed without hesitation. Being in a dangerous situation meant they had to escape. As a special forces soldier, she still had the capability to slip away with Su Zhu amidst the chaos. With that, Shen Hen had already jumped out of the window with his black blade. Whoosh! Shen Hen's body transformed into a shadow, gradually blending into the darkness. He sprinted towards the small white building, as pointed out by Lin Weishui. 2 men holding rifles came into his view. 2 guards. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance looked drowsy and lethargic. They were clearly in a state of dozing off during the late-night shift. When the shadow-like Shen Hen rushed in front of them, they didn't even notice him. Shen Hen did not hesitate at all, swinging the black blade twice. Thud! Thud! The cold blade sliced through the throats of the 2 guards, blood gushing out from their wounds. Huh! The 2 lethargic guards finally widened their eyes, clutching their slashed necks, staring in fear at the man who had suddenly appeared before them. They died silently, not even having a chance to struggle. Shen Hen carefully laid down their bodies and moved them into a dark corner. After taking care of that, Shen Hen gradually approached the small white building. The main door was tightly closed, and Shen Hen naturally wouldn't foolishly push it open and alert those inside. He circled around the building and finally found a window to peek inside. Shen Hen cautiously looked through the window. He saw a luxurious dining table where a greasy middle-aged man with a beer belly was seated. 2 female slaves in maid outfits were holding trays. "Master, your late-night snack is ready-made from the fattest female slaves in our factory," said one of the maids. The middle-aged man nodded and waved his hand. "All right, you may leave." "Yes," the 2 female slaves answered cautiously. After placing the steaming meat on the dining table, they left one after the other. The middle-aged, greasy man looked greedily at the meat before him. Human flesh. The delicious steaming meat was his favorite, human flesh. As the middle-aged man picked up his knife and began to feast on the human meat on the table, a prompt suddenly appeared in Shen Hen's mind. "Ding dong, an ability user has been detected." An ability user. Shen Hen's pupils constricted as he looked at the middle-aged man devouring his meal at the dining table. Ability user name Zhangba. Ability grade red. Ability user level 2. Ability user mental power level 25. Ability general direction control system. As Xinghong completely relayed the information about the middle-aged man to Shen Hen, he was left dumbfounded. A red ability. A level 2 ability user. Level 25 mental power. Shen Hen was frozen in place. A level 2 ability user with level 25 mental power. What does this represent? It signifies an invincible existence in the early days of the apocalypse. If Suja had level 25 mental power coupled with level 2 control, then his fire could easily incinerate that level 4 crawler. This is the terror of level 2 ability users. Shen Hen stared intensely at the level 2 ability user Zhangba, not daring to make a sound. Terrifying. This person's mental power was too horrifying. Shen Hen had not yet figured out what Zhangba ability was, but even in the face of a level 2 ability user with level 25 mental power, he still had strong confidence. With his combat experience combined with the strength of a 3rd-level evolved being after going through mutation. Moreover, he was currently in a position of concealment. Perhaps he had a chance to take down Zhangba in one strike. He urgently needed a control system ability user, not to mention a red-grade ability. He needed to kill Zhangba and absorb his abilities. Zhangba was currently sitting at the dining table wolfing down his late-night snack. Human flesh. The meat on the tray was not animal meat, but the flesh of those slaves. Zhangba ate human flesh without a shred of psychological burden. He even took pride in it, often eating in front of others. He possessed absolute power which allowed him to dominate here, even forcing his subordinates to join him in eating human flesh. This is Zhangba, a person whose psyche has twisted to the extreme, yet takes pride in harming others. Zhangba was indulging himself in a feast oblivious to the hidden danger lurking in the darkness. Outside the window, Shen Hen's muscles tensed, ready to strike. He was an arrow on the string, unable to hold back. Shen Hen made his move. Crackle. The tightly shut glass window shattered. Bang bang bang. A knife as black as night pierced through the air, darting towards Zhangba like a blazing meteor. Who is it? Zhangba suddenly turned his head as a knife sliced through the air towards him. Bang bang bang. The black blade cut through the air, charging forward. Zhangba abruptly flipped the dining table, his body tense and alert. Immediately he began to make several hand gestures, as if forming seals. Abilities unleash. Buzz buzz buzz. The air around Zhangba suddenly distorted. The transparent air began to take shape, coalescing into walls of air that stood before him. Boom boom boom. Shen Hen's arm, surpassing 2 tons of strength, united with his waist, and the black blade he threw with all his might was more terrifying than bullets from a heavy sniper rifle. Bang bang bang. In an instant the air broke through one wall after another. As the black blade was about to break through the last 3 walls of air and strike him, Zhangba was quick-witted. His hands formed several more gestures as he shouted, "Solidify the air." With the full force of his mental power unleashed, his abilities gradually began to manifest. Crack crack crack. The last 3 walls of air in front of Zhangba not only took form, but also gained color. The 3 walls stood before him like orderly mirrors. Buzz. The unstoppable black blade finally halted in front of these 3 walls of air, coming to a standstill. In that breathtaking moment, Shen Hen moved. A shadow flashed as Shen Hen leaped in through the window. Quick, quick, quick. Shen Hen's body transformed into a beam of black light shooting through the air. His legs spun continuously, his body rolling in midair. Just as the black blade came to a halt, he suddenly grasped it. Shen Hen, spinning in midair, exerted force with the hand gripping the black blade. A strength exceeding 2 tons erupted in an instant. Snap! It seemed as if the sound of shattering glass echoed. The 3rd wall of air broke. Huh! With a furious roar, Shen Hen's other hand also gripped the black blade. With both arms exerting force, his body remained suspended in the air. Bang! The second wall of air shattered. Only the last one left. Shen Hen gazed at the air wall before him, resembling a mirror, a hint of confusion flickering in his pitch-black eyes. Had the air solidified? Could it be that Zhang Ba's ability is? Shen Hen's eyes glimmered with a dark light as he coldly stared at Zhang Ba. Kill him. Shen Hen, gripping the black blade, gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength. However, the black blade in his hand could not advance an inch. The last wall of air was simply too solid. So solid that Shen Hen's black blade couldn't even move a fraction. Break for me. Shen Hen's face twisted in a fierce roar. He withdrew the black blade and thrust it again with all his might. Stab, stab, stab. The black blade continuously stabbed at the last wall of air, but it was harder than diamond. No matter how many times Shen Hen stabbed, the air wall remained unscathed. In that moment, Shen Hen realized he could not break through this wall. Air. The surrounding air twisted together, controlling his body. Shen Hen floated in midair, unable to move. Who are you? Who sent you to assassinate me? Zhang Ba, still shaken, stared into Shen Hen's eyes. Who was this young man with long hair? Why did he come to assassinate him? Zhang Ba felt a lingering fear. That previous strike was swift as lightning, as fast as thunder. And this young man, appearing to be in his 20s, possessed speed and strength far beyond ordinary people. From the first strike, he aimed for his life. If it weren't for his ability to sense danger through the air, he might have already been dead from that strike. Shen Hen's body was suspended in the air, controlled by the surrounding air. Air. Zhang Ba's ability was to control the air. The air around him twisted into shapes, continuously squeezing Shen Hen's body. Facing the last wall of air before him, Shen Hen's black blade could not advance any further. Terrifying. If before knowing Zhang Ba's abilities, Shen Hen dared to assassinate this level 25 mental power secondary abilities user, then after learning that Zhang Ba's ability was air control, Shen Hen regretted it. Air control, one of the top 10 abilities in the apocalypse. Shen Hen never expected to encounter such a powerful abilities user in the first month of the apocalypse. The power of abilities users far surpassed that of evolutionaries. How could physical strength contend with mental power? Shen Hen's body twisted in the air, trying to break free from the control of the air. He saw Zhang Ba raise his plump hand, the thick knuckles twitching slightly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air surrounding Shen Hen began to twist again. Crack, crack. The sound of bones shattering echoed continuously. Ah! Shen Hen screamed in agony, his face contorting. The air around him, under Zhang Ba's control, continuously squeezed his body. His skin and body seemed to be crushed into a lump. His body gradually became deformed from the intense pressure of the air. His bones dislocated from the squeezing of the air, and even his ribs cracked one by one. Under the extreme compression of the air, Shen Hen's once unyielding body found itself unable to resist. If the surrounding controlled air squeezed again, his internal organs could rupture at that moment. Death. Shen Hen finally felt the breath of death upon a human. Zhang Ba's greasy face was now filled with a sinister smile as he looked at the young man before him, manipulated like an ant by his air, his eyes revealing a chill. Don't worry, I won't kill you so quickly. I want you to understand how fragile the power you possess is before me. Hee, how dare a weak ant like you try to assassinate me? Truly delusional. Quickly tell me, which survivor gathering place are you from nearby? Who sent you to kill me? Steel Alliance, Flame City, Giant Alliance, or Smoke City? Zhang Ba slowly approached Shen Hen, the chaotic air wall before him always protecting him. Zhang Ba gazed playfully at the young man floating in the air, squashed by his controlled air. He had to admit this young man possessed strength beyond that of ordinary people, even surpassing that of evolved zombies. Perhaps his acquired ability was body enhancement. Zhang Ba was unaware of the affairs of the evolvers, nor did he know that Shen Hen was a second-tier evolver. He only believed that the strength and speed of Shen Hen's body were granted by the extraordinary energy beam. As Zhang Ba stepped closer to Shen Hen, the air around Shen Hen filled with a spiritual essence, parting to make way for him. Shen Hen's face was contorted almost beyond recognition by the distortion of the air, yet the extreme coldness of the killing intent in his eyes did not fade. He stared at the greasy, middle-aged man before him, his killing intent reaching its peak. Shen Hen coldly looked at Zhang Ba, remaining silent and indifferent. However, Zhang Ba playfully gripped Shen Hen's chin and sneered, "Your gaze is truly detestable. Since you don't wish to speak, then let me give you a taste of what it's like. A maggot like you hiding in the darkness deserves what's coming." As the words fell, Zhang Ba suddenly raised his hand. His chubby palm opened wide. Shen Hen felt the air that had been constricting his body finally release its grip. Bang! His body, which had been compressed into a ball, crashed hard to the ground. Opportunity. The moment Shen Hen hit the ground, he tightly gripped the black blade, slamming his hand against the ground. In that instant of landing, Shen Hen shot out towards the window. However, would Jiang Ba truly let him go so easily? Did Jiang Ba truly allow the air surrounding Shen Hen to disperse, giving him an opening? Wrong. Jiang Ba was deliberately toying with Shen Hen. As Shen Hen's body darted towards the window, Jiang Ba coldly smiled. He suddenly clenched his fist, and with a wave of his hand, the psychic energy of a level 25 evolver erupted from his spiritual sea. Air shock. Whoosh. The psychic energy emanating from his body controlled the air rushing towards Shen Hen like enormous waves. Boom. The level 25 psychic force stirred the air, creating a devastating whirlwind. Boom, boom, boom. The hurricane swept in, instantly destroying an entire wall. Rumble. The wall collapsed, and the force of the air swept Shen Hen from his position. Bang. Shen Hen crashed heavily to the ground, blood spattering from his mouth. Dust spread, drifting like a mushroom cloud into the sky. Only the omnipresent air seemed to control everything. And there was that middle-aged man hiding behind the wall of air. The sound of the collapsing wall echoed through the night sky. The previously quiet factory erupted into chaos. In the pitch-black factory, countless lights suddenly illuminated the space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It sounded like the alarm during a fire drill before the apocalypse as guards and slaves rushed out from the residential buildings. What's going on? There's an enemy. We have an enemy. An intruder has entered. He wants to assassinate Boss Ba. Who would be so bold? Is it the nearby Survivors Alliance? Look, Boss Ba seems to have already subdued that assassin. More and more people arrived. Shen Hen felt like a monkey on display as everyone's eyes were filled with mockery. A young man who appeared to be in his 20s still, with sparse facial hair. What ability could he possibly have? He actually dared to charge into their gathering place alone and was foolish enough to attempt to assassinate their leader Jiang Ba. Who is Jiang Ba? He is a man who can force others to submit through sheer strength, leaving everyone too afraid to speak out. Here, who would dare to oppose him? No one. Everyone lived under his coercion. It's worth noting that apart from the largest survivor settlement, Salvation City, in the Eastern Alliance, other survivor settlements hardly had any notable names. Their air factory, capable of competing with major forces like the Steel Alliance, Flame City, and Smoke City, was not due to having many survivors or well-equipped resources. The air factory's sole reliance was Jiang Ba. One Jiang Ba was enough to match an entire survivor settlement. Who would dare to assassinate him? A person who could control the air. Wasn't that akin to a divine being? The slaves watched Shen Hen with cold eyes filled with sarcasm. As more and more people arrived, dozens of well-equipped guards surrounded him. Click, click, click. Dozens of rifles aimed at him. The distorted air around him almost restrained his entire body, rendering him unable to move. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew over, and three massive figures descended from the sky, landing beside Jiang Ba. Shen Hen's gaze locked onto the three figures behind Jiang Ba. Birdmen. There were indeed 3 birdmen in this factory. He saw that the 3 individuals behind Jiang Ba all had a pair of enormous white wings on their backs. Those white wings shimmered faintly under the night sky. The 3 birdmen landed steadily behind Jiang Ba. One of them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, another was a chubby little man, and the last was a female birdman. After landing, the 3 birdmen directed their gazes at the young man, half kneeling on the ground. It was not quite hatred, there was even a hint of regret. At that moment, Shen Hen was in a pitiful state, but his face concealed a cold, killing intent. Death. He was not afraid of death, and although Jiang Ba's abilities were formidable, he could not kill him. Because he had yet to use his abilities. He was waiting for the people here to gather, then engaging in a reckless slaughter. The surrounding guards aimed their guns at Shen Hen, but none dared to approach him. They did not possess Jiang Ba's air abilities and could not protect themselves with air. A single strike from Shen Hen could kill them. People around began to murmur. Boss Ba, kill this kid. You little brat, how dare you attempt to assassinate our air factories? Boss, you simply don't know when to quit. Kid, who sent you? Magneto, the Giant Brothers, or that Smoke Weaver? Jiang Ba's gaze remained fixed on Shen Hen. For some reason, his right eyelid was twitching persistently, as if this youth under his control would bring him an ominous omen. Shen Hen struggled to rise from the ground. Even though his body was restrained by the air, his strength still allowed him to stand awkwardly. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looking at those aiming rifles at him, and gave a wicked smile. Heh! His laughter was like that of a devil in hell, so horrifying yet tinged with mockery. The people around were stunned. Did this severely injured young man not realize he was about to face death? Jiang Ba lifted an eyebrow and poured more of his mental energy into the surrounding air. Yet the youth, who appeared frail, seemed suddenly suffused with a force that refused to submit to his control. What are you laughing at? Jiang Ba asked coldly. Around them stood his air factory men, dozens of rifles trained at the boy's head. Does this brat not understand his fate? Shen Hen ignored Jiang Ba's question and continued smiling to himself, a soft mocking chuckle escaping him. His laughter turned frantic, merciless, and hollow. Jiang Ba's right eyelid began to twitch violently. A creeping fear took root in his chest. Damn it, shut up, Jiang Ba barked. He raised his hand, and his air ability erupted. The surrounding air coalesced in his palm until strand by strand it condensed into a single spherical orb. The orb hummed like a spiraling sphere concentrating boundless force. With a sudden throw, Jiang Ba launched it straight at Shen Hen. Jiang Ba turned his back without looking at Shen Hen, sneering as he suddenly shouted, "Die." The onlookers gaped at the air orb and burst into cheers for him. "Brother Ba, kill him," someone cried. The power of that air orb could crush even a third-tier zombie. That kid is done for. Let him laugh, now it's over for him, others jeered. Haha, he's dead. The air orb streaked forward like a blade of light toward Shen Hen. Everyone's eyes brimmed with scorn. This kid is finished, they thought. The orb will tear his body apart. Yet when the sphere neared Shen Hen, the slaughter they anticipated did not unfold. Demonize. Transform. A murderous roar reverberated, heralding the descent of a killing god. Demonic transformation flared, and a veil of black light enshrouded Shen Hen's body. Shen Hen's eyes instantaneously turned pitch black. Third tier, someone whispered. With the demonization activated, his strength leapt from second tier to third tier in an instant. His bodily strength and speed, once at twice the human limit, surged to 4 times. For tons of force enabled him to wrench free of the last vestiges of control. A metallic clang rang out as Shen Hen seized the black blade, and his body exploded forward. The blade sliced through the air, sparking where it cut the current. When the black blade struck the air orb, a tremendous boom followed. The sphere was cleft in two and slammed toward the rear wall. The two halves of the orb punched 2 large holes through the thick wall. A shadow darker than the night flashed past in the wake of the destruction. Too fast, the guards and slaves stood aghast. How could this be? How could he break free of the air's control? So swift, they murmured. How can his speed be so great? Impossible, wasn't he gravely wounded just moments ago? How could he move like that? All they could make out was Shen Hen's form collapsing into a black streak as he charged straight for Jiang Ba. Brother Ba, watch out, someone shouted. Shen Hen's speed was blinding. In less than a tenth of a second, he had closed the 10 meters that separated him from Jiang Ba and appeared at his side. With the black blade held horizontally, Shen Hen struck. The blade's spine pressed hard against Jiang Ba's arm as he cut. He had drawn his blade. The surrounding air seemed cleaved in two by that single stroke. Kill, a voice roared like the Reaper's command. That slash reached the pinnacle of momentum and force. The black blade tore through the air, and while Jiang Ba was still unprepared, closed in on him. Jiang Ba spun around and raised his hand. 3 solidified walls of air sprang up to block the attack. Bang, bang, bang. One air wall shattered after another. Even the final wall, the one Shen Hen had failed to break before, crumbled completely beneath the force. A spurt of crimson flew out with a wet sound. A bloodied arm arced through the air and was hurled away. For a moment, everyone stood frozen. Silence fell as the bloodied limb struck the ground and glistened under the lights. That bloody arm was unmistakably Jiang Ba's. A hysterical scream tore from his throat. Jiang Ba's face contorted with rage and agony. The pain of the severed limb nearly made him pass out. Blood poured from the stump, siphoning his vital energy away. Jiang Ba hastily wrapped the wound with a sheath of air to staunch the flow. In an instant, with the demonization active, Shen Hen had severed an arm from the second-tier ability user Jiang Ba. Jiang Ba was an ability user, but not an evolved. Ability users lack the robust physique and vitality of evolved ones. Simply put, an ability user's body remains that of an ordinary human. An ordinary human losing an arm without prompt hemostasis and treatment faces certain death. Jiang Ba could use his air to halt the bleeding, but he could not erase the torment of the amputation. I'll kill you, Jiang Ba screamed like a madman, eyes fixed on the shadowed Shen Hen. He now longed to annihilate Shen Hen's entire family. Though ranked among the world's top 100 ability users, Jiang Ba had just had an arm severed by Shen Hen. This would greatly weaken him. He might even fall out of the global top 100. Pain, hatred. Jiang Ba fantasized about devouring Shen Hen's flesh and grinding his bones beneath his teeth. You asked why I was laughing, Shen Hen had said. At last the man cloaked in darkness spoke. Shen Hen looked coldly at Jiang Ba and said that he was laughing because Jiang Ba stood at death's door yet remained so arrogantly self-assured. Jiang Ba still convulsed in agony and could barely hear Shen Hen's words. With his remaining hand, he pointed at Shen Hen and snarled. Kill him, he bellowed. The guards snapped to attention and trained their rifles on Shen Hen. Open fire, they ordered. Shoot now, one cried. Fire on that brat, shouted another. A fusillade erupted, countless rounds streaked toward Shen Hen. The gunfire roared as dozens of muzzles bloomed in a river of flash. In an instant, the concrete was pitted with a dense scatter of bullet holes, a macabre carpet of tiny perforations stamped into the ground. Bullets flew with blazing speed, but Shen Hen was faster. He did not need to outrun the bullets. He only had to be swifter than the shooter's reflexes. Shen Hen became a black streak weaving through the hail of fire. Bullets struck the ground and kicked up a choking cloud of dust. Amid the dust, the guards continued to fire. The spectators, the slaves who had come to watch, were unlucky. Some were struck in the legs, others had their heads blown apart. Cries rose, "Stop firing, you're hitting our own. Don't shoot, there are people." The screams multiplied, and the scene descended into chaos. Hearing the wails of the surrounding slaves, the guards all ceased fire. In the swirling dust, their vision was blurred, making it impossible to discern the situation around them. Is he dead? That kid, is he dead? What do you think? With so many bullets fired, even if he were made of iron, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Damn it, that kid is like a ghost. We can't see his trace at all. He should be dead, right? The guards exchanged glances, fear evident in their eyes. Shen Hen's speed was too fast, so fast that their eyes couldn't even focus on a target. Shen Hen was like a specter in the darkness, instilling nothing but fear in them. However, just as the guards relaxed a bit, a shadow suddenly appeared behind them. Shen Hen had already materialized behind them. One guard who happened to see Shen Hen cried out in alarm. Not good. He's not dead. As soon as he finished speaking, a pitch-black knife appeared right before him. Several heads flew away, and pillars of blood shot into the sky. He's over there. Fire. Shoot. Rat-a-tat-tat. The rifle bullets swept in another round, turning the headless corpses into a pile of flesh. Shen Hen had already left that position before they fired, disappearing once again into the darkness. When Shen Hen's body reappeared from the darkness, several guards had already fallen to the ground. Kill. Shen Hen's deep voice echoed like the arrival of death, bringing only terror to everyone. Due to the large number of slaves nearby, the guards were cautious about firing their weapons. They didn't dare to shoot into the crowd, fearing they might hit their own. And Jiangba. He had already floated high in the air, using his air ability while the guards were firing. Around him, three-winged birdmen had also taken to the skies. The birdmen lacked Jiangba's air protection and didn't have Shen Hen's second-stage evolved bodies to evade or withstand bullets, so they flew in the air when the battle started. At this moment, Jiangba saw his men being slaughtered by Shen Hen, and he was furious, rolling his eyes in anger. Adding to the agony of his severed arm, he shouted madly at the guards below, "Forget about the slaves' lives, just shoot that kid dead." He even waved his hand, using his air ability to blow away the dust below. Hearing Jiangba's orders, the guards went wild. Hidden in the darkness, Shen Hen continued to hunt them down. Watching their comrades fall one by one, the remaining guards' eyes turned bloodshot as they fired their weapons recklessly. Die? You little brat, die. One guard clung to his gun, firing continuously. In the grip of death's terror, he had fallen into a frenzied state. The continuous screams of the slaves echoed as more and more were shot down innocently, the ground piled high with corpses. A splash of blood erupted. The guard who was still frantically firing his rifle suddenly stopped his cries. A pitch-black mountain cleaver had pierced through his body from behind. Even as the dust was blown away, the guard still struggled to keep up with Shen Hen's speed. His velocity was simply too fast. Seeing his subordinates being slaughtered by Shen Hen, Jiangba was seething with rage. He turned to the three birdmen beside him and said, "Where's the second one? Quickly go fetch the second one for me." With one arm severed, the pain nearly caused him to faint. If he hadn't used air to wrap around the wound to staunch the bleeding, he would have long since bled to death. With his severed arm, it was nearly impossible for Jiangba to kill Shen Hen. The transformed Shen Hen was like a nightmare for him, and Jiangba dared not return to the ground to face that blade again. Now he could only remain in the air, using air and mental power to ambush Shen Hen. However, this method would not be enough to kill Shen Hen. To truly eliminate him, he would need to call in the second one from their air factory. Birdman number 1 received the order and quickly flew off to find the second one from their air factory. Jiangba then bellowed at the other two birdmen beside him, "Bring me that box of grenades. I want to blow that brat up." The chubby birdman and the female birdman nodded helplessly. They had no choice but to fly off to fetch the grenades. At this point, Shen Hen had already dealt with all the guards below. The surrounding slaves were either dead or injured, with most fleeing back into the houses. Shen Hen's gaze was fixed on Jiangba, who was far up in the air. His expression was cold as he raised his blade, pointing it directly at Jiangba. Shen Hen, who was already bloodthirsty, was not prepared to flee now. He intended to kill Jiangba and absorb his air ability. Jiangba glared back at Shen Hen, determined to kill the brat who had severed his arm. "Brat, if you have the guts, don't run. I will make you pay." Jiangba, with his remaining arm, once again condensed an air ball and hurled it towards Shen Hen. The air ball, infused with countless mental energies, smashed towards Shen Hen. In his transformed state, Shen Hen's speed was already 4 times the human limit. Facing the air ball filled with mental power, Shen Hen flickered slightly and dodged it. With a booming sound, the place where he had just stood was struck by the air ball. "Who said I was going to run? I told you you were already at death's door." Under the cover of a mysterious black light, a wicked smile appeared on Shen Hen's dark demon-like face. Jiang Ba couldn't help but shiver. Although he was currently flying in the sky where Shen Hen couldn't reach him for some reason, when he saw Shen Hen's eerie smile, all his previous arrogance vanished. Shen Hen and Jiang Ba faced each other, one in the sky and the other on the ground, staring each other down. "Ba Gu, the grenades are here." Birdman number 2 and number 3 flew in from a distance carrying a box together. Jiang Ba opened the box, which was filled with an entire case of grenades. Jiang Ba used his air ability to make the open box of grenades float in front of him and ordered the 2 birdmen beside him, "Blow that brat up." Upon hearing this, one of the birdmen grabbed a grenade. The chubby birdman glared fiercely at Shen Hen, pulling the pin from the grenade. "Brat, wait to be blown to bits." As soon as he finished speaking, the second birdman threw the grenade towards Shen Hen. The female birdman also threw a grenade at Shen Hen. The grenades falling from the high sky, combined with Jiang Ba's air ability, accelerated towards Shen Hen. The grenades flew towards Shen Hen like lightning. Shen Hen's pupils constricted, and in an instant he retreated explosively. Bang! Bang! 2 explosive sounds rang out as the grenades detonated. Jiang Ba utilized his air manipulation abilities to disperse the dust created by the explosion of the grenade, while simultaneously gathering an air sphere with his mental power to attack Shen Hen. Swish, swish, swish. The air spheres flew towards Shen Hen continuously. Although their power was not as terrifying as that of the grenades, their sheer quantity and speed made up for it. Seeing that the first 2 grenades had failed to harm Shen Hen, the second and third individuals swiftly threw another grenade at him. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless bombardment of air spheres and grenades, the corpses on the ground were reduced to a pile of minced flesh. And what about Shen Hen? Shen Hen could withstand the attacks of Jiang Ba's air spheres with his body, but he could not endure the explosive damage from the grenades. Currently, Shen Hen was only a second-tier evolver. If he were a 5th-tier evolver, perhaps he could attempt to withstand the grenade damage. But now it was impossible. Thus, he could only flee quickly, constantly evading the attacks of the grenades and air spheres. He weaved between the buildings of the air factory. The 3 individuals flying in the sky followed suit, continuously bombarding with grenades and air spheres. Jiang Ba did not care about the extent of the damage to the air factory's buildings. With his absolute strength, even if he obliterated the air factory, he could still establish dominance over another survivor gathering place. The grenades and air spheres relentlessly bombarded the buildings below, reminiscent of wartime bombers. Amidst the countless explosions, Shen Hen remained calm and adeptly dodged the attacks. Seeing that each round of 2 grenades combined with his air spheres failed to harm Shen Hen, Jiang Ba waved his hand and shouted, "Get out of the way." The 2 birdmen beside him were directly blasted away by the air he controlled, and then the box containing the grenades fell heavily to the ground, unaffected by the air. Inside the grenade box, the remaining dozens of grenades floated under the control of the air. Jiang Ba looked at the floating grenades with a slight smirk. With a wave of his hand, the grenade rings of the dozens of grenades floating before him were simultaneously pulled apart by his air powers. Jiang Ba looked at Shen Hen, who was staring at him from the ground, and sneered, "Kid, let me show you what grenade bombardment feels like." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dozens of grenades simultaneously fell towards Shen Hen. His pupils constricted and his brows furrowed. A sense of crisis appeared in his heart. Faced with the overwhelming bombardment of grenades, Shen Hen gritted his teeth. Escape. The area of the grenade bombardment was simply too vast. Coupled with Jiang Ba's control over the air, each grenade moved at a speed comparable to that of a bullet. Shen Hen wanted to escape this bombardment zone, but dozens of grenades had already surrounded him. Instead of retreating, he pressed forward and found a relatively less populated area to hide. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions rang out continuously, and the houses threatened by the grenade bombardment were directly blown apart. In that instant of explosion, Shen Hen felt himself engulfed by the tidal wave of the blasts. His eardrums ruptured, and a buzzing noise filled his head. Around him were countless flames produced by the explosions. Even in the area with the fewest grenades, Shen Hen was still heavily injured by the blasts. His body was battered and bruised, blood and flesh intertwined. However, at that moment, a blue energy shield suddenly appeared. Ding dong, detecting a violent explosion shockwave, host life force rapidly declining energy shield activated. As the voice of the starship resonated, a blue energy shield suddenly manifested around Shen Hen's body, shielding him from the violent explosions. Shen Hen, stunned by the explosions, looked at the energy shield surrounding his body and suddenly remembered that the starship had this function. He checked his remaining life force and was shocked to find that only 30 remained. Fortunately, with the grenade bombardment concluded, Jiang Ba had no more grenades for another round of bombardment. The ground was shrouded in a cloud of dust from the grenade strikes. Now he must be dead, right? The second birdman, a chubby fellow, said. He focused intently on the scene below, fearing that Shen Hen might still be standing unscathed, which would be terrifying. Under such bombardment, even a person of iron would be unable to withstand it. Jiang Ba waved his hand, dispersing the dust cloud on the ground. Then Shen Hen's bloodied and battered body appeared before their eyes. Is he dead? The female birdman raised an eyebrow and asked. The chubby fellow widened his eyes and exclaimed, with such a terrifying bombardment, I refuse to believe he's still alive. What is that? Jiang Ba exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the energy shield surrounding Shen Hen. That shield had actually blocked a significant portion of the explosive damage. Damn it, this kid is still alive. The second birdman couldn't help but curse. The third female birdman was also shocked, covering her mouth with her hand. This is too abnormal, right? Under such terrifying bombardment, he was still alive and kicking. Is he even human? Was his body made of diamond? Looking at Shen Hen, who was still standing, Jiang Ba no longer needed to attack him with air spheres. The mental powers of a superhuman are also limited. If we say that evolvers exhaust stamina while battling with their bodies, then superhumans exhaust their mental energy. In simple terms, if he overuses his mental power, he could become dizzy and potentially faint. The chubby birdman turned to Jiang Ba and said, Boss, what should we do? This kid's body is harder than iron, we simply can't kill him. Shen Hen's body was practically tougher than steel. Without grenades, how could they deal with him? At this moment, Jiang Ba remained unfazed and calmly said, Don't worry, we still have a trump card. Just wait for the second one to deal with this kid. As he finished speaking, the second and third nodded affirmatively. Since human strength could not defeat this kid, they could only rely on the power of zombies. The controller of zombies, this was the name of their second in command at the air factory. When the superhuman energy burst forth, their second in command gained the ability to control zombies. Thus, there were no zombies in the vicinity of their air factory. Now the only one who could deal with Shen Hen was him. Suddenly a whooshing sound echoed in the sky. Not far away, the first birdman had already flown over. Brother Ba, I've called the second brother over, the first birdman said. Jiang Ba's lips curled into a slight smile as he said to the three birdmen beside him, All right, let's watch the show now. The second's ability is not any weaker than mine. The zombie controller can control ordinary zombies, evolved zombies, and even mutated zombies. The reason the zombie controller is ranked beneath him is that the individual combat ability of the zombie controller is too low. Once separated from the protection of the zombies, he becomes an easy target.